Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto-verse reacts to What If Naruto had powers of Glitchtale and went back in Multiverse Time Movie 3. Before we start, please go support Liton493 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. The fall of Konoha. Preparations. Everyone was eating after what seemed like the most normal episode they'd seen. Meanwhile, Ichigo was starting to get along with Naruto's allies, who were giving her a little affection. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The fall of Konoha. Preparations. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised and paid close attention, especially those from Konoha. But before it began, a light appeared, revealing a freckled boy. Naruto, the RWBY crew. Oscar. Upon hearing his name, the aforementioned individual turns to look at them, only to be struck by lightning on the head, delivering the information. Upon learning this, Oscar is surprised, but then sits down beside his friends and allies from Naruto. Naruto was seen in a conference room with his colleagues. Seeing that, everyone pays attention. Naruto. The battle against Konoha is tomorrow, and we've all trained enough. Penny. Do you think we can win? Ignore the wings. Upon seeing Penny from the future, Emily blushed slightly. Naruto. Calm down, Penny, we'll win. Konoha thinks it's the most powerful village, but that thought is what will lead them to their grave. Naruto and those who thought logically nodded, while those from Konoha looked at them angrily, but they looked at Naruto with hatred. Emily. Don't worry, Penny, we'll make it. Penny smiled more relaxed as Emily took her hand. They had started a relationship about 6 months ago, and so far it was going well. This surprised everyone, while Emily and Penny blushed furiously. Sakura was surprised but said nothing. If her sister was happy this way, she wouldn't say a word. Naruto. Okay, first we need to know the enemy's terrain. Having said that, he pulls out a map. The map of Konoha. Upon seeing the map of Konoha, the villagers were astounded. They had forgotten that Naruto could have a map of Konoha with him. Naruto. This is the map of Konoha. Okay, we'll split into 4 groups. The Suna group will go north where the Hokage Tower is, the Iwa group will go east, where there's more vegetation they can hide and attack more easily there, the Kumo group will go west, where the Ninja Academy is, the Kiri group will go south where the entrance to Konoha is, and both Tetsu no Kuni and Yuzu will split up to support the other groups. Looks to the side. Do you like the idea? What he was looking at was a screen displaying images of the cages and Mifune. Everyone was surprised and stunned by what Naruto said. He was undoubtedly a great leader. However, when they saw the screen, everyone was astonished, while Naruto thought it was thanks to the scroll. Of course, Uzukage Dono. May. Do you know something, Uzukage Dono? These things they call scrolls are very good. When we finish, could you make them available worldwide? Naruto. Believe me, Mizukage Dono, I've already been told. Naruto pondered the idea of producing scrolls worldwide, and now that he thought about it, it didn't sound like such a bad idea. The others were only thinking about how to obtain a scroll, while those from Konoha felt they wouldn't live to use one. May nodded as the rest began to talk about how they would organize themselves. Naruto. Well, if that's the case, all I have to say is that no matter what, Konoha will fall because of its arrogance. Everyone nodded as the images of the cages and Mifune disappeared from the screen to alert their ninjas. The people of Konoha began to feel fear, for now they knew that, because of Danzo, they were in danger. Though the fools still thought that Danzo would lead them to victory. Upon seeing that, Naruto sees a girl. It was Killer Hinata, also known as Killer. She is a representative for Killer Tail. Upon seeing Killer, those still on Hinata's side were shocked to learn they would be fighting against her. Meanwhile, Naruto smiled with a mixture of sadism and innocence, knowing he would have Killer on his side. Naruto. Thanks for helping us in this fight, Killer. Killer. No problem, Naruto. It'll be interesting to see those idiots' faces when they see Hinata. Reaper. The same old Killer. Naruto and Chara nod with a smile. Rock Lee, Tenten. And Neji. Neji, in particular, saw Killer with a drop of sweat but at the same time with a shiver. Neji. I still find it hard to believe there's a Killer version of Hinata. Killer. Playing with a knife. Well, my blind cousin from Undertale is starting to believe it. Neji didn't say anything to him. He had once faced Killer and ended up losing. The conversation caught everyone's attention, but they also felt a chill when they heard Killer and saw her like that. She was undoubtedly very different from the Hinata they knew. Naruto turns to look at someone. Are you sure about doing this, Oscar? Standing before him was a boy with freckles and green eyes. It was Oscar Pine, a boy who comes from his reset as Ruby Rose. Oscar. Happy I appear. Those who had been reset smiled, but Naruto still kept looking at the Uke. He'd always wanted to take him to bed with Weiss. For some reason, Oscar and Weiss felt a chill. Oscar. I already told you, Naruto, you know I'm free of Ozpin, and I already have his knowledge and powers, so relax, I can fight. Naruto nods, still annoyed with Ozpin. Literally, the damn old man had dragged the little Yuke into a pointless war. Naruto and the RWBY crew frowned at the memory of Ozpin, though some weren't too bothered by him. For some reason, Oscar distanced himself a little from Naruto. Oscar had also felt the chill. Naruto. Go get some rest, guys. Tomorrow will be a busy day. See everyone except you Emily. Emily nodded as the rest left. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Emily and Naruto's. Upon seeing that, Naruto gets up to go to Emily. Naruto. Emily Haruno, ever since I saw your potential, I taught you the breathing technique I used when I was Kaijuro Rengoku, the breath of the flame. Naruto turns Emily around to pull out a katana. And a cape. Upon seeing those objects, Emily begins to open her eyes in surprise. Naruto began to open his eyes in surprise, while the rest were confused and curious, especially Emily and the power-hungry ones. Naruto. Do you accept this Nichiren sword along with this cloak and become the new flame pillar? Emily was surprised by what Naruto had said. She had asked him for training in flame breathing to protect many, and he had accepted without hesitation because of her determination. But now he was giving her a much higher rank than she had expected. All of this surprised and caught everyone's attention as Naruto looked at Emily, wondering if he saw potential in her and perhaps he would train her. After thinking about it, Emily smiled. Emily. I accept. Naruto smiled slightly as Emily took the cloak to put it on and then picked up the Nichiren sword. Naruto. Alright, go get some rest. Emily nods and leaves, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto saw Emily, who saw him. Maybe he'll train her. Upon seeing this, Naruto perched on the table, activating a holographic map of Konoha. Looking at the map, Naruto smiled as his eyes changed color. It was his trait of revenge. Naruto. Get ready Konoha, because tomorrow you're going to fall, haha. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone, especially those from Konoha, terrified by what they saw. Literally, Naruto would now take his revenge. Naruto. This will be exciting. The fall of Konoha. Start of the assault. Everyone was eating while the Konoha people were somewhat nervous, having just learned the Konoha was about to fall, though the idiots thought it wouldn't. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The fall of Konoha. The start of the assault. Upon reading the title, everyone understood that this marked the beginning of Konoha's downfall. But before it began, lights appeared, revealing two figures. Chara. Frisk, Naruto. Upon hearing their names, Frisk and Cross turn around to be embraced by their beloved sister. Meanwhile, everyone was surprised to see a version of Naruto with them. The newcomers and Chara settle in as a beam of light delivers the information. It was a new day, the birds were singing, and the flowers were blooming. Konoha was visible at that moment, but we'll focus on something else. Hori Hokage. Danzo was seen alongside Hamura and Kaharu. Seeing this, everyone pays attention, but especially Hamura and Kaharu, wanting to know what their deceased comrade would do to win. Danzo. What do you mean you couldn't recruit Orochimaru? Hamura. That's right, Danzo. We don't know how, but Orochimaru isn't going to support us. Danzo growled angrily. Orochimaru was his piece for the domination of the shinobi world, and now he learned that he shouldn't have him on his side. This caught everyone's attention, but especially Orochimaru's, who wanted to know what had happened that made him not support Konoha, although he attributed it to Mitsuki. The explosion startled everyone, but they deduced something. The assault had already begun. The explosion startled everyone when a rude Anbu appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo. What's going on? Anbu rude. Danzo-sama, we have a problem, Kumo, Iwa, Kiri, Suna, Tetsu no Kuni and Yuzu are attacking us. That surprised and startled the three old people, but before they could do anything, another explosion happened. Naruto. That sent a chill through everyone, but especially through those from Konoha. In the north. Just above the Hokage tower was Nora, who had Magnald in her hand, ready to transform it into its grenade launcher mode. To start throwing grenades all over Konoha. Everyone found Magnald's grenade launcher mode curious, except for those who were with her. But the Konoha warriors became alarmed when they saw Nora firing grenades all over Konoha. Beside them were Bakugo and Mito watching with excitement. Nora. Ha, explosions. Bakugo. Generating explosions in his hands I like you extra. Mito. Pulling out a Molotov cocktail MMPH, same goes for you too. Naruto Menma. This is going to get ugly. Behind them were Gaara and some Suna ninjas. Gaara. Attack. The Suna ninjas and some samurai shouted to begin attacking without giving the Konoha ninjas time to react. Gaara smiled slightly, seeing that it would help his friend. In the east. A large group of Iowa ninjas approached through the forest, along with samurai and ninjas from Yuzu, led by Inoki and Oscar, who was carrying Long Memory in his hand. Upon seeing Long Memory, the RWBY crew remembered Osban, which made some of them annoyed with the old man. They looked at each other and nodded, causing Oscar to activate Long Memory in sword staff mode. Then point to Konoha. Upon seeing Long Memory activated, many wanted to laugh, but they put that aside upon learning that it was also a sword. Inoki. Attack. The ninjas and samurai began attacking Konoha. The people of Iowa began to shout with excitement. They had wanted to destroy Konoha for a long time, and now they would succeed. In the west. At the Ninja Academy, Kumo ninjas were seen followed by samurai and Yuzu ninjas led by A, Emily and Penny, the latter of whom had a new outfit with new versions of floating array around her. Imagine she has long hair. Upon seeing Penny in her new suit and the new versions of the floating array, everyone was surprised, while Penny seemed excited about her new appearance and new weaponry. Emily draws her Nichiren sword to Sensei and his girlfriend. A. Attack. But that said, everyone starts attacking while Emily puts on a mask. Then assume an attack stance and shoot off at Anbu speed. Upon seeing Emily's mask, the RWBY team deduced that it was at Raven's request, as she was the only one who possessed such a mask. Meanwhile, those unfamiliar with Emily were astonished by her Anbu-like speed. It was astonishing. In the south. The legendary guards were seen taking a short nap while those from Kiri, along with those from Yuzu and Samurai. Seeing that, everyone broke out in a sweat, while the Konoha ninjas were annoyed by both of them, who became nervous. Menma. With a drop of sweat, this has to be a joke. Blake, who was by his side, sighs as he takes out Gamble Shroud and cuts off the heads of both shinobi. Those who were against Konoha gave Blake a thumbs up, while the legendary guards just sighed. Olivia. Let's end this. But that said, he takes out his nano cube, turbo drills. To open it, generating a small green glow which transforms into said weapons. Which he catches and positions in his hands to activate them. Upon seeing Olivia's weapons, everyone paid attention, but especially those hungry for power. May. To the load. But that scream, everyone starts attacking, destroying everything in their path. The people of Konoha became nervous when they saw that they were being attacked from 4 sides. In the Hokage Tower. In the Hokage's office, Danzo stood alongside Homura and Kaharu, watching everything that was happening. Kaharu. Danzo, what do we do? Danzo was watching everything angrily when he heard a croak. That alerted everyone, while Naruto already knew what was happening. When they looked up at the sky, they saw a large bird flying overhead. As it focused on the bird, Danzo's eyes widened in surprise. In the sky. Using the fly were Naruto along with Reaper, Chara and 2 other kids, one with heterochromia and the other with purple eyes. They were ex-Naruto, or Cross. YX. Healthy. Both adopted brothers of Chara. Cross. And it's time for our debut. Frisk nods with a smile. Frisk. You know what? I don't want everything destroyed, but for my friend, I'll destroy this damn village. Cross. That's what I say, Frisk. Chara. We need to shut up now. Reaper. I agree with Chara, we need to wreck this damn village. The conversation sent a chill through everyone, but especially those from Konoha. Naruto only saw the village to get the Nano Cube Korak house. To open it, revealing the weapon. And take it in her hands. Upon seeing Korak house, everyone paid attention, while Naruto smiled slightly, remembering his best friend Ban. Naruto. Serious, let's finish this. The quartet nodded and jumped in alongside Naruto. The battle had begun, and Konoha would fall to the other villages for their crimes. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone intrigued about what the attack on Konoha would be like. Some from Konoha. The fall of Konoha. Attacks. Everyone was eating to calm themselves, while the people of Konoha were very nervous as they watched their village being attacked. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The fall of Konoha. Attacks. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention. But before it begins, lights appear to reveal 2 people, one of whom they know well. Raven. Standing up Vernal. Upon hearing her name, the aforementioned turns to look at Raven. Vernal. Raven. Then some rays hit them on the head, giving them the information. Shisui. Wow, that's amazing, it will be interesting. Vernal only glanced at Shisui out of the corner of her eye, admitting he was handsome. Without further ado, they both settled in to watch the screen. All of Konoha could be seen being invaded by the other villages and samurai of Tetsu no Kuni. Reaper. Smiling, we're off to a good start. Raven and Naruto smiled a little while the rest were somewhat uncomfortable, except for those who knew her. On the other hand, the members of the Brandwin tribe were in charge of rescuing the children, guided by Vernal. Who had returned thanks to the remnants of the singularity, this being noticed by Naruto. Vernal. Oh, I appear. Raven. That's right. On the other hand, many approved of what the Branwen tribe was doing, especially Crow, though he had done it somewhat reluctantly. Meanwhile, Naruto and the power-hungry had focused their attention on the remnants of the singularity. But we'll focus them elsewhere. Elsewhere. There you could see Neji, Lee, Tenten, Sakura, Sasuke, who had recovered, thanks to Naruto, the Indra Otsutsuki stage to have the Rinnegan. Filler was already massacring all the shinobi, Anbus and Root Anbus that appeared. Upon seeing Sasuke's ninjutsu, everyone paid close attention, especially Sasuke himself and those hungry for power. Naruto, on the other hand, watched with curiosity. It seemed he also possessed the power to activate Indra's chakra. The Biju looked on in surprise, while Hitomi observed with some interest. At that moment, Team 8 and Team 10, also known as the Inoshikacho trio, appear before them. Upon seeing that, the Konoha teams that appeared became nervous, while Naruto smiled slightly. When they saw each other, everyone fell silent, but the two Konoha teams were shocked to see Killer. She looked like Hinata. Killer. Mockingly, well, look who we've run into. It's none other than Konoha's mascots. That startled the Konoha people as Killer pulled out a knife. Reaper. Haha, the same old Killer. Those who knew Killer nodded. Seeing this, the Konoha warriors prepare themselves, as do the Yuzu warriors. With that in mind, they all charge forward, with Killer leading the charge as she is the most experienced. Naruto cross-frisked Chara Reaper. You're going to have a bad time. The people of Konoha felt a great chill. Elsewhere. Team STRQ and Team JNPR were seen fighting together against the shinobi. John. Keep fighting. That puts Crossiamores into inactive mode. To then transform it into its Greatsword mode. Upon seeing Crossiamore's Greatsword mode, everyone paid attention, but especially those hungry for power. Upon seeing that, Ren activates Stormflower's daggers. While Raven drew Dust's electricity sword from Omen. And so everyone continues attacking. The hungry ones were most drawn to the Omen electricity dust sword. Elsewhere. The rest of Team RWBY with Oscar was seen fighting against other Konoha ninjas. Oscar? Fighting any ideas? The girls thought when Blake came up with an idea. Blake. Freezer burn. The command caught everyone's attention, while Naruto and the WBY watched with some curiosity. Upon hearing the command, Sen Yang execute a technique, generating a large cloud of steam. Seeing Freezer burn in action surprised everyone, while those from Konoha became somewhat nervous, causing Naruto and the WBY to smile a little as they saw more reactions from everyone. Upon seeing this, the Konoha ninjas began trying to find a way to see, while those from Yuzu were already used to it. Naruto. So my future ninjas are already used to it. Well done, another me. Elsewhere. Team MMUH was seen fighting against the shinobi of their former village and some ninjas from the Hyuga clan. Seeing that, everyone paid attention, but especially the future MMUH team. Hyuga 1. Hanabi-sama, please return to Konoha. Hanabi. In your dreams, you bastard. With that, he activates his Tensugen, thanks to training with Naruto. Their changed appearance surprised everyone except those from Yuzu. He was in his Tensugen mode. Hanabi's Tensugen mode surprised everyone, but she was the most surprised. Naruto, on the other hand, watched with curiosity. It seemed he would help the young Hyuga girl achieve that mode in the future. With that, she takes out some Gudadamas to start using them against those from Konoha, followed by her team where Meru had summoned Enma and transformed him into the adamantine staff. Hiruzen was surprised to see Enma, then smiled. Hiruzen. That's my grandson. Meru smiled in gratitude for what her grandfather said. Elsewhere. There, Penny and Emily were seen fighting together against the Konoha warriors. Upon seeing a large horde of Anbu arrive, Emily went on guard. Upon seeing Emily's pose, Naruto recognized her instantly. Emily. Breath of the Flame. Fifth stance. Fire Tiger. After finishing reciting that, Emily uses the technique, wiping out the large horde of Anbus. Seeing this, everyone was surprised, but the power-hungry already wanted to possess the breath. But that done, Emily attacks again while being supported by Penny. Elsewhere. The senseis were seen fighting against Rin, Obito and Kakashi, who had surrendered and decided to help his old companions, preferring them to Konoha. That surprised everyone, but especially those from Konoha. Kakashi, Rin and Obito looked at each other. Could they ever be a team again? It seemed unlikely. Also nearby was the Inoshikacho trio. Fighting against Itachi and Shisui Uchiha. The latter was revived by Naruto at the request of the last members of the Uchiha clan. The other scene surprised everyone, but especially the adult Inoshikacho. Shisui. Well, my debut. Elsewhere. There, a massacre of ninjas and Anbus was taking place, all because of Betty, who was being helped by Akumu, who had returned to his original form only by being in contact with his former owner. Betty. Whistle, I've still got the touch. Some looked at her as if she were crazy, while Naruto smiled slightly at what his mother had said. On the other hand, everyone stared with interest and curiosity at Akumu's appearance. This was what she looked like before she was in Naruto's position. Elsewhere, Reaper, Chara, Cross, and Frisk were seen committing another massacre like Betty's. Reaper attacking with his scythe. This is fun. That made many, even fewer, of those who knew her uncomfortable. Cross only saw her before seeing his adopted sister. Cross. Is she always like this? Chara sees Reaper. No, she's much calmer than usual today. That made Cross and Frisk, who had overheard, swallow hard. That made everyone in the room swallow hard, except for those who knew Reaper. Chara was about to get into position when a gravity glyph formed below her. Upon seeing the gravity glyph, everyone paid attention, but especially Chara and Weiss, who wanted to know what would happen. Turning around, she saw Weiss wink at her, which made Dreamer smile. With that, she plunged her giant knife into the ground, ran off, and leaped, causing him to start launching slashes in the air at every Konoha shinobi that was there. Everyone was surprised when they saw the scene as Chara and Weiss bumped fists. It was epic. Elsewhere, there you could see Naruto, Menma, and Mito battling together, Menma using his Chokin, and Mito using daggers created by Naruto called Kanshima and Bakuya. And Naruto using Korakhouse at an impressive speed. The scene surprised everyone, while Naruto had a feeling that something was about to happen. They continued fighting, killing some shinobi, when a fireball headed towards them, causing Naruto to barely manage to activate a shield made of soul magic of determination. Upon seeing the scene, many were startled, but everyone except Betty and those from the Underverse was surprised to see the soul magic shield of determination. As the smoke cleared, the trio could see 3 people. Mito, Menma, Naruto. Don't mess with me, I already expected it. That caught everyone's attention while Naruto was already getting an idea. Facing them were Minato, Kushina, and Madara Uchiha. The 3 summoned by the Ito Tensei. That surprised everyone, but many were terrified when they saw Madara. Everyone except Naruto, those from the Underverse, Betty, and those who didn't know Madara. This confused those who didn't know Madara, while Naruto had a small, excited smile. Both trios looked each other in the eye. A legendary battle was about to begin. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone on edge as if they were about to fight Madara. The fall of Konoha. 3 vs 3, Naruto vs Madara. Everyone was waiting for the new episode, as the ending had left them in shock. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The fall of Konoha. 3 vs 3, Naruto vs Madara. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised, as they were about to see Naruto fight Madara. Before it began, lights appeared, revealing Kushina, Minato, and Madara. Seeing them, everyone was astonished, but then the screen lit up. Screen. Before you ask, I brought you here to watch the 3 vs 3 fight, after that you leave. Upon hearing this, everyone understood, while the newcomers settled in, only to be struck by beams of light on their heads, delivering the information. The Uzumaki Namikaze couple were in shock at what they received, but Kushina was even more so upon learning that there was a variant of her daughter-in-law who was a psychopath, while Madara felt excited for a fight against the Noir. Naruto, Menma, and Mito were seen facing Madara, Minato, and Kushina. Naruto. Listen, I'm going against Madara since I have more experience. Menma. Okay, then I'm going against Minato. Mito. Then that leaves me against Kushina. Naruto nods and, using soul magic, separates the 3 couples. Knowing the division of the fights, everyone pays attention, but especially those named in the newcomers. Kushina. MPH, Menma is going to lose against Minato. Minato agreed, forgetting something. Thanks to Naruto, the Bifrost was much more powerful. With Naruto and Madara. In a forest, Naruto and Madara were seen looking into each other's eyes. Madara. Ugh, I hate being controlled, but I hope you give me a good dance. Naruto. He pulls out a nano cube. Believe me, Madara, you won't regret it. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention, but especially Madara. That opens the nano cube, scythe. The display said weapon. Take it and turn it until you're in a fighting stance. Seeing the scythe Naruto pulled out, everyone knew it was Kamijutsu, so they paid attention. Seeing that, Madara chuckled a little before taking out his gunbai. And be on guard. Seeing that, everyone knew the fight was about to begin, while Minato and Kushina were worried about their son. Madara. I expect a good dance. Naruto chuckled while Minato and Kushina grew more worried. To them, Naruto was still too weak to fight Madara. They looked at each other and then began to attack. Face to face, they launched attacks, generating several sparks. Everyone started getting excited about the fight, but Naruto and Madara got the most excited, especially Madara. At one point Madara manages to merge his gunbai with his kama. They continue attacking Naruto, but now with both weapons. Naruto smiled at the sight, while Kushina and Minato were more worried about Naruto. Seeing that, Naruto began to counterattack again, rapidly spinning his scythe and generating more sparks. Madara. Ha 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 ha. The brat is strong. Naruto smiled a little when he heard that. Madara. Attacking ha 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 ha, you're good, brat. Naruto. Attacking thanks, Madara, but that's not all I've got. Upon hearing that, Madara paid closer attention. While continuing to attack, Naruto manages to pull out the Nano Cube, Gideon. Open it, revealing the weapon. Take it and attack Madara again. Many were surprised to see the Gideon Warhammer, while Naruto remembered his friend Diane. Seeing this, Madara began to laugh loudly while continuing to attack Naruto, who was doing his best to keep going, since he had to admit that Gideon was a bit of a pain. Upon hearing this thought, many wondered how much Gideon weighed. At one point, Naruto attacked with the dotted part of Gideon, causing Madara to block the attack with his gunbai. But as he did so, Madara was surprised to see his gunbai crack slightly. That surprised everyone, but especially Madara, who then smiled with excitement. Madara tried to attack with his Kama, but Naruto blocked it with his scythe. Naruto. Madara, your Kama is a kind of scythe, and I am a master of Kamijutsu, so you are in my territory. That surprised Madara, but he smiled with excitement. Madara. That sent a chill down many spines while Kushina worried about her son. Seeing that, Naruto smiles slightly, then steps back a little and slams Gideon into the ground. Naruto. Ground Gladius. Instantly, a sword of earth emerges from the ground, sending Madara flying. Everyone was surprised to see that, while the power-hungry already wanted to recreate the technique, unaware that it can only be performed by Gideon. Naruto was alert when a bright blue light appeared in the sky, then revealed a giant silhouette. It was Madara's perfect Susanoo. Upon seeing Madara's Susanoo, everyone was shocked, while some were frightened, nervous, or worried about Noir. Upon seeing that, Naruto activates his own Tensugen. To enter Tensugen mode. And summon the perfect Susanoo of the same Tensugen. That shocked everyone, but especially the power-hungry. Madara. Upon seeing this, both Naruto and Madara looked at each other, preparing to launch themselves at one another and then clashing their titan forms. They locked eyes and began to unleash more attacks, but Naruto, having a stronger connection with his Susanoo, was able to copy his movements. The fist clash surprised everyone while thrilling Madara. However, learning of Naruto's connection to his Susanoo made them realize once again that he was the most powerful being in the entire room. They both grabbed each other's Susanoo hands and began to struggle and butt heads. Madara. Kid, this is entertaining, but I'm getting tired of using Susanoo, let's fight hand to hand. Naruto smiles slightly and nods, and they both deactivate their Susanoos. Naruto Madara. Madara saw him and laughed loudly. The Noir really amused him. Seeing that, Naruto, at full speed, activated Wooden Sword. The weaponry of the soul of will, to move quickly and strike Madara. Upon seeing Wooden Sword, many wondered what Naruto thought, knowing what his other self would do. He is surprised, but only a kind of spectral figure surrounds him, is split in half, and Madara is revealed intact. Seeing this, Madara turns to look at Naruto, who does the same. Madara. What was that? Everyone was wondering the same thing. Naruto. Deactivating Tensugen mode that was Wooden Sword. It allows me to cut through anything I want at will. Makes Wooden Sword disappear, and what I did was remove something from the Ito Tensei. Madara. Curious and that's it? Naruto. Smiles slightly. Your body is no longer immortal, and your chakra is no longer infinite. That silenced everyone. With that sword, Naruto could do anything he wanted. Meanwhile, Madara began to laugh with excitement. The power-hungry among them wondered how to replicate the sword. Upon hearing that, Madara is surprised but then begins to laugh loudly. Madara. Ha 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 ha, this is going to be fun. That's what I like to hear, a real battle, none of this immortal body or infinite chakra nonsense, just a real fight. Naruto. I'm glad to hear that, Madara. Strikes a pose, but that doesn't mean it'll be easy for you to defeat me. Madara. Strikes a pose. I know that, and I like that, kid. Everyone is paying attention to the continuation of the fight, especially Madara and Naruto. Naruto smiles a little more, then becomes serious. Naruto. One for all full cal 45%. As he said that, several green rays surrounded Naruto, implying that he had done that. Upon seeing the new level of one for all, everyone pays close attention, but especially Madara and the power-hungry ones. Madara smiled with excitement as he drew his gunbai, while Naruto drew his scythe. Instantly, they launched themselves at monster speed, with Naruto demonstrating his status as the ninth wielder of One for All and Madara revealing himself as the Uchiha no Murei. As they continued to unleash attacks, the ground began to crack, exacerbated by the slashes they delivered. The fight began to surprise everyone more, while Madara was very excited to see such an epic fight. Naruto wore a small smile while Madara wore a wide grin. He was clearly enjoying this fight. They continued battling until Madara was shocked to see his gunbai destroyed by Naruto's side. Madara was surprised to see his gunbai break but smiled with excitement. Seeing this, Madara tried to reach for his kama, but Naruto stopped him, sending him flying with a kick. Seeing this, Madara chuckled briefly before drawing his double kama. Naruto puts the scythe on his back, grabs Kurama who was on his back hip and launches himself at Madara. Upon seeing Madara's double kama, everyone pays attention, especially when they see Naruto now using Kurama. Face to face, they both began attacking each other, using their double kama Kurama. Sparks flew back and forth as they moved their weapons at incredible speeds, appearing only as blurs. Everyone else saw the blurry images, while Madara and Naruto were excited about their fight. Madara. Hahaha, this is fun. I haven't had this much fun since my last fight with Hashirama. Madara. Excited I confirm. Naruto smiled slightly, knowing that was true. Naruto. Alright, let's finish this. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention, but especially Madara. Naruto began launching faster attacks with Kurama, which was making it more difficult for Madara, but at the same time, it was starting to amuse him more. Naruto. Assault Hunt. With that, he begins to launch much faster attacks on Madara, who began to have more difficulty. Everyone was shocked by what they began to see, while Madara felt ecstatic about what he saw. Naruto continued his attacks until Madara's double kama finally shattered. But Naruto didn't stop there and continued his assault, taking the full force of the attacks. Madara's armor crumbled and blows rained down all over his body, causing numerous injuries. With a precise strike, Naruto sent Madara flying, who barely managed to recover before landing on his feet. The ending left everyone in silence, but especially Madara, who began to smile. Madara. Hurt and in pain that was fun, kid. Naruto. Storing his weapons into nano cubes of course, Madara, but activates his Judge Eye. This ends now. The new Geister Blaster appears above the Noir. It was his ultimate Geister Blaster, the most powerful Geister Blaster he possessed. Upon seeing the ultimate Geister Blaster, everyone knew it would be the end. On the other hand, many felt a chill upon seeing the Geister Blaster. The Geister Blaster began charging its attack and then launched it at Madara, who simply smiled, having enjoyed the fight. When the blast ended, Madara vanished completely. Naruto. Madara agreed with Noir, while the rest were shocked to see Madara lose. Although Kushina was still incredulous at what she saw, thinking that Madara held back, according to her that was the most logical thing. Naruto simply knelt down as he deactivated his Judge's Eye and some blood trickled from his eye. That always happened with that Geister Blaster. Naruto. Touching his eye unfortunately. There everyone understood that, despite being very powerful, there were still things that affected Noir. Naruto just stood there catching his breath before getting up and heading towards where Menma and Mito were. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving many wanting to know what the fights between Menma and Mito would be like, although Kushina thought that her husband would manage to kill Menma once and for all. The fall of Konoha. 3 vs 3, Menma vs Minato. Everyone was still thinking about the battle between Naruto and Madara. Madara was excited about his fight against Naruto, while Kushina and Minato were worried about Naruto. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The fall of Konoha. 3 vs 3, Menma vs Minato. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised as they listened attentively. Kushina. MPH, the useless one will lose. Minato nodded with a smile as Menma rolled his eyes. Simultaneously with the previous chapter. Menma and Minato had reached another part of the forest and they looked into each other's eyes. Upon seeing the scene, Minato and Kushina could only see Menma's impending death. Minato. You should never have been born, you damned useless thing, but at least I can kill you. Menma. Oh, those are kind words, but unfortunately for you, I'm not going to die easily. Naruto. I see she's picked up some of my bad habits. Ari. You can see that, Dad. Upon hearing those words, Kushina and Minato turned to look at Ari in shock, then at the other children, and then recall the information. Kushina. Joyfully grandchildren. She tried to go, but Ichigo stopped her with her Kagyun. Seeing this, Kushina was shocked as she watched her grandchildren glare at her with anger and hatred. It broke her. Minato. Haha, yeah right, who would miss you? Menma. You wouldn't understand, idiot, not to mention I have my husband and daughter waiting for my victory, let's stop talking, I'll send you straight to hell. Upon hearing the word husband, Kushina looked at it with disgust, but then she remembered that Naruto was her future husband. Of course, this shocked Kushina and Minato as well, who remembered. Minato growled with hatred as he drew 3-pronged kunai, while Menma drew a chakram. They locked eyes and then charged at each other. Minato immediately threw a tri-kunai at Menma, who knew at once that he intended to perform the Namikaze. Kushina saw that with the hope of seeing Menma die. Menma. Supitan speed increase. 20%. When performing the Harem, Menma manages to just barely dodge Minato. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was shocked as they witnessed Menma using chakra. Kushina. In shock, it's impossible. Minato agreed with her, while Naruto got an idea of what helped Menma to use chakra again. Minato. Shocked, but how? The useless guy doesn't know how to use chakra, but I was able to detect that. How did he do it? Menma. Calm, thanks to my evil piece I'm able to use chakra, so I can give Minato a bit of a fight. Thanks for teaching me these jutsus Naru. Now everyone knew that he had helped Menma use chakra, the evil piece. This left everyone speechless, especially Minato and Kushina. Although no one noticed Naruto blush slightly when he heard Menma call him Naru. They locked eyes, each drawing another Trikunai Chakram and lunging forward to begin another fight. Sparks began to fly back and forth as the combatants stared at each other. Minato. No matter how much you've trained, you'll never win, you damn useless bastard. Minato nodded in agreement with his other self. Menma. Thanks for the compliment. Minato growled even louder as he continued to attack Menma. Naruto. Menma smiled gratefully at those words. While they continued fighting, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique, while Menma used the Supian release to keep up with Minato. Menma. Damn, this is getting complicated, but I can continue. Supitan. Speed increase. 50%. With that, Menma begins to launch much faster attacks, making it more difficult for Minato to keep up. Seeing that, Minato became frustrated because the useless one was stronger. At one point, Menma's ear twitched, detecting a sound, and he ducked down as a Trikunai shot out at him and a clone of Minato appeared. Minato. Frustrated, damn it, his hearing, indifferent, but it doesn't matter, he won't win. Kushina nodded in agreement with her husband. As he does that, Menma smiles slightly and begins to generate a sphere in his hand. Menma. Otogen Rasengan. Everyone was shocked to see that variant of the Rasengan. Naruto. Screen, what are Menma's elements? Screen. Menma's elements are wind, fire, dragon, and Supian. That left everyone speechless, while Minato was now somewhat nervous seeing how Menma had 2 elements and 2 sub-elements. But that, the sphere collides with the clone's abdomen, causing him to explode instantly due to the sound frequencies. Naruto. That would be an A rank jutsu, maybe Z rank. That sent a great chill through everyone, but the power-hungry were already plotting how to obtain the jutsu. That really surprised Minato, while Menma drew another Chakram to look at Namikaze. Menma. My Chakrams won't withstand this technique, but I don't need them to withstand it, I just need it to stun Minato. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. Menma inhaled and exhaled, relaxing as her hearing increased. Menma. Breath of sound. First posture. Roar. Upon hearing that, everyone who was there and saw the breathing opened their eyes in surprise. With that, he performs the technique, striking Minato forcefully with his chakrams and generating a large cloud of dust. Seeing this, everyone except Naruto was surprised by the force of the attack. Minato, on the other hand, watched with frustration, seeing Menma giving him a beating. As Menma walked away, he saw that his chakrams were destroyed. Seeing that, Minato smiled arrogantly, thinking that Menma was already lost. As the dust settled, Menma saw Minato get up with some blood on him. His plan had worked perfectly. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Minato. TSK, you were useless luck, seize the chakrams. It seems you have no way to fight anymore. Menma only saw his chakrams. Menma. They held up really well, especially considering it's the first time I've created something in a forge. Upon hearing that, everyone was intrigued, but Hephaestus was the most intrigued. Menma solo guarda sus chakrams and sus fundas para vera Minato. Menma. The truth is I still have one more weapon. That confused Minato as Menma struck a pose. It also caught everyone's attention while they were paying attention. Flashback. Menma and Naruto were seen facing each other. Naruto. Raises one hand from which lines of energy appear. This is prana, an energy that can be used for projection trace. Raises his other hand from which a light emanates, and this is chakra, which you already know how to use. Now, puts his hands together. What do you think would happen if both energies were combined? Menma was amazed but smiled with excitement. End of flashback. The flashback caught everyone's attention, but Naruto was shocked because he already knew what was going to happen. Menma smiles to see Minato. Menma. Generating chakra and prana, and this is my weapon Namikaze, trace on. Rancid harp. Minato watched in shock as a large scythe formed in Menma's hand, using prana and chakra. It was Harp, Medusa's weapon, Lily. Everyone was equally shocked, but Minato and Naruto especially. Naruto. It's Harp, Medusa's, Lily's, scythe. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Minato was still in shock when he saw Menma shoot towards him, spinning his side. Once face to face, Menma began using harp while Minato tried his best to restrain him with his trikunai. Minato. This fighting style, it's just like Naruto's. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. Menma quickly forms and manages to make a swift move, causing Minato to move away from him. Crow was shocked because he knew that move. It was his own. Knowing that Minato would now be very defensive, Menma launched himself at him, jumping and spinning, causing Minato to have to cover himself as best he could with his trikunai. Naruto opened his eyes slightly at the sight of that movement. It was his. When it was over, Menma didn't stop and continued launching attacks which Minato dodged blocked. Everyone was surprised to see Menma's skill with the scythe. The Bifrost was good. Being far away, Minato was incredulous. He never thought Menma could use a scythe as well as Naruto. Menma. I thank Mr. Crow, Naru, and Miss Betty for teaching me Kamijutsu. Now everyone knew who taught Menma Kamijutsu. It was Naruto, Crow, and Betty, the latter being also surprised. Menma lunges at Minato, who throws a kunai with force. Seeing this, Menma smiles and brings down his scythe, destroying the kunai. Ignore the invocation of the scythe. Betty. Okay, the boy has good power with the scythe. Naruto and Crow nodded, since, like Betty, they were both scythe users. Menma, on the other hand, felt flattered, while Minato was still in shock. Upon seeing this, Minato becomes nervous, but when he sees an attack from Menma, he barely manages to dodge, but he sees some trees end up being destroyed. Minato swallowed hard at that sight. Now he was losing hope, except for Kushina, who was still hopeful that her husband would win. Minato was just nervous watching the destruction as Menma turned to look at him while maneuvering harp. Menma. Mockingly, what's wrong, Minato? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Upon hearing that, Minato began to growl as he generated a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto. Well done, Menma, provoke him and stay calm. Menma smiled as Minato looked nervous. Seeing that, Menma smiles slightly and begins to generate a Rasengan in his hand. It was a creation that Naruto taught him, the Futen Rasengan. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was shocked while Naruto watched the jutsu with a nostalgic smile. But then he thought something was up and realized it was one of Menma's plans. Upon seeing that, Minato was shocked while Menma gave him a mocking smile. Minato. No, impossible, it's impossible for you to do the Rasengan. You're just a damn useless idiot. Menma. Mockingly, well, unfortunately for you, I did manage to do a Rasengan. Minato began to lose his temper and lunged at Menma while throwing a trikunai. Naruto. I understand now. It's Menma's plan, well done. Menma nods with a smile while Minato is shocked. It was all just a plan. Seeing this, Menma continued the action. When he got close, Menma dodged the kunai, but this caused Minato to use the Flying Thunder God technique, landing on top of the Bifrost. Seeing this, Minato smiled maliciously, but Menma already had a plan. Menma. Supaten speed increase. 100%. Minato was about to hit Menma with his Rasengan, but Menma disappeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was shocked as they witnessed Menma's disappearance. Naruto. His speed is similar to mine, using one for all at 25%. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry, while Menma accepted what Naruto had said. Minato slams the Rasengan into the ground, turns around, and sees Menma in a pose with his scythe. The scene caught everyone's attention, but Minato had a bad feeling. Menma saw it and smiled a little. Menma. Kamijutsu. Quick scythe cuts. Without letting him do anything, Menma throws the cuts at Minato. The jutsu shocked everyone, but especially Minato, while the power-hungry were already plotting how to acquire the technique. Minato only began to see in many sections, while Menma watched as Minato was torn to pieces. Menma made his hand generate a purple light and then unleashed a call of perseverance, turning Minato to ashes. Everyone fell silent, but Minato was the most stunned. They had just witnessed Namikaze's defeat. Kushina was shocked. She couldn't believe her husband had been defeated. Seeing that, Menma fell to one knee while panting, and harp disappeared. Menma. Panting, it's been a while since I used chakra in a fight, I'm getting a bit rusty. Without waiting, Menma gets up to start walking in search of Naruto and Mito. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone eager to see how the fight between Kushina and Mito would unfold. Upon learning this, the older Uzumaki was worried, as it would now be her fight against her daughter. The fall of Konoha. 3 vs 3, Mito vs Kushina. Everyone could be seen shocked by Menma's victory over Minato. Madara. That Bifrost Brad is really good, hahaha, he'd give a good dance. Menma blushed with embarrassment, while Minato and Kushina were still in shock at the news that Menma had won. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The fall of Konoha. 3 vs 3, Mito vs Kushina. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised as it would now be the fight between Mito and Kushina. Mito was serious, knowing it was her fight, while Kushina was nervous about hurting her daughter. Simultaneously with the previous chapters. In a part of the forest, by a lake, Mito and Kushina were looking into each other's eyes. Kushina. Daughter Mito. Serious, shut up, you stopped being my mother the day I discovered I was just an object to you. Kushina was hurt to hear those words. Her daughter no longer loved her. That hurt Kushina while Mito was already preparing Kanshima and Bakuya. Mito. Trace over edge. Upon saying that, Kanshima and Bakuya begin to glow until they change shape. Now they were Kanshima and Bakuya over edge. Everyone was surprised to see that, but especially Naruto, since he was the only one who knew that, so he assumed that Mito had taught it to him. Upon seeing that, Kushina was surprised but smiled with pride. Kushina. Happy, oh, that's great Mito, I'm proud of you. Kushina nodded, still surprised, while Mito glared at her angrily, causing the older Uzumaki to feel devastated. But Mito was serious. Kushina. Mito. Mito only looked at Kushina seriously when her eyes changed shape. He was using the power of the Kyuubi. Everyone was surprised to see this, but especially Kyuubi M, who paid close attention. Meanwhile, Kushina and Minato were worried as they suspected Kyuubi M was controlling Mito. Upon seeing this, Kushina became alarmed, thinking that the Kyuubi was possessing Mito again. Kyuubi M. Ha, this is more like it, let's finish off the rotten tomato. Mito. Miles per hour, for once I agree with you Kyuubi. She knew the Kyuubi M and Hitomi were now different entities, so she addressed her Kyuubi by her title. Upon hearing the conversation, everyone knew immediately. Kyuubi M was allying with Mito. Mito and Kyuubi M looked into each other's eyes. If this was true, they wanted to see what their combined strength would be like. Leaving that aside, Mito strikes a pose. Myth. Supaten speed increase. 25%. Everyone was surprised to hear that because they understood one thing. Mito also had the Supaten element. She instantly bursts out at great speed towards Kushina, who barely manages to dodge Mito's attack. Kushina. Surprised, he's fast Mito. I still have the gravity seals so this is my current speed. Everyone was surprised to hear that. Mito was using the same method as Naruto. With that, he begins to launch rapid attacks with Kanshima and Bakuya, making it difficult for Kushina to dodge. Kushina. Dodging daughter, stop. I don't want to fight you. Mito. Attacking, shut up. You're not my mother anymore. That hurt Kushina, but then she sighed. Kushina. If that's what you want. Kushina quickly pulls Mito away from her to draw her own katana. And be on guard. Seeing that, everyone paid attention. I'm getting serious now. On one hand, Mito was serious, though nervous, while Kushina was nervous and worried about her daughter. Upon seeing that, Mito assumes a fighting stance that she, Menma and Naruto created when using two swords. Just pay attention to the pose. And the truth is, it was a good pose, according to Naruto. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise when they saw and learned that the pose had been created by the three brothers' husbands. The swordsman, on the other hand, admitted that the pose was good. Upon seeing this, Kushina assumed a fighting stance to face Mito. They locked eyes, then charged at each other. Once face to face, they began exchanging attacks, sparks flying from the clash of metal against metal. Many were already starting to get excited as they watched the fight begin. Kushina. Daughter, I don't want to fight with you, please, give all this up, please. Mito. Shut up. He began to launch many more slashes, making it even more difficult for Kushina. Naruto. Mito, one thing, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Mito nods with a small smile, since that's what he's been doing up until now. Kyuubi M. Brat, I don't like you, you don't like me, but if we want to defeat the rotten tomato quickly we must join forces. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. Mito. Serious and attacking, and how do I know you won't deceive me? Kyuubi M. Because I swear on my tails. Mito opened her eyes in surprise, quickly going to her mental landscape and noticing that Kyuubi M's tails glowed but did not harm the Biju. Everyone, including the Bijks, opened their eyes in surprise, then realized that what Kyuubi M said was true. Upon returning, Mito dodges an attack from Kushina while realizing that Kyuubi M had told the truth. Myth. Agreed. With a great leap, Mito moves away from Kushina and, fortunately, had also dodged an attack. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at seeing that, as he understood what Mito was going to do. Kushina watched as Mito lifted her jacket slightly to reveal the Kyuubi seal. Some blushed at the sight of Mito's abdomen, including Naruto, but then everyone who had already seen that opened their eyes as they understood. Kushina. Mito, I forbid you to do that, it's very dangerous. But Mito ignored him because he wanted to see. Upon seeing this, Kushina's eyes widen as she understands what her daughter was about to do. Kushina. Worried, stop, daughter, it's dangerous. But Mito ignores her and, in one swift motion, breaks the seal. As she does so, Mito lowers her jacket and a large amount of chakra begins to surround her, causing Kushina to shield herself with one arm. Everyone began to feel the power of Mito and Kyubi begin to emerge with force. At the end, Kushina sees Mito in a new form. Change the Konoha symbol to the Yuzu symbol. It was Kyubi's chakra mode. Upon seeing that, everyone was surprised to see Kyubi's chakra mode, making the power-hungry desire that mode. Upon seeing this, Kushina was shocked, but Mito prepared her Kanshman Bakuya. Mito. Trace blade. As he says that, his weapons glow and change shape. Now it was Kanshman Bakuya blade. Eddie. Wow, that trace guy has several uses. Naruto. That's right, mom. In fact, prana has several uses, including the creation and improvement of weapons. That surprised many, well the power-hungry already wanted to possess prana. Upon seeing this, Kushina was shocked, while Mito stared seriously at the revived Uzumaki. Mito. Ready, Kyubi? Kyubi. This will be fun. Kyubi. I confirm. Hitomi smiled a little as she saw how her other self was already opening up a bit to humans. Mito smiled slightly before getting into a fighting stance and rushing towards Kushina, who, thanks to her instincts, manages to block some of Mito's attacks, but is sent flying. Many? That's very strong. Kushina barely lands on her feet when Mito appears before her, wielding Kanshman Bakuya. Seeing this, the revived Kushina positions her katana to block the attack, but in doing so, she damages the ground. Mito. Surprised, wow, we really got strong. Kyubi. MPH, it's normal, you're using chakra. Mito rolled her eyes but had to admit that Kyubi was right. Seeing that, Mito smiles slightly and generates a chakra hand. And hit Kushina, sending her flying. Kushina rubbed the spot of the impact with a ghostly pain. Kyubi. Brat, I like katanas and all, but we have to try your new trace with my chakra Mito. I don't know, it sounds dangerous, and excited, just kidding, let's do it. Kyubi started laughing loudly. Those words pleased her. Many were confused by the new trace, especially Naruto, but when they saw the scene many laughed a little. Naruto. I think I'm picking up a lot of bad habits. They all nodded in agreement with what the Celestial had said. Without another word, Mito causes her Kanshman Bakuya blade to revert to their original forms. She was about to speak when Chains reached out and ensnared her. Shit. Kushina sighed in relief at the sight, while Mito growled angrily. Kushina began to approach. Kushina. Daughter, this shouldn't be like this, please, give up. Mito began to growl loudly and, with the help of Kyubi, freed herself using chakra hands. Kyubi. Alright, damn it, let's show that rotten tomato we're better than her. That offended Kushina, while others laughed at what Kyubi said. Hitomi was the one laughing the most. She remembered when her male counterpart said that to Naruto, who, strangely enough, was her female version in one of the resets. Upon seeing this, Kushina attempted to suppress the chakra with her adamantine chains, but Mito was quick and created an elemental Rasengan. Mito. Suiton Rasengan. Everyone was surprised to see the new Rasengan, while Minato felt proud to see Mito with an elemental Rasengan, although he was annoyed to see his daughter using the Rasengan against his wife. With that, he launches the Rasengan at Kushina, who received the attack head-on, causing her to be sent flying and covered in water, as well as freeing Mito. Mito. Trace ice and fire. Their Kanshman Bakuya began to glow, revealing their new appearances. Now they were Kanshman Bakuya ice and fire. Naruto. Surprised an elemental trace. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Kushina saw that with surprise, but then Kanshman Bakuya are surrounded by Kyubi's chakra. Mito Kyubi. Kushina assumed a fighting stance as Mito took her position and lunged at the revived Uzumaki, beginning a sword fight. As they continued fighting, the intensity gradually increased, causing widespread destruction. Upon seeing the destruction, everyone was surprised, while Kushina was somewhat worried about it. Kushina began to see how she was gradually losing ground as Mito attacked with more intensity. This alerted Kushina, who hoped her other self would find a way to defeat her daughter. Kyubi. Brat, you're barely using my chakra, you're getting tired quickly, your body won't hold up. That alarmed many while Naruto remained serious. Unfortunately, that always happened, even to him. Attacking ideas. Kyubi says nothing, but thanks to the connection, he manages to give Mito the ideas. Upon receiving this, Mito smiles slightly, then goes on guard. Supitan speed increase. 100%. After thinking about that, Mito disappears, alerting Kushina. Everyone was paying closer attention, while Kushina was slowly starting to worry and become alarmed. The revived Uzumaki began to search with her eyes when Mito appeared behind her with a technique in her hand. Mito. Rasen Ringu. With that, Mito attacks Kushina with the Rasen Ringu, sending her flying into the sky. Kushina winced in pain when she saw what had happened to her other self. Mito swiftly throws a Tri-Kunai into the air, then uses the Flying Thunder God technique to appear above the revived Uzumaki. Once above her, she begins generating a Rasengan in her hand. It was a Rasengan combined with Kyuubi's chakra. Upon seeing that Rasengan, Naruto and Hitomi opened their eyes. They knew the jutsu very well. Mito. Biju Rasengan. Upon hearing those words, everyone, including the Bijas, was surprised because now they understood what the plan was. But that said, the Rasengan collides with Kushina, who began to suffer as she watched Mito. Kushina. Mito. Mito began to apply more chakra, then screamed, causing a cloud of smoke to form in the air. Everyone fell silent, then Minato, Madara, and Kushina began to glow. Madara. Well, it was all entertaining, I hope to have that dance. Naruto smiled slightly and nodded. Kushina and Minato tried to approach their children, but they avoided them. The two lowered their gazes sadly before disappearing alongside Madara. Seeing this, everyone fell silent, but after a few minutes, they settled down to finish the chapter. On the ground. Naruto and Menma ran towards the smoke, worried about their sister wife. They ran as they saw Mito, in her base form, falling from the sky. She had defeated Kushina, but was exhausted from using the Nine Tails chakra. Nobody said anything since they understood that they were still processing the whole thing about the revived ones. Without waiting, Naruto dashes towards Mito to catch her in his arms and falls to the ground. There, along with Menma who had arrived, they see Mito unconscious with her left arm slightly burned by the Biju Rasengan, although thanks to Kyuubi it was slowly healing. Shit, I was really screwed. Upon seeing her alive, they both sighed with relief as Menma took Mito in her arms. Menma. I'll stay with her, you go and continue, end this invasion and kill Danzo. Naruto nods with a smile as he gets up and takes out the Nano Cube, Sansetsuken. Open it revealing the weapon. And run off to end the invasion and assassinate Danzo. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone with only one thing. The invasion would finally end, and many of those from Konoha were already losing hope far fewer of the idiots. The fall of Konoha. More attacks. Everyone was eating while still processing the 3 battles they had just watched. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The fall of Konoha. More attacks. Upon reading the title, everyone in Konoha's eyes widened in surprise, realizing there were many more attacks. But before they began, a light appeared, revealing a girl with brown-pink hair. Naruto. Neo. The woman turns around and then a lightning bolt strikes her on the head. Neo. Hello Ruby, or rather Naruto. Everyone fell silent as they watched Neo speaking using signs. Without waiting, Neo went to sit down, while the rest of RWBY wondered why Neo had returned from the reset. Naruto was seen running, using Sansetsuken to eliminate all the Konoha shinobi, while witnessing the rest of the invasion. Upon seeing the scene, many swallowed hard, while Neo raised his thumb, implying that he liked seeing it. Many Konoha shinobi died, and Naruto, seeing their souls, noticed that they were only filled with a desire for power. Upon hearing that, everyone fell silent, but especially those from Konoha, knowing that this was why Naruto didn't care about the death of the Konohanan. The children were rescued and saved by the Branwen tribe. Raven and Vernal nodded as Crow admitted that the Branwen tribe did well. He might not like being in the tribe, but he would still try to support it a little. Some shinobi had already joined because they wanted a new beginning, which surprised him a little. That surprised everyone, but especially those from Konoha who wanted to know who would decide to join Yuzu. He also saw how Killer had defeated many root Anbus alongside Cross, Chara, Frisk, Reaper and other Yuzu ninjas. Reaper. The cavalry does not surrender. Frisk, Chara, and Cross nod in agreement. I saw others finishing off more Konoha ninjas. Naruto. Attacking with Sansetsuken, wow, this invasion is really dragging on. I have to stop Danzo as long as I can. Naruto nods seriously while some of the people of Konoha were still angry at Danzo, far fewer of the idiots. He continued attacking with Sansetsuken, but with much greater intensity. He was then intercepted by 10 Konohanan, forcing Naruto to assume a Sansetsuken stance. Seeing this, those who hated Naruto smiled arrogantly and maliciously. Konohanan. We're going to kill you, you damn demon. Naruto was serious, but then gunshots were heard and the Konohanan fell to the ground dead. Seeing the Konohanan die, everyone was startled, but Naruto and the RWBY members knew who it was. Looking up, he saw Neapolitan, or Neo. Falling from the sky with Hush and Umbrella Shield mode. While in his other hand was Melodic Cudgel in gun mode. She had killed the Konohanan. Neo. Smiling my debut. Naruto nods while the power-hungry ones didn't look closely at Hush, but did at Melodic Cudgel. Upon reaching the ground, Neo inactivates Hush. While returning to Melodic Cudgel on a cane. Then strike a pose. Naruto. Neo River in silence. Upon hearing that, Naruto chuckles a little as he looks at Neo. Naruto. You know, I'm still surprised you came back after everything that happened when I was Ruby. Neo. Let's just say it's a form of redemption and thanks for giving me back Roman's gun, he was like a father to me. Upon seeing the conversation, everyone remained silent, but especially Naruto and those from RWBY, who now knew the reason Neo was there. It was redemption. Naruto. So Roman was like your father? Neo nodded with a sad smile. He still missed Roman. Naruto nods, remembering Roman, as they both watched the invasion continue, gradually intensifying. Seeing this, they both turned to look at each other. Neo. We'll talk later, and I hope you keep your promise, Naruto. Don't worry, I will. Everyone was interested in knowing what Naruto's promise to Neo was. But for some reason, Neo touched his neck. Neo nods to launch the Melodic Cudgel hook. Holding onto a structure and hanging out onto the battlefield. The power-hungry were drawn to the hook of Melodic Cudgel. Upon seeing this, Naruto maneuvers Sansetsuken again and runs off against the other ninjas to reach Danzo, whom he had already detected. Upon hearing that Naruto had already detected Danzo, those who were still on Shimura's side were startled. At one point Naruto catches a glimpse of the famous Kuchiya Sansakumi. And that was because, at Mitsuki's request, Orochimaru recovered his memories from other resets and was now on Yuzu's side. Seeing that, everyone was surprised and now they knew why Orochimaru did not support Danzo. Naruto turned to look ahead, placing Sansetsuken on his back hip and taking out the watery in his left hand. The fiery, the earthy. The windy. Why the thunder? They take a great leap and, with the cards in his hand, strike the ground forcefully generating a great explosion and eliminating many Konohinen. The power-hungry were intrigued by the cards, but were then shocked to see how Naruto wiped out several Konohinen using only those cards. Upon seeing this, Naruto gets up and starts running faster towards the Hokage Tower as he sensed Danzo's energy there. Now everyone knew where Danzo was, in the Hokage Tower. As he continued running, he saw several Konohinen and rude ambus launch themselves at Noir as they saw him heading towards Danzo. Naruto. Okay, let's finish this. Seeing how several ninjas were attacking Naruto, those from Konoha smiled maliciously, ignoring the thought that Noir had. With that, he summons Toy Knife. The weaponry of the Soul of Patience, and then bury the knife in the ground. The weaponry of the Soul of Patience caught everyone's attention, while Naruto already knew what his other self would do. Naruto. Rain of Knives. Spinning knives begin to fall from the sky. Which, upon falling, begin to kill the Konohinen and rude ambus. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, but especially those of Konoha. Eddie. Another ability of the Soul of Patience. Naruto. That's right, Mom. Upon finishing, he manages to see Nora using Magnald in her hammer mode, so he goes to her holding the thunder in his hand. Naruto. Nora. The aforementioned woman turns to look at the thunder and smiles. Upon seeing that, everyone instantly understood. High voltage. Naruto nods and with the thunder, begins to recharge Nora, who was using her high voltage semblance. Once ready, Nora activates Magnald in her cannon mode. They throw all the grenades, which curiously formed a heart, at a group of ninjas, eliminating them all. Upon seeing the scene, all of Yuzu's enemies swallowed hard, while those on the village's side smiled. Of course, upon seeing this, Nora, Mito, Deidara and Bakugo began shouting with excitement about explosions, sending a shiver down the spines of many. They glanced at each other, then ran off in different directions, eliminating more enemy ninjas. Before he could draw Sansetsuken, Naruto was grabbed by his jacket and launched into the air. Seeing this, those who were on Naruto's side were startled, while those who hated him smiled, thinking that something bad would happen to Noir. Upon seeing it, she realized it was Raven using her Spring Maiden power. While in his other hand was the dust sword of Omen's gravity. Which allowed Raven to fly. Everyone was surprised to see that. Summer. Is that treason, Raven? Raven. I feel like my other self has something on her mind. That made everyone pay attention, although of course the power-hungry were drawn to the power of the Spring Maiden. Raven. Slightly teasing want to ride. Naruto. Smiles a little better yet, throw me to the Hokage Tower. Raven. With pleasure. With that, he starts to spin and then launches Naruto towards the Hokage Tower. That's when they realized Raven was right. It was a plan. In the Hokage Tower. Danzo, Kaharu and Homura could be seen watching everything from the office. Kaharu. Danzo, what will we do? Danzo. Seriously, then we'll return with more soldiers. Upon hearing that, everyone in Konoha opened their eyes, realizing they would be betrayed, while Kaharu and Homura remained calm. To them, everyone is a weapon. Kaharu and Hamura nod when they hear a noise. The noise caught everyone's attention, while Kaharu and Hamura had a bad feeling. When they turned around, they saw Naruto approaching with something in his hand. Irasun Weivo Jutsu, Futen Ultimate Rasen Shuriken. Upon seeing the Ultimate Rasen Shuriken, everyone's eyes widened in surprise and a touch of terror, especially those from Konoha. Meanwhile, the power-hungry watched the jutsu with rapt attention. The three of them watched as Noir looked at them with a smile before launching the jutsu against the Hokage Tower. Outside the Hokage Tower. The impact of the Ultimate Rasen Shuriken against the Hokage Tower generates a large explosion which Naruto manages to dodge using dragon wings. Upon seeing the explosion, many swallowed hard while others were drawn to the dragon wings, especially those hungry for power. Naruto was floating thanks to the dragon wings while he sensed the energies that were in the Hokage Tower. Naruto. They're all dead looks away, except for Danzo, the bastard escaped, but you won't escape either. Upon hearing that Danzo was the only survivor, those who were still on his side began to support him, causing everyone to see them as crazy. But Danzo. Shimura was running with his arm unbandaged. He had used Izanagi to escape. Sasuke. That Izanagi looks powerful, but it's clear it would be a real pain. Naruto. Believe me, I've thought that many times. He was still running when he was hit by something, which also caused a wound in his abdomen. Seeing this, those who were still on Danzo's side became worried about him. When he turned around, he saw Naruto without his dragon wings, holding a wooden spear. The weaponry of the soul of purity, the only soul capable of quickly wounding and defeating the soul of hate and or corrupted soul, the latter being the soul that Danzo carries. Seeing wooden spear caught everyone's attention, especially those hungry for power. But when they learned that it was the weapon of the soul of purity and that it affected souls of hatred and corrupted souls, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. It was literally the natural predatory weapon of those souls. Danzo. With hatred you damn demon, you won't beat me, you bastard. Naruto. Disappearing wooden spear, we'll see about that. They looked at each other seriously. The fight between Naruto and Danzo was about to begin. But the screen went black, leaving everyone with only one thing on their minds. Naruto's battle against Danzo was about to begin. The fall of Konoha. Naruto vs Danzo Part 1. Everyone seemed increasingly desperate for the fight between Danzo and Naruto. The power-hungry were already anticipating Danzo's defeat, unaware that it was impossible, having forgotten that the Noir was a celestial. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The fall of Konoha. Naruto vs Danzo Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised to learn that it would be in parts, while those who hated Naruto thought that this would be an opportunity to torture Naruto. Naruto and Danzo could be seen at what remained of the Hokage monument. Ignore what's left of Tsunade, Kakashi, and Naruto's faces. They looked each other in the eyes, one with seriousness and the other with hatred. Seeing the state of the Hokage monument, everyone was shocked, but those from Konoha were even more so when they saw the result of the explosion. Danzo. With hatred you damn demon, you will not defeat me. But he removes the bandages from his face, revealing a Sharingan. The Sharingan belonged to Shisui Uchiha. Upon seeing Danzo with Shisui's Sharingan, the latter had a somber look on his face, while those still on Danzo's side were praising Shimura little. Naruto. Even with that Sharingan you won't beat me, Danzo. Without saying anything else, he activates his own Sharingan, but this time in just 3 volumes. Seeing Naruto's Sharingan reminded everyone of when he showed his Mangekyou Sharingan. Upon seeing this, Danzo is surprised since he never thought Naruto was an Uchiha, but then he becomes serious, making hand seals and taking out a kunai. Danzo. Futen Void Blade. That's how the technique works. Then to become vigilant. Seeing that, everyone knew immediately that the fight was about to begin. Upon seeing that, Naruto draws the Nano Cube, double Nichiren Sword of Sound. And the Nano Cube, Nichiren Blade of Flame. Then open them, revealing said weapons. Nichiren Sound Double Sword. Nichiren Blade of the Flame. They put them on their back hip and watch Danzo. The sight of the Nichiren swords caught everyone's attention, but especially those hungry for power. Danzo. I see, they are good weapons, when I kill you, I will use those weapons to make my Anbu root stronger and maybe take that Sharingan of yours. Those who were on Danzo's side began to support him, making everyone see them as crazy. Naruto. In your dreams, Danzo. Upon hearing that, Danzo growled and got into a fighting stance as Naruto drew his Nichiren Blade of the Flame. And then also be on guard. Upon seeing the Nichiren Blade of the Flame, everyone paid attention, especially knowing that it would be the beginning of the battle between Naruto and Danzo. They looked at each other, then lunged, slashing and generating sparks. As they attacked, they looked at each other again, then began to increase the intensity of their attacks. Seeing that, everyone started to get excited, while the idiot started to support Danzo. Danzo. I have to finish this bastard, applies chakra Kodamatsukamai Naruto. Applies magic and chakra absolute cancellation. Upon saying that, Danzo's technique is cancelled, causing the aforementioned to be surprised. Everyone is surprised to see how Naruto had freed himself from the Kodamatsukami. Seeing that, Naruto uses that advantage to get into a pose. Naruto. Flame breathing. Second form. Ascending flame sky. With that, Naruto performs the technique. Which directly hits Danzo, splitting him in two and incinerating him. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was startled, while Danzo's allies glared at Naruto with hatred for murdering an innocent. Naruto saw the ashes fall as he turned around and put his sword in a defensive stance to see Danzo, who used Izanagi, appear trying to attack him from behind. Upon seeing this, Danzo's allies began to celebrate. Naruto. Attacking from behind, Danzo. Why am I not surprised? Danzo growls angrily and leaps away. Seeing this, Naruto smiles mockingly, which enrages Danzo, who attacks again with even more ferocity. Seeing Naruto's mocking smile, those who hated him looked at him with hatred and anger. Naruto attacked again, this time with greater intensity. He had to stop Danzo as soon as possible. As they continued fighting, Danzo began to see that he was losing ground. Upon seeing this, Danzo's allies became concerned about the aforementioned individual. Danzo. No, this can't be happening, I have to do something. Danzo walks away to make some hand seals. Danzo. Futon sphere of emptiness. With that, he begins to launch several spheres from the void. Which Naruto could see thanks to his Sharigan. Upon seeing that, Naruto knew what his other self would do. Without waiting, Naruto lunges at Danzo while unsheathing his double Nichiren sword of sound. And inhaled something. Naruto. Breath of sound. Fifth form. String rattle. That's how he starts to do the technique. With which he began to destroy all of Danzo's projectiles. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was surprised, while Danzo's allies were on alert. Upon seeing this, Danzo becomes alarmed but can do nothing more as Naruto appears in front of him. Naruto. Sound breathing. First form. Roar. With that, he attacks Danzo, splitting him in two and generating a large cloud of dust. Danzo's allies started saying things to Naruto out of pure hatred, while the Noir didn't even pay attention to them. As it dissipated, Naruto was looking around seriously. Naruto. Serious, he has 7 Sharingans left. Upon hearing Naruto's thoughts, they realized that Noir hadn't lost count of the Sharingans that Danzo was using. Just then, Danzo appeared behind him, suppressing his chakra to try and finish off Naruto. But Naruto had already sensed him, so he smiled slightly and quickly turned to face Danzo. Naruto. Flame breathing. Third form. Burning spirits. With that, he performs the technique. Which hits Danzo directly, who begins to be incinerated. There they saw again that no matter what you do, Naruto will always know where you are. Naruto. Serious, 6 left. Naruto closed his eyes to begin using his seismic master abilities. To feel the vibrations of where Danzo was. Upon seeing seismic master's abilities, everyone opened their eyes in surprise, but Menma was even more surprised to learn that he could do that too. Sensing where Shimura was, Noir jumps high, managing to dodge an attack from Danzo, who was emerging from the ground with a kunai in his hand. That frustrated those who hated Naruto and were on Danzo's side. While suspended in the air, Naruto smiles slightly as he uses earthbending to launch projectiles from the ground at Danzo. Many were angry with themselves for forgetting that Naruto knew earthbending. Seeing this, Shimura blocks the attacks as best he can, but some still hit him. Seeing this, Naruto uses earthbending again to create a clump of earth, which he throws at Danzo. Which he was unable to dodge in time, causing it to hit him directly and send him flying. Many winced in pain, while those on Danzo's side worried about him. Seeing that Danzo was stunned, Naruto got into a pose with his Nichiren flame. Naruto. Flame breathing. First form. Sea of flames. With that, he performs the technique. Towards Danzo, who was unable to dodge and was cut down, followed by being incinerated. Upon seeing the technique, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, while the power-hungry were already plotting to acquire that technique for themselves. Naruto. 5 left. After a second, Danzo reappears, but this time he was somewhat nervous because he saw the great power that Naruto possessed. Danzo. With hatred TSK, you won't win, I'll be back, you damn demon. With that, he starts running in the other direction. Many, including Ares, began shouting at Danzo, calling him a coward, while the idiots tried to protect Danzo by saying it was a strategic retreat. Naruto. Oh no, you won't. With that, he extends his hand. That alerted those who hated Naruto and caught everyone's attention. Naruto. Jubaku Ensa. With that, chains bound Danzo, who remained still due to the effect. It was Jubaku Ensa, a skill of the commandment of pacifism, a commandment he obtained when he was Meliodas. The Jubakuensa caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Many, however, were confused and curious upon hearing about the commandment of pacifism. Seeing that nothing happened to him, Danzo mocked Naruto and then left while the Noir remained standing there. Seeing that, many were confused, while the arrogant ones called Naruto an idiot. After a few seconds, Danzo returns, jumping behind Naruto to land in front of him. Seeing that, everyone was surprised and it caught the attention of the power-hungry. Upon seeing this, Danzo is bewildered. Danzo? What the hell just happened? Naruto. Let me explain, Danzo. Shimura sees it. Naruto. Jubakuensa is an ability of something I call the commandment of pacifism. This ability allows me to summon chains that bind you to this very spot, and the only way to break free is for one of us to die, and since you have Izanagi. Upon hearing that, everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they understood, while Danzo's allies worried about the aforementioned, and the power-hungry already wanted to possess that technique. When Naruto didn't finish saying that, he left the answer hanging, which shocked Danzo, who understood but then began to growl with hatred. Danzo? Well, if what you want is to die, I will grant it to you. But that, he gets into a fighting stance, just as Naruto did. But that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone wondering who would win, although many were already saying that Naruto was the winner. The Fall of Konoha. Naruto vs Danzo Part 2. Everyone was still stunned by the first part of the fight between Naruto and Danzo. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Fall of Konoha. Naruto vs Danzo Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but especially those who were still allies of Danzo and wanted to see him defeat Naruto. Naruto and Danzo were seen looking into each other's eyes, both planning to kill the other. Idiot X. And Danzo-sama will win. The other idiot started supporting him while the rest just looked at them as idiots. Without saying a word, they both lunge at each other, starting to throw slashes, generating sparks from the clash of Nichiren kunai. Danzo. With hatred, I must kill this bastard quickly. The idiots nodded in agreement with Danzo. But that, he launches a quick slash, but Naruto dodges it, leaving a residual image. That frustrated the idiots. Danzo was searching when he saw Naruto floating using wings. They were her imp wings, the race of her avatar in Alo when she was Yuki Kano. Everyone was surprised to see the wings of imp from Naruto. Danzo was in shock as Naruto slowly descended. Naruto. Mockingly ready to continue. Understanding the tone, Danzo began to growl with hatred and lunged at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto, now without his wings, again charged at Danzo with his flame Nichiren. As they stood face to face, they began to slash, generating a clang of metal against metal and sparks. Everyone started supporting one side, the idiot supporting Danzo and the sensible one supporting Naruto. In a brief moment of luck, Danzo makes some handprints. Danzo. Futon Void Wave. That's how the technique works. Which directly impacts Naruto. The allies began to praise Danzo, while Naruto's allies were worried about him. Naruto dragged himself away with his arms crossed as his aura flickered slightly. That frustrated Danzo's allies. Naruto. You took me by surprise, Danzo gets back up but it won't happen again. With that, Naruto launches himself against Danzo, who begins to make hand seals. Danzo. Futon Void Wave series. With that, he launches his attacks. Which went straight towards Naruto. Idiots. Finish him, Danzo-sama. And so the idiot supported Danzo. Upon seeing that, Naruto smiles slightly, then stops and takes out his double Nichiren swords of sound. Naruto. Breath of sound. Fourth form. A vicious death sentence. With that, he begins to perform the technique. Which began to repel and block Danzo's shots. That surprised everyone, while the power-hungry were already planning how to obtain that technique. That surprised Danzo, something Naruto used to his advantage. Naruto. Flame breathing. Fourth form. Wave of blazing flames. With that, he performs the technique. Which Danzo could not dodge, ending up incinerated. This terrified Danzo's allies, while Naruto's allies were celebrating their victory. Naruto. 4 remain. Then he senses Danzo reappear from behind a tree, but he doesn't say anything. Danzo, who had been hiding, made hand seals. Danzo. Futon.air, current. With that, he carries out the attack. Causing Naruto to smile slightly as he turns around and summons Mirror, the weapon of the soul of creativity, to stop the attack and return it towards Danzo who, seeing this, dodges the attack noticing the destruction it caused. Many were startled by the power, while the idiots continued to support Danzo. Danzo was stunned, but then he lunged at Naruto, who retaliated with his Nichiren Blade of the Flame. As they drew close, they began to slash, generating sparks which Naruto, seeing them, decided to use to his advantage. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto already had an idea of what his other self would do. But that in mind, he manages to make Danzo and himself get locked with their swords, generating small sparks. Naruto. With a small smile super shot. Spark explosion. That tells me it was a small explosion of sparks. Which slightly damaged Danzo, who retreats. That worried the idiots. Upon seeing that, Naruto activates ballet shoes. The weaponry of the soul of integrity, to deliver a powerful kick that destroys the upper part of Danzo. Some were going to make fun of Naruto for having ballet shoes, but when they saw the result they fell silent. Naruto. 3 Sharingans. Then Danzo appeared from among the trees, already very nervous upon seeing that he only had 3 Sharingans left. Upon learning that Danzo only had 3 Sharingans left, Shimura's allies became worried about him. Danzo. This damn demon is a danger, I must stop him as soon as possible, makes hand seals die, you bastard, Futen. Great Void Sphere. With that, he launches the technique. Towards Naruto who struck a pose. Danzo's allies were already saying that Naruto was dead. Naruto. Flame breathing. 5th form. Fire Tiger. With that, he performs the technique which manages to overcome Danzo's technique and incinerate the aforementioned. Upon seeing this, they immediately knew that Naruto was far more powerful in the use of flame breathing. On the other hand, Danzo's allies were worried about him, while the power-hungry now wanted flame breathing for themselves more than ever. Naruto. 2 Sharingans. At that moment Danzo appeared, he was even more nervous since he only had 2 Sharingans left, so Shimura decided to take out a kunai to try to defend himself. Athena. That mortal is very desperate. Many nodded in agreement, while the idiots still thought Danzo would win. Seeing that, Naruto sighed, as this was dragging on, so he summoned all. The weaponry of the soul of wisdom, to be on guard. Upon seeing all, many were confused, but Athena was surprised to learn that there was a trait of wisdom, and she wondered if she could access that weapon and soul. Danzo. With a hint of mockery, you think you can beat me with that thing? Naruto. You'll see. With that, they both began clashing weapons, generating sparks. At one point, Naruto thought of something and smiled slightly before launching attacks at full speed toward Danzo, who immediately took the full force of the blows. The speed surprised many, while Naruto remembered it as a variant of his mother's Reseteo attack. Naruto quickly summons the Hand of Hate. To restrain Danzo using his own hatred, jump away and strike a pose. Seeing how Danzo's hatred was being used against the aforementioned by a floating hand that possessed the trait of hate surprised many, but Danzo's allies were worried about the aforementioned. Naruto. Breath of the Flame. 9th form. Purgatory. With that, the fire surrounded his body a little to perform the technique. Hitting Danzo directly, who began to burn instantly. Upon seeing the final posture of the Breath of the Flame, everyone was shocked. It undoubtedly looked powerful. Naruto. Serious the last one. Then marks began to appear all over Naruto's body. It was Danzo's seal of self-curse. Seeing this, everyone was surprised, while Danzo's allies were celebrating. Danzo immediately appears to stand in front of Naruto. Danzo. You were a strong opponent, you damn demon, but this time you're going to die. With that, she removes her upper clothing, revealing some symbols. Then to make handprints. Danzo. Sealing of the 4 inverted symbols. This creates a black sphere. Which amounts to nothing. Everyone fell silent while Danzo's allies celebrated that Naruto had died. After a few seconds, Danzo appears thanks to Izanagi. Danzo. Ha 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 ha, you're finally dead, demon. You won't interfere with my plans again. With that, he left, laughing. Idiots. That's it, Danzo-sama. Well done, Danzo-sama. Bravo, Danzo-sama. And so the celebrations continued for Danzo. A few minutes passed when Danzo stopped dead in his tracks with a shocked look. He had returned to the scene of the fight. This left everyone speechless and shocked, but especially Danzo's allies, who understood one thing. Naruto was alive. Meanwhile, Naruto wore a small smile as he mocked Danzo's allies. Danzo. But how? I killed that bastard. You're not the only one who knows Sharingan techniques, but in my case, it was Izanami. Upon hearing that, Danzo turns to a tree to see a girl sitting on a branch. It was Naruko Uzumaki, Naruto's avatar when he was his female version in a reset and, surprisingly, daughter of Hitomi's male version, Kurama. Everyone was shocked to see that. Menma. Wait a minute, in that form Naruto is the daughter of the male version of Hitomi, does that mean they are mother and son here? Everyone fell silent upon hearing that, turning to look at Hitomi and Naruto. Hitomi Naruto. We're not mother and son, we swear. Everyone decided to watch the screen even with that in mind. Danzo was shocked as he understood that Naruto was Naruto, while the Uzumaki just sat there looking at him with a tender smile that sent shivers down his spine. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wanting to know what would happen next, but with one thing in mind. Naruto is going to be the toughest nut to crack. The Fall of Konoha. Naruto vs Danzo Part 3. Everyone stared at the screen in surprise, still finding it a little hard to believe that Naruto had once been his female counterpart. Hitomi and Naruto had spent a long time denying that they were mother and son. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Fall of Konoha. Naruto vs Danzo Part 3. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention because they believed it would be the final part of the fight between Naruto and Danzo, and of course the idiots wanted Danzo to win. Naruto and Danzo were seen looking at each other, the girl with a tender smile that was almost scary, and the man with a look of shock upon realizing that Naruto was Naruto. Naruto. Smiling, we're off to a good start. Naruto. You know what, Danzo. Climbs down from the tree. This is getting boring and the invasion is dragging on, so pulls out a Nano Cube. I'm going to end this and rejoice, shows the Nano Cube. I saved this weapon specifically for this moment. Upon hearing that, everyone felt a great chill as Naruto's words sounded terrifying. That opens the Nano Cube. The show's sword. The Zekken sword from when he was Yuki Kano. Upon seeing Zekken, everyone realized it was just a sword, but they decided not to say anything. They didn't know if it had anything special about it. And not only that, he also made a suit appear. That suit also belonged to her when she was Yuki. Upon seeing the outfit, many blushed as Naruto looked beautiful in it. Upon seeing this, Danzo takes a fighting stance while Naruto smiles slightly. Naruto. Let's play something I like to call cat and mouse hide and seek. Upon hearing that, Naruto smiled sadistically, sending a strong chill through everyone but alerting Danzo's allies. That makes the maze appear. Then, to place the star on the ground, the place begins to change into a new one. It was the true form of the maze. Naruto. That sent a great chill through everyone. Danzo was looking all around while Naruto was hiding somewhere else. Naruto. Her voice being heard everywhere. The game is simple, you run through this entire maze, and when the countdown ends I'll come looking for you. Alright, let the game begin. Upon hearing that, and by instinct, Danzo begins to run through the labyrinth while Naruto counts from 20 to 0. Everyone was somewhat frightened by the game, which they knew was torture. Danzo's allies began to encourage him to win. Upon hearing that he only had 10 seconds left, Danzo began to run faster. Naruto. In a cute voice, 1-0 ready or not, here I come. With that, he started walking while gently moving Zekken. Seeing that, everyone knew instantly that Danzo was dead, although the idiot still thought he would win. Wanting to have a little fun, he started singing a song while looking for Danzo. Upon hearing that, many were intrigued to know what the song would be, although something told them they didn't want to hear it. With Danzo. Shimura was trying to find the exit and, according to him, get hold of the cloak card, something he didn't know when he started to hear a song. She didn't know what the lyric said, but the tone and speed made her start to get chills. Everyone started to get chills as Naruto, Reaper, and Anko tilted their heads from side to side enjoying the song. Even Kyuubi M joined in, admitting that it was good. He continued walking when he stopped at a corner to catch his breath while still listening to the song, which gradually got louder. Naruto. Appearing around the corner, ding dong goodbye. Upon hearing that, Danzo turns to the left as he narrowly dodges an attack from Naruto who used Zekken. Seeing that, everyone jumped in fright, while Danzo's allies sighed with relief as he dodged Naruto's attack. Upon seeing that, Naruto smiled slightly, summoning the flower. Why the illusion? They generate many petals, decreasing Danzo's visibility and creating various illusions of her to confuse Shimura. Upon seeing this, Tomoya was surprised as she had witnessed that card combination firsthand when her former friends betrayed Naruto Sakura. The others were astonished by the display of skill, while the power-hungry among them sought to possess the cloak cards. Danzo was shocked to see 20 Naruto surrounding him as they all rushed towards him, causing him to attack with kunai, but none of them hit him until one Naruto hurt him with Zekken, revealing herself to be the original Naruto. Seeing Danzo suffer damage, his allies were already prepared to jump towards Naruto to try to kill him. At one point Naruto moves away to place Zekken on her hip, then takes out the plant dust. Earth dust. The wood letter and use the wood release to clap your hands against the ground and generate an immense forest that began to cover a large part of the labyrinth. Upon seeing this, everyone was amazed by the great display of skills. Weiss. Wow, I didn't know dust could be used with that wood release and that magic. Yang. There are many things we don't know, Ice Princess. Everyone nodded, although Weiss was still bothered by the nickname that Naruto Ruby had literally given him. Danzo began to have much more difficulty moving, especially when he saw how easily Naruto did it. Naruto. In a sweet voice, come on, Danzo, let's keep playing. Danzo just turned to look at Naruto who was giving him a terrifying smile. Many were frightened when they saw Naruto's smile. Danzo was so scared that he started running. Seeing this, Naruto laughed a little, then unfurled her imp wings and flew towards Danzo. Idiots. While the chase was taking place, a small sound began to be heard that began to alert Shimura even more. When Danzo finished, he saw that he was not being pursued by anyone. The sound startled many, but when they saw that Naruto was not there, everyone felt a chill as they knew she was hiding. That relaxed him, but then he saw Naruto appear in front of him in a pose, and then… Slash. Danzo is seriously injured by Zekin. Seeing this, Danzo's idiots and allies attack Naruto in revenge. Seeing this, the Noir smiled slightly before getting into a defensive stance. Naruto. Amaterasu. With that, several Amaterasu peaks emerged. To impale the idiots, killing them. After that, everyone decided to sit down as the corpses disappeared. Danzo falls to the ground with a horrible wound as he watches Naruto approach. Danzo. In pain. No, this isn't possible, I was supposed to rule Konoha and all the elemental nations, you damn demon. Neo. He's crazy. Naruto. You said it, Neo. Naruto laughed a little as she pointed her sword at Danzo's neck. Naruto. Any last words? Danzo. Poisonously go to hell. Naruto. What awful words you chose. With that, he makes the move of decapitating Danzo. Naruto. Danzo's reign is over. Upon seeing this, she deactivates the cloak cards and flies over to Konoha. Seeing how destroyed it was, Naruto reverts to her Naruto form. Naruto. Finally Konoha has come to an end, Konoha has fallen. Only shouts of joy from Konoha's enemies could be heard. Konoha has fallen. With that, the screen went dark, leaving many euphoric, but the few from Konoha still in shock. Konoha had fallen. Celebration of the fall of Konoha. Everyone was eating while Naruto cracked a few jokes to lighten the mood. The few remaining Konoha residents were still silent, watching their village fall. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Celebration of the fall of Konoha. Upon reading the title, everyone was a little surprised to learn they would be witnessing the celebration, while those from Konoha were slightly annoyed but said nothing. However, upon hearing that there would be a party, Dionysus became excited. Before it began, a light appeared, revealing Core Frisk, Hawk and Wild. Seeing them, everyone was surprised, but those from the Underverse stood up to hug them, especially Naruto. Tori was surprised, but then a beam of light struck her head, causing her to smile and hug them as well. Without further ado, everyone sat down, with Tori near Naruto, as she would now have the opportunity to confess her feelings to her crush. Hawk. What about me? Many were surprised to see Hawk speak, but Naruto just pets him, and then both pigs receive the memories and go to settle down. Itsugakure no Sato was visible. The place where everyone involved in the invasion was celebrating their victory against Konoha, and the truth is that they were able to access that place thanks to contacts of Naruto, Sakura, and Rock Lee, who were the ones who helped the village on a mission. Upon seeing that, Naruto, Sakura, and Rock Lee put on glasses. Naruto, Sakura, Rock Lee. Upon hearing that, many laughed as Cory happily watched Naruto smile again. Although we will focus on some places. Elsewhere. There, Deidara, Bakugo, and Mito could be seen shouting and supporting Nora as she was in a strength competition against Yang, who was supported by Blake. Upon seeing this, some began to support Nora while others supported Yang, causing several drops of sweat to appear on the rest. Blake. Yang, if you win today we'll do it. That was like flipping a switch on Yang as he began to exert more force, making it more difficult for Nora. Everyone stared blankly as Blake blushed, his ears practically smoking. Yang. Flirtatiously, well, Blakey. Blake just hid, trying to conceal his blush. Summer and Samui or Samui Namikaze could be seen in the distance. Those who watched shook their heads in amusement, though Rose knew Samui was very happy to see her son again. Upon seeing that, Samui smiled, having finally made her debut, while Deidara felt happy knowing that now he could truly be happy. Elsewhere. Dionysus, Betty, Crow, Raven, Kuroka, Willow, and Tsunade were seen in a sake drinking competition, and the truth is that they were very evenly matched. Upon seeing that, those mentioned became excited, while others began to say bottom. Many people were around them, offering their support for one of them to win, although Taeyang didn't know who to support. His son's grandmother, his son's second mother, his brother-in-law best friend, or his first wife. Taeyang just scratched the back of his neck sadly. Elsewhere. The rest of Team JNPR could be seen doing some things, John and Pura playing with some children, and Ren using Stormflower in his rope dagger mode. Which were embedded in some trees, while he turned them making some children start jumping rope, and that really made Ren happy. Seeing this, the rest of Team JNPR smiled, but especially Ren, who didn't want others to go through what he and Nora had gone through. However, the power-hungry members were intrigued by Stormflower's latest mode. Elsewhere. The swordsmen were seen fighting each other for fun, and Neo also showed off a weapon he had hidden in Hush. As foil. Even the most laid-back ones like Weiss, Haku. Changed the Konoha symbol to the Yuzu symbol. Olivia and Olivia teamed up to fight because they wanted to have some fun after what happened. Seeing this, many laughed, while the swordsmen were excited by the friendly fight. Elsewhere. There, several creatures could be seen eating, or rather devouring, the food on the table. These beings were Kiro, in his Kerberos form. Eris, Gabu, Ace, Terry, Tank, Spiny, the Indominus Rex named Dark. The Pachycephalosaurus named Lighty. Zwei, Shukaku Chibi, Matatabi Chibi. Isobu Chibi. Son Goku Chibi. Akio Chibi, Seiken Chibi, Chime Chibi, Jayuki Chibi. Itomi Chibi, Kyubi Chibi who named herself Ikari. Ikari Chibi, Drake Chibi and some little pigs that Naruto knows very well, they were Hawk, whose real name was Mild and alias the captain of Leftovers. And his older brother Wild. Both of them came from the Naruto reboot where Meliodas was. And although the Biju didn't need to eat, they did it more to experience the flavor. Seeing that, many laughed while the Bijas felt embarrassed, but Hawk and Wild were excited about all the food. Elsewhere. Heiai was seen. Ignore the Konoha headband and the Naruto doll. Facing a big guy. Heiai. Excited I'm raffling off some good old-fashioned beatings and you've got all the bucking tickets, you bastard. Guy. Excited well, prove it, brat. They both launched into a one-on-one bare-knuckle fight without any strategy. Upon seeing that, Heiai began to laugh maniacally while others were sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Ares was shouting euphorically about fighting. Elsewhere. The prisoners were watching everything from their cells. Among them were the Konoha 6. Just then, Sakura and Sasuke arrived to feed them. Ino. I thought you were dead. Sakura. With a hint of mockery well, we're not, Ino. Sasuke. I think we should stop hanging out with that idiot so much. We're starting to pick up some of his bad habits. Sakura. Yes, you're right, Sasuke-kun. Ino felt jealous when she heard Sakura say that to Sasuke. Some had small beads of sweat, but Naruto laughed nervously as he watched his mannerisms rub off on others. Uchiha. Hearing that, everyone turns to see Cross with a large knife heading straight for Sasuke, who instinctively started running away. Sakura, who saw Chara and Karen pass by, joined the chase to prevent Cross from killing her boyfriend. Seeing that, everyone started laughing, while Sasuke just received a murderous glare from Cross that said, "You do anything to my sister and you're dead." Elsewhere. Naruto was seen sitting on a small hill watching everything to make the glow appear. And make small bright points emerge from it and go to where the celebration was, creating a more lively atmosphere. When they saw the glow, many didn't pay much attention to it but admitted that it could be used to set the mood for the moment. Naruto saw that with a small smile, then Hestia sat down next to him. Hestia. I'm glad to see people like this. Naruto. Yeah, me too. They both smiled, although Hestia already knew what her other self would do. Hestia saw him, and then a faint light surrounded her, drawing Naruto's attention. As it dissipated, Hestia was revealed in a new form. Surprising Naruto a little. Many people, except those who already knew, were surprised to see this, though they felt it was similar to what Naruto did with the avatars from his past resets. Many had to admit, however, that Hestia looked beautiful that way. Naruto. It's been a while since I've seen you like this. Hestia smiles slightly and, without Naruto expecting it, plants a kiss on the Noir's mouth. Everyone was speechless at that sight, but even more so when they saw Hestia, in the same pose as on screen, kissing Naruto. When they separated, they were connected by a strand of saliva, while Naruto blushed deeply. When they separated, Naruto was surprised and somewhat blushed. Naruto. Hestia. Yes, Naruto, I love you very much, but I don't think I'm the only one. Hestia nods, making Naruto blush even more. With that, he signals for him to look behind him. When he does, Naruto is greeted by a kiss from Core Frisk, followed by Office in her adult form. Seeing that, everyone was shocked, but especially Naruto, since Cory and Office, in the same way as on screen, were kissing Naruto. When they separated, Naruto was in shock and blushing. Naruto. Cory. Cory puts a finger to his lips, silencing him. Cory. With a smile we asked your partners for permission and they gave it to us, so enjoy it, and if you're worried about Office, don't worry, I've already fixed that. Naruto looks at Office, who nods. Without further ado, Naruto had his moment of pleasure with Office, Core Frisk and Hestia, the latter finally deciding she wanted to experience motherhood. That turns the screen off, leaving many inconvenienced. Reaper. Well, uses soul magic, let's have a moment of fun. With that, he left, taking Naruto by the arm, as many who had been seen wanting something from the Noir used soul magic. Everyone remained silent while they decided what to do. The latest evil and mutation pieces. Everyone was still silent after the previous chapter, which showed the villages celebrating Konoha's defeat. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing Naruto striding forward like a champion, while the rest of the group could barely stand. Hikari. In pain, how do you endure this? Hitomi Kaneko. Experience. Without saying a word, everyone sits down to watch the screen. Then the screen turns on. The latest evil and mutation pieces. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, as these would be the last pieces they would see. Before it began, lights appeared, revealing two children. Kaneko. Meliodas, Kunu. Upon hearing their names, both children turned around and beams of light struck them on the head, delivering the information. With that, the children hugged Naruto and the DXD characters, and then everyone settled down. Itsugakure no Sato looked like a mess because the celebration had been very epic, and let's just say many people did inappropriate things or had a great time. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the result. Naruto. Amused. Well, the party was good. Everyone nods. But we'll focus on something else. In the house. There you could see the kitchen where Naruto was making food. He was only wearing shorts and no top. Many blushed at the sight, while Naruto's partners looked at him in a perverted manner. There was Noir making breakfast when he smiled a little as he sensed some presences behind him. Naruto. Turning around, what do you think you're doing, kids? There were all her children and two extra children, they were Milika's Gremory. And Kunu. Both children coming from his reset being a Seihaidu. When they saw what kind of reset it was, everyone was surprised, while Naruto watched with amusement. All the children looked at each other to quickly grab some cookies and run away, although Kayat did it faster thanks to his appearance. Naruto chuckled a little at the sight. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled a little before turning around and continuing to make breakfast. While he was still preparing breakfast, his partners, and, by default, his lovers, came downstairs, though they couldn't walk properly. Naruto. Glancing at the group, how did I end up sleeping with all of them? And it was true, the members of the group were Kaneko Taoju, Hitomi, Menma Bifong, Mito Uzumaki, Olivia Tennyson, Gaspar Vladi, Wai Shni, Pomni, Ichako Uraraka, Tomoyo Tadauji, Reaper, Kagami Tsurugi, Oscar Pines, who was held up by Long Memory, Neo, who was held up by Melodic Cudgel, Hakuyuki, who was held up by Well, Teiya Uzumaki, who was held up by Uraraka, Hikari, who was carried by Hitomi, Hestia, who was barely healed, Core Frisk and Office, both helping each other walk. Surprisingly, Hikari was also there, she was the only one who was in better condition, being, almost, a primordial. The whole group, especially the new ones, were entering the kitchen very weak and sore from the hard exercise. Seeing how Naruto left the group, everyone fell silent, as they were almost in the same situation as here. Hikari. In pain, is this what they do almost all the time? I can't feel my legs, and I'm supposed to be powerful. Hitomi. Believe me, when he's in heat he's rougher and has more energy. The newcomers who experienced the exercise swallowed hard. If it was like this when only aroused, they didn't want to know what it would be like when in heat. Connection. Confirmation. That sent a huge chill through absolutely everyone. With that, they sat down, some uncomfortably, to begin eating, though some did so for the taste. They continued eating when Naruto noticed certain people. Naruto. I still remember what you asked me before the invasion started and when you were under the influence of alcohol, serious, are you sure about that? Upon hearing that, everyone understood instantly. The final pieces. Upon hearing that, those who remembered what had been said looked at each other and then looked at Noir. Those involved. We accept. Naruto nods, signaling everyone to continue eating. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention as they wanted to know who the new members of the entourage would be. Time skip. Naruto was seen in the room with his last evil pieces and the last mutation piece. In front of him were those who had agreed to be his new entourage members. Oscar, Neo, Haku, Teiya, Hikari, Hestia, Core Frisk, and, surprisingly, Office. When they saw who it was, everyone was surprised, but the Olympian gods were even more so when they saw that Hestia would be in the entourage. Naruto. You know, it still surprises me that you want this, especially Kyuubi, Hestia, Cory, and Office. Cory. With a kind smile, let's just say we want a fresh start. Naruto nods, understanding what Core Frisk said. Cory nods, eliciting a small smile from Naruto. Hikari. And my name is Hikari. Naruto. Okay, Hikari. Hikari nods with a small smile. Hikari. Yep, I like the name. Hitomi smiles slightly at what her other half said. Naruto. Alright, shows the pieces, let's begin. The group nods. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. With that, Naruto gives each of them their pieces, being the mutation piece of the horse Office, the evil piece of the bishop to Hestia, of the last evil pieces the first pawn to Hikari, the second pawn of evil piece to Core Frisk, the third pawn to Teiya, the fourth pawn to Haku, The 5th pawn to Neo. And the last pawn to Oscar. Now everyone knew which pieces each of them had been assigned, while Neo wondered if he could speak with that evil piece. Upon obtaining their pieces, everyone felt the great increase in power, although in the case of Office, Hestia and Hikari it wasn't as much, but enough to feel it. Naruto. Okay, you can go do whatever you want, but Kagami is staying, I want to give her something. Upon hearing that, everyone nods and leaves, leaving Naruto and Kagami alone. Everyone was curious why Naruto needed Kagami, while Noir already had an idea. Before asking, Naruto approaches and places something around its neck. A creature emerges from the object. It was Long, the Kwami of perfection. Upon seeing the Kwami, everyone understood that Naruto would give his miraculous to Kagami, who was happy to see his friend again. Kagami. Happy Long. Long. Hello Kagami. Naruto. Yes, I decided that you should keep the dragon miraculous. Kagami nods with a smile to look at Long. Kagami. Long, storm to me. With that, Long enters the choker, which then returns to its original form. And thus transform Kagami. The horror era Ryuko. No one was surprised by the transformation, but they were surprised to see Kagami in her alter ego Ryuko. Ryuko? Ryuko of Vuelto al Ruido. Naruto smiles slightly and nods. Ryuko. Long, dragon out. With that, he transforms back. With that, they both nod to leave. Upon seeing this, the power-hungry were already beginning to devise plans to obtain the dragon miraculous. Elsewhere. A man was seen lying on the ground, badly injured. It was Kronos, the Titan of Time. Everyone was surprised to see Kronos, but even more so to see him wounded. Zeus. Who would have the power to do that to father? Not even we have it. Naruto. There is only one being capable of doing that. Seeing his serious and hateful gaze, everyone had a bad feeling, especially the Olympian gods, and Apollo in particular. On the other hand, those from the Underverse were very serious, since they knew who he was. Kronos. Weakly you damn thing, you'll never win. Maliciously we'll see about that. With that, he kills Kronos to take his soul. And absorb it, gaining much more power. Seeing the scene surprised and startled everyone, while those from the Underverse growled with hatred, as they knew it instantly from the voice. With Naruto. He had stopped abruptly, startled. He had sensed Kronos' death. Then he summoned Pocket Watch. The last armament of the soul of creativity, to see the hands which were moving like crazy. Seeing Pocket Watch's reaction, everyone was surprised, but even more so when they saw that it was the soul of creativity's latest weapon. Naruto. Kronos. Naruto could only watch as the hands of the clock returned to their starting position, then he looked up at the sky from the window. Naruto. Artemis is coming. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone already knowing who was responsible. Artemis. Naruto Information Part 7. Everyone could be seen sitting still thinking about what they had seen. Without a doubt, Naruto was powerful. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto Information Part 7. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but especially those hungry for power. Here's some more information about Naruto Noir Dreamer. Specialized Eye of Vengeance Tensugen Sharingan. Upon reading about the Tensugen and Sharingan, the power-hungry plotted how to acquire those Genjutsus or a child of Naruto with those Genjutsus. States Mode Senjutsu, Tensugen Mode. Floating hands I hate. Upon seeing that, they only understood that Naruto showed one thing from each section, which annoyed the power-hungry ones a little. Special weapons Yukimura 1/3 Korekau Scythe Gideon Sansetsuken Nichiren Double Sword of Sound Nichiren Sword of Flame Zekken. The power-hungry were already plotting how to get hold of Naruto's weapons, unaware that it would be impossible. Energies Prana Demonic Magic. Everyone was intrigued by the term demon magic, while Naruto knew that it was thanks to his dark matter. Races half dragon half imp half Biju. Literally everyone was intrigued to learn that Naruto was a semi-Biju, especially the power-hungry Bijus. Flow cards the watery the earthy the windy the thunder the maze the flower the illusion the wood the glow. The power-hungry watched intently the claw cards that Naruto had used, especially the maze. Evil and mutation pieces Mutated Knight, Office, Bishop, Hestia, Pawn 1, Hikari, Pawn 2, Core Frisk, Pawn 3, Teiya, Pawn 4, Haku, Pawn 5, Neapolitan, Pawn 6, Oscar. Upon seeing that, they knew that Naruto already had his entire entourage. Extras Axe, Soul of Heroism, Shield of Determination Wooden Sword, Soul of Willpower, Ultimate Geister Blaster Toy Knife, Soul of Patience, Wooden Spear, Soul of Purity, Ballet Shoes, Soul of Integrity, All, Soul of Wisdom, Pocket Watch, Soul of Creativity. Everyone watched intently the extra weapons Naruto had used. The power-hungry wanted them. Affiliations: Kumagakure no Sato, Wagakure no Sato, Kurigakure no Sato, Sunagakure no Sato, Tetsu no Kuni, Ichika Kaneki, daughter, Oscar Pine Cross, Frisk Brandwin Tribe, Vernal Shisui, Uchiha Neapolitan, Samui Namikaze, Aunt, Madatabi Asobu Sun Gak, Jayuki Hikari, Hawk Wild Teiya Uzumaki, Core Frisk Milikaze, Gremory Kunu Long, Kwami. With that, the screen turns off, leaving very few people somewhat scared since Naruto had more allies. Meeting with the Bijks. Everyone was eating while Athena was reading all the information she had obtained from Naruto, although Hestia and Aphrodite were taking it away from her to avoid problems, something Athena didn't want to understand. On the other hand, Naruto was enjoying a chocolate cake. He had been craving it for a while. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Meeting with the Bijks. Upon reading that, everyone was surprised, but before they could do anything, a light appeared and then revealed a girl who looked like Office. Office? Surprised Lilith. Upon hearing that name, Naruto and the DXD characters were surprised. Just then, a beam of light struck Lilith on the head, giving her the information. Without further ado, Lilith went to sit near Office. Yuzu was visible. It was night. At Naruto's house, he was on the roof, looking at something lit in his hand. It was lighter. The weaponry of the soul of paranoia. Upon seeing lighter, no one said anything, but they wondered why Naruto had that. Noir had deduced what his other self was seeing. What I saw was the flame which reflected a silhouette that had an evil smile. Naruto. Artemis is coming. He knew that in that flame he could see fragments of the future thanks to his trait of paranoia. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised, while Hitomi was now even more nervous as Artemis was already approaching. Naruto thought about it, sighed, and sent a mental signal to the other Bijks. Being a semi-Biju, he had access to send a message. Upon seeing the scene, everyone knew it was thanks to Naruto that they would see the episode. Upon learning that everyone had received them, Naruto gets up to go towards a part of the forest. In the forest. Naruto was seen arriving at the forest and standing still. After a few minutes, the tailed beasts appeared. The Ryubi, Ichibi, Nibi, Sanbi, and Yanbi. Obi, Rikubi, Nanabi. Hachibi. Both Kyubi. And Jubi. Those who hated the Bijks became nervous seeing them all together, and even more so, seeing that there were 12 in total. They were all sitting around Naruto, having felt the call. Hitomi. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto. Artemis. Upon hearing that, all the Bijks looked at Hitomi, who became nervous upon hearing that name. Hitomi. Nervous? What's wrong with her? Naruto. Serious, she's coming. Everyone saw how Hitomi began to panic a little. It was no secret to anyone that both Hitomi and Naruto had a bad experience with Artemis. Everyone was surprised by Hitomi's reaction, but especially Naruto. He knew Hitomi was one of the strong ones, but seeing her like this, filled with panic, surprised him. Ari. Hugging Hitomi. Calm down, mommy. Hitomi just sighed as she hugged her daughter, grateful to have her. Jamae. So what will happen now? Naruto thought for a while until he had an idea. Naruto. I know it's wrong, but seize the Bijks you see, in the old resets you all lent me a little of your power, could you lend me some of your power again? That surprised the Bijks. Everyone was equally surprised. They thought that since Naruto was a celestial, he wouldn't ask for help, but they were wrong. Zero. Why do you say that, Naruto? Naruto. You see, since Artemis is about to return, I've been practicing a technique that will allow me to send myself, along with Artemis, to various places. It's like a Gaia's technique, but very different, since where she'll send me are to different ancient resets, that is, where I manage to obtain some of my powers. I thought of that to have some advantage in the upcoming fight. Naruto began to analyze the pros and cons of that, just like everyone else. The Bijks remained silent, but watched as Hitomi brought her fist close to Naruto. Hitomi. Good luck, and you'll need your Biju mode. Naruto. I'll use that as a last resort, like on the final journey. Hitomi nods, worried about her beloved. Everyone fell silent as they wondered what Naruto's Biju mode was. The tailed beast saw Hitomi's action and did the same. Seeing this, Naruto extended his fist to clash with those of the 12 tailed beasts. Instantly, a large amount of chakra surrounded them, and then the tailed beasts transferred some of their chakra to Naruto. Naruto. Lowering his fist. Thank you very much, I appreciate your help in this fight. Madatabi. You helped us, you treated us as equals despite being stronger than us, you're not power hungry, that's why we helped you, graciously. Besides, you have Hitomi as your wife and Hikari as your lovers. Upon hearing that, Naruto and the aforementioned girls blushed while the Bijks laughed at the four of them, although a certain Biju was jealous, since she also felt something for Noir. The scene made many smile, while others frowned. However, upon learning that a Biju had feelings for Noir, everyone was surprised, while Hitomi knew who it was. Then they heard something creak. When they turned around, they saw a little girl eating potato chips while watching the meeting. It was Lilith, a clone of Office, but having some of Naruto's blood so that she wouldn't die when she arrived here. She was now the daughter of Office and Noir, so her name was Lilith Noir Ouroboros. Upon learning of Lilith's appearance, everyone was surprised, but Office and Naruto were especially astonished to discover that Lilith was their daughter, born through the Dreamer bloodline. However, the power-hungry were already plotting to seize the child to create a breeding machine. Naruto. What are you doing here, Lilith? Lilith. I was hungry and went to the kitchen when I saw you coming down from the roof, Dad, so I followed you to see what you were doing while I disappeared. Eats a potato chip, you're losing your touch a little. Naruto sighed, as his daughter was right. One of the reasons she could sense presences was thanks to her magic obtained from being Sakura Kinomoto. Upon learning this, Naruto thought about it and realized that he hadn't trained his magical abilities much. He had many things to work out. Naruto. Anyway, it's very late, we should go to sleep. Hitomi. Akari, and I are staying here with my siblings to sleep. Naruto nodded, knowing this was the new tradition of the Bijks. Without further ado, Naruto and Lilith left as the Bijk settled down to sleep. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence for the end. Shukaku. Not a bad idea, looks at the other Bijks. What do you say, shall we do it? The Bijks considered it before nodding. Without further ado, they all gathered together to sleep for a while. The last monster. Everyone was still thinking about what they had seen at Naruto's meeting with the Bijk and Lilith's appearance. Meanwhile, Office and Naruto were trying to get to know Lilith, noticing that she was the same in appearance and attitude as Office, but with Naruto's intelligence. The power-hungry were already plotting how to get hold of Lilith to use her as a breeding machine. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The last monster. Upon reading the title, everyone was confused, but a light appeared to reveal a flower. Seeing the flower, Naruto stood up to pick it. Naruto. Flowey. The flower opens its eyes and shows a smile. Flowey. Hello, Naruto. Upon hearing Flowey speak, everyone was surprised as Naruto went to sit down with Flowey in his hands, who had already received the information. Naruto was seen in his room sitting on his bed, he was alone while in his hand he had a staff. It was her star staff, an object she obtained by becoming Sakura Kinomoto. Upon seeing the star staff, Naruto and Tomoyo smiled nostalgically, while the rest were somewhat incredulous at seeing Naruto with that kind of staff, but they said nothing. Flowey. It's weird to see that. Everyone nods in agreement with what the flower said. Naruto was checking his power. Although he did sense Lilith's presence, he said nothing so as not to hurt the newcomer. However, he was very upset that his daughter, his own daughter, had told him a week ago that he was losing his touch, which is why he was now checking it daily. Upon hearing that, everyone saw Naruto looking at the screen. Naruto. My other self even deceived me. That made many people laugh. After finishing, Naruto sighed and then looked around. What he saw was a flower in a pot. Flowey was the only monster from the underground he managed to save. Seeing Flowey's appearance, they now understood why the title said, The Last Monster. Flowey. I hate you. Naruto. Sarcastically, I love you too, Azriel. Menma. Isn't his name Flowey or Azriel? Naruto. His real name is Azriel, but in that form he's Flowey. Everyone nodded as Flowey could only remember his old name. Flowey. Annoyed. Ugh, why do you make that dragon brat treat me like this? Naruto. Annoyed. Hey, hold on, don't talk about Lilith like that. It was thanks to her that I decided to save you. Flowey said nothing because it was true, well he remembered something. Upon learning that it was thanks to Lilith that Flowey survived, everyone was surprised and paid close attention to the flashback, especially Lilith, Naruto, and Flowey. Flashback. Naruto and Lilith were seen going underground. Naruto wanted to see if it was possible to save the monsters, while Lilith begged him to go. They were both in the ruins. They start walking. Upon seeing the ruins, everyone paid attention, especially upon learning that it might be used for a new village. As they walked, they passed by traps and saw several small mounds of dust. Seeing this, Naruto shed a few tears. The dust was from the monsters of the underground, peaceful creatures that didn't harm anyone unless provoked. Upon learning the meaning of the dust, no one said anything, although Flowey, without wanting to admit it, was pained to see it since one of those small mountains was his mother Toriel. Lilith. Look, Dad. Upon hearing Lilith's voice, Naruto snapped out of his thoughts to see how Han Flora stood with her head bowed, slowly turning to dust. Upon seeing that, everyone pays attention because they recognized it was Flowey. Naruto. Flowey. Lilith. We have to save him, Dad, please. With that, she runs off. Naruto tried to stop her, but in the end, Lilith convinced him, and he saved Flowey. End of flashback. Now everyone knew how Lilith and Flowey met. They both remained silent, remembering that day. Naruto. By the way, how did you get to my room? Flowey. Your daughter brought me here. Naruto. I see. Instinctively, everyone looked at Lilith, who maintained her stoic and unmoved gaze. Me from the film set. But the sorcerer doesn't even flinch. Naruto transforms his staff into its key form. To hang it on your clothes and store it inside your clothes. Seeing that the staff could be transformed into a key, they now knew why it didn't appear in some nano cube. It wasn't necessary. But that, she grabs the flower pot and leaves the room. Upon reaching the living room, she places Flowey on the mantelpiece and then heads to the kitchen. There, she sees Hitomi and Hikari having a strength battle, with some cheering them on and others shaking their heads, all because of the last dumpling Naruto made. Seeing what Hitomi and Hikari were doing for the dumpling, many laughed, but Naruto laughed the most, making both Bijks feel ashamed. Seeing that, Naruto smiled amusedly, walked over to the bar, grabbed a glass, and filled it with water to drink. Afterward, he left, as he had something to do, but not before announcing that he was taking Flowey with him. When they see the scene change, everyone pays attention. Time skip. Naruto and Flowey were seen in the Uzukage's office. Flowey was at the desk while Naruto checked something in a small portal. It was something that an ancestor bequeathed to him and his brother's husbands, although they have less mastery of it than he does not mean that they are weak. Upon seeing that, everyone looked at the three brothers and the younger one saw Naruto. Naruto. Gate of Babylon is the legacy of our ancestor Gilgamesh. Everyone nods while Flowey is in shock because he knew Gilgamesh, since he was the only human, a long time ago, who saw everyone as equal, despite calling them half-breeds. After a while he takes out a cup and a sword. The cup was the Holy Grail. And the sword was Le Pucelle Altar. Weapon belonging to his former servant Jean Altar, also known as Jalter. Upon seeing Le Pucelle Altar, Naruto gave a nostalgic look. Naruto. Jalter. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, since from Naruto's tone of voice, she was important to him. On the other hand, some looked at the cup with curiosity, others at the sword, and still others at those hungry for power. Naruto just smiled a little, remembering those moments where they both had their adventure in the Holy Grail War, how Jalter helped him perfect his use of prana, something he did the same with his brothers and some acquaintances, how he managed to make her stop being an avenger, although there were still vestiges of that, how they saw each other as brothers and her departure. Seeing what Naruto experienced with Jalter, they now understood the nostalgic tone. She was like a sister to him. Flowey. Hey, are you okay? Naruto notices that she was crying, so he wipes away her tears. Naruto. Sorry Flowey, but seeing this sword brings back some memories. Many? It seems that this issue also affects him a lot. Flowey nods as he watches Naruto take some vials given to him by Ink. To begin pouring the paint into the Holy Grail, add some liquid and charge it with prana. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto already knew what his other self was doing. But that Naruto approaches Flowey. Naruto. You see, Flowey, this cup possesses a great power beyond your imagination. That's the main reason I haven't taken it out, because if anyone finds out, they'll try to use it to their advantage, and I don't want that. I told you I would help you regain your body and give you the ability to be human. Do you agree to this, Asriel? You will still retain your Flowey abilities. Upon learning all about the cup, many were surprised but understood that it was better for Naruto to possess it, although the power-hungry did not think the same and wanted the Holy Grail for themselves. Flowey stared at the cup. He had nothing left. He was alone, and although he knew Naruto could revive the monsters, he didn't want that. For the first time in so long, he wanted them to rest in peace, and according to Noir, they were doing well since Shinigami had sent them to a better place. So yes, it was his turn to live his life now. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent while Flowey considered it carefully. It would be a new beginning. Flowey. I accept. With that, he drinks the contents of the cup. After finishing, Flowey begins to glow while changing shape. After several seconds, the pot is broken and someone is seen kneeling, looking at their hands. It was Asriel Dreamer, formerly known as Flowey. Seeing this, everyone was surprised as Flowey glowed until he became Asriel. Lilith. It's cute. Everyone looked at her in surprise, while Asriel blushed a little and Naruto activated his overprotective dad mode. Naruto. Okay, go get some rest. Asriel nods to leave. But before he does, he returns to hug Naruto. Asriel. Thank you. Naruto nods while having a small smile and pats him on the head. Although he was jealous of the scene that happened between Lilith and Asriel, Noir had to accept that the scene was tender. But that, Asriel departed, leaving Naruto alone. Seeing that he was alone, Naruto drew a Pucelle altar to look at her. Naruto. Jalter. With that, he sheathes his sword and leaves his office. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone to do as they please, for now. The arrival of darkness. The interaction between Lilith and Asriel could be seen, where Naruto was trying to strangle the monster but was stopped by Office. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The arrival of darkness. Upon reading the title, everyone was confused, but for some reason, Naruto became serious. Suddenly, a light appeared, followed by a female-looking being who exuded immense power, making everyone nervous except Naruto, since he was more powerful than her. Hera. Lady Chaos. The aforementioned descends, then reveals her appearance as a lightning bolt strikes her head, delivering the information. Chaos. I see. With that, he sat down, nodding to Naruto, who nodded back. It was a normal day in Yuzu, but we focused on something else. In the Uzukage Tower. Naruto was seen sitting reading a book while his clones finished the paperwork. Naruto. Serious. For the moment everything is normal. Seeing him serious, they knew immediately that Naruto already knew what would happen in the chapter, and something told them it wouldn't be pretty. Once the clones were finished, they disappeared, giving the information to the original, who continued reading the book. He kept reading when he heard a loud crash, like something falling, but what caught his attention most was that he felt it was a divine presence, more specifically, that of a primordial. Upon hearing this, everyone paid attention, but the Olympian gods already knew who it was. Lady Chaos. Without waiting, he puts down the book to open the window and head out to the crash site using his semblance. Time skip. Upon arriving at the location, he sees a large crater. Seeing this, Naruto begins to walk, but the Olympian gods have already arrived. Hestia. Naruto. Naruto. It seems they sensed a presence. Ares. Yes, it's a primordial. Naruto. I'll go see. Zeus. That's why we're here, to accompany you. Naruto nods, and the group begins to walk cautiously towards the crater. Everyone paid attention while Naruto remained serious. Upon arriving, they saw a figure struggling to get up, which the Olympian gods recognized. Olympian gods. Lady Chaos. Upon hearing that, Naruto was surprised because it was Chaos, the first primordial. Upon learning this, everyone was surprised to see Chaos with fear. They were afraid of her, but of Naruto, it was terror, since they knew that a celestial is more powerful than a primordial. However, the power-hungry were already plotting how to acquire Chaos to turn her into a breeding machine. Without waiting a minute, everyone approaches as his silhouette falls like water, revealing a new appearance. Regardless, everyone comes together to help lift Chaos, who was badly injured and covered in golden blood. The golden blood caught everyone's attention, but Naruto was very serious because his instincts told him that it had already arrived. While the gods were adjusting her position, Naruto began performing medical ninjutsu on her and using soul magic, which allows him to heal others. Seeing that she was better, everyone began helping Chaos to her feet. Hestia. Lady Chaos, what's wrong? Suddenly the sky turned dark, then a presence filled with pure evil appeared and the earth began to tremble. Chaos. It's here. Naruto was in shock, sensing the presence. He knew it very well. Naruto. It's Artemis. That silenced all the Olympian gods. They all remained silent, feeling great fear. The presence was dark and full of evil. Even the tailed beasts felt some fear, but Hitomi was the most terrified, as she had once stood face to face with Artemis. While all that was happening around the world, several natural disasters such as tornadoes, tsunamis, earthquakes, drought, etc. were occurring. Seeing that, everyone was terrified, while Naruto clenched his fists and growled with hatred. As they all returned, they saw a woman descending from the clouds. It was Artemis, and she had come to kill everyone and try to absorb Chaos's soul to gain his power. Upon seeing Artemis, everyone was terrified by her power, but Naruto remained very serious and looked at Artemis with hatred. From the cockpit, observing Artemis's appearance. As soon as he reached the ground, he saw the group with surprise. Artemis. They're alive, that's great, puts on a sadistic smile so I can kill them again. Seeing Artemis's attitude, everyone knew instantly, she's crazy. With that, she launches herself at them, but is sent flying by a kick from Naruto. Naruto. With hatred Artemis. Upon waking, the former goddess sees Naruto and is filled with hatred. Artemis. With hatred you bastard, you should be dead. Naruto. Well, no, I came back from way beyond to do what I had to do, kill you, you bastard. Artemis growled with hatred as she lunged. Naruto. Without looking at the gods warn everyone about this. With that, he launches himself at Artemis and they both begin throwing punches at each other. Upon seeing the scene, Hitomi hugged him fearfully. She didn't want to lose him again. Elsewhere. The Olympian gods were seen arriving in Yuzu with Chaos, who was already feeling a bit better. The group went to Naruto's house to see everyone supporting each other. Hitomi. Tell us what's happening. Chaos. The traitor Artemis has just arrived. Everyone saw Hitomi's eyes wide with shock as she began to hyperventilate. She was panicking upon learning that Artemis was back and she still had some trauma related to her. Hitomi. And Naruto. Hermes. He stayed behind fighting her. Upon hearing that, Hitomi ran towards Naruto. She wasn't going to lose him again. Seeing her reaction, everyone followed, but Drake followed her most closely. Nobody said anything about the scene they saw. In the fight, the mountain was seen which was destroyed. Artemis crashes to the ground, somewhat injured, while Naruto appears in his Super Saiyan God Blue form. Ignore the Konoha band. Upon seeing Naruto's SSJ God Blue form, the power-hungry ones paid attention, while Naruto remained serious. The woman began to get up while looking at Naruto with hatred. Artemis. With hatred, you bastard, you should be dead. Naruto. Serious? Well, I'm not. Artemis begins to growl with even more hatred, generating a great tornado of darkness, from which several attacks emerge, causing Naruto to cover himself as best he can, while others destroy parts of the terrain. Upon seeing Artemis's technique, everyone was on the edge of their seats, while Naruto gathered as much information as possible. At the end, Artemis was seen wearing armor, which exuded too much evil, causing Naruto to go on guard. Everyone was already terrified by the evil emanating from Artemis, while Naruto stood there seriously watching everything. Naruto. Turning around, he saw Hitomi and Drake launching themselves towards him to seal themselves. Many were surprised to see that. Sensing that, Naruto becomes serious and gets into a fighting stance. Naruto. Balance breaker with Kyuubi Chakra mode and SSJ God Blue. With that, he acquires armor that emanated a great power to put on guard. Many were surprised by the power emanating from Naruto's armor. Chaos. He is a celestial. She knew she shouldn't fight one, so she would be careful not to do anything stupid. Seeing this, Artemis got into a fighting stance and they both launched themselves at each other, starting to punch each other as the ground cracked. Artemis. You'll never win, you bastard. Naruto. We'll see about that, bitch. They continued attacking each other, causing more damage to the area. Neither would give in until the other was dead. As they continued fighting, the ground began to crack even more. The damage caused began to worry many, while Naruto was very attentive to what was happening. At one point, Artemis became desperate and sent Naruto flying so he could clap his hands on the ground and begin to form something. It was an army of shadows. Hades. Annoyed, that's my technique. Aphrodite. Most likely, when he killed us, he absorbed our abilities. That caught everyone's attention, while some were scared. Upon seeing this, Artemis began to laugh like a madwoman at her beautiful creation. Artemis. Madly, you'll never be able to defeat me, you never could in several resets, do you think you can hear? Naruto just growled with hatred because it was true, but he would still fight, and even if he died, he would revive to kill Artemis and bring peace to the entire multiverse. Many remained silent upon hearing that fact. They had already fought each other, and, apparently, none had won yet, even though Naruto died in the reset. Without further ado, he lunges at Artemis again to begin a hand-to-hand fight. Elsewhere, the creatures began running in all directions trying to kill anyone, but this was prevented by all the allies. Seeing this, everyone was frustrated because, from what they could see, the creatures were numerous and difficult to kill. In the fight, Naruto and Artemis were seen fighting when they both exchanged a powerful blow, causing them to move away from each other. Hitomi. It's taking longer than expected, Naruto. I know, Drake. It's best to execute that plan, Hitomi. I agree with the lizard. Naruto knew they were both telling the truth, but before doing anything, he had to dodge something. Many were worried when they saw Naruto almost get cut, but everyone wondered what Naruto's plan was. Upon seeing him, he saw Artemis with a sword. She had tried to kill him. Seeing this, Naruto drew a Pucelle altar, assumed a fighting stance, and lunged at the former goddess, who mirrored his action. Face to face, they began slashing at high speed, generating sparks. As they continued fighting, they moved about, causing further damage and sparks. Gradually, the intensity increased, resulting in even more destruction. Seeing what was happening, many were already scared, while Naruto remained serious, observing absolutely everything. Suddenly, their swords clashed as they strained together, the ground cracking beneath them. They locked eyes, growling with rage and hatred. Seeing their position, Artemis smiled maliciously in her mind, her eyes gleaming. Upon seeing that, Hitomi became so frightened because she knew what it was. On the seal. Hitomi began to complain as she felt that Artemis wanted to control her again, being helped by Drake. That surprised everyone, while others were worried about Hitomi, including her own daughter. Drake. Hitomi, don't give up, resist. Hitomi simply opened her eyes, which shone with intensity. Hitomi. You'll never do this to me again, you damn woman. That unleashes a great deal of power, breaking Artemis's attempt at mind control. Naruto Ari. More calmly she did it. Hitomi. Happily I did it. In reality, the great power emanates from Naruto's body, pushing Artemis away, who manages to recover. Artemis. Angry TSK, you damn useless bitch. Upon hearing that, Hitomi growled at her, even though she knew the dog wouldn't hear her. But that, he launched himself at Naruto, who began to repel the attacks while retreating, something Artemis saw and began to give a deranged look. This worried many, while Naruto already knew what his other self would do. Artemis. Ha, look at that, you're losing, prepare to die useless, and that way I will rule everything. What he didn't know was that this was Naruto's plan, who was doing everything he could to make it seem like he was losing. Everyone was surprised to learn that it was part of the plan. At one point, Artemis managed to strike Naruto, sending him sprawling. But before he could get up, Artemis appeared above him, attempting to slash his throat with her sword while laughing maniacally, as Naruto narrowly avoided being killed. Artemis. Like a madwoman, ha, didn't you say you were going to kill me? Pathetic. But he saw that Naruto was smiling mockingly at him. Naruto. You fell. But that, he threw Artemis off a cliff and then followed her. That alerted many, but especially those who felt something for the noir. As they fell, they began to fight while Naruto prepared a rare crystal. To launch it and begin his plan to destroy Artemis. Everyone wondered what that crystal was. Artemis. Angry if I die, you die with me. Mockingly, but it doesn't matter, I'll be back. Ha. Naruto. Serious, not today, bitch. But that, they began to hit her more forcefully. As they continued to fall, the glass shattered, creating a portal. Now they knew it was the crystal, it was a portal. Artemis realizes this and tries to break free, but Naruto prevents her. Artemis. Struggling, let me go, you bastard. Naruto. Applying more force, never. They both continued falling until they passed through the portal, which then closed. But that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone with too many questions and eager to see the next chapter. Final confrontation. Murder drones. Everyone was sitting, waiting for the new episode, now knowing it would be the final battle between Naruto and Artemis. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Murder drones. Upon reading the title, everyone reacts, but before doing anything, Naruto is teleported to a small throne. Screen. Before you ask, it's Naruto can't see the fights much better and know what to do. They all nodded, understanding, to look at the screen. Naruto and Artemis were seen fighting in a tunnel when War realized something. Some of his allies were following them. Seeing that, everyone paid attention, but especially Naruto. Naruto said nothing and simply waited for everyone to catch up. Seeing this, Artemis tried to grab some of them, but Noir wouldn't let her, and they continued falling until they disappeared. Naruto was intently watching the screen. Elsewhere. It looked like a desolate, lifeless planet. The Copper 9. Many were surprised by the planet's appearance, while Naruto remembered the worker drones he had killed, but understand, he needed to survive. Then a star of light appears, followed by two projectiles that crash to the ground, creating a large cloud of dust. From one of the dust clouds, a figure rises. It was Sin, avatar of Artemisa. Upon seeing Sin, everyone felt a great chill. Sin. Oh shit, this hurts. Then he notices her voice and smiles maliciously. Sin. Now I have the absolute solver back, here I will kill that bastard and ingest his blood to get his adaptation. Upon hearing that, everyone was frightened, especially when they saw that Artemis now possessed the absolute solver. Noir, upon learning this, was serious. Then she felt something and turned around, seeing a missile heading towards her, so she dodged it. Looking around, she saw a silhouette emerge from the dust. It was serial designation V, Naruto's avatar, and his hand was a missile launcher. Well, he had a serious look. Upon seeing V, everyone fell silent. Myth. It looks like he's not wearing pants. Everyone nodded, while Naruto, who had overheard, was embarrassed by it. Upon seeing each other, V puts away her missile launcher while looking at Sin seriously. Sin. Annoyed, damn it, you should be dead. V. Amused, well, sorry Sin, but I won't die, not now. Upon hearing that, Sin activates her absolute solver. Well, V did the same. For both to be on guard. Seeing that, everyone becomes attentive as the fight begins. Everyone started to like the song that began to play. Without hesitating, they both lunged at each other with murderous intent. As they ran, they both activated a small black hole in their hands. Before. B. They launched them at each other, trying to hit the other. Fortunately, the black holes collided, repelling each other and then being thrown in other directions, although Sin narrowly dodged one. Many were startled by the scene as they could barely see the explosions generated by those small black holes. Upon arriving at the location, both began a hand-to-hand fight, although Sin had a somewhat difficult time as she was wearing Tessa's body as a suit. Many were horrified to learn that Sin Artemis used a human body as a costume. In a moment of carelessness, Sin pulls out a sword. They cut off V's arm by making oil come out. That startled many, while others just watched the oil fall. Upon seeing this, V growled angrily, but he didn't care and transformed his hand into a sword. And counter-attack while his other arm regenerated. Now many were grateful that Naruto V possessed regeneration. While they fought sword to sword, V's arm had regenerated, so he extended some claws. He managed to hurt Sin in the face with it. Sin. In pain, you son of a bitch. Without further ado, Sin launched himself at V, who copied the action. Many grimaced in pain, while others were pleased by the damage. They both started a sword fight while Sin teleported away every few minutes and V watched attentively. Everyone was scared by Sin's teleportation. It was very fast. At one point V felt something like that using the destroy option of the solver. It destroyed part of the floor, causing Sin to fall through the hole where she had appeared. Then some tentacles. They come out of the hole and then Sin comes out very angry. Upon seeing the tentacles, everyone felt a great chill run through their bodies. Upon seeing that, V used the move option and solver. To launch Sin away just in time before she could attack. Without waiting, V pulls out her missile launchers and starts firing towards Sin, who is dodging at all costs thanks to her tentacles and reflexes. Seeing all that started to make everyone nervously bite their nails. Desperate, Sin appears behind V, but the murder drone manages to dodge and sink its claws into the zombie drone's abdomen, dragging it along the ground and destroying many things in its path. All of Naruto's allies began to encourage Naruto V to defeat Sin Artemis. Using her tentacles, Sin manages to push V away, causing the murder drone to reassemble itself in mid-air using its wings. The descent with some elegance. V began to walk away towards a place while Sin pursued her, teleporting away every few minutes and faster and faster. Seeing that last part started to make everyone extremely nervous. At one point, V came to the side, turned around, and saw Sin about to attack her with a sinister smile. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise and fear, while Naruto remained serious. But the murder drone realized something. Understanding what was about to happen, V sheathed her claws and sword, quickly turning 180 degrees and extending her hand. Crash. Sin stood there saying nothing, then turned down and saw V's hand piercing her chest. Everyone fell silent at that sight. Had Naruto won? No, something told them this was far from over. Applying force, V pulls something from Sin's chest and, using the absolute solver, sends the zombie drone's body flying. Seeing that it was already far away, V looks at what he pulled from Sin's chest. It was the core of Sin. Everyone stared curiously at Sin's core, while Naruto now knew what to do and what not to do. Sin. Annoyed, you bastard, let me go. V smiles with a hint of malice. V. No, we're finished here. Without further ado, he approaches a cliff to let himself fall, still holding the core in his hand. That startled everyone. As they fell, Sin watched them approaching something. Then both of them disappeared from the reset, which was already safe. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence. Screen. First reset saved, now the next one. That's when they understood one thing. The final confrontation was still far from over. Final showdown. RWBY. Everyone in the room was waiting for the new episode after watching the first confrontation between Naruto and Artemis, right after the murder drone's reset. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. RWBY. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised to learn that it would be in the RWBY reset, so they decided to pay attention. V and Sin were seen fighting using the solver as they fell through the dimensional tunnel. Then they disappeared, implying they had gone to another reset. Elsewhere. The sky was visible when the clouds parted and two patches flew towards the ground near a building. It was the Academia Beacon. Twice. La Academia Beacon, Esta. Blake. Intacta. Those who came from that reset could only appreciate Beacon without a scratch. One of the silhouettes rises, revealing a pale woman. It was Salem, Queen of the Grims. Upon seeing who Artemis was, those from that reset turned pale, while Naruto remained serious. The other silhouette reveals itself to be a girl with silver eyes. It was Ruby Rose. And when they saw Ruby, those who had come from that reset smiled. Salem. With hatred, Ruby Rose. Ruby. Miles per hour, Salem. They both saw each other, they knew they had to end this, since Artemis Salem realized that everything that was happening was a trap set by Naruto Ruby. Everyone paid attention. And when they heard the music, those from that reset began to smile with excitement. Without further ado, they both attacked each other, beginning a bare-knuckle fight. Punches flew back and forth as they dodged each other's attacks as best they could. Salem. Attacking TSK, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Ruby. Attacking I don't think so, Salem. That made her eyes sparkle. Causing harm to the Queen of the Grims. Upon seeing the power of the silver eyes, many became a little excited as they paid attention. Sensing the damage, Salem growls with hatred and extends his hand, from which several grim beetles emerge. But shot out towards Ruby. The beetle called the power-hungry ones, while Blake shuddered at the memory of that grim. Upon seeing that, Ruby takes out a crescent rose in rifle mode. They begin firing at full speed at the small grim. Seeing only a few left, Ruby launched herself at Salem, turning crescent rose, now inside the mode. While destroying more of the grims that the ancient human was launching. Seeing this, Salem began to retreat while summoning several grim saber. Which he sent against the rose. Many approved of Ruby's actions. But many were shouting coward. At Salem for what he did. Upon seeing that, Ruby swaps the cartridge for a gravity dust one. To start firing while using the recoil to his advantage to damage the other grim. Many were confused to see the dust symbols, while the remnant symbols were normal, since they also used those symbols. Upon reaching the top, thanks to the gunfire, Ruby managed to see Salem running away, leaving the grims trying to kill her. Ruby. You damn coward, but it backfired on you. Upon hearing what Ruby said, many were curious about what she was talking about, but Naruto understood instantly. Quickly switched the charger to ice dust. They begin firing several bullets at Salem who, due to her arrogance, was unable to dodge the projectiles and was frozen in some parts. Now they understood what Naruto had meant. Seeing that, Ruby starts to fall to change the loader to fire dust. And shoot the rest of the grims, killing them quickly. The power-hungry watch the symbol of the dust of fire with rapt attention. Upon hitting the ground, Ruby starts running to use her semblance petal burst. Ignore Yang's attack on Ruby. And thus move faster against Salem. Now they saw Naruto using petal burst in his reset as Ruby, and they had to admit that he knew how to use it well. On Salem. The Grim Queen was seen trying to free herself when she saw a red blur approaching her at full speed. Upon its arrival, Salem realized it was Ruby, who, still suspended in the air, swapped the cartridge for one containing electricity dust. The shoot at Salem who is sent flying by the shot and is also slightly injured. Neo. Tense. As Salem fell, he looked annoyed at Ruby and summoned a sword. And shoots out at Rose, who transforms Crescent Rose into her scythe mode. Now they knew what they were seeing, sword versus scythe. Upon arriving, they began to fight, with Ruby wielding her scythe and Salem his sword. They continued fighting, gradually increasing the intensity of their attacks. Slashes flew back and forth, Ruby using all her abilities with Crescent Rose, while Salem did the same with his sword. Seeing the damage they caused surprised everyone, especially those from the RWBY reboot, who felt a chill at the thought of Naruto Ruby doing that. Ruby slashed upwards, causing Salem to almost lose his balance. Salem. I will never let myself be defeated. But that, he slashes downwards, but Ruby rolls aside. Once he's in position, he pins Crescent Rose to the ground to summon Lucid Crescent Rose, the true name of Crescent Rose 2.0, and put it into rifle mode. And began firing toward Salem, who began blocking the shots as best he could. Now everyone knew the real name of Crescent Rose 2.0, Lucid Crescent Rose. Salem began to retreat, but somehow he generated a dark ball to throw it. Against Ruby who dodged as best she could, losing Crescent Rose in the process. Seeing Ruby lose Crescent Rose worried many, while the power-hungry watched Salem's technique with curiosity. Upon seeing this, Ruby didn't hesitate and launched herself at Salem, while transforming Lucid Crescent Rose into her scythe mode. They began attacking Salem, who counterattacked with his sword, sparks flying. The sparks reappeared as Rose and the Grim Queen launched numerous more attacks. Suddenly, Ruby began spinning on her own axis, forcing Salem to defend himself as best he could against the speed and force of the spin. Seeing the whole scene, many were almost falling out of their seats because they wanted to get a better look at the fight. Ruby quickly aimed Lucid Crescent Rose's cannon at Salem and fired, sending her flying some distance. After landing, Salem got up, feeling slightly dizzy, unaware that something was opening behind her. When they caught sight of what was behind Salem, everyone knew what it was. A portal. Upon seeing what lay ahead, she was only attacked by Ruby, who used Petal Burst, so that both of them could pass through the portal. Formed behind Salem which then closes. But that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone wondering what reset they'll do next. Final showdown. Dragon Ball. Everyone was sitting down with snacks to continue watching the fight between Naruto and Artemis. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Dragon Ball. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, as they didn't know what it was about, but they still paid attention. Salem and Ruby could be seen fighting when they disappeared. Elsewhere. Two silhouettes were seen falling into a meadow in a new reset. The place was the planet Namek. Many were drawn to the planet, but Naruto already knew which avatar he would use. One of the silhouettes rises, revealing itself to be a black-haired man. Dear Son Goku, oh Solo Goku. Upon seeing Goku, everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they recognized his name thanks to Naruto's thoughts. Although many admitted he looked good. Goku? Looking at himself so, Goku, huh? What the hell? When she turned around, she saw another man looking at her body with a look of shock, annoyance, hatred, and disgust. That man was Zamasu. When everyone saw who Artemis was, they were all surprised, while Naruto smiled mockingly at the former goddess's reaction. Zamasu? Annoyed, why the hell am I a disgusting man? Goku. Amused, ha 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 ha, look at you Artemis, you wanted to eliminate all men and enslave women, and now you're a man. Zamasu saw him growling with hatred as memories of his avatar flooded his mind. Upon seeing the reaction, Naruto was laughing at Artemis. Upon hearing the music, everyone paid attention because they knew the fight was about to begin. Even with his hatred, Zamasu summons his violent fierce god sword. To launch himself at Goku, who takes his magic staff from behind his back. To repeat Zamasu's action. Seeing that, everyone knew the fight had begun. When they were facing each other, they began to launch attacks where Goku used his staff to block, dodge and counterattack, while Zamasu had a harder time since, being Artemis and hating men, it was difficult for him to keep up. Tsunade. So, because of her hatred, Artemis is at a great disadvantage. Aphrodite. That's how it looks, and since Naruto has already been female in some resets, that makes the fight easier for him. Realizing this, Goku jumps up and hangs suspended in the air. Goku. Six-blade Kienzan. With that, he generated a disc in his hand to throw at Zamasu. Zamasu only saw the disc split into 6. He then used his sword to cut the discs, having difficulty doing so, especially when some discs hit him directly. Seeing that, everyone was surprised since they had never seen Naruto use that technique before. Seeing how he was being overpowered, Zamasu releases too much Kai, transforming. Now he was in SSJRO's phase. That surprised everyone, while Naruto became serious. Upon realizing this, Goku transforms into Super Saiyan God Blue. To launch himself against Zamasu, who was doing the same. Upon feeling the power of both, many were startled by its tremendous force. With that, they began to use their weapons again, and it was clear that with each clash, more destruction was generated due to the tremendous power they possessed. Seeing all the destruction, many were amazed, scared, and excited. They both began to struggle with their weapons when Zamasu's sword shattered and the magic staff flew off. Seeing this, Zamasu stepped back to unleash holy wrath. Goku responds with a Kai blast. Causing an explosion when the techniques collide. Many were already on the edge of their seats to continue watching the fight, which was gradually becoming more epic. Zamasu couldn't see, but little by little he began to receive blows from out of nowhere. That confused everyone, while Naruto already knew what was happening. When it was over, Zamasu was on his knees looking ahead, only to see Goku with a new appearance. The Saiyan was using the Ultra Instinct or Selfish Doctrine. None of the mortals felt the power, but the supernatural beings and deities were surprised by the power they felt. Zeus. That boy has every right to claim the position of Celestial. All who felt, even Chaos, nodded in agreement with what the King of Olympus said. Zamasu was in shock and terrified because the power that Goku was giving off at that moment was immense and unshakable. Those who had not experienced power were surprised to learn what that feeling was. The sun just struck a pose. Goku. Super God Fist. In the blink of an eye, Goku was impacting Zamasu's abdomen with his fist. But while using Ultra Instinct, the attack was so strong that Zamasu spat blood and saliva before being sent flying, destroying a mountain. Seeing the scene caused many to wince in pain, but at the same time were surprised. Zamasu gets up as Goku appears in front of him, delivering another blow that sends him flying. As he lands, Zamasu glares at Goku with hatred and begins to unleash a massive burst of Kai, increasing his power. Seeing this, Goku decides to abandon Ultra Instinct. Many wondered why Naruto Goku abandoned Ultra Instinct since, from what they heard, it was very powerful. Goku. Kaioken. But that scream, it transforms into another phase. He was now in SSJ God phase Blue Kaioken. Everyone felt the power he unleashed and they had to say that he was very powerful. With that, they both launched themselves again, generating shockwaves. That made the planet tremble as well as generate destruction. In the room, everyone was trembling from the power of the shocks while they were surprised. Makoto. Sharingan activated. I can't follow him with my Sharingan. The users of the ninjutsu nodded as they too could not see them. They continued like this when Goku was left floating near the ground while Zamasu was in the sky. Zamasu. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Prepares an attack lightning of absolution. That executes the attack. Which goes directly against Goku. Upon seeing this, Noir's allies were concerned for the aforementioned as the attack appeared powerful. Seeing that the Saiyan just raised his hand with open palm towards Zamasu. Goku. Hakai. With that, a purple sphere appears in his hand, which goes against Zamasu's attack, cancelling it and going towards him. The deities were in shock because they knew of that power. It was a power of destruction on a planetary level, perhaps even more. Zamasu manages to dodge the attack, terrified because he knew the power of Hakai. But then his gaze turns to one of hatred, as he had always wanted to use Hakai to dominate the multiverse, and Goku had already achieved it. Hestia. It's a good thing he didn't learn to use Hakai. The deities nodded. Artemis with Hakai would be very dangerous, and now they understood why. During their breaks, Naruto had told them that Artemis was classified as a multiversal class danger. Zamasu. Damn you. With that, he lunges at Goku, who was waiting in position. As he gets close, Goku teleports to appear above Zamasu and delivers a downward fist strike, sending him crashing to the ground. Apollo. Instead of that bastard, it's that bitch. Zamasu manages to stop, but Goku appears above him and throws a Kai sphere at point-blank range, sending him crashing to the ground again. Many winced at the sight. As he collided with the ground, Zamasu struggled to his feet, only to find something forming beneath him. Looking down, he saw a large void. Then turn up only for Goku to enter, along with him, into the hole, disappearing from the reset. With that, the screen turns off, letting everyone know that the fight would now continue in another reset. Final Showdown. Power Rangers Part 1. Everyone was waiting for the next episode, eager to see more of the fight. Then the screen lit up, catching everyone's attention. Final Showdown. Power Rangers Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised to learn they would be watching the first part, but they paid attention. Goku and Zamasu could be seen fighting in the tunnel, causing a lot of destruction. After a few seconds, they both disappeared. Elsewhere. It looked like a big city with skyscrapers. It was the city of Japan. Bolivia. Surprised it's Japan. Some didn't know what that place was, but others did, and they were truly surprised to learn that the fight was in Japan. Then the ground cracked and two figures emerged from the fissures. One was a monster and the other a human. The monster was Master Xander. And the human was Jaden Shiba. Both being the avatars of Artemis and Naruto, respectively. Upon seeing them both, everyone was surprised, but they felt a chill when they saw Xander. They could feel the evil unleashed from that Nylok. Upon seeing Jaden, Master Xander begins to laugh evilly. Xander. Ha 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 ha, it seems you're just a simple human. That worried Naruto's allies. But Jaden ignored him completely and pulled out his samurai. They get into a pose and make the kanji for fire, K. This shows Jaden in his Red Ranger appearance. Causing Xander to growl with anger and hatred. Seeing that, everyone pays attention, although the children were excited to see Jaden Naruto's transformation into the Red Ranger. Xander. You may be a samurai ranger, takes his weapon, but you'll never win, you useless thing. With that, Xander draws his broadsword. Causing Jaden to draw his sword spinner. And thus both put on guard. That excited everyone because the fight will continue. Xander. I'm going to kill you. Jaden. Mockingly, you said that in the previous 3 resets and you lost. Xander growled with hatred as he lunged at Jaden, who copied the action. Many laughed when they saw how Jaden had silenced Xander with logic. As soon as the music started, everyone got excited. The fight was about to begin. As they faced each other, they began to clash swords, generating sparks as they tried to finish each other off. Both exerted force, then continued to unleash slashes, some of which landed squarely, sending up small sparks. Jaden. In pain, grr, I knew this could happen, but I'd forgotten it hurt even when protected. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Naruto. Damn, I need to remember that. He abandoned that thought to rush towards Master Xander, continuing the fight with his sword, which was being repelled by the Nylok. Master Xander began launching fireballs, which Jaden was able to deflect with difficulty. Jaden. Time to get more serious. That made everyone pay closer attention. With that, he spins the disc of his spinning sword, causing the sword to transform into Fire Smasher. Then put on the Disco Leon. And get into a fighting stance. With that, he launched himself at Xander, who began to do the same, engaging in combat with their weapons. After several attacks, they separated, dragging their feet, only to meet again. Ares. They both seem evenly matched, but it's clear that Artemis is stronger. That worried many, but especially Naruto's allies. They met again, charging at each other with Jaden now spinning on his own axis as Fire Smasher burst into flames. Xander tried to attack, but Jaden leaped behind him and delivered a powerful flaming slash to the Nylok sword. That caused many to start beating Naruto Jaden. Xander growled in pain as he turned and attacked Jaden with his sword, causing the Red Ranger to cover himself with Fire Smasher and be sent flying a little. Xander. Annoyed, just die already. With that, he charges energy into his sword to throw it. against Jaden, who used Fire Smasher as a shield, causing an explosion. That startled many people. The Nihilok was about to laugh when Jaden, Super Samurai. Jaden runs out of the smoke in his Super Samurai form. While in his other hand was the Bullzuka. Ready for combat. All of Naruto's allies began to defeat in war. Hades. His power increased. The gods nodded, for they too had felt it. Seeing this, Master Xandred lunged forward and the two began a sword fight while Jaden also used the Bullzuka, firing at the Nihilok, who growled in pain. At one point, Jaden inserted the lion disc into the black box, which was on his sword, to turn it. Jaden. Super Lightning Strike. But that, he strikes Xandred with a sharp part of the Jiraiya Espada, which was on fire, causing a lot of damage to the Nihilok and making sparks fly. Everyone was excited and they could also feel the power emanating from the sword tour. It was very strong. Master Xandred groaned in pain, but when he turned around he saw something that surprised him. Jaden had a fusion of his Jiraiya Espada and the Bullzuka. It was the Super Bullzuka. Upon seeing the Super Bullzuka, everyone realized it was simply a fusion of the sword tour, the black box, and the Bullzuka. But there was something that had scared Xandred. The Super Bullzuka had a disc. But it wasn't just any disc, it was the Shiba Fire disc, an extremely powerful disc. The record caught everyone's attention, while Naruto remembered Lauren, his sister, when he was Jaden. Jaden. Goodbye Xandred. But that, he delivers a point-blank attack, severely damaging Master Xandred. Xandred. Shooting up many sparks and lightning damage. With that, it falls to the ground and explodes. That startled everyone, but also excited them, thinking it was over. But all that hope crumbled when they remembered the title and saw Noir's serious expression. Seeing that, Jaden pulls out the black box to prepare. This fight was not over yet. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone nervous knowing that it wasn't over yet. Final showdown. Power Rangers Part 2. Everyone was still waiting for the continuation of the fight between Naruto, Jaden and Artemis Xandred. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final showdown. Power Rangers Part 2. Upon understanding this, no one said anything, but they paid close attention. Jaden could be seen looking serious as he watched an explosion that shrank to grow into a silhouette, reaching all the way to the skyscrapers. The silhouette was Master Xandred. Everyone was shocked to see that, while mortals were terrified to see Xandred Artemis growing. Upon seeing his appearance, Xandred begins to laugh and then starts wreaking havoc with his sword. Hera. That's not Artemis anymore. The gods nodded, though some were saddened. Artemis was no longer the same as before. Jaden took that seriously enough to pick up the black box, open it, put a disc in it, and close the box. Jaden. Activating the black box Ultimate Samurai Combination. This creates the Ultimate Samurai Combination, which is the combination of all the Zords. Xandred immediately turns around to look at something. The Rel Gigazord Samurai. Upon seeing that, everyone was surprised but at the same time excited. In the cabin. Jaden was seen in his Mega Mode. While in his hand was the Mega Sword. And was in his place in the cabin. Apollo. Nobody said anything and they just nodded. Jaden only puts the Mega Sword in the section to see Xandred seriously. Jaden. I'm counting on you, old friend. Then he releases a new album. The Shogun disc. The album caught everyone's attention. Jaden. Moto Shogun. With that, he secures the disc to his belt and then begins his new transformation. At the end, Jaden was seen in a new form. Now he was the Red Shogun Ranger. Seeing its appearance, many were saved, but upon feeling the power it unleashed, many trembled. It was immense power. Jaden. Let's end this. That moves the Mega Sword forward. Outside. The Samurai Gigazord began to move forward. Seeing the scene and hearing the song, everyone paid closer attention. The fight continued. Seeing this, Master Xandred lunged at the Gigazord. Xandred swung his sword at the Gigazord, who drew his own. To repel the attack, sparks flew. Both began attacking with their swords, causing more sparks. At one point, they began to clash, causing a shower of sparks and some destruction. Ares. They're very strong. Aphrodite. Serious, we just have to wait for Naruto to win. Everyone nods in agreement, as it was true. Artemis has been proven to be a danger to everyone. They moved back a little, only to attack each other again with greater intensity. Xandred, his sword charged with energy, slashed at the Gigazord, who recoiled, sparks flying. In the cabin. The cabin began to shake and spark as Jaden tried to endure the pain, though a small trickle of blood trickled from his mouth from the effort. The last thing had startled everyone and worried those on Naruto's side. Jaden. Quick, Jaden, you have to do something. Then remember how to pull out the Mega Sword, turn it back to normal, pull out the Bullzuka, and combine both weapons into one. Now it was the Shogun Lance. The Shogun Spear caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry Jaden. Attacking Gra. Outside. The Gigazord attacked Xandred, who returned the attack, causing both to take the full force of each other's damage. Sparks flew, but the Gigazord unleashed a few small explosions, after which the Octazord, the Bull Zord and the Claw Zord were sent flying. Upon seeing the damage, some were pleased that Xandred had taken the hit, but others were concerned to see the Gigazord take the blow. But everyone fell silent as the explosion occurred and 3 Zords were launched into the air. The previous Gigazord now had a different appearance. Now it was the Battle Wing Megazord. Everyone was surprised to see the Battle Wing Megazord, but they were alarmed when they felt the Great Zord's power decrease. In the cabin. Jaden was on the ground from the pain of losing the 3 Zords. That was the bad thing, the Ranger feels the pain felt by the Zords. Everyone was surprised to see that, but Naruto's allies were very worried. Jaden, still in his Shogun mode, takes off his helmet, throwing it to the ground, and then puts his Mega Sword in his controller. Jaden. Determined this isn't over, Xandred. Outside. The Megazord begins attacking Xandred by gliding close to the ground with its sword pointed at the Nylok. Zeus. Wait, sees Naruto, can you fly with that? Naruto, from below, looked at him and nodded. Seeing this, Xandred deflects the attack, but the Megazord kicks him, forcing him back slightly. Master Xandred retreats a bit to attack the Megazord again, who begins to repel and counterattack with his sword. Many had to accept that they were good moves. Xandred. Enough. With that, he launches a powerful attack that causes the Megazord to lose the Tiger Zord, Swordfish Zord, and Beetle Zord, revealing its initial appearance. El Megazord Samurai. That worried everyone, but especially the allies of Noir. In the cabin. Jaden was covered in wounds and bleeding, while the entire Megazord cockpit was wrecked from the fight. The scene left everyone speechless, as it was clear that the damage was extensive. Jaden. This is bad, that attack left me very weak and I still have to stop Artemis and the other resets. This made everyone nervous, as they had to admit that Artemis had to be destroyed, and immediately. Then he remembers he had one more record left, so he takes it out. Jaden. I hope this helps, puts in the disc Shark Zord. That caught everyone's attention, but even more so when they remembered the Shark Disco. Outside. A giant sword emerges from the Megazord's chest. It was the Grim Shark. Upon seeing the Shark Zord, everyone remembered the Shark Sword, what an irony. Jaden. Combination, Shark Armament Megazord. With that, the Samurai Megazord and the Shark Zord come together, acquiring a new appearance. Causing Xandred to take a guard position. Nobody said anything, but they felt the Megazord's increasing power. Upon seeing each other, they lunge at one another, engaging in a sword fight. The Megazord dodges an attack and strikes diagonally, hitting Xandred squarely. Nylok growls in pain and throws a punch at the Megazord, who recoils. Seeing this, Xandred attempts to pierce the Megazord with his sword. The Megazord, seeing this, mimics the attack, striking Xandred. Crash slash. The fight excited many, but upon hearing the noise, everyone fell silent. Both swords were piercing each other's opponent, then began to generate many sparks, and then exploded. Ending the fight in that reset. With that, the screen went black, leaving many with a bad taste in their mouths after seeing Jade and Naruto explode, but then they sighed with relief upon realizing that they had finished with that reset. Final showdown. Max Steel. Everyone was still processing what they'd seen in the previous episode. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Max Steel. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention. The sky was blue, then 2 projectiles flew towards a factory. Ignore Extrayer Toxin and Elementor. Entering while they were destroying the roof. Everyone was confused by the factory, but they kept going. However, upon closer inspection, Naruto realized where they were. Inside the factory. Inside, the projectiles rise to reveal 2 silhouettes. One of them was Elementor. The avatar was Artemis, and the other was Max Steel. Naruto avatar. Apollo. Shocked, holy shit. Everyone was in the same boat as him, since they hadn't expected to see Elementor. Before Elementor can do anything, he is rammed by Max, who makes him fall back considerably. Elementor. Steel. Max. Man, I forgot Elementor used to yell a lot. This confused everyone while Athena tried to figure out what was happening. Elementor lunged at Max, who copied the action. Many people started to like the soundtrack. They instantly clashed fists, generating a small wave of air. As Elementor moved away, it changed its structure. Now he was Earth Elementor. That surprised everyone as Naruto decided to speak. Naruto. Elementor Artemis has the ability to change his molecular structure, thus changing his element. That surprised everyone, while Athena took notes just in case. Elementor roared, pulling a clod of earth from the ground and hurling it at Max, who dodged it. Then he saw Elementor running towards him. Elementor, destroy Max Steel. Max. Sarcasm, oh, brilliant. Hermes. Listen, I've noticed that Artemis has lost a little bit of intelligence. That caught everyone's attention since they hadn't noticed that before. Max manages to dodge, but Elementor changes into Fire Elementor. They deliver a full-on fiery blow to Agent N-Tech. Max crashes into a wall and lets out a growl. Many winced in pain, but even more so because Elementor was made of fire. Max. In pain, damn. Elementor starts running towards Max. Elementor. Destroy. Max lets out a sigh as he gets up. Max. Okay, this is taking a while, turbo action. With that, a green light begins to surround him, making him enter his turbo mode. Seeing turbo mode excited many. The fight was now even. Seeing this, Max runs towards Elementor, punching him and sending him crashing into a wall, destroying it. Max braced himself, only to see a gray and yellow ball fly towards him, which Agent N-Tech stopped with his hands. The ball caught everyone's attention, but Naruto now knew what element Elementor Artemis had become. When the ball stops, it moves backward to reveal its identity. He was a Metal Elementor. Upon seeing Metal Elementor, many felt intimidated, while others were surprised and worried. Elementor roars loudly as he lunges at Max, who begins to hit him. Elementor. Steel. Elementor began using its claws, trying to tear Max apart, who dodged and counterattacked with its fists, forcing the beast back slightly. At one point, Max threw a punch, but it missed. Many wondered why the punch didn't land. When he turned around, he saw the Air Elementor. Laughing at him with great mockery. Everyone was surprised to see that Elementor was made of air. Elementor. Mockingly, what will you do now, Max Steel? Max smiled slightly before leaping and striking the sphere on Elementor's forehead. Instantly, a small green wave passed through Elementor's body and he began to change modes. Menma. Surprised what? Naruto. Elementum is an isotope of elements. There are 5. Water, fire, earth, air, and the last one, which has no record. Elementor possesses the first 4, which is why he can change modes, but since I have the last one, the other 4 become unstable in my presence. That surprised everyone. Myth. And where you hit is the core. Naruto. Exactly. Everyone returned to the screen. Max took advantage of this and punched the monster, sending it flying. Elementor growled and transformed into Elementor Metal Chaos. They started shooting pieces of metal at Max, who dodged the attacks. Upon seeing Elementor Chaos Metal, many swallowed hard. It looked terrifying. Landing on his feet, Max barely dodges an attack from Elementor's saw. Max jumps but dodges an attack from Elementor's claw, then punches the monster in the face as it tries to bite him. Max. I won't be your dinner. Immortal to knock Elementor to the ground. Many started celebrating while others gave Naruto a thumbs up for the good joke. Max falls to turn around and see the place where his transport to the other reset would be. That caught everyone's attention. Without waiting, Max grabs Elementor's leg and starts dragging him towards the portal. He's about to reach it when he's hit by a large rock. That startled many, while Naruto already knew what Elementor Artemis had transformed into. Upon looking, he saw that it was Elementor who was in a new form. Now he was Terrestrial Elementor. Sakura. So how many forms does it have? Naruto. It has 14 transformations. That surprised everyone. Max. Sarcastically, oh, great. Elementor. Roaring Steel. Elementor began throwing many giant rocks which were dodged by Agent N-Tech. Max. I have to finish this now. They all nodded. With that, he pulls out an Ano cube to open it, revealing the double barrel launcher. They aim at Elementor and start shooting. Many enjoyed seeing the double barrel shooter again. Elementor raised his hand like a shield while dodging the shots. When the shooting stopped, Elementor lowered his hand. Elementor. Steel. But he gets confused when he doesn't see Max. Everyone was equally confused when they saw Max Naruto disappear. Curious, he approached the double barrel launcher, which was near a container filled with a liquid. The liquid was nuclear sludge. Then he felt something. Olivia. Oh shit. Kakashi. What is that? Olivia. It's nuclear mud, it's very radioactive and can cause deaths. That surprised and terrified many, while the power-hungry watched the liquid with interest. When she turned around, she saw Max hugging her leg. That caught everyone's attention, but then Kaneko understood instantly. Kaneko. She's going to jump into the nuclear mud with Artemis. That surprised everyone and worried those on Naruto's side. Max. You and I are finished here, Artemis. The force, and thanks to his turbo mode, he lifts Elementor so that both fall into the nuclear mud, thus ending the fight in that reset. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in silence. Naruto Max had launched himself into the nuclear mud with Elementor, only to end up in that reset. Final showdown. Ben 10. Everyone was waiting for the next episode, still thinking about what they'd seen in the Max Steel reset. Then the screen went black, leaving them all speechless. Final showdown. Ben 10. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised, especially Olivia, when she saw that the reboot they were going to was the one from Ben 10. It looked like a big city. The city of Bellwood. Olivia. Surprised it's Bellwood. That caught everyone's attention, but they had to admit that the city was great. The whole city was inhospitable, without any inhabitants, without anything. On a street. Everything was calm when an explosion occurred, sending two figures flying. The figures were an alien and a human. The alien was Multiverse. And the human Benjamin Kirby Tennyson, or Ben 10. Avatars of Artemis and Naruto, respectively. Olivia. With hatred Multiverse. The tone surprised everyone, while Naruto looked at the alien with some annoyance. Although many had to admit that Multiverse looked intimidating and Ben looked good. But Ben could be seen getting up. Ben is surprised to see the watch on his left wrist. It was the Omnitrix. Upon seeing the Omnitrix, many were filled with curiosity since it was a simple watch. Then, Olivia. A hologram version of a woman emerges from it. It was Olivia Tennyson, or also known as Olivia. Many were surprised to see Olivia changing her form to the one she had on screen. Olivia, yes, it's me Naruto, sorry Ben. Ben looked at himself to realize that he was now Ben Tennyson. Olivia. Looks away, my sensors detect alien DNA, more specifically from a chronosapien. Upon hearing that, Ben becomes serious and puts his hand on his watch. Ben. Well, it's time to be a hero. Olivia smiles and disappears. Naruto. Sighs, what nostalgia. Despite being down below, everyone understood her, making Olivia smile. Upon seeing that, Ben activates the Omnitrix to display an icon. And press the clock, transforming into the alien. It was Humongosaurus. Naruto. Excited Humongosaur till death. Olivia rolled her eyes in amusement while the rest were curious. Without further ado, he starts running towards Multiverse. The soundtrack began to excite everyone. The alien chronosapien had gotten up only to receive a tail whip from the Vaxosaurus. Sensing this, Multiverse moved back a little, but then began dodging Humongosaur's attacks. Multiverse. Don't you remember, Tennyson? I control time. Upon hearing that, everyone's eyes widened and now they understood the term chronosapien. Humongosaur knew it, but he still had a plan, and that involved Olivia's help. Olivia. Do you think it will work? Humongosaur. I hope so. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto and Olivia's. The Vaxosaurus continued to throw punches, which the chronosapien dodged. Using his chronokinesis, Multiverse teleported to another location to unleash his time beam. Against the Vaxosaurus. Humongosaurus. Very good, now Olivia. The Vaxosaurus began to run towards the beam, then a light surrounded it and it changed shape. Now it was stone. Olivia. So a crystal sapien. Good choice. Naruto smiled slightly as the rest watched Peter intently. While continuing to run, the crystal sapien puts his arms in an X shape to begin absorbing Multiverse's attack. Olivia. That's crazy, Ben. Stone. I know. But I have a plan. The absorption of the attack surprised everyone, but they were still wondering what Naruto Ben's plan was. Feeling that he could no longer resist, the crystal sapien leaps away to point his arms towards the chronosapien. Stone. Eat this Multiverse. With that, it fires a multicolored beam. Which caused Multiverse to block with his arm. Atomi. Power absorption and redirection, good idea. Naruto. I know, but it's not enough. That made some people swallow hard when they thought about another plan. As the fight ended, Peter flew off, ramming into Multiverse, and the two continued fighting. Multiverse punched and deflected Peter's blows, who did the same. Neither was willing to give an inch. Multiverse. Annoyed enough. With that, he unleashes a temporal ray which strikes Peter directly, sending him flying. Afterward, Multiverse falls to the ground and retrieves a small box. It was the Annihilator. Olivia. Nervous the Annihilator. Naruto was serious but also somewhat nervous. The rest watched the Annihilator with curiosity. Multiverse. Now my plan will work, I will create my own universe and I will be the one who governs it. With that, he activates Annihilator in just 60 seconds. He didn't care if the world was destroyed. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise and now more than ever they corrected what they thought. Artemis was crazy. He was then struck by an electrical attack that knocked him back from the Annihilator. Upon seeing his attacker, he saw a black alien with what appeared to be ears and a tail. It was feedback. Olivia. Your favorite alien after Humongosaur. Naruto nods nostalgically. The electric alien began firing beams of electricity at Multiverse, who responded with a temporal beam. With impressive speed, feedback reached Multirant, positioned himself over him, and began discharging electricity. Multirant. Ha 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 ha, you're a fool, Tennyson. With that, a temporary shock begins to be generated throughout his body, causing feedback to start absorbing as best it could. This began to make many people nervous, while Naruto already understood his other self's plan. Upon seeing this, the Chronosapien takes the conductoid to throw it where the Annihilarg was. The Annihilarg had exploded, making the Chronosapien laugh maniacally. That shocked many, while Naruto smiled slightly. But there was something Multirant forgot. That had already happened. Everyone except Naruto. Naruto started laughing when he heard that. Realizing this, he watches the little Big Bang with horror. In the hands of the conductoid who changed aliens thanks to Olivia. Ignore Multirant's defeat. Multirant watched this with terror as memories of what had happened flooded his mind. All of this surprised everyone in the room while Naruto smiled, showing his teeth. Feedback. We're done here, Artemis. With that, she launches herself at the Chronosapien, causing both of them to explode. Fortunately, Olivia is unaffected and returns to the final reset safe and sound. That turns the screen off. Naruto. Nice good. Olivia just stared at him with a poker face, while the rest didn't understand the language except for Bakugo. Final confrontation. Avatar. Everyone was waiting for the next episode, while Olivia was happy to have seen her reset again. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Avatar. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but especially Naruto, who had a feeling the fight would be quick. It looked like a large city, but at the same time somewhat old-fashioned. It was the Fire Nation. Everyone watched the Fire Nation with curiosity, while Naruto remained calm. Then something shoots out of the sky and crashes to the ground. In the city. Two silhouettes began to emerge from the dust. They were Ozai, leader of the Fire Nation, and Aang, the last avatar. Everyone looked at Ozai with some curiosity, while Naruto had a nostalgic smile upon seeing his former avatar. Upon seeing himself, Ozai growls angrily. Ozai. Being a damn man again. He dodged a water attack. Turning around, he saw Aang, who had used waterbending. Well, he had a serious look. Menma. Remembering his other self's training, waterbending. When they heard the Ost, everyone started to get excited. Ozai grunted a little before starting to use firebending. Then start attacking Aang. Menma. Fire control. Seeing that, Aang began to dodge all the attacks with mastery, then took his glider, inactive, and launch himself at Ozai. When he got close, Aang began to launch attacks with a glider, which were dodged, blocked, or countered by Ozai, who continued using firebending. Everyone watched with surprise and excitement. It truly showed them that Naruto Aang was the holder of the title of Avatar. Suddenly, Ozai began attacking with greater intensity, causing Aang to spin his glider and block every attack launched at him. Seeing that he was in a difficult situation, Aang used earthbending to attack Ozai, who barely dodged the attack. Menma. Earthbending. As he got back to his feet, he saw Aang launch himself at him, moving his glider using airbending. It hurt Ozai. Menma. And air control. Naruto watched the control arts with a nostalgic smile. Ozai was having a tough time and that frustrated him, so by charging up more energy, he unleashes a point-blank burst of flame using fire control. That startled everyone, while some worried about Naruto Aang. He was about to laugh like crazy when he realized Aang was covered in green armor. He had used mineral control in milliseconds. Everyone was surprised to see the use of mineral control. Aang knew this reset would be, so to speak, the most boring since there were many ways to win and he really wanted to finish everything quickly. Berries. I admitted, the attacks are great, but he's very fast. They all nodded in agreement with what the God of War had said. So he decides to remove his armor to enter the Avatar state and launch an attack against Ozai. Many felt Aang's increased power using the Avatar state. It was awesome. Seeing this, Ozai lunged at Aang and both began using their bending arts. The fire flew back and forth, burning everything in its path. Then something happened in the sky. It was Sazan's comet. Upon seeing it, Ozai's expression turned crazed as he could feel its power reaching him. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Aang. This made many people take it seriously when they learned that Sazan's comet increased the power of firebending users. But there was something he forgot, Aang was also affected by Sazan's comet, so he was also gaining more power. Naruto. That made everyone laugh a little. Without hesitation, he lunged at Ozai to continue fighting. The fight had intensified and destruction was inevitable, so they both continued battling. Everyone watched attentively as the situation was dragging on. Seeing the opportunity, Aang uses lightning control. In both cases to be electrocuted along with Ozai and, thanks to his avatar state, generate a large explosion that sent them both to another reset. That turns the screen off. Apollo. Used it was a kamikaze attack. Everyone nods in agreement that it was true. Final showdown. Miraculous Ladybug. Everyone was waiting for the new chapter after watching the shortest fight they'd ever seen. Then the screen lit up, catching everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Miraculous Ladybug. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, while Naruto was somewhat happy to be returning to Paris. It looked like a large beautiful city, with a tall tower. That's right, we're talking about Paris, the city of love. Aphrodite. Sigh Paris, the city of love. Many were confused by Paris, but Olivia wondered how many places Naruto knew thanks to the resets. But we're going somewhere else. At the Eiffel Tower. A red glow appeared, followed by a young woman followed by two small creatures. The girl was Marinette Dupain Cheng. And the little creatures were Tiki and Plag. Many admitted that Naruto Marinette looked beautiful. The three of them looked at the city from the Eiffel Tower with serious expressions. Marinette. Serious, we're in Paris, so Artemis is now Gabriel Agreste. Plag, who do you think it is? Marinette. I think Monarch. Everyone was paying attention to everything that was happening. Both Quemis nod, then Plag looks at Tiki. Plag. Okay, Lumpy, let's get this over with. Tiki. A little tired, stop calling me Lumpy, Plag, but you're right, we have to finish this. Marinette laughed a little but then became serious. Naruto chuckled a little. Marinette. Okay, Plag, Tiki, merge. But that said, both Quemis enter their miraculous and then Marinette acquires a suit. Now it was Bug Noir. Upon seeing Bug Noir, many boys blushed because Marinette's outfit was tight. Naruto felt he had to protect her. Upon seeing that, Bug Noir jumps up to start heading towards the enemy's location. Elsewhere. There stood a man looking at her body. It was Monarch, or with his secret identity Gabriel Agreste Artemis. Upon seeing Monarch, the Noir became serious. Despite having a man's body, he admitted that he was excited to have the miraculous. That alarmed many, while others were worried. He was about to move when he received a kick that sent him flying. When he got up, he saw Bug Noir looking at him seriously. Monarch. You finally show up, Marinette Dupain Cheng. Bug Noir. Gabriel Agreste. They both looked at each other to prepare for the day. With that, everyone paid attention to the fight, although they were somewhat incredulous because of the song. Without further ado, they both charged at each other, beginning a hand-to-hand fight. Blows flew back and forth as Monarch and Bug Noir intensified their attacks. Everyone started getting excited about the fight. Seeing that this wasn't going anywhere, Monarch draws his staff. Weapon of the Butterfly Miraculous, to begin launching attacks which Bug Noir skillfully dodged. The staff had caught everyone's attention while Naruto was reminiscing about the akumatized victims. Bug Noir steps back to draw his staff. The cat miraculous weapon extended and Monarch lunged. They both began to clash as Bug Noir spun his staff and Monarch thrust with his walking stick. Monarch stepped back slightly to pull out a spinning top. Weapon of the Bee Miraculous, to begin using it by attacking Bug Noir. Many were intrigued by the spinning top, but they continued to pay attention. Seeing that, Bug Noir jumps away to take out his yo-yo. The Ladybug Miraculous weapon and began to spin it to launch it, repelling an attack from Monarch. Monarch growled angrily to attract the spinning top. Instantly, he changed his staff into a sword. Weapon of the Dragon Miraculous, to launch itself against Bug Noir. That surprised everyone since they never thought that a miraculous could have a sword as a weapon. Kagami. I hate it when anyone other than Naruto uses my weapon. Naruto just stroked her head a little with a small smile. The heroine mirrored the action, launching herself into a sword and staff fight. Blows began to fly back and forth as they shifted positions. Bug Noir also began using her yo-yo to attack Monarch, who started to struggle. Many were on the edge of their seats watching as the fighting intensified. In a moment of inattention from Bug Noir, the villain manages to kick the yo-yo, causing it to get stuck on a post. Naruto grunted a little when he saw that. Bug Noir grumbles a little at the sight but notices Monarch quickly approaching, taking the top in his hand. Monarch. Poison. That activates the power of the Bee Miraculous. The target heroine. Omni. What does that power do, Naruto? Naruto. It paralyzes the recipient for a while. That surprised many and caught the attention of others. Seeing that, Bug Noir puts down the yo-yo to prepare his hand. Bug Noir. Cataclysm. But that said, activate the power of the Cat Miraculous. They aim their hand against the attack. Upon contact, both powers generate an explosion that sends both opponents flying, who barely manage to recover before crashing to the ground. Many winced at the sight. Once on his feet, Bug Noir starts running towards where his yo-yo was. Seeing this, Monarch grabs his shield. Miraculous turtle weapon to throw it at the heroine who, upon seeing this, hits the shield with her staff, making it return towards Monarch who received it in the face falling to the ground. Naruto. Return to sender. That amused everyone. Bug Noir manages to retrieve his yo-yo, spin it, and attack, repelling Monarch's spinning top attack. With that, Bug Noir launches himself at Monarch, who mirrors the action. They begin to fight, using their staff yo-yo and sword spinning top. Both masterfully parry each other's attacks. Clashes of staff and sword erupt as Bug Noir and Monarch refuse to give an inch. They throw their spinning tops and yo-yos at their opponents, each determined to defeat the other. Everyone was getting more excited as they watched Bug Noir and Monarch display their skills. Monarch walked far away to get a flute. The weapon of the fox miraculous. With it, he plays the flute to generate various illusions of himself. Everyone was surprised to learn about the power of the fox miraculous. Bug Noir grunted a little since in that reset he did not have his sensory and perception abilities, so he launched himself spinning his yo-yo. Everyone was surprised to learn that fact, but at the same time many were worried. Bug Noir immediately began destroying illusions while trying to find Monarch. In a moment of carelessness, she became entangled in the string of the spinning top, which Monarch was holding. That worried everyone. Monarch. Approaching, hahaha, you let your guard down. Bug Noir. Maybe, but thanks for this opportunity. That confused Monarch, only to see Bug Noir reach out to tie Monarch up using her yo-yo and pull him towards her. That made the onlookers smile. Naruto always had a backup plan. Bug Noir. Gimme, I summon you and grant my wish. With that, a great glow emanated from the earrings and ring, revealing a creature that exuded power. It was Gimme, the Kwami of reality. Everyone was surprised to see Gimme as they felt his power. It was immense, it could even rival the power of the Olympian gods. Upon seeing the Kwami monarch, her eyes widened in surprise. Gimme. What is your wish? Bug Noir. You already know. Gimme smiled, generating a great glow, and thus the three disappeared, ending the fight in that reset. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone knowing that everything ended with that reset. Final confrontation. My Hero Academia. Everyone was still thinking about everything they saw when Naruto was marionette. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. My Hero Academia. Upon reading the title, everyone who had come from that reset was surprised. Bakugo. Deku must win, yes or yes. Even though he said that, everyone knew that Bakugo was worried about Naruto. The city was in complete ruins, the buildings destroyed, everything full of rubble. This was the city of Jakku. Upon seeing the state of Jakku City, many were in shock, while those from the BNHA reboot sadly watched the scene, remembering the war. But let's move on. In a building. The boy was seen looking at the city. The boy was Izuku Midoriya, the ninth holder of One for All. Uraraka. Happy Deku-kun. The others from the BNHA reset were smiling while Bakugo waited for Izuku Naruto to shine at Artemis. The green-haired boy surveyed the city with a mixture of seriousness and sadness, recalling the war he had endured during this reset. Then he felt his quirk, Kiki Kanchi, activate. The danger sensor activates, causing him to look away. Izuku. Serious all for one. Upon learning who Artemis was, the BNHA characters were shocked, as they did not expect Artemis to be such a monstrous villain. That activates One for All to jump and go to where All for One, or AFO, was. Elsewhere. The man was seen looking with a broad, satisfied smile at the destroyed city. That man was All for One, also known as AFO. Upon seeing AFO, the BNHA fans had bad memories, while the others felt the evil emanating from the villain. AFO. Satisfied, this is beautiful, it's magnificent. AFO loved seeing all this. He may now be a man again, but as Artemis he was satisfied with all the pain, death, agony, suffering and more he had caused in this reset. Upon learning Artemis AFO's thoughts, everyone was horrified, but especially the Olympian gods. Zeus. My daughter, what kind of monster have you become? Then he senses a presence, followed by a curtain of purple smoke. AFO turns to see Izuku, who was using his quirk, Inmaku. Or also known as a smoke screen. Naruto. That amused many who appreciated the change in emotions. AFO. Well, look who I've run into, hello Izuku. Izuku. All for One. AFO. This is gratifying, the quirks, this is magnificent. But Izuku said nothing and just lunged at AFO. Bakugo. Kill the unfortunate Deku. The BNHA crew agreed with the walking bomb as they listened to the song start to play. Seeing this, AFO copied the action and launched himself at Izuku. Their fists connected and a close quarters battle ensued, both giving their all to defeat the other. AFO then began using his quirk Kinkatsu Banika to increase their physical strength by making their attacks more powerful. Seeing AFO use Kinkatsu Banika made many people worried, but they had faith that Izuku Naruto would manage to win. Izuku began to have some complications, so he activated One for All at full cowl, increasing his strength and delivering stronger blows. That pleased many. The blows came and went again as they increased the strength and speed of the attacks. Fight fans were getting excited about how the fight was unfolding. Afo. Sankatsu. With that, he activates his quirk, causing bone spears to emerge from his body. And thus attack Izuku, who barely dodged each attack. Many made a face of disgust when they saw the Sankatsu in action. Afo throws the spears at Izuku, who leaps high into the air, dodging the attack. Seeing that he wasn't falling, Afo looks up at the sky only to see Izuku using his quirk, Fike. Or float. The green-haired boy deactivates his quirk to fall to the ground and strike Afo, knocking him back slightly. Seeing this, Afo extends his hand to activate his quirk, Kyo Ashidasu. To launch an air attack which hits Izuku, sending him flying. Many were concerned when they saw Izuku Naruto being sent flying. Afo slowly approaches as Izuku gets up with some difficulty. Afo. Haha, look at that, finally a reset where you're at a disadvantage. Izuku ignores him and starts doing squats. That confused everyone, but then they remembered, Fajin. Upon seeing that, Afo starts laughing. Afo. Hahaha, are you seriously doing squats? That's ridiculous. Oh, wait, do you need to take a dump? And so Afo continued laughing, while Izuku continued doing squats. That's when everyone realized that Artemis was so crazy that she didn't even notice the danger. Ares. Artemis is crazy. Hermes. Crazy. She's insane. Hephaestus. That's not the Artemis we knew. All the gods nodded in agreement while Apollo looked on in sorrow at his sister. Izuku. You got cocky, Hake. Afo realized what was happening. All this time Izuku was preparing the Hake. Or Fajin, since he was accumulating kinetic energy. Instantly, Izuku moved quickly to begin attacking Afo, who started having trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement upon seeing that. Artemis Afo's madness and arrogance had now led to complications. Upon realizing this, Afo increases the power of Kankatsu Banika by multiplying it by 3, making his attacks more powerful. Many were worried when they saw that Afo could increase the power of his quirk. Izuku continued fighting while, with his feet vibrating, he made repetitive movements increasing the accumulation of kinetic energy, making Afo believe that his Hake was now infinite. Athena and the wise ones gave their approval to that idea. Upon seeing an opening, Izuku uses Kurumuchi. Or Black Whip to tie up Afo and throw him far away. Seeing him walk away, Izuku decides to use a move he used against a former villain named Lady Nagant. Everyone was intrigued by the movement, but upon learning about Lady Nagant, the BNHA fans paid close attention, wanting to know how Naruto Izuku defeated the famous heroine ex-villain. Elsewhere, Afo could be seen crashing to the ground, kicking up dust and debris. As the dust settled, the villain got up to brush himself off. Biji 100p Sento. Upon hearing that, Afo turns to look to the side only to see Izuku approaching very quickly using Kurumuchi. Izuku. Manchusatsumasu. With that, he manages to hit his attack against Afo, generating a kind of explosion. Since he was using One for All, Hake and Kurumuchi at the same time. Everyone was shocked to see the attack. Its shape showed that the movement was quite powerful. Bakugo. Hey extras, I was already scared thinking about Deku doing that to us when we fought him. That sent a chill through the other members of Class 1A. The attack was devastating enough to make Afo spit blood. Villain 1 ended up flying while rolling on the ground, hurting himself even more. Many winced in pain as they saw that this confirmed their suspicions about the movement. Afo begins to get up with difficulty, while Izuku stretches his leg a little. Izuku. Frustrated, damn, my leg went a little numb. It's been a while since I did that movement and this old body isn't as strong as my current one. That caught everyone's attention, while Apollo, being the god of medicine, confirmed it. His Kiki Kanchi activated, but before he could move, he was caught by black and red lines. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Afo using his Bumtatsu quirk. While wearing an evil smile. That made many people grumble, but also worry about Izuku Naruto. Afo. Maliciously haha, you got careless, and it seems you can no longer use the Kiki Kanchi properly, extends his hand, let me help you a little. Upon seeing that, Izuku opened his eyes, understanding what Afo was going to do, but then he thought of something else. The people from BNHA understood and also suddenly opened their eyes. Tsunade. What's wrong with you? Momo. You see, Tsunade-sama, Afo is able to steal other people's quirks to keep them and fight. That made everyone understand instantly, causing them to worry. Before he could touch Izuku, the villain was struck in the eyes, leaving him stunned. The attack was Izuku, who was using an improvised technique from the war. Pura plus Uteru, a movement created with Tsuyu Asui in mind and in honor of her. Tsuyu. With her finger near her mouth, I feel flattered, Kiro. Many found Sayu's little croak endearing. Although he could see, it was somewhat uncomfortable for him that Afo accidentally released Izuku while trying to remove the kuromuchi from his face. Many were surprised to learn that Artemis Afo could still see, but were glad that at least he was uncomfortable having the kuromuchi on his face. Izuku stops using the kuromuchi to get into a pose. Izuku. Hinsoku. That activates his ultimate quirk, Hinsoku. Or also known as gear shift lever, to disappear. Sasuke shivered when he saw the Hinsoku. Seeing this, many laughed nervously, but they understood his reaction. Izuku instantly appeared in front of Afo and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. Upon impact, Afo spat blood and saliva while staggering back slightly. Izuku continued throwing punches at something using Kinkatsu Banika, attempting to counterattack. Everyone was on the verge of being lifted off their feet because of the fight that was taking place. Having an idea, Izuku jumps away to get into a fighting stance. Izuku. Taransamisen. The NHA. That caught everyone's attention as they wondered what they were talking about since their voices told them they had seen that movement in action. But that, he makes the move against Afo, who received considerable damage. Everyone who didn't know the move was shocked. Internally, Sasuke was grateful that he hadn't been hit by it. At the end, Afo was bleeding profusely from his mouth while Izuku was catching his breath. Using Hinsoku always left him with aftereffects that he could recover from with his current body, but unfortunately, not with the body he currently had. Naruto. Unfortunately. That made them see that his current body had grown stronger through training and the use of skills, while his previous one had to endure such pain. When he finds himself in trouble, Afo gets up with a look of pure hatred to activate his ultimate combination. Afo. Kaira Ashidasu Kinkatsu Banika Shinpatsuyoku x 4 Ryoku Zenkim x 3. Afo's arm began to change radically, showing something disgusting. Now he had his ultimate combination activated. Upon seeing that, many made a face of disgust, others vomited, and others were serious. Upon seeing that, Izuku becomes serious and gets into a fighting stance. Izuku. One for all. Furukoru 100p Sento. But that, he activated his ability, which partially destroyed his suit, while Izuku's body emitted several green rays. Everyone watched the screen intently as Izuku Naruto was now going to use full cowl at 100%. Izuku quickly began moving his arm, activating Hake to maintain his energy, and then activate Hinsoku. They looked at each other and then launched themselves at one another. Izuku. LBE Derebu. It instantly activates its final move. While launching himself against Afo. Many were surprised to see the LB Derebu. One could feel the great detachment of power. They were inches apart, their fists about to collide. Neither was giving an inch, but little by little, the ground beneath them began to crack. They continued thrusting their fists together when they generated electric shocks, then exploded, taking both opponents with them and ending the fight in that instant. With that, the screen turns off, letting everyone know that the reset was saved. Final showdown. High School DXD. Everyone was watching as the BNHA characters celebrated Afo's death, especially Bakugo, who was throwing explosions like crazy. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. High School DXD. Upon reading the title, those in the DXD world were surprised, as they would now see the fight in their reset. The city could be seen. Irakuo. Asper, Kaneko, Kuroka, and Ravel smiled nostalgically as they saw the city of Kuo. In a building, a light appears to reveal a boy in a red shirt. Ise Haidu. Everyone was surprised to see Issei's appearance, while Kaneko and Gasper had perverted smiles when they saw Haidu's muscles. Kuroka in his mind seeing Kaneko and Gasper. The boy was looking at the city when a gauntlet appeared on his left hand. It was his boosted gear, a gauntlet where Drake resided. When they saw the boosted gear, everyone paid attention. Kaneko. Stoic, I hope that super developed lizard doesn't betray Senpai or I'll make him look like a pair of shoes. Some felt sorry for the dragon. Greg. We're back. Issei. That's right. They both looked at the city, remembering everything since it had affected them both. The dragon for being stupid and the boy for the betrayal. Greg felt uncomfortable remembering the stupid thing he had done. At that moment they feel an enormous pressure filled with power and evil. Greg. This is bad. Issei. Yeah, I can't believe that damn thing is that. They both knew what they were talking about and turned to look at the place where the pressure was coming from. Many were intrigued by the power struggle, but those who supported the DXD reset began to panic, fearing the worst. Greg. One last fight in this reset, partner. Issei smiles a little upon hearing that. Issei. See, dragon. With that, he walks towards the shore to take out his demon wings and fly off towards the source of the pressure. Naruto. The last battle. Drake nods, understanding Naruto's words. Elsewhere. The type of seal was visible, and it was breaking. Issei arrived instantly to see the seal shatter. From the cloud of dust, a massive figure began to emerge. When it fully revealed itself, Issei and Drake knew they had been right. Facing them was Trihexa 666, or the Beast of the Apocalypse. Upon seeing Trihexa 666, everyone was terrified by the release of power, but the DXD members were particularly panicked. Upon seeing the beast, they both knew they had to go all out, so they wouldn't use their balance breaker and juggernaut drive, they would move on to the third level, Cardinal Crimson promotion. That caught everyone's attention except for the DXD team, who were surprised. Issei. I, who am about to awaken, am I the Red Dragon Emperor who has discarded the principles of domination. I will walk the path of righteousness with endless hopes and dreams. I will become the Crimson Dragon King, and I promise you all that I will show you the future that shines with true crimson light. The blinding light envelops him, drawing the attention of Trihexa 666. Trihexa. Knew. As it dissipated, Issei was seen wearing armor. It was his Cardinal Crimson promotion armor. Many were intrigued by the chant, but upon seeing the result, everyone was surprised, especially when they felt the power. Trihexa immediately begins using its tentacles to attack Issei, who dodges with great skill. Boost, 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 boost. The sound confused everyone except those who knew. Upon hearing that, Issei knew it was Drake increasing his power. Now everyone who didn't know what that boost meant understood, and they were truly surprised. Dragon. Ahara. Issei flies higher to charge a small sphere in front of him. Issei. Dragon shot. With that, he strikes the sphere, launching a powerful attack. Which hits Trihexa, who did not move, receiving the full force of the attack. Everyone was surprised by the dragon shot. It was obvious from a mile away that it was powerful. Trihexa. Ha 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 ha, that's not useless at all. Issei growled angrily, trying to think of something when he had an idea. Drake. Reading Issei's mind, it might work. Issei nods, causing a white gauntlet to appear in his right hand. L dividing gear. Kuroka. That confused everyone except those who knew the power of the White Dragon Emperor. Once you have it ready, use the Wyvern spell to summon small dragons, more specifically white ones. Divide, 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 divide. Yes, thanks to the Wyverns, Issei was dividing Trihexa's power, who became angry when he realized that. Now they knew what Kuroka meant, and they hadn't expected that. Trihexa. Damn it. With that, he grotesquely opens his mouth to unleash a great burst of fire against Issei, who was using his boost, while the Wyverns divided the power of the attack. Everyone made a face of disgust at the Trihexa scene. Issei. Long-Ina Smasher. With that, he launches a powerful attack. Which collides with Trihexa's attack, causing both to increase the power of the attack. Ares. That's a powerful attack. Athena. It's most likely his most powerful attack. Naruto. Indeed, now imagine it with boost and divide. That sent a shiver down many people's spines. When both attacks exploded, Trihexa saw that Issei was not there. Understand, Trihexa? Looking down at the ground, he saw Issei, who had cannons on his shoulders. The Fang Blast booster. Issei. Crimson Blaster. With that, he fires the cannons, hitting Trihexa, who began to retreat a little. The unenthusiast's eyes lit up when they saw the Fang Blast booster's barrels. Boost, 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 boost. Apollo. Surprised? You've got to be kidding me. Everyone was surprised. They saw that the Crimson Blaster was powerful, and now, knowing that it used boost, it would be even more powerful. Drake increased the power of his attack, while Issei increased the intensity of his own. Some wyverns changed color to red. Wyverns. Divide, 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 boost, 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 boost. That started to make everyone more nervous. It seemed like madness. Issei deactivates the attack and then absorbs the wyvern's power. Instantly, Issei is surrounded by lightning and aura, causing him to unleash immense power. While they look seriously at Trihexa. Chaos. Surprised, wow, the little celestial is quite powerful. Zeus. And he's only using a fraction of his current power, Lady Chaos. Chaos nods understandingly but somewhat nervously at the thought of fighting against Naruto with all his power. Issei. Blazing inferno of scorching flame. With that, it unleashes a powerful burst of flame. Which directly affects Trihexa. Asper. Sweating a little, I think it's getting hot, literally. They all felt it, and it was true. When they looked for the source, they were shocked to see what was coming from the screen. Naruto. Okay, update, my most powerful attack from that reset is Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flame. Everyone nods in agreement as the attack was giving off a lot of heat and power. Trihiksa began to growl, then unleashed a powerful roar, sending Issei flying while generating a small explosion. Issei-san. He crashed into a building, knocking it down. Issei. Emerging from the rubble dam, I think I felt like I saw my life flash before my eyes. Drake. You're joking, right? Issei. Maybe. Drake just sighed. They all sighed while at the same time smiling a little amused. Drake. Ha funcionado? That question confused everyone, but Naruto immediately knew what Drake was talking about. Issei only pulls out a strange empty gem. See it? Issei. Yes, it worked. Drake. Repeat to me again the reason for this fight and the resets. That caught everyone's attention, so they paid close attention. Issei. The reason for fighting is so that these gems can be charged with the power of the resets, allowing everyone to function in the same world. Drake. But that would cause everyone's death. Issei. I know, but that's why I fight Artemis in every reset. I need her soul to prevent that unfortunate outcome. That left everyone speechless. Hitomi. His plan, that's his plan to combine all the resets into one using Artemis's soul to prevent deaths. Upon analyzing it, they realized it was true. Issei gets up to put the gem away and sees a silhouette. Issei. Surprised, you've got to be kidding me, is that really what he looks like? Drake. I'm surprised too, but whatever, let's get this over with. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto felt like he was going to have a small fainting spell. Issei nods to activate Star Sonic Booster. Then shoot off at an impressive speed. Apollo. Naruto laughed, amused, since he'd once thought the same thing. The others had beads of sweat on their faces, but they all admitted they found it funny. Elsewhere. The girl was seen struggling to get up. Was it the human form of Trihiksa 666, or just Trihiksa? Upon seeing that, everyone was shocked and speechless. Naruto. No memes. Everyone thought the same as him. When the woman is standing, she can be seen. Trihiksa. Miles per hour, I thought it would be a stupid man, that's how I like it, being a woman to prove that we are better. That made some women uncomfortable. They knew that they were better at some things but not at others, and they knew that Artemis said that all women were better than men at everything. Then she hears a sound and turns around, only to be struck and sent flying by Issei, who had a huge shield-shaped gauntlet. Issei had used solid impact booster. Apollo. Holy blow. Issei landed on his feet to see Trihiksa rise, his face contorted with rage. They locked eyes and charged at each other, engaging in a brutal fist fight. Trihiksa unleashed his apocalypse power, while Issei used the solid impact booster. Knowing he had to end this quickly, Issei began to whisper something as he continued his assault on Trihiksa. Upon hearing that Naruto was about to whisper something, everyone paid attention. Issei. I, the crimson red dragon that dwells within me, awaken from your dominion the crimson celestial dragon that I possess within me, rise up to become a king, the black god of infinity, the glorious red god of dreams, watch over the forbidden existence we will become, that transcends limits, we will dance like a radiance within hell. Upon hearing the chant, Office opened her eyes in surprise. She knew that chant perfectly. The blinding light appeared, causing Trihiksa to retreat. As it dissipated, Issei was seen wearing new armor. The Diabolos dragon god. Office. Unconsciously the Diabolos dragon god. Upon hearing the name, some felt a chill and others broke out in a cold sweat. Upon seeing him, Trihiksa began to scream with pure hatred and launched himself at Issei, who, from the first second, was using the boost. Issei. Dragon shot. With that shout, he unleashes an attack against Trihiksa, who was unable to avoid it and took the full force of the blast. Seeing her retreat, Issei speaks with Drake. Issei. Hey Drake, do we still have that sword? Drake. Of course we do. Issei smiles as he uses Star Sonic Booster and speeds off to where Trihiksa was. Many were surprised to learn that there was another sword that Naruto had not used, while the Noir and DXD fans already knew which sword they were talking about. Upon getting close and seeing that Trihiksa was rising, Issei summoned a sword. But this was no ordinary sword, it was a sword capable of killing dragons, it was Ascalon. Everyone who didn't know about that sword opened their eyes in surprise. With the moment fast approaching, Issei deactivates his gravity manipulation ability, reaches Trihiksa, and plunges his sword into her shoulder. Upon feeling this, Trihiksa screams in pain, for she was a dragon. The Olympian gods were surprised to learn that in that reset Artemis was a dragon, and that Naruto had Ascalon, a weapon capable of killing dragons. Trihiksa. In pain, damn it. But Issei moves Ascalon, causing Trihiksa's wound to hurt even more. Issei. We're done here, you damned woman. But that below both of them, a magic circle is formed. Then both disappear from the reset. But that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone still a little cold about what happened in Ascalon. Final confrontation. Nanatsu no Taizai Part 1. Everyone was eating something, as the previous episode had left them somewhat surprised, especially after seeing Ascalon. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Nanatsu no Taizai Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised because it was going to be another reboot divided into 2 parts. A blonde boy was seen in a place in ancient Britain. That boy was Meliodas, former captain of the 7 deadly sins and a member of the demon race. Hawk. That pervert finally shows up. That left many with a poker face, while Naruto felt like punching Hawk. Meliodas. Well, so I went back to Britannia. Meliodas started walking when he felt something, a presence very familiar to him. Meliodas. Sirius the supreme deity. Upon hearing that, Naruto becomes serious, now knowing who Artemis was. With that, he makes enormous leaps to reach where the presence was. Elsewhere. In a completely clear field, a large silhouette could be seen looking around. He was the supreme deity. Upon seeing the supreme deity, everyone was shocked and speechless. It was enormous. She looked around in surprise at feeling his power. It was pure, very pure, and she hated it. Supreme deity. Resign thanks, at least I can use this power to fulfill my purpose of total dominion. The supreme deity smiles maliciously. Upon hearing that, everyone became serious, while Apollo was already starting to think about giving up trying to make his sister a good person. Helpless. Upon hearing that, the supreme deity turns around only to find Meliodas appearing and delivering a dark slash. Making her back up a little. Everyone was surprised to see Helpless, while others felt they shouldn't be targeted by that technique. Supreme deity. With hatred grrr, damn demon. Meliodas only looked at her seriously while he had lost vein. In his left hand. Meliodas. Serious supreme deity. Meliodas assumes a battle stance while activating his demonic mark. Many people noticed the demonic symbol as they listened to the music begin. Meliodas runs towards the supreme deity who began to launch spears of light which were repelled by the demon. Supreme deity. Arc. White spheres appear in his hands. Which he launched were the arc. Upon seeing the arc, everyone felt a sense of danger. Seeing that, Meliodas prepares lost vein as he runs towards the arc that is coming against him. Meliodas. Full counter. With that, he performs the technique. This causes the arc to be redirected against the supreme deity. The goddess blocks the attacks with her wings while growling in anger at what Meliodas had done. Supreme deity. Growling, let's see if you can handle this, you damn demon, Omega arc. That creates a large white sphere. To launch it against Meliodas who was floating with his demonic wings. Urea. Surprised, holy shit, it's similar to the Omega Rasengan. Meliodas was going to counterattack but saw that the supreme deity had launched another 4 arc. That surprised and worried many. But Meliodas was not intimidated and smiled a little. Meliodas. Sacred treasure, release it. Lost vein released a small amount of pressure that surrounded Meliodas. Everyone felt the pressure as Naruto smiled slightly. Sensing it, Meliodas flies off towards the arc to prepare himself. Meliodas. Jitsu Bunshin. Having said that, and with the help of Lost Vein, Meliodas generates 4 physical clones of himself. While still flying towards the arc. The 5 Meliodas. Full counter. Upon shouting that, all the Meliodas use their swords to redirect the arc so that they go against the supreme deity. Everyone was surprised to see Meliodas Naruto generate physical clones using only Lost Vein. The supreme deity manages to repel his own attacks and quickly launch one of his own. Seeing this and noticing that he would have it for a while, Meliodas extends his hand to use counter vanish. Vanishing the attack instantly but leaving him with a small burn. There, everyone saw that the arc was damaging Meliodas, worrying Naruto's allies. Others, however, were surprised by the counter vanish. Seeing how Meliodas had vanished his attack, the supreme deity was annoyed even more by what Jonin no Junin was doing. And unleashed it fiercely against Meliodas, who prepared Lost Vein. Everyone was very surprised to see Jonin not Junin. Meliodas. Kami Chijiri. But that said, he launches 1000 cuts. Against the technique of the supreme deity by destroying it. Kakashi. Nervous with his Sharigan, I could barely see the attacks. That surprised everyone as they felt afraid of being in the middle of that technique. Upon seeing that and being Artemis herself, the supreme deity becomes even more enraged and uses Invigorate. Spreading its light across the entire battlefield, the light began to heal the damage, but because it was out of control, it was causing harm to Meliodas. Everyone was surprised and War's allies were worried to see him like this. Meliodas felt the pain, but then thought of a technique he hadn't used before. Meliodas. I hope it works. Without saying anything, he deactivates his magic power, beginning to receive more damage. Yang. Worried and looking at Naruto, are you crazy? Naruto. Maybe, but I already know what my other self is going to do. Hawk. Yeah, and I'm a witness to what that crazy Naruto will do. That caught everyone's attention and worried Naruto's allies a little more. Seeing this, the Supreme Deity smiles madly and, even with Invigorate activated, begins to use Kaisai no Ya, launching several arrows of light. That were beginning to harm Meliodas. That worried those on Naruto's side even more. Meliodas began running around the Supreme Deity, dodging arrows and attacking the goddess. The Supreme Deity laughed maliciously at this, because even though Meliodas attacked her, thanks to Invigorate she healed instantly. That caused everyone who didn't know about Invigorate to open their eyes in shock. Supreme Deity. Maliciously, you are a stupid demon. The Supreme Deity raises his hand to generate symbols of the goddess clan and fire beams of light at Meliodas. The technique was called Lightning Spree. Seeing the attacks, Meliodas knew he wouldn't be able to dodge them in time, so he crossed his arms to begin withstanding the lightning and the Invigorate. This worried Naruto's allies even more, while others were already beginning to shed tears. After the attack ended, Meliodas lowered his arms only to see the Supreme Deity display a symbol, then used Sparking Drive to unleash a burst of fire. Against Meliodas who, despite his injuries, could not dodge the attack. Summer. Crying, that's enough. Others felt the same way as her, as it pained them to see Meliodas Naruto taking so much damage. Upon seeing him on the ground, the Supreme Deity only laughed madly and maliciously, and just because he wanted to, he performed a Shinenbukaki Seijin, generating a meteor shower. Which hit Meliodas directly, who was on the ground suffering from the attack. Chaos. Serious Artemis is definitely a danger. Everyone nodded as Naruto's allies cried at the sight of him badly injured. At the end of the attack, the Supreme Deity was laughing like a child, but with a touch of madness, evil, and arrogance. The laughter of the Supreme Deity Artemis sent a chill down the spines of many, while others glared at her with hatred. Supreme Deity. Madly, ha 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 ha, I knew you'd lose in a reset, you bastard. With that, the Supreme Deity deactivates Invigorate to watch as Meliodas gets up. When they saw him get up, everyone was surprised but also worried about Naruto. Supreme Deity. With arrogance, malice, and madness, seriously? You still want to lose and have me kick your ass? Meliodas stood alone, then smiled and activated his magic power. Instantly, a tornado surrounded him. Leaving the Supreme Deity in shock as he felt a great power coming from that tornado. Everyone was equally shocked to see the tornado, and even more so to feel the power it unleashed. Naruto. That's my ability, Revenge Counter. It allows me to absorb all the damage and, by reactivating my power, redirect all the damage into a single attack. Supreme Deity. In shock, what? Meliodas begins to float up to see the Supreme Deity with a small, mocking smile. Meliodas. Did you ever think about why I deactivated my magic power? It's easy, for this. With that, he assumes an attack stance to go out against the Supreme Deity. Meliodas. Revenge Counter. With that, he strikes back, returning all the damage received to the Supreme Deity, who could only receive it fully by falling to the ground. Poseidon. That's a lot of power. Everyone nodded in surprise, while Naruto wore a small smile. Upon seeing that, Meliodas pulls out a kind of horn. To see the Supreme Deity. Meliodas. It's a good thing I told Merlin to recreate the Horn of Cernunnos. Naruto nods with a small smile, while the rest wonder what the horn is for. With that, he uses the horn to imprison the power of the Supreme Deity within the horn, who suddenly awoke upon feeling his power diminish as well as his size. Everyone was surprised to learn that's what the horn would be used for. Supreme Deity. What the hell did you do to me, you bastard? But Meliodas throws the horn very far away to see the Supreme Deity. Meliodas. Serious, this isn't over. The Supreme Deity merely growled to prepare himself as Meliodas healed himself with his dark matter. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone wanting to see the next part, although also worried about Noir. Final confrontation. Nanatsu no Taizai Part 2. Everyone could be seen waiting for the next part of the confrontation between Naruto and Artemis in the world of Nanatsu no Taizai. There were also some trying to get to where Naruto was to give him a hug for worrying them when he performed the revenge counter. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Nanatsu no Taizai Part 2. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. Meliodas, the Supreme Deity, was seen looking at each other with seriousness. Supreme Deity. With hatred, you may have taken away my power and reduced my stature, but I'm still stronger than you. Meliodas. That may be, but I also have this. With that, Meliodas acquires a new appearance. Now he was in his Demon King form. Everyone felt Naruto Meliodas' power increase, making them somewhat nervous. Upon seeing this, the Supreme Deity is surprised, but then becomes serious. They both look serious, ready to attack each other. Everyone paid attention as the fight had resumed. As they got close, they began attacking each other using their fists, which were surrounded by Arc, on behalf of the Supreme Deity, and Dark Matter, on behalf of Meliodas. That caught the attention of some, as they felt that they might be able to do it. Both were taking considerable damage as they continued fighting. Still fighting, they jumped apart. Supreme Deity. Yugatsu Mizubashira. A large jet of water then emerges from the ground, which was blocked by Meliodas using his golden hands. Poseidon. In shock and annoyed, can he control water in that form? Naruto. Serious there, he controls tornado, ocean, flash and sun, the first three inspired by air, water and lightning. That left everyone speechless, while others already saw Artemis as a threat, even Chaos saw her that way. Upon seeing it in the air, the Supreme Deity quickly prepares to use Tornado Grace. Supreme Deity. Senzaku Kamikaze. That generates a great ounces of seeing, which was directly against Meliodas. The great scythe made many feel a huge chill, especially when they saw the destruction it caused. Upon seeing this, Meliodas prepares the commandment of reticence to activate the Chinmoku no Kama and deliver a great cut that splits the technique in two, dispersing it. Many sighed with relief as the scythe users stared at the weapon with stars in their eyes. The Supreme Deity growled angrily and began launching more arc spheres. Upon seeing them, Meliodas began to repel them with greater ease as they deactivated instantly upon contact with his scythe. Naruto. The ability of that scythe is that, upon touching any attacker being, it deactivates its magical power indefinitely, the last thing as far as I remember. Everyone nodded in amazement at the Chinmoku no Kama's skill. Upon seeing this, the Supreme Deity decides to use Heliosphere. Ability obtained thanks to the Soul Grace, to launch a burst of fire against Meliodas. Apollo could only watch with sadness. His beloved sister was not only evil, she also used her attribute for evil. Upon seeing the attack, the current Demon King begins to spin his scythe, blocking the Supreme Deity's attack as best he can. As the attack dissipates, Meliodas lowers his scythe only to see the Supreme Deity strike the demon from above using Golden Shine, wounding him and leaving him somewhat dizzy as he backed away. That startled and alarmed everyone while they were worried about Naruto Meliodas. Upon seeing this, the Supreme Deity decides to take advantage of the situation to begin generating illusions, causing Meliodas to stop and see his former companions, the 7 deadly sins. Ignore Meliodas. And Elizabeth Lyons. The princess of the Kingdom of Lions and 107th reincarnation of the Supreme Deity's daughter. Everyone fell silent upon seeing that. He was using Naruto's feelings against him. Hera. Growling that bitch. Nobody, not even Zeus, said anything to him. Everyone now knew more than ever that Artemis was the enemy. Elizabeth. Smiling hello Meliodas. Ban. Smiling slyly Captain, how are you? Although he knew it was all an illusion, Naruto couldn't help but shed a few tears when he heard those voices again. Meliodas was in shock, but then his gaze darkened as tears streamed from his eyes. Meliodas. I'm sorry but you are not them. Without saying a word, he uses the commandment of truth to create the Shinjitsu no Kane. And make it ring, causing the illusions to scatter. Apollo. His heart felt at ease, but his mind knew that this was not real, so he decided to eliminate those illusions. Everyone agreed with the god. They had felt Naruto Meliodas' emotions. Meliodas makes the bell disappear, turns around, and with his scythe, cuts a great sun in half. Launched by the Supreme Deity who had used Greatest Sun. Everyone snapped out of it upon seeing the scene, and were very relieved to see that Meliodas had quickly come out of his trance. Seeing this, the Supreme Deity growled angrily and began launching more arc. Meliodas spun his scythe, blocking and repelling the arc, while glaring intently at the Supreme Deity. The Supreme Deity, being the leader of the goddess clan, summoned the winged sword. To launch himself at Meliodas, who did the same with his scythe. The winged sword caught everyone's attention as Naruto rubbed his abdomen, still remembering the pain he felt when he was stabbed by that sword. As they stood face to face, they both began attacking with their weapons, generating sparks. While attacking, the Supreme Deity used his arc to enhance his sword, attempting to gain the upper hand and damage Meliodas. Everyone started paying closer attention to the fight. Using his hands, the Demon King begins attacking the Supreme Deity, who tries to dodge but struggles. Knowing that the Supreme Deity harbors a deep hatred for him, Meliodas activates the commandment of love, rendering the goddess unable to harm him, only to then activate the I no Hikari no Maru, generating a sphere. To strike the Supreme Deity in the belly, sending her flying. The final combination of attacks surprised everyone, but even more so when one of the powers of the commandment of love was revealed. It seemed that this commandment made Naruto almost untouchable. The supreme deity, finding himself cornered, angrily unleashes the Enlil no Tenbatsu, generating a powerful beam between the Grace's tornado and ocean. Against all odds, destroying everything in its path without caring about anything. Seeing such a devastating attack, everyone was surprised, while Poseidon was serious, and Zeus was somewhat hurt to see his daughter using her attributes for evil. Zeus. What happened to you, my daughter? Meliodas was holding back the attack as best he could when he used infinite obscurity to generate several drops of darkness. To begin launching them against the supreme deity who blocked everything with arc. Naruto smiled slightly upon seeing that technique and remembering that he achieved it with the druids and with the help of the Bear of Sloth, King. Wanting to end the fight, Meliodas takes the commandment of purity to create the Junsui no Kaori. And use it by immobilizing the supreme deity while he had hallucinations of what his heart desired. Everyone was surprised to see that. It seemed like an illusion. And of course, Athena had been noting everything down the whole time. Noticing this, Meliodas sighs and takes out some pieces which, when put together, create a new object. This object was the Coffin of Eternal Darkness. Everyone was intrigued by the Coffin of Eternal Darkness, while Naruto already knew what his other self would do. Meliodas. Well, I was in this reset and thanks to Merlin, I made this chest not only hold beings of the demon race, but also beings of the goddess clan. That made everyone pay attention. But that, he approaches the supreme deity, who was still motionless, to place the chest between them. Meliodas. Clears his throat. Coffin of Eternal Darkness, activate your power and seal me and the supreme deity inside you. The coffin begins to glow, sealing Meliodas and the supreme deity inside, ending the battle in that reset. But that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone somewhat surprised by what they had seen. Final showdown. Dino King. Everyone could still see how surprised they were by what they saw in the Naruto reset with Meliodas. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final showdown. Dino King. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised to learn that it would take place during the Jurassic reset and even more so to learn that it would be in a time when Naruto had no powers. An island could be seen floating in the middle of the sea. It was Alpha Island, an island that belonged to Team Alpha, and it was also a time machine. Upon seeing Alpha Island, everyone paid attention, while Naruto watched it with nostalgia. But we'll focus on something else. On the other side of the island. A multicolored light could be seen, from which a silhouette emerged. As the silhouette stood up, it revealed itself to be a girl. It was Zoe Drake. Zoe was looking around when she noticed a creature beside her. It was Paris, her dinosaur companion friend. Naruto. Well, it looks like it'll be you and me, Paris. Paris lets out a noise in confirmation. Zoe. Paris. They hug each other and start walking, looking at the forest. Zoe. We're on Alpha Island, sigh. I'm getting memories of our friends and Team Alpha. Paris makes a sound, implying that he agreed with her thoughts. Naruto smiled slightly as the rest wondered what those memories were. Zoe kept walking as you dodged a water attack. Berries. And here we go again. When he turned around, he saw a being that looked like an alien. She was Spectre and, by her deduction, she was also Artemis. Shukaku. Don't suck an alien. Zoe. Serious Spectre. Spectre looked at her with an arrogant smile, thinking that now that she was somewhat stronger than a human, she would beat Zoe. That surprised everyone and at the same time worried Naruto's allies. Both of them got into position as Zoe activated her Dino Reader. Without further ado, they both launched themselves at each other, with Spectre having Brontikins by his side. His baby Apatosaurus. The Apatosaurus caught everyone's attention, but they put that aside since it was the beginning of the fight. When they faced each other, Zoe and Spectre started throwing punches, but unlike the old resets, here Zoe was using a combination of martial arts and Olympic techniques. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Ares's, since he knew some fighting styles like boxing, kung fu, karate, etc. Zoe used the jab to maintain some distance from Spectre, while also performing roundhouse kicks, delivering spinning kicks against the alien who dodged and counterattacked as best he could. Everyone was surprised to see those fighting styles as Ares gave a thumbs up. Somewhat far away, Paris and Brontikins could be seen fighting, and although the fight seemed somewhat cute, both fought very well despite being in their baby forms. Many laughed with a touch of tenderness, but admitted that both dinosaurs gave each other a good beating. Spectre. Annoyed, you're really getting on my nerves. Spectre hit Zoe hard, sending her crashing into a wall, then turns Brontikins into a card. Catching the card with his hand. Many winced as they intently examined the Apatosaurus card. Spectre. Very well, Apatosaurus, attack. That activates the card to turn it into a dinosaur. It was the Apatosaurus, which possessed its spectral armor. Some felt a chill upon seeing the Apatosaurus, while others worried about Naruto Zoe. Instantly, the Apatosaurus began to attack Zo, who started running away from the dinosaur, who had Spectre on his head laughing maniacally. Apollo. Some laughed, and others looked at him with some anger. Spectre? Madly, that's what I like to see, you running like the animal you are. Zo growled angrily as she transformed Paris into a letter. Patching it with his hand. Seeing that, everyone paid closer attention as they were about to witness another Jurassic battle. Seeing this, Spectre caused the Apatosaurus to begin attacking Zo with murderous intent. Zo, being flexible, managed to dodge the dinosaur's attacks as best she could. While continuing to dodge, Zo managed to summon her elemental amplifier. To connect it to your Dino reader. Zo. Great. Jumps, come on Paris, let's finish this. But that said, the letter passes through its Dino reader and then, in a flash of green light, Paris appears in armor. His elemental armor. Ares Apollo. As soon as Paris appeared, he lashed out at the Apatosaurus with his tail, making it stumble back a little while Spectre tried to hold on. Many were frustrated to see that Spectre had not fallen. As they regained their balance, both dinosaurs roared and charged at each other. At the same time, Spectre spread his wings and flew towards O, who managed to grab hold of the alien by the neck, using her legs to try and strangle him. Athena. No offense, but in that position it looks like they're doing something else. Naruto. With a small bead of sweat, yeah, I just noticed. Sensing this, Spectre began to move while Zo continued to strike him. Zo broke free to deliver a sword to Spectre's neck, causing them both to fall to the ground. Ares. Good hit. As Zo fell, she rolled a little, sustaining some injuries, to see how Paris continued fighting Brontikins. Zo. Paris, use tail whip. Upon hearing that, Paris began to hit the Apatosaurus with his tail, making it back up a little. Many winced in pain, but were surprised to see that a fight was happening at the same time, the first reset where that happens. Zo was punched in the stomach, knocking her back slightly as she watched Spectre glare angrily at her. Seeing this, Zo slipped her foot between Spectre's legs, twisting him around and knocking him down as she got up. Apollo. It looks like a dance move. Naruto. I sometimes like to use dance moves in combat. Everyone nodded, while Anko, who was the only one who had all her memories from previous resets, remembered all the times Naruto used dance steps to fight. Seeing this, Spectre quickly gets up to attack Zo, who begins blocking and dodging the attacks. She swiftly launches a sidekick at Spectre, forcing him back slightly. The jutsu users now wanted to know a little more about those types of combat. Perhaps they would ask Naruto for help with that. Zo. Maximum grass. Paris, who was somewhat far from Brontikins, began to run, surrounded by green energy. Against the Apatosaurus. The enemy dinosaur took the full force of the attack and fell badly wounded. Paris started making joyful noises as the other baby dinosaurs cheered her on. That brought a tender smile to Naruto's face. Zo smiled but received a punch to the face, causing her to step back a little. That startled some people. Without waiting another minute, Spectre began to throw more punches, which Zo blocked with her arms crossed. Ares. Boxing-style block. That caught the attention of Taijutsu users. Seeing this, Spectre began to laugh maniacally as he continued throwing punches. Zo resisted, but seeing an opening, she began throwing several hooks and swings, finishing with an uppercut that sent Spectre reeling backward, causing him to fall to the ground with a heavy topspin. Everyone gave a thumbs up when they saw the good combination of movements. Zo was breathing heavily and had some blood on her face. This was one of the few resets where she didn't gain powers, but she was grateful for that because it allowed her to learn various fighting styles. Seeing Zo so injured, Naruto's parents became worried about him or her. Then she heard something and turned around, only to be struck by the Apatosaurus's tail, which drew some blood. But it didn't end there, as the force of the blow sent her flying into a tree, hitting it hard and making her groan, as she felt her bones crack slightly. That startled everyone, as well as frightening and worrying them. Zo falls to the ground as the Apatosaurus approaches, only to be charged by Paris, sending it flying. Zo struggles to her feet, blood trickling from her mouth. Summer and Betty were worried when they saw Naruto Zo like that. Then she saw Brontikins preparing with Spectre on his head. Seeing this, Zo climbed onto Paris's head, who was also getting ready. Both pairs stared intently at each other, serious, and then. Zo Spectre. Emerald Garden Spectral Destroyer. Saying that, Paris prepares his Emerald Garden. While Brontikins his Spectral Destroyer. Then both launch their attacks, which collide with each other. Everyone was surprised to see the attacks while they were watching. Both pairs exerted more force, causing a multicolored sphere to form upon impact. Instantly, the sphere transformed into a multicolored pillar that extended. Until covering both only to disappear along with the duos, ending the fight in that reset. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone knowing that the fight was over. Final showdown. The amazing digital circus. Everyone was waiting for the new episode, some still haunted by the image of Zo with injuries. Before they could react, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final Showdown. The Amazing Digital Circus. Upon reading the title, everyone, especially those in the digital circus, opened their eyes in surprise. It was a colorful and lively place. This place was the interior of the tent of the old show The Amazing Digital Circus. Everyone else looked blank, while those who were in the digital circus had memories of Vietnam. But we're going to be located somewhere else. In a room. In a colorful room with a gray, red, and black wool theme, there was a boy with the appearance of an anthropomorphic animal. It was Naruto using his avatar in that digital world. Upon seeing Naruto's room in the digital circus, everyone was intrigued, while Naruto didn't know whether to feel nostalgic or what. Naruto. Looking at his body. Wow, I'm back at the digital circus. Naruto leaves the room to see the hallway full of doors with images which had X on them. Those from the digital circus only remembered their moments in that hell, while the rest looked at the doors with curiosity. El Noir could only see the doors and started running towards the meeting place. Welcome to the Amazing Digital Circus. Upon hearing that voice, those from the digital circus stiffened. Omni. Horrified, it can't be, she's him. Everyone in the digital circus was starting to panic a little while Naruto remained serious. That voice made Naruto stop dead in his tracks, become serious, and walk cautiously. Upon arriving, he noticed a lost figure whom he recognized instantly. It was Kane, the presenter of the digital circus. Upon seeing Kane, the TADC group's eyes widened in shock. Sensing his presence, Kane slowly turns around to look at Naruto. Naruto. So all this time you were that MKLR. Some were confused by the censorship but let it go. Kane. Mockingly, he, looks like you forgot you can't swear here. Naruto. Of course I haven't forgotten that, Kane. They looked at each other to prepare for action. The song made everyone look blank, but they decided to let it go. They both lunged at each other as Naruto summoned his floating gloves of kindness. Determination. Integrity. Patience and courage. The gloves were the digital circus versions of his floating hands. Everyone noticed the gloves but ignored them to focus on the fight. Putting that aside, Kane began attacking using the glitch in his body, forcing Naruto to use his abilities to dodge every attack. He then pulled a candy shotgun from his tails. Naruto melts it into soul magic of justice. Naruto. Now I thank Jax for secretly bringing this shotgun behind Kane's back. Jax smiled proudly at that, while the rest of the TADC group rolled their eyes, but admitted it was a good idea from the rabbit. Knowing that Kane, being Artemis and hating him, would forget that he has powers to alter that reality, Naruto begins to fire yellow bullets which hit Kane directly, making him even angrier. Everyone who didn't know opened their eyes in shock upon learning that Artemis was capable of altering reality itself. Kane. MKINSE. But that, he begins to attack with greater intensity, trying to eliminate Naruto. Jax. He's already angry. Seeing that an attack was heading towards Naruto, he causes the glove of patience to generate a rope. The grab at hand, by moving the floating hand, dodged the attack, remaining suspended in the air. Apollo. Amused you should have done the Tarzan yell. Naruto. Like Uzi once said, screw you. That surprised everyone, while Apollo became a little depressed. While airborne, Naruto begins firing at Kane, who launches glitch spheres at the falling Noir. Seeing him on his feet, Naruto quickly uses the glove of kindness to generate a shield. Blocking each glitch sphere. Eddie was grateful to have taught Naruto the use of all the soul's traits. When it was over, Naruto came out to continue firing justice bullets, which did more damage to Kane who tried to avoid the attacks, but found it a little difficult. Kane. Furious, I've had enough of you. With that, it generates glitch tentacles to start attacking everything in its path. That alarmed everyone, but especially those in the digital circus who were somewhat scared but trusted Naruto to put an end to it. Naruto began dodging the tentacles to use the Gauntlet of Integrity and generate several saws. But she began to launch against the tentacles, cutting them. Everyone relaxed when they saw that. Sensing this, Kane glares at Naruto with hatred but notices white spheres around him, which turn orange and explode thanks to Naruto who used the Glove of Valor. That made Jack smile while the rest of the TADC group said nothing. They too were pleased to see Kane suffer. Kane was floating injured because soul magic affected him greatly, as it was Artemis herself. Upon hearing that, everyone made a mental note, especially Naruto. Then he notices something. Above him is the Gauntlet of Determination, which fires a beam. Which hits him squarely, sending him to the ground. The Determination beam surprised everyone, admitting that it looked powerful. At the end, Kane was struggling to get up. Kane. With hatred, you damn son of a UAEK. Then he sees the gloves begin to surround him and then they transform into gloves of perseverance. From which peaks emerge. That pierce his entire body. Betty had some memories of Vietnam because she went through that thanks to Geister. Pain was too injured to watch as Naruto stood in front of him. Pain. Growling with hatred, I order you to release me right now. Naruto simply extends his arms to summon a Geister blaster, which began to charge an attack. Upon seeing the Geister blaster, many women squealed with delight while the children wanted to hug it. Naruto. Serious, take it as group revenge for all the shit you put me, Pomni, Regatha, Jax, Gengal, Zubal and Kinjer through, but especially for Gumigu. With that, the Geister blaster fires the beam, hitting Kane directly. Upon seeing that, the members of the digital circus smiled as Pomni remembered her friend Gumigu. As it dissipated, Kane was seen badly injured and began to be dragged away by Naruto, who was holding his leg. Naruto. As I've said for a long time, the fight is over here. With that, he heads towards a door. To open it, they threw Kane out and then went inside. The door simply closed and disappeared, ending the fight. With that, the screen turns off, leaving those in the digital circus satisfied with what they saw. Final showdown. Sakura could capture. Everyone was watching as the digital circus members celebrated seeing Kane get beaten up by Naruto. Apollo. Sarcastically, they really did love him. Everyone understood the sarcasm and simply nodded. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Sakura could capture. Upon reading the title, Kiro and Tomoyo were surprised to learn that the fight would continue in their reset. You could see a city at night. Imagine it's nighttime. This city was Tomoda. Upon seeing the city of Tomoda, Tomoyo, Kiro and Naruto had nostalgic smiles as they remembered the adventures they had there. But we'll focus on them elsewhere. At Tokyo Tower. A girl was seen at the top of the tower looking at Tomoda. That girl was Sakura Kinomoto, Naruto's avatar in that reset. Upon seeing Sakura, everyone fell silent, then looked at Naruto, who had a blush of embarrassment on his face. Sakura. You're cute. Naruto. Embarrassed, shut up. Some laughed a little, further embarrassing Naruto. Sakura gazed at the city of Tomoda with her staff in hand. While wearing a small smile. Sakura. I hadn't thought about Tomoda in a long time, it's beautiful. Naruto, Kiro and Tomoyo nodded, while the rest were curious to go to Tomoda and would do so, since they knew that Naruto would combine all the resets into one. But sooner rather than later he dodges some energy attacks. Sakura. Amused he, seriously, you tried to attack me from behind and stealthily when I first met you. Turns to look at someone, huh, you? You stood before her. The second guardian of the cloak cards and representative of the moon. Upon learning that, Kiro had a fit. Kiro? Was that crazy woman you all this time? Naruto, unfortunately, yes, Kiro. Kiro just remained silent, still processing that. Ryu just stared at Sakura with his stoic gaze that reflected hatred, while Sakura looked at him with a serious expression. Upon hearing the song, everyone again had a poker face but said nothing. They were getting used to it. Sakura started running towards Yu, knowing that she wouldn't be able to use some of her cards since they were under Yu's control and others wouldn't be very useful, so she would make do with 6 cards. Upon hearing that, everyone was surprised but also paid attention. Naruto. 6 cards. Yep, they'll be perfect. Using her swordsmanship skills honed through practice, Sakura leaped at Yu and, in midair, began attacking the former guardian with her staff while Yu blocked or dodged the attacks. Tomoyo. And now I know where those skills came from, besides fencing. Naruto smiles a little upon hearing that. Yu stepped back to extend his hand but noticed something. Yu. Surprised, the cards are under my control. Sakura. Amused he, did you think I'd bring those cards with me? Ha. How funny. Upon hearing that, Yu growls angrily to generate crystals. In his hand, which he throws at Sakura. Upon seeing the crystals, many paid attention because they looked amazing, but knowing that Artemis used them, they already knew they would be used for evil. Upon seeing that, Sakura draws the card the shield. To invoke said shield. And block all of Yu's crystal attacks. Sakura. Serious, the earthy, the fiery, the shadow, the shield, the sword and the thunder, those are the only cards I can use to fight without worrying about them being against me. Now everyone knew the identity of the cards and wanted to test the patience of all of them, especially the shadow since it never came out. After enduring the attack, Sakura plays the card the sword. On the shield too, using his magic, summon said sword. To show it and be on guard. Everyone paid attention when they saw the letter. Seeing this, Yu began to throw the crystals with more intensity while Sakura blocked them or cut them with her sword. John and Puri gave a thumbs up since they were both sword and shield users. Seeing an opening, Sakura begins to run towards Yu, leaping to strike him with her shield. Yu stumbles back slightly, only to be stabbed in the shoulder by Sakura, who used her sword to do so. Kiro. The sword that cuts everything against a guardian, not bad. Of course, when they heard that Naruto possessed the sword that cuts everything, everyone felt a chill. Sensing this, the former guardian growled in pain and anger, grabbing Sakura and slamming her to the ground. Seeing this, Sakura raised the shield in front of her to cushion the blow, succeeding, but leaving her arm numb and with a few broken bones. Many winced in pain upon hearing the bones break. Sakura jolted to her feet, wincing slightly, as an arrow whizzed past her cheek. Turning around, she saw Yu with a bow. Who started shooting more arrows. The bow made Apollo pale, reminding him that he died from an arrow shot by Artemis. Sakura began to block the attacks while using her sword to cut them or redirect them against Yu. John and Purah smiled a little as they saw those movements being their own. Naruto Sakura was using movements in their honor. Thinking quickly, Sakura draws the fiery cards. And the earthy. To attach them to the sword and shield, respectively. Seeing this, Yu was about to mock him, but he had to dodge a fire slash launched by Sakura, who had used the sword. Everyone, especially Kiro, was surprised to see that. Kiro? Surprised wow, he managed to combine 2 cards into one and even use 4 cards at the same time, yep, without a doubt Naruto is the rightful owner of the cards growling, and not that brat. Many were confused by Kiro's last statement, but Naruto and Tomoyo became serious when they remembered that traitor who desperately wanted the Clo cards, now Sakura cards, Lee. Yu began firing more arrows, which were easily blocked by Sakura's shield. She also destroyed the arrows with her flaming sword. Sakura started running toward Yu, who continued firing arrows. Yu. Annoyed, damn it, just die already. Sakura continued running, leaping high into the air and landing directly behind Yu. What happened next caused Yu to cry out in pain and agony. Sakura, still airborne, used her sword, still ablaze, to slice off the former guardian's wings. Then, using her earth shield, she slammed him to the ground with a powerful blow. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise at what Naruto Sakura did. Ares? With blood on his back, Yu began to get up with difficulty as he watched Sakura fall in front of him. Yu. Growling in pain and hatred, you damn brat. Sakura simply deactivated the cards, remaining with the staff in her hands. Without saying a word, Sakura summoned the shadow. Deactivated with the staff. Instantly, the shadow lunges at Yu, trapping him in a black mass. Causing the former guardian to try to break free. The Nara clan was surprised to see that Naruto Sakura possessed a card that allowed him to control shadows. Yu. Trying to break free, let me go, you damn woman. Sakura smiles slightly, amused, as she takes out the thunder. Then prepare his staff. Kiro. He's going to do it. Tomoyo. He's definitely going to do it. That confused many, but others had already deduced what Naruto Sakura would do. Sakura. Amused, I don't think that's going to be possible, Yu. With that, he activated the card, causing a massive lightning bolt to strike Yu from the sky, who began to suffer from the electric shock. When it ended, Yu was bowed, smoke billowing from his burnt body. Many winced in pain, and others felt a chill when they thought of themselves in that situation. Sakura simply approached Yu to stand in front of him. Sakura. Rhetorically, shall we go, Yu? Without waiting for any response, Sakura creates her seal beneath them both. Then they both disappeared, ending the fight in that reset. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone still shaken from having seen that. It was brutal, and they didn't want to be in the middle of that attack. Final showdown. To love Ru. Everyone was still thinking about what they'd seen in the previous episode, with Kiro still surprised to learn that Yu was Artemis. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. To love Ru. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention. The large city can be seen from the sky. It was the city of Seinen. Upon seeing the city, Naruto recognized the reset and simply paid attention. But we will be located in another place. Elsewhere. Seinen Institute was visible. Where right on the ceiling was a blonde girl with red eyes and a gothic appearance. She was Kanjiki no Yami, or known simply as Yami. Upon seeing Yami, everyone admitted she was cute, while Naruto smiled slightly, tinged with nostalgia. Yami. Monotonously, so I'm back in Seinen again. Yes, in that avatar Naruto was known for his monotony, although of course he only showed emotions with his closest friends. That left everyone with a poker face, while Naruto had a nervous smile. Suddenly, Yami jumps aside, dodging an energy attack. Turning around, Yami sees a girl with pink hair. Those are Kurosaki. Upon seeing this, Naruto became serious, as he now knew who Artemis was. The rest simply listened attentively. Yami. I knew I shouldn't trust you, and now you've confirmed it, Maya, or rather Artemisa. Maya just clicks her tongue angrily to get ready. Upon learning who Maya was, few were surprised, but they paid attention as they watched her become defensive. Yami just stared blankly, trying to get on guard. They both lunged at each other as Yami transformed her hands into swords. To attack Maya, who narrowly dodges the attack. Everyone paid closer attention when they saw that the fight had already started. Jiraiya. Somewhat nervous, it's a good thing Naruto didn't use that sword against me. Yami continued attacking, while Maya continued dodging the attacks to transform her ponytail into a blade. And throw it at Yami, who blocked the attack. The ponytail transformation made them realize that Artemis Maya was just like Yami Naruto, a transformation weapon. They instantly began a knife fight, with Yami transforming her hair into blades. To attack as their swords transformed back into hands. The hair blades began a dance of attack where sparks flew back and forth. Watching the dance made everyone pay closer attention. Without warning, Yami throws her fist at Maya, who is caught off guard. Maya recovers and begins blocking Yami's attacks as their blades continue their dance to determine the victor. Aries. Raising a thumbs up, good moves. Maya drastically transforms her hand into a cannon. They aim at Yami directly in the face. The cannon surprised everyone except Naruto. Yami manages to dodge the attack just as the shot passes centimeters from his face. That provoked several sighs of relief. Upon seeing that, Yami transforms his foot into a spiked ball. He used his flexibility by lifting his leg, causing the ball to hit the barrel. The spiked ball made many people stare blankly, while Naruto had an amused smile. Upon feeling this, Maya screams in pain as she backs away with her destroyed cannon, from which some blood was leaking. Maya. With hatred you. But Yami delivered a kick to Maya's abdomen, sending her flying slightly and spitting blood and saliva, having taken the full force of the spiked ball. Seeing this, Yami quickly formed a fist with her hair. They hit Maya, throwing her far away. Many winced in pain while Naruto just smiled. He never liked Maya. Seeing that, Yami started running and jumping across buildings trying to track Maya's location. She could use her wings but didn't want to at the moment. Menma. So you also have wings in that reset? Naruto nods. Suddenly, she dodged a shot that made her stumble back. Turning around, she saw Maya, who was holding a large pistol. Well, he had a furious look and was bleeding a little. Apollo. Surprised, holy shit, that's a great gun. Others were also surprised by the enormous gun that Maya possessed. Maya. I'm going to kill you, you damned woman. With that, he starts firing his gun, forcing Yami to dodge the attacks as best he can. Seeing that nothing will work, Yami transforms his hair into dragon heads. They start shooting fireballs. The dragon heads surprised everyone. They weren't expecting that. The impact of the gunshots and fireballs caused small explosions. Maya was starting to get frustrated, so she began firing more intensely, causing Yami to fire even more fireballs. Asper. Referring to Artemis. Everyone nods, Artemis was completely crazy. Using his speed, Yami disappears only to reappear in front of Maya and, with his sword-like hand, makes a shallow cut across her abdomen. Maya stumbles back in pain, only for Yami, who has wings on his back. She takes her ponytail, spins it, and throws it into the sky, then transforms her hair into dragon heads and fires several fireballs which explode upon hitting Maya. Aries. Good combo. Some nodded while others just stared at Yami's wings. They suited her well. Yami dodges a lightning bolt. Looking up at the sky, he notices that Maya had 6 cannons. While I looked at her with pure hatred. Upon seeing the cannons, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, while Naruto remained serious. Without hesitation, Maya began firing everything she had at Yami, who dodged every attack by flying through the air. Yami transformed her hair into dragon heads and began firing fireballs, which collided with and repelled Maya's shots. Maya increased the intensity of her attacks, trying to kill Yami. Maya. Angrily, stop moving already. Naruto. Nope. Yami calculated his next move and, with incredible speed, appeared above Maya. Once there, Yami transformed his hand into a darkness form. To strike the 6 cannons with force. The effect was immediate. The cannons began to tremble, as the blow was so powerful that it damaged their circuitry. The darkness hand caught everyone's attention, but then they were surprised that the blow was truly powerful. Seeing this, Maya tries to get rid of the cannons, but Yami hugs her. Yami. Sonriendo un poco, we will explode together, motherfucker, explodaremos juntas motherfucker. The cannons began to glow and then exploded, taking Yami and Maya with them, ending the fight in that reset. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone in silence, while Bakugo just laughed, having understood what Yami had said. Don't blame him, he has Arab blood. Apollo. Lately Naruto has been somewhat kamikaze. Everyone nods while Naruto looks at them with a chibi face. Final showdown. Tokyo Ghoul. Everyone was eating while reminiscing about what they saw in the old reset. Jiraiya remembered the fight and was actually happy that his other self hadn't had to fight against all those techniques. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Tokyo Ghoul. Upon reading the title, but especially the part about ghoul, everyone was surprised, but most of all Naruto and Ichigo, as they were the only ghouls in the room. It looked like a city, or rather a part of the city. This place was District 1. Upon seeing District 1, Naruto and Ichigo smiled nostalgically. But we'll focus on something else. Elsewhere. The interior of a coffee shop was visible. Where there was only one person. As they approached, they saw a white-haired boy calmly drinking coffee. The boy was Ken Kaneki, also known as the One-Eyed King. Upon seeing the place, Ichigo and Naruto smiled with even more nostalgia. The rest just looked at Kaneki with curiosity, but even more so when they learned the title. Wait, if Dad is the One-Eyed King, wouldn't that make Ichigo a princess? That made everyone's eyes widen in surprise as they looked at Ichigo, who felt uncomfortable. Kaneki put down his coffee and let out a sigh. Kaneki. I already missed Antiku's coffee. Ichigo. Now I'm craving a coffee from Antiku. Naruto chuckled a little upon hearing that, although he admitted that he also craved a coffee from Antiku. Without saying anything else, she continues drinking her coffee. After finishing her coffee, she gets up to get a face mask. Then start walking to the door of the establishment. The mask caught everyone's attention, but then they remembered that Ichigo had a handkerchief with the same smile on it. As he walked through the streets, Kaneki put on his mask and then adopted a serious expression. Kaneki. I hope this ends quickly. Kaneki continued walking until he reached a park. There, sitting and eating her arm, was a purple-haired woman. It was Rise Kamishiro, a female ghoul. Upon seeing the scene, everyone felt a chill, but some others felt disgust. Yum yum. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look at Ichigo, who was eating a hand. Ichigo. Seize them, just ignore me. Everyone nodded, but some of the stronger ones just stared at the girl who had a little blood in her mouth. Feeling the gaze, Rise turns to look at Kaneki and smiles madly. Rise. So Kaneki. Kaneki only frowned slightly. He knew that Rise's organs were inside him so that he could survive. The last part surprised everyone, while Naruto just made a face of disgust. Rise. Mockingly, what's wrong? Are you angry? Kaneki. Serious, all I want right now is to kill you. Rise. Mockingly, let's see if you can do that, Kaneki. Kaneki. With a bead of sweat, seriously, hasn't she realized she's literally under my control? Well, someone as crazy as her wouldn't see it. The last thing made everyone break out in a sweat. Rise gets up, still wearing her shitty smile, making Kaneki almost lose his temper, but still remaining calm. Upon hearing the song, Naruto and Ichigo opened their eyes in surprise, while Ichigo shed a few tears. Ichigo. Mom. The whisper caught everyone's attention as Naruto remembered his wife Taka. Kaneki instantly vanished, slightly surprising Rise. Then, Kaneki reappeared behind her, wielding Yukimura 1/3. Aimed for the woman's neck. Rise narrowly dodges the attack, watching as the quink whizzes past her eyes. She steps back only to dodge another attack from Kaneki, who uses his quink once more. Using his abilities from his haze days, the half-ghoul, he begins to put Rise under pressure, who is growing desperate as the attacks draw ever closer. Everyone was confused by Haze's comment, but Ichigo knew what it was about and just smiled a little. Seeing that Rise takes out her Kagyun Rinkaku to attack Kaneki with fury, who blocked the attacks with his quink. Ichigo only frowned slightly. She knew the truth. The rest were simply filled with curiosity upon seeing that Kaneki, Naruto and Rise Artemis possessed the same Kagyun. Without a second thought, Rise begins attacking Kaneki with her Rinkaku while laughing maniacally. Meanwhile, Kaneki is using his quink to block the attacks as best he can. Kaneki. Serious, this isn't going anywhere, I have to use it. With masterful skill, Kaneki cuts Rise's tentacles to draw out his own Rinkaku. And attack Rise by piercing the ghoul's shoulder. Ichigo got excited seeing her father fight seriously, so she pulled some popcorn out of who knows where. The rest just paid closer attention to the girl's reaction. Rise growls in anger, then is struck by Kaneki's Rinkaku. Rise gets up but dodges a centipede attack. The centipede surprised and startled everyone except Ichigo. Upon seeing that Kaneki had his Kagyun Kakuja Rinkaku ready to attack her again. The Kakuja Rinkaku surprised everyone who didn't know about it. Eri. Sees Ichigo, do you possess that too? Ichigo. No, but I have something similar, I have an Yukaku Rinkaku Kagyun. That caught everyone's attention since they didn't know what an Yukaku was. With that in mind, they both launched themselves at each other, brandishing their Kagyun and clashing them together. Instantly, they began fighting, using their Kagyun to generate sparks, while Kaneki used his quink to attack Rise, who dodged as best she could. Aries whistled in surprise as Ichigo smiled at the sight of her father fighting. Kaneki leaps forward, spinning, and uses his quink to slash Rise's back. The ghoul grunts in pain and launches her Rinkaku at Kaneki again, who dodges the attack and then strikes, severing Rise's Rinkaku. Rise begins to back away in agony as she feels her limb go missing. Ichigo. Right, I had forgotten the quinks are the only weapons that can cut a Kagyun. That surprised and caught everyone's attention. Ellen. And why is that? Ichigo. Quinks are made from the Kagyuns of deceased ghouls. That surprised everyone even more. But before she can do anything, Kaneki attacks her again with his Kakuja, sending her flying. As she falls to the ground, Rise gets up furiously and then her body begins to mutate, taking on a grotesque appearance. He was now using the Naga Kagyun while in his dragon form. Upon seeing the Kagyun Naga, many felt nauseous, while Naruto remained serious. Without waiting a second, Rise began wreaking havoc throughout the city. Although Kaneki knew no one was there, he still didn't want the city destroyed. It held memories. That left everyone silent as Ichigo remembered her mother. But that in mind, Kaneki activates his Kagyun in its ultimate form. They fly off towards Rise. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto's new Kagyun, but Penny saw something in that Kagyun. Penny? It looks like floating array. Upon reaching the ghoul monster, the half-ghoul began attacking with his swords. Noticing that his swords bore a resemblance to floating array, Kaneki performed movement similar to Penny's. Attacking the dragon and drawing some blood from it. Now everyone saw what Penny had seen, Naruto's Kagyun looked like a floating array. Sensing this, the dragon furiously attacked Kaneki, attempting to devour him. However, the half-ghoul dodged the attack and slashed it again with his Kagyun, this time across the dragon's mouth. Using its tail, the dragon tried to attack Kaneki, who continued to dodge and counterattack. With his swords, he generated a saw-like pattern to sever the dragon's tail, causing the creature to roar in pain. Kaneki Naruto's movement surprised everyone, but Penny smiled because she now had new ideas for using floating array. The dragon attacks again, managing to catch Kaneki in its mouth. That worried many, but Naruto already knew what his other self would do. The half-ghoul began to strongly resist the creature's attempt to close its mouth. Kaneki. I can't stand it any longer, but I'll use this to my advantage. With that, he begins to charge an energy attack, then generates a large explosion of light. Which covers both opponents, thus ending both and finishing the fight in that reset. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone speechless since, at first glance, that technique was very powerful. Final confrontation. Demon Slayer. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves, while some looked intimidated watching Ichigo and Naruto eat an arm. They were ghouls, don't blame them. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Demon Slayer. Upon reading the title, Naruto understood what reset they would be in, so he paid attention, as did the rest. It looked like a strange place to everyone. It was the Infinite Fortress. Everyone was surprised to see the Infinite Fortress, while Naruto was paying too much attention. But we'll focus on them elsewhere. In a room. A man could be seen standing and looking around the room. That man was Kaijiro Rengoku. Upon seeing Rengoku, everyone was surprised, while Noir watched with a small smile. Rengoku looked around, noticing that he was in a place he didn't know, but he had an idea. Rengoku. Looking around, I suppose this place is the Infinite Fortress. Rengoku opened the sliding door to see the whole place. He admitted that the place was interesting. Everyone was like Rengoku. The Infinite Fortress was interesting. Although some thought it could be used as a prison. Then he sees someone on the other side of the vast space of the Infinite Fortress. Muzan Kibutsuji, El Rey de los Demonios. When everyone saw Muzan, they were surprised, but Apollo watched with curiosity. Apollo? He looks like Michael Jackson. That confused those who didn't know the name, but those who did were amused. Rengoku? Serio Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan was just serious, hating his current body and hating to see Rengoku. Without saying anything, Muzan disappears only to reappear next to Rengoku and throw a punch. Everyone was startled to see that. Muzan was very fast. Quickly, Rengoku Ponsu Katana. Barely blocking the attack. Using the close range, Rengoku begins to throw punches and slashes with his katana, forcing Muzan back slightly, but he continues to counterattack. The display of skills surprised everyone as they began to support Naruto. Muzan throws a kick, which Rengoku dodges by ducking. But noticing this, Rengoku decides to use the position to his advantage. Rengoku. Flame breathing. Second form. Rising sky flame. But that said, perform the technique. Managing to cut off Muzan's leg. Aries. Good hit. But the demon retreats to regenerate its leg. Muzan. With hatred grrr, you bastard. Everyone was frustrated to see that Muzan had regeneration. With that, he prepares to use his demonic art. Muzan. Dark blood technique. Thorny roots. The technique is executed by making several spines. Go at full speed against Rengoku, who is preparing his katana. Upon seeing the thorns, everyone was surprised but also somewhat disgusted. Rengoku. Flame breathing. Fourth form. Blazing wave of flames. When performing the technique, the flames barely managed to block Musen's attacks, causing Rengoku to suffer minor damage. Many sighed with relief as Emily looked at everyone attentively. Rengoku recovered and began blocking attacks from the thorns, which were still active and continued to strike. Seeing that he wouldn't get anywhere if he continued like this, Rengoku began running towards Musen while blocking and dodging the attacks, but because there were so many, some managed to hit him. Summer. Worried, what is he doing? Eddie. Worried, do you think I know? But Naruto had already deduced what his other self would do. As he gets close, Rengoku prepares his katana while using total concentration breathing to make a precise and damaging attack. Rengoku. Breath of the Flame. Third form. Blazing Universe. But that said, execute the technique. Managing to inflict a diagonal wound on Musen's torso, who retreats slightly. Upon seeing that, everyone was surprised and happy, but they were still somewhat worried about Naruto Rengoku. Musen. Furious, damn you. But that, the demon's body begins to mutate, acquiring a new appearance. Now Musen was in his final form. Everyone was shocked and disgusted by Musen's appearance. Upon seeing the demon's new appearance, Rengoku is surprised but not intimidated. Rengoku. Flame breathing. First form. Sea of Fire. With that, he performs the technique with the intention of cutting Musen's throat. But the demon manages to dodge the attack. Everyone was amazed by Musen's speed. Rengoku is surprised by the speed at which Musen moved, but the demon uses Rengoku's stance to strike him with his tentacle and stab him in the leg. That worried Naruto's allies. Rengoku groaned in pain but pulled away, standing face to face with Musen. The demon immediately began attacking the flame pillar, who blocked the attacks as best he could with his katana. Little by little, Musen began to gain ground, which started to worry Rengoku. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, especially as they watched Naruto Rengoku lose ground. Rengoku. Damn, he's strong. Rengoku moves far enough away to catch his breath. Rengoku. Flame breathing. Fifth form. Fire Tiger. That generates the technique. The attack goes straight at Musen, who blocks with his arms. Smoke begins to rise, but Musen appears in front of Rengoku and strikes him, sending him flying. Ares. Damn it, Artemis's bitch is a demon, and the brat is a human, you can see the power disadvantage. Athena. But we have to keep in mind that he wasn't a pillar for nothing. Everyone agreed with Athena and paid closer attention. Rengoku collides with a fourth one, but as he gets up he takes advantage of the great distance while watching Musen jump towards him. Rengoku. Flame breathing. Seventh form. Devastating Meteor. With that, he jumps and then slashes, generating a fireball. Which goes directly to Musen, who, being in the air, only manages to receive the full force of the attack. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They had never seen that position before and it looked devastating, just as its name suggests. Rengoku manages to reach a floor, seeing the cloud of smoke. But then he is surprised to see Musen unharmed, who is looking at him with pure hatred. Rengoku. A little nervous, I knew Musen was the strongest demon, but this is insane. But Rengoku's will was so great that he didn't even let himself be intimidated and decided to attack. Everyone admired Naruto Rengoku's great willpower. It was admirable. The blows flew back and forth, causing more destruction and a few flames. Rengoku began to fight with renewed vigor, as did Musen. But little by little, Rengoku lost ground again. Rengoku. I won't give up. With his newfound determination, Rengoku attacked again with much greater intensity. But soon something appeared on Rengoku's face. It was his hunter's mark. The mark caught everyone's attention, but Chaos could sense Rengoku's increasing power. Meanwhile, Naruto was surprised and decided to train to obtain that mark. After all, he was a celestial and wouldn't die from the hunter's mark curse. Sensing the increase in power, Rengoku begins to attack with more intensity, starting to gain ground. Rengoku. This power is amazing, but let's see it from a stance. The thought caught everyone's attention, so they paid close attention. Rengoku quickly inhaled a deep breath as he prepared himself. Rengoku. Flame breathing. Sixth form. Fire tornado. With a powerful movement, Rengoku slashes, generating a large fire tornado. Which envelops Musen, causing him too many wounds. Everyone was surprised to see the fire tornado. It was powerful. Naruto, on the other hand, was shocked. With that mark, his breathing technique was even more powerful, more devastating. As Rengoku fires, he sees Musen wounded, but not wanting the flame pillar to regenerate, he launches himself at the demon with intensity. Rengoku. I must keep attacking, but where? He cut something but he's not dying. As if by request and thanks to his will, Rengoku activates something that surprises him. It activated the transparent world. Everyone was surprised to see the transparent world. Naruto watched it intently and thought about trying to obtain it. It would help him in the future. Rengoku. His organs, his muscles, I can see them. Now knowing how to attack, Rengoku launches himself, appearing in front of Muzan who was just recovering. Rengoku. Breath of the Flame. 8th form. Blazing Cyclone. With that, it twists its body to begin spinning, creating a cyclone. That managed to attack Muzan everywhere, even his organs. The cyclone surprised everyone. They could see that it was an attack with several cuts. Muzan sensed this and grabbed Rengoku with his tentacles, throwing him into the air. Rengoku recovered and then looked at Muzan. Rengoku. Acquire Kabarimo's Muzan Kibutsuji. Before reaching his destination, Rengoku takes a breath. Rengoku. Flame breathing. 7th form. Devastating Meteor. 10 times. With that, he began to deliver 10 slashes, all aimed directly at Muzan. Muzan started dodging the attacks, but a few hit him directly, and since he was still regenerating, he was weak at that moment. Absolutely everyone was surprised by the improvement in that posture. Now it was an attack of several attacks. Seeing this, Rengoku lands on the ceiling of the room he had been thrown into. Rengoku. Breath of the Flame. 9th form. Purgatory. With that, he launches himself at Muzan, generating a great dragon behind him. Muzan had regenerated somewhat to continue the fight, but he looked up at the sky, noticing the technique. Rengoku, with precision, began to cut Muzan's vital organs, but the demon managed to pierce Rengoku. Even so, Rengoku didn't give up, and after a few seconds, flames engulfed them both, ending the fight in that reset. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in silence, seeing that the last attack was Naruto Rengoku's most powerful. Purgatory. Final confrontation. Naruto Part 1. Everyone was talking about what they'd seen in the previous episode. They'd seen how Naruto Rengoku had used stances they'd never seen before and it had really excited them. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone's eyes widened in surprise at the realization that they would see the female version of Naruto fight, and even more so when they saw that it would be divided into parts, although that didn't surprise them. A desert could be seen. In which there was a girl. Naruto Uzumaki. The Suna people recognized the desert. It was an area where their village was located. Naruto was meditating when she suddenly stood up to dodge an attack. Opening her eyes and looking up at the sky, Naruto noticed a pale woman with what appeared to be horns on her head. It was Kagaya Otsutsuki, the rabbit goddess. The Bijks opened their eyes in shock upon seeing Kagaya. Shukaku. Impossible. Jayuki. Well, we're already seeing that it is. Upon seeing the state of the Bijks, those in the room had a bad feeling, while Akari, Hitomi and Naruto looked at Kagaya seriously. Naruto. Fighting right away when we get to the reset is getting boring. Naruto just sighed and got into a fighting stance. She needed to have those gems charged and obtain Artemis's soul for her plan to succeed. Everyone paid attention as the fight was about to begin, although they agreed with Naruto's thinking. Instantly, both disappeared only to reappear in the sky, throwing blows at each other. Everyone paid much closer attention when they saw the fight start, although they admitted that the song was good. Kagaya. Struggling, I'll show you why that reset turned me back into what I truly am, a goddess superior to any god. Upon hearing Kagaya Artemis's arrogant tone, the gods frowned and Chaos, knowing that Artemis was currently weaker, planned to finish her off. With that, she strikes Naruto, who stumbles back slightly. Without saying a word, Kagaya uses Tamagarashi no Hakatsu. They begin throwing several bone stakes which Naruto began to dodge. Many felt some disgust when they saw Kagaya attacking with bones. It was one thing to summon them like Naruto does and another to do what they saw. Naruto summons her Gundamas. They take one and turn it into BM. And begin to block Kagaya's bone attacks. The Gundamas caught everyone's attention, but the Bijks knew the true power of those spheres. Upon seeing that, Kagaya creates a sword of bones. To attack Naruto. They both attacked each other, sparks flying. As they fought, they moved, causing more damage with the impact of their weapons. The power of the attack surprised more than one person. Without a doubt, both were powerful. Naruto manages to get a little closer, generating a Rasengan. They see Kagaya and strike the Rasengan into the goddess's abdomen. The Rasengan surprised everyone because it resembled Hitomi's Rasengan. Naruto. Thoughtful MMH, it must be because of my Biju DNA, that's most likely why. Everyone listened to them and had to admit it was a good hypothesis. Kagaya recoils in pain only to be struck directly in the face with a bow staff. Enraged, Kagaya begins to float up to Naruto. Kagaya. Angrily, damn it. With that, he begins to use Tajabari to create a rain of hair needles, making Naruto turn her BM to block the needles. Jiraiya was surprised to see that. One of his techniques seems to be inspired by that technique. The rain continued, but Naruto saw an opportunity, so she broke away from the attack and started running, pursued by the rain of needles, while Kagaya laughed like a madwoman. Kagaya's laughter made many uncomfortable, but especially the Bijks. Having found a new opportunity, Naruto begins to develop a technique. Naruto. Futen Raisen Shuriken. With the Raisen Shuriken in hand, Naruto lunges at Kagaya and then launches the technique. The Raisen Shuriken caught everyone's attention because they saw that it was orange and not blue-white as they had seen it before. Kagaya moves, dodging the attack, but Naruto closes her hand into a fist, causing the Raisen Shuriken to grow larger, managing to reach Kagaya and wound her slightly. Many were startled because they were not expecting that. Kagaya gets up in pain to see Naruto appear in front of her with another Rasengan in her hand. Naruto. Ichibi Rasengan. With that, he strikes Kagaya with the Rasengan, causing her harm and sending her flying. Everyone, especially Shukaku, was surprised to see a Rasengan made with Ichibi chakra. Shukaku. To Naruto, do you have Rasengans from all 9-tailed beasts? Naruto just smiled, implying that he did. As Kagaya regains her composure in mid-air, she angrily generates a small Gundama and hurls it at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto prepares herself. Kagaya. Great Gundama. Upon saying those words, the Gundama transforms into a giant, causing Naruto to quickly separate herself, narrowly dodging the technique. The technique sent chills down everyone's spine. They didn't want to get caught in that trap. Seeing a small opening to attack, Naruto summons arms of Biju chakra from her tails to prepare the claws. Some found it amusing, but the Bijks watched with curiosity. They never thought of using their chakra and tails in that way. She immediately began running towards Kagaya, who used Tajabari and unleashed a barrage of hair needles. Seeing this, Naruto began using her bow staff to strike and block the needles. Disappearing in a shunshin, Naruto reappeared behind Kagaya and, with a chakra-infused hand, grabbed Kagaya and threw her into the air. Naruto then reappeared above Kagaya and, with her bow staff combined with another Gundama, struck Kagaya, sending her crashing to the ground. Everyone was surprised by the combos Naruto had made, and they had to admit that they were very good. Naruto began to fall as she started preparing Rasengan in her hands, including Rasengan, Ichibi Rasengan, and Nibi Rasengan. Sanbi Rasengan. Yanbi Rasengan. Dobi Rasengan. Rakubi Rasengan. Nanabi Rasengan. And Hichibi Rasengan. While watching Kagaya preparing, the Rasengans made the Bijks that had those titles open their eyes in surprise. It was one thing for Hitomi to do it, another for Naruto to do it having that chakra, but to have some inspired by them? That was something else entirely. Kagaya stood up with an angry look, annoyed by the blows she felt. Hey Kagaya. The rabbit goddess looks up, watching Naruto fall. Naruto. Doing a somersault, suck it. With that, and thanks to gravity, Naruto hits Kagaya with the Rasengans, generating a large explosion of smoke and dust. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone in silence as Naruto chuckled quietly upon hearing that. He assumed Uzi would say that at some point. Final confrontation. Naruto Part 2. Everyone was waiting for the new episode, eager to see what happened next. Then the screen lit up, catching everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention because they wanted to see the continuation of the fight. The cloud of smoke and dust was visible in the place when Naruto emerged from it and took a defensive stance. Naruto. Serious, this reset is very similar to ours, that means Artemis has a slight advantage here, but I still won't lose. Upon hearing that, everyone became alert, as it meant that Naruto was at a slight disadvantage, but they knew that Noir could win. She dodges bone attacks coming from the cloud. Upon seeing Naruto, she recognizes Kagaya, whose expression is one of pure hatred. Without a word, Naruto activates her Sage mode. To prepare, now he was going to get a little more serious. Upon seeing Naruto in Rakuto Senin mode, everyone was surprised but paid attention. They would both look at each other and then, in a few milliseconds, disappear only to reappear straining their forearms. The speed surprised everyone, but they paid closer attention. They separated and began exchanging blows. Summoning another six-path staff, now weaving two, Naruto launched attacks that were repelled by Kagaya's bone sword. The fight intensified, destroying everything in its path. Using even more force, Kagaya managed to destroy Naruto's staffs. Everyone was supporting Naruto, but when they saw that he lost both BM, many became worried. Upon seeing that, Kagaya smiles maniacally, but Naruto quickly prepares herself. Naruto. Wakusei Rasengan. With the technique in hand, Naruto hits Kagaya, sending her flying. Everyone was surprised to see the Wakusei Rasengan. Naruto. In Spanish it's Rasengan Planetario. That surprised everyone even more, while others felt a slight chill. Kagaya manages to recover in order to use her third eye. Kagaya. Amanamanaka.ym. The world began to tremble, slightly surprising Naruto. Instantly, the world transformed into one of lava, causing Naruto to fall from the sky, barely managing to recover by floating before reaching the lava. Everyone was surprised to see that technique while Naruto became serious. Naruto sighs in relief just before dodging Kagaya's attack, who was planning to throw her into the lava. Kagaya attacks Naruto with her bone sword, but Naruto dodges again. Taking to the air quickly, Naruto dodges another attack from Kagaya. Many were confused when they saw Naruto dodge, but then they remembered that Naruto had done that before to have a plan, and now they saw that was it. Kagaya. Mockingly, are you going to keep dodging? But Naruto gives him a mocking smile. Naruto. Mockingly, have you forgotten that we're in a place of lava? Naruto raises her hand to begin generating a Rasen Shuriken. While watching Kagaya. Naruto. Yoten Rasen Shuriken. Everyone was surprised to see that, but most of all Son Goku, since he felt that the technique was made with his chakra. With that, he launches the Rasen Shuriken, which was powered up by Son Goku's chakra, and the fact that he was in an area filled with lava, against Kagaya, who didn't expect the attack. But she recovers and then barely manages to dodge the attack, feeling its heat. Many swallowed hard upon hearing those sensations. They didn't want to be in the path of that Rasen Shuriken. When he saw Naruto, he didn't see her. Hey. When he turned around, he only saw Naruto with a cane. Approaching to hit her hard, sending her flying. The Bijks. Pa. That confused everyone, but Naruto just pointed to the staff, making them understand. Naruto. Don't get distracted. Then he manages to see Kagaya emerging from a crater created in a pillar of molten rock. Kagaya. Amanamanaka Masago. The world began to change until it became a desert. Naruto covered her nose a little. Some sand had gotten into it. Upon seeing the place, everyone, especially those from Suna, was intrigued, while Shukaku wanted to sleep there. Having managed to recover, Naruto only sees how Kagaya had used the Asagami Kichiki, making it, unfortunately, to receive the full force of the attack. This surprised and worried many, but especially Naruto's allies. Kagaya smiles arrogantly only to see a pair of chakra hands. Go directly against her, hitting her head on. Now everyone was smiling at the sight. Kagaya stops in mid-air, but Naruto appears above her, striking her head with her staff and knocking her to the ground. Before she can react, Naruto creates a Wakisei Rasengan and launches it while Kagaya is on the ground, creating an explosion of smoke and dust. Everyone admitted they were good moves while Athena wrote everything down in her notebook, much to Naruto's annoyance. At that moment the world began to tremble as Kagaya emerged from the smoke angrily, her third eye glowing. Kagaya. Amanamanaka.hym. With that, the world changes to one of ice, causing a little steam to come out of Naruto and Kagaya's mouths. Haku looked at that with curiosity, and now he wanted to go there to find out what the place was like. Kagaya lunges at Naruto with a bone side. The launch a slash, causing Naruto to block the attack with her BM. Upon seeing the side, some felt a chill, while others remained serious. Sparks flew as both women began attacking each other with their weapons. Naruto used her truth-seeking balls, spinning them to attack Kagaya, who began spinning her side, attempting to block the attacks. Even with her truth-seeking balls still spinning, Naruto generated an attack before vanishing. Everyone was expecting Naruto to win, but they were a little confused when they saw Naruto disappear. Kagaya loses her balance slightly, but turns to look elsewhere as she felt the air move. Hitomi opened her eyes in surprise, as she knew that feeling and, moreover, the power that came with it. When Kagaya turned around, she noticed Naruto who had something in her hand. Naruto. Bijgama Rasen Shuriken. Naruto disappears only to reappear 1 meter away from Kagaya with a Rasen Shuriken in his hand and then throw it at the rabbit goddess. Everyone, especially the Jinchuriki, was surprised to see that, another technique where the Bijadama was combined with an external technique. Being a point-blank attack, Kagaya took the full force of the blow, being sent flying a great distance. But it didn't end there. As she recovered, Kagaya sustained a wound to her shoulder. Upon seeing Naruto, who held a scythe in her hand. It was his scythe of the 6 paths. That started to make many people smile, but especially the Bijks. Naruto begins to spin, further damaging Kagaya, but sends her flying with all her might. Kagaya falls into a mountain of ice, but then emerges. Kagaya. Amanamanaka Sand Iber. The world began to tremble, then changed. The beautiful thing was made of small green pyramids. But the effect of this world was that the gravity was so strong that it caused Naruto to almost fall and Kagaya to barely bend her legs. That put everyone on alert. That world should be the most dangerous, being a place where gravity worked against you. Naruto. Damn, I'd forgotten about this Amanamanaka. Naruto rose, still wielding her scythe, and assumed a fighting stance at the same time as Kagaya. They locked eyes and began to clash, slashing with their scythes and generating sparks. Fighting with all their might against gravity, they charged at each other, creating sparks and causing some destruction. Kagaya flung Naruto away, who recovered but discreetly generated a few shadow clones. Naruto. You already know what to do. The clones nod, preparing to retreat quickly and silently, still fighting against gravity. They were all on the edge of their seats, but even more so when they saw the clones, since they knew it was a plan. Naruto instantly launched her scythe at the same time as Kagaya. Both began unleashing intense attacks while still battling gravity. Sparks flew back and forth as Kagaya occasionally used Yasugami Kichiki and Naruto her chakra hands. Everyone, especially the fight fans, was getting excited about the fight. In a moment of distraction, Naruto catches Kagaya with her chakra arms and throws her into the sky. Naruto. Now. While in the air, Kagaya sees several Narutos who possess Rasen Shurikens, which were Bijgama Rasen Shuriken, Futen Rasen Shuriken, Inkuten Rasen Shuriken, Dikuten Rasen Shuriken, Jinten Rasen Shuriken, Peyton Rasen Shuriken, Santen Rasen Shuriken, Suiten Rasen Shuriken, Wyoten Rasen Shuriken. The scene shocked everyone, but the Bijks only saw the techniques made by Naruto's chakra and their own chakra. Kagaya was so surprised that she didn't see the Narutos launch the Rasen Shurikens at her, generating a huge explosion as the clones disappeared. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in silence waiting for the next part, as they had the feeling that the fight would be in 3 parts. Final confrontation. Naruto Part 3. Everyone could be seen eating while waiting for the new chapter and continuation of the confrontation between Naruto and Artemis Kagaya. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto Part 3. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention because they want to know what happens next. Naruto could be seen standing, surveying the debris from the explosion still in the air, struggling to stay upright against gravity. Suddenly, a white creature emerged from the blast with murderous intent. That creature was Kagaya in her Biju form. Upon seeing Kagaya, many were startled, while Naruto remained attentive. Seeing this, Naruto dodges the attack, but Kagaya, who transformed her head into that of the One Tail, uses the Riksa Bakyurk. Launching the sand tsunami at Naruto, who dodges it again, but barely. Shukaku growled with anger and hatred upon seeing Kagaya Artemis use her technique. But he dodges another attack, which was Phaeacitor plus Mu. Making Naruto a little angry since that attack was hers and, although she doesn't want to admit it, her father Kurama's and every Kyuubi on his side. Naruto also let out a small growl, while the Kyuubi watched that with anger as well. Naruto. Very well Kagaya, if that's how you want to fight then let's fight. Naruto's body began to glow, then grew and transformed. Now Naruto was in her Kyuubi form. Upon seeing Naruto's Kyuubi form, everyone was surprised and fascinated. She looked beautiful. Kagaya, whose head resembled Kyuubi's, transformed back to normal, and then both tailed beasts roared and charged at each other. Claws flew back and forth, and Naruto used her tails to strike Kagaya. Kagaya growled, transforming her head into Gobi's and unleashing its Inuri. Stabbing Naruto in the side. Everyone paid attention to the fight, but many were startled to see Naruto being stabbed. Naruto lets out a groan of pain, but then, taking advantage of the distance, she does a Fire-Ponpu. At point-blank range, generating a small explosion and damaging Kagaya and herself a little. Athena. That was desperate. Ares. But effective. They all nodded before the gods of war. Kagaya moves away slightly to transform her head into that of the two tails and launch a Baiman-Ka, which was diverted by Naruto's tails. Madatabi growled when he saw someone using his technique against Naruto. Naruto, swiftly, launches Kagaya on Kim-Sha, hitting Kagaya directly and damaging her. Kagaya. Furious, how is it possible that this crap can hurt me? Naruto. Hahaha, it's easy, my strongest attribute is fire and you, being an unstable Biju, are much weaker. That last thing caught everyone's attention, but especially the Olympian gods, seeing that in that form, Artemis was weak in resistance. This angered Kagaya, who roared and lunged at Naruto, who did the same. In desperation, Kagaya transformed her head into that of the 8 tails to use the Diki-Inku. On the ground, generating a cloud of ink that blinded them both. Daiuki was angry when he saw his technique used, but everyone agreed that Artemisa made a stupid move. Kagaya began searching for Naruto until she found her, but using one of her most powerful techniques. Elshin Bij Krasen Shuriken. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto's technique. It was powerful. Although Hitomi and Naruto remembered that technique since they had both used it once before the whole reset mess started. Naruto. Shin Bij Krasen Shuriken. But that said, he unleashes the technique, causing immense damage to Kagaya and collateral damage. Seeing the damage caused by Naruto's technique, many hope not to be targeted by it. Then Akaginade. She makes her presence known by going against Naruto, who began to use her tails to hold off the attack. The Sobu became angry when he saw his technique being used by Artemis. Taking advantage of that opportunity again, Naruto uses the BMFK. Sending Kagaya flying, who hadn't expected that. But taking advantage of this, Kagaya transforms her head into that of the Shibi to use Yoten Shaku Guriken. Launching the projectiles against Naruto, who used the Firebura Pseudo. Repelling any attack from Kagaya and generating a small rain of magma. The scene delighted and surprised everyone because, although they didn't want to be on Artemis's side, it was a good display of techniques. Naruto manages to dodge the rain as Kagaya falls to the ground. Then Kagaya creates a grotesque fusion of the heads of the 6 tails and 7 tails to unleash a Baburitan Matsu. Why Unrinten Keishim? They generate a tornado full of explosive bubbles, trapping Naruto inside that combination. The grotesque combination made many grimace in disgust, but seeing how Naruto was trapped inside the technique, many became worried about Noir. After the attack ends, Naruto falls to the ground and then sees Kagaya. Naruto. Hara no Arashi. Having said that, he unleashes the wind release jutsu. Against Kagaya, who receives it fully, rising slightly but at the same time receiving damage. That made many smile, while Ari admired that technique since she also possessed it, although she doesn't use it much. When Kagaya finishes, with her head back to normal, she falls on her back, causing Naruto to get on top of her. Kagaya. Get off me, you damn thing. Naruto. I don't think so. Wanting to scare Naruto, the 10 tails generates a Shiken Gundama. Pointing directly at Kyuubi's face. Kagaya's technique put everyone on alert. But Naruto isn't scared and generates a Bijidama. The Kagaya's technique. Now everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they understood the plan. The reaction was immediate, and when both techniques touched, a huge explosion was generated, destroying both Bijks and ending the fight in that reset. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in silence. Now all that was left was a reset for Naruto and Artemis to return. Final confrontation. Sword Art Online, Halo. Everyone was waiting for the new episode, and they knew exactly what was coming next and how many more were needed. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Sword Art Online, Halo. Upon reading the title, everyone knew they were right, so they paid attention. A small island could be seen in a colorful world. This island was on floor 24 of the game Alfheim Online. Upon seeing the island, everyone felt it was a peaceful place, while Naruto smiled nostalgically. There he met Asuna, his friend. Elsewhere. Near the tree on the island, a girl was looking at the plant. The girl was Yuuki Kano, or just Yuuki. Upon seeing Yuuki, everyone admitted that she was cute, and even more so with the armor that they knew Naruto had used against Danzo. Yuuki was just looking at the tree with nostalgia, remembering her friend Asuna. Yuuki. I already missed this world, Alfheim Online, the world where I was able to live for a while and met Asuna. Mito. That girl Asuna must have been very important. Hitomi. If I remember correctly, she wasn't just her friend, she was like a sister to her. Everyone nods to pay attention. Yuuki sighs nostalgically but then becomes serious. Yuuki? You know what? I'm not surprised it's him. After all, he's done some terrible things in SAO, even though I wasn't playing that game. He turns to look at who he was talking to. Yuuki? Really Po? Standing in front of Yuuki was a man. It was Visago Casels, also known as Po. Upon seeing Po, many felt a chill. They sensed the aura of darkness emanating from her. Although, of course, they knew whose incarnation this was. Artemis. Po. I'm surprised you weren't scared. Yuuki. Scared of you? Not at all, I'm not scared even if you were the most dangerous assassin in the world, although I think you already knew that, assassin. Apollo. Hermes. More like ovaries. Some laughed at those ridiculous things, even Naruto admitted it was funny. Po growls angrily as he prepares himself, with Yuuki doing the same. They were both ready to lunge at each other. Blows began to fly back and forth. A punch here, another there. Po threw a punch, but Yuuki spun around, dodging the attack and elbowing the assassin, sending him stumbling back. Without a word, Po lunged at Yuuki again, who began to dodge all of the assassin's attacks. Everyone was eagerly watching the fight, seeing that it started with punches, although they had to admit that both were good, even though it was reluctantly with Artemis. Desperate, Po brings out Mate Chopper. They begin attacking Yuuki left and right, who began to dodge masterfully. Seeing Mate Chopper surprised everyone, but at the same time they hoped Naruto Yuuki would win. During one of those dodges, Yuuki leaps to avoid an attack but doesn't fall. Po looks up to see Yuuki floating on her wings. Looking at it seriously. Po. Ugh, I hate those damn wings. Yuuki. Smiling sweetly, thank you for the compliment, Bisago. Po growls louder to make a surprising leap and try to cut Yuuki with Mate Chopper, but the imp masterfully dodges it. Everyone laughed at the joke, but were surprised to see Po make an amazing jump. Taking advantage of the fact that they were in the air, Yuuki raises her leg to deliver a powerful kick that sends her crashing to the ground. Apollo. They all nodded. Even they felt it. From a cloud of dust, Po rises angrily to look at the sky, but notices that Yuuki was no longer there. Po. Furious, where are you, you damn dwarf? Here. On the way down he sees Yuuki with Zekin. Just to feel the girl give him a horizontal cut across his torso, making him groan. Ares gave a thumbs up. That attack was good by his standards. Po. Bad luck. With that, he tries to slash Yuuki, but she dodges and throws a kick. Instantly, they both lunge at each other, exchanging blows. Yuuki. Attacking, good thing I made sure the potions weren't in our inventories. Po. Attacking angrily, damn it, I don't have the potions to restore my health. The potions caught everyone's attention, but especially that of Athena and those involved in medicine. As they continued fighting, they managed to inflict damage on each other, which angered Po even more since he wanted to end the fight quickly. At one point, Yuuki saw an opening to perform the vertical square. Doing more damage to Po, who retreated. The move surprised everyone. Po lets out a loud cry of anger and lunges at Yuuki, who begins to block all of his attacks and counterattack with masterful skill, as Po's mind is clouded by rage. Po launches an attack, but Yuuki manages to block it, causing both of them to engage in a power struggle, each trying to gain the upper hand. Upon seeing the last thing, everyone paid closer attention since they could see the tension there. Po. Just die already. Yuuki. Never. But you know what? I'll show you why they called me the absolute sword in this reset. With a swift and perfectly executed move, Yuuki manages to make Po lose Mate Chopper. With that, Yuuki performs her original technique, Mother's Reseteo. Making the 11 hits do enough damage to Po, causing the assassin's life to drop considerably. Everyone was surprised, but something had caught their attention. Jiraiya. What is original technique in that reset? Naruto saw everyone sigh. Naruto. Original technique or original move is, as its name says, a move that is not found in the data. Vertical square is a move that anyone can learn, but Mother's Reseteo is a move that I myself, being Yuuki, created. That surprised everyone a little as they wondered what movements existed in that reset. Po falls far away, landing on his back and groaning in pain, as the blows were severe. Without saying a word, Yuuki approaches her favorite tree to retrieve something she had stored there. It was a teleportation crystal that Kirito, her friend as soon as boyfriend, had given her. The teleportation crystal caught everyone's attention, but for some reason, the swordsman felt respect for Kirito. Yuuki? You know what? I was wondering how Kirito managed to get a teleportation crystal from Sauda Alo, but then I stopped thinking about it when I was told he was a programmer. Of course, Po opened his eyes when he heard the name Kirito, also known as the Black Swordsman. Now the swordsman felt a chill upon hearing Kirito's title, the Black Swordsman. Now they wondered what Kirito did to earn that title. Without saying anything, Yuuki approaches to sit on Po, holding the crystal. Yuuki. Ready, Artemisa, we finished our fight in the resets, it's time we finished this in our place of origin, bitch. Without saying anything else, Yuuki activates the crystal, causing both of them to disappear and ending the fights. With that, the screen went dark, teleporting everyone back to their original places. Now the final battle was about to begin. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 1. Everyone was sitting watching the screen while others were pacing around waiting for the new episode. Naruto just sat in his seat, wondering what would happen next. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, while those who were standing went to sit down. A very ancient desert could be seen. This desert belonged to a desert from Naruto's first life. The desert caught everyone's attention, but they were surprised to learn that it belonged to the Noir's first life. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and two figures shot out in the opposite direction. Both figures stood up, revealing themselves to be Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and Artemis. Naruto was in his form where it all began, at age 13, and Artemis was in her original form. Upon seeing Artemis, the Olympian gods fell silent at the sight of that appearance once again. They both get up groaning in pain to look into each other's eyes, noticing their appearances. Artemis. Surprised, what the heck. On the other hand, Naruto was calmly having a small conversation with Hitomi. Hitomi. So this is where the final confrontation will be. Naruto. That's right, this is where the final confrontation will be, Hitomi. Alright, if that's the case then I'll be there to help you, Naruto. Thanks, Hito-chan. Inside the seal, Hitomi smiled sweetly. Of course she was going to support Naruto, and nothing and no one would stop them. They would end this fight right there and now, and they would finish off Artemis once and for all. Hitomi smiled as Naruto stared seriously at the screen. It was now or never. Speaking of Artemis, she was still in shock seeing herself in her former form, but then she looked at Naruto with hatred. Artemis. Damn you, but it doesn't matter, this will be your grave, and now that I have my power nothing and no one will stop me, you'll just have to die. Naruto. Serious, let's agree not to agree. Artemis growls with anger and hatred, letting out a powerful scream to summon her sword. And launch himself at Naruto with murderous intentions. The sword caught the attention of many, but they put that aside to watch the fight. Naruto ran towards Artemis to summon Kane, soul armament of creativity. And begin to spin it. They clashed their weapons to exert force, but separate with masterful skill. Immediately, they begin launching attacks, with Artemis throwing slashes and Naruto blocking and attacking, using his jutsu abilities. Little by little, both increased the intensity of their attacks, beginning to cause small destruction. Naruto rolls on the ground, dodging an attack from Artemis, then the Noir applies Kaiten chakra to his staff and quickly raises the weapon, striking the former goddess in the arm, slightly injuring it and causing her to drop her sword. Artemis growls in anger and pain, backing away, but Naruto quickly gets up to strike her in the face with the staff, sending her flying some distance. Naruto transforms his staff into Crosier, soul armament of youth. They launch himself and strike Artemis with force, sending her flying into the sky. Everyone was amazed by everyone's skills, while the fighting fans started to support Naruto. Naruto. Youth at stake. Using his staff, Naruto generates a large magic field. They begin harming Artemis, who had fallen to the ground, beginning to drain vital energy from the former goddess. Everyone watched this with surprise, as they had been surprised to see that Naruto had techniques with his soul magic weapons, although now that they thought about it, they shouldn't have been surprised. Upon sensing this, Artemis begins to shout angrily to summon her bow. Take some arrows. And fire them at Naruto, who began to spin, blocking all of the mad goddess's attacks. But little by little, Naruto began to retreat as the arrows came with great force. The latter worried many. But the swift movement, Naruto dodges the arrows to summon Shield, soul armament of protection. Yugun, armament of the soul of justice. To begin blocking the attacks, he fired at Artemis, who tried to block some of the shots with her arrows, but some managed to hit her, damaging her for her sins. One of the shots struck her forehead, causing Artemis to fall to the ground, but close to her sword. That pleased many, but especially Naruto, who had a small smile on his face. Upon seeing that, Naruto changes gun and shield for two sickle, soul armament of despair. He lunged at Artemis, who drew her sword to do the same. The blows began to fly again, this time with greater intensity, Artemis attacking with even more fury and rage, feeling outmatched by a useless man, in her opinion. They both unleashed attacks, trapping each other and straining against each other, growling as sparks flew from their weapons. They separated, only to launch another attack with even greater force and intensity. Little by little everyone felt the intensity and tension increase, and they truly hoped that Naruto would win. Artemis manages to kick Naruto in the face, sending him reeling backward, and then slashes his torso with her sword. Naruto grunts slightly at the attack, but thanks to his hatred, he recovers. The scene had worried many, but they were later relieved to see Naruto recover. Naruto quickly creates a Rasengan. To see Artemis. Naruto. Garichas in Rasengan. The Rasengan caught everyone's attention, but especially those who possessed the Rasengan. With skill and a lot of luck, Naruto strikes Artemis in the face with the Rasengan, sending her flying. The former goddess falls to the ground, rolling before getting up, revealing her glitched face. Many swallowed hard when they saw the result of the Rasengan. Artemis. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. With that, he lunged with his sword, causing Naruto to counter with a sickle, thus beginning another exchange of attacks. Naruto continued attacking, preparing for something. Naruto. Worth Electro Ball. That generates an electric sphere in his hand. To throw it point blank at Artemisa, who receives it full force, screaming in pain from the attack. The Worth Electro Ball caught everyone's attention, but those who knew about soul magic knew which soul that technique belonged to. Artemis retreats in pain, but Naruto attacks her with hunting knife, weapon of the soul of valor. Making a cut across his torso, the blade surrounded by red electricity causing even more damage. Artemis recoils in pain but then growls angrily, drawing her dagger. And launch himself against Naruto, who draws dagger, soul armament of ambition. To copy the action of the traitorous goddess. Both were exerting force as they pushed their weapons while looking into each other's eyes with seriousness and determination on Naruto's part and hatred and rage on Artemis's. Everyone was on the edge of their seats while eating snacks and watching the fight. Taking advantage of the fact that they were at a good distance, Naruto activates his eyes of ambition to float some rocks and throw them at Artemis who, noticing the distance, fails to dodge the projectiles, receiving them all head-on. Some winced in pain but were also attentive to what they saw. Artemis gets up in some pain, but Naruto appears in front of her with Tough Glove, weapon of the soul of valor. Preparing an attack. Naruto. Fire fist. With that, his fists burst into flames. They deliver a powerful blow to Artemis, sending her crashing to the ground and through it. Many were startled by the power of the technique. However, no one noticed Yang watching it closely, for, from what he knew of Naruto, his soul was one of valor. Naruto sees that, puts on a serious face, and jumps into the hole. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone silent and eager to see the next part. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 2. Everyone was waiting for the new episode, eager to find out where that hole led. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 2. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. They saw the ceiling of a cave, which broke, sending Artemis and Naruto tumbling down. As they hit the ground, Artemis created a cloud of dust, while Naruto landed gracefully. They both got up to look around, noticing they were in a wooded area, which Naruto recognized instantly. It was Snowden Forest. Seeing the forest caught the attention of many, but Naruto and Azrael viewed it with nostalgia. Naruto sees the snow to pick it up and make it into a ball, but then he dodges an attack from Artemis, who was wielding her sword. Naruto begins to dodge Artemis's attacks, who was getting angry because Naruto was mocking her. Everyone just watched as Naruto masterfully dodged the attacks. Naruto throws the ball at Artemis's eyes, leaving her blind for a few seconds, which Naruto used to his advantage to jump away. Naruto. Trace on. Charging prana, blue lines appear on Naruto's hands. Then Kanshu and Bakuya appear, making Naruto wield them. Upon seeing Kanshu and Bakuya, everyone was excited, but especially Mito, since she also possessed, or was going to possess, Kanshu and Bakuya. Upon seeing this, Artemis becomes enraged and draws the Blades of Chaos. Ares' weapons, to launch himself against Naruto who copied the action. Ares. Growling with hatred, that damned woman. Everyone understood his reaction since those weapons were his. Sparks flew quickly, leaping from the clash of swords, which their wielders held fast. As they moved, they wreaked havoc, shattering trees, creating small craters, generating gentle gusts of wind, and more. Both swordsmen now strained against each other, their gazes serious as they gripped their weapons, which continued to generate small sparks. Everyone was watching the fight closely. Naruto. Let's see if you can handle this. He quickly pushes Artemis away with a kick to jump, while making Kanshu and Bakuya disappear. Everyone was curious about what Naruto was going to do, but Noir knew what his other self would do. Naruto. Kuchius no Yukitan. Snowflake Dragon. With that, he pats the ground with his hand to create a cloud of smoke. As it dissipates, the Snowflake Dragon is revealed, which roars when it knows its master's thoughts. Everyone was surprised, but Jiraiya was the most surprised since he had been planning to give Naruto the Toad contract. Tsunade. Somewhat amused, I suppose we won't have to give you a contract. Naruto. You guessed right, Gran. The dragon takes flight, launching several snowballs at Artemis, which the former goddess blocks and destroys using the Blades of Chaos. Seeing this, Naruto prepares his hands to perform a jutsu. Naruto. Trace on. Berserker Mume. But that in his hand, he generates a huge sword, which Naruto takes with both hands and shoots off towards Artemis. Everyone was surprised by the size of that sword. It was enormous. Naruto. Not to make you angry, especially you Hera, but that weapon belongs to a heroic spirit named Hercules. That left everyone speechless, but especially Hera, who hadn't expected that. Artemis was fighting the dragon until she could win, but Naruto appears with Mume to give her a strong blow that sends her flying all over the forest. Apollo. That made everyone laugh because they all thought the same thing. Noticing the great distance, Naruto leaves Mume pinned to the ground to make Yumi appear. Then prepare. Upon seeing this, Hermes began to laugh, attracting the attention of everyone except the Olympian gods and Naruto. Chaos. Why are you laughing? Hermes. Laughing, you see, Lady Chaos, it's just that Artemis is known for getting angry when she sees a man with a bow, now imagine. That made everyone's eyes widen as Naruto wore an amused smile. Naruto. Serious, it's time you knew what a true archer Artemis is. Knowing that he didn't hear him, Naruto summons Collabble 2 through Trace. To prepare it as a projectile in the bow. The arrow caught everyone's attention, but something told them not to underestimate its appearance. Without saying anything, and with a serious look, Naruto releases the arrow which begins to go at full speed towards where Artemis was to, upon contact, generate a huge explosion that began to devastate almost the entire forest. Everyone jumped, while the explosion enthusiasts were wide-eyed with wonder. As Naruto shoots, he sees Artemis holding Aegis. While protecting himself from the attack which, from afar, looked devastating. Upon seeing the shield, Athena became annoyed because it was a gift from Zeus to her. Upon seeing this, Naruto moves at impressive speeds while summoning Axe, the sole armament of heroism. Naruto leaps towards Artemis, who raises her shield defensively. He plunges his axe into the shield and continues his attack, forcing Artemis to slowly retreat. Ares. Very good direct attack. Artemis. No. This can't be happening. Artemis draws the sword of Athena. They try to stab and/or cut Naruto with it, causing the Noir to barely dodge the attacks due to the lack of distance between them. Athena was already fuming when she saw Artemis use her sword. Dodging and still attacking, Naruto summons all, the sole armament of wisdom. They deliver a powerful stab to Artemis's wrist, causing her to drop the weapon. Athena. Direct and short range but effective attack. Everyone nods, since they expected that from Naruto. Artemis groaned in pain, but that wasn't over. Naruto had summoned ballet shoes, sole armament of integrity. They do a somersault and kick Artemis in the face, making her fall back. Nobody said anything about the ballet shoes because they knew that Naruto used everything as a weapon, even the smallest thing. Artemis recovers, growling with pain and hatred, to draw her side. And lunges at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto sees Akumu. The nod, making Akumu understand and transform into his side. Which Naruto takes to launch himself against Artemis. Scythe enthusiasts paid close attention, eager to see how the fight would unfold. The two scythes clashed, generating sparks as they moved around the area. Using his flexibility, Naruto expertly dodged Artemis's attacks, who was gradually becoming desperate. Artemis. Furiously arg. Without waiting another second, he began to move his scythe with such intensity that he began to destroy several parts of the forest. The attack frightened some people because they could see that it was powerful. Naruto saw that in order to summon Mirror, the sole armament of creativity. He began to withstand attacks directed at him. Seeing that the attack had failed, Naruto returned the attacks to Artemis, who took them full force. That made everyone smile. Using his scythe, Naruto stabs Artemis in the shoulder, spinning her around and sending her flying into the air. Using the trees, Naruto leaps to reach her. Summoning Yumi, the Uzumaki summons Runting. He aimed point blank at Artemis. Without another word, he released the arrow, sending Artemis flying far away. Seeing the explosion, Naruto began leaping through the trees in the direction of where Artemis had fallen. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence as the fight would now continue elsewhere. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 3. Everyone was watching the screen, waiting for the new episode. As if on cue, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 3. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. Artemis rose from a crater, covered in dust. Looking around, she saw that she was in a village. The town of Snowdin. Tsunade. It's a beautiful town. Naruto. I know, I visited it once in its heyday. Everyone nodded as they admired the town of Snowdin. Artemis was getting up when something hit her in the face, sending her sprawling. The culprit was Naruto, who was standing after kicking Artemis with his feet. Some winced slightly in pain, while others just smiled. Artemis rises furiously, glaring at Naruto, and pulls out a gauntlet. The gauntlet of Zeus. Upon seeing the gauntlet, Zeus lowers his gaze sadly, seeing how his daughter used his objects for evil. He may be paranoid, but even he knows where to stop. Without saying a word, Artemis plunged her hand into the ground, generating a massive amount of electricity that Naruto began dodging as best he could. This only enraged Artemis further, and she increased the intensity of her attack. Artemis. Furious, stop moving, you bucking bastard. But seeing that Naruto kept dodging the attacks, Artemis got even angrier and started screaming, releasing too much electricity which destroyed and burned everything in its path. Everyone just saw Artemis as someone who had lost her mind while they watched helplessly as the village was destroyed. Upon seeing this, Naruto summons Pocket Watch, the sole armament of creativity. The stop time for a moment. Using that to his advantage, Naruto launches himself to begin striking Artemis with force, who, thanks to the power stolen from Chronos, was slowly emerging from the time freeze. Reaper. A time control fight, but I'm sure Naruto will have the advantage. Everyone nods in agreement as they already knew that Naruto was good at space-time manipulation. Artemis. Annoyed grrr, you bastard, how dare you do this to me? I am superior to you and the entire bucking universe. With even more anger, he began to unleash a large amount of electricity which destroyed and burned everything it touched. Chaos only became serious when she heard Artemis say that. Without a doubt, when they return, she will eliminate her. Naruto was just dodging all the attacks with a serious expression. Hitomi. Do you want help? Naruto. Not right now, thanks, but I'll use a new status I've been using. Hitomi knew what state he was talking about, so she simply wished Naruto luck. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to expertly dodge the attacks. Naruto. I hope it works. The last thing caught everyone's attention, especially Naruto's, who wanted to know what his other self was planning, although he was thinking about something he had been practicing. With that, he began to concentrate as pocket watch glowed until it generated an enormous aqua-colored light that stopped Artemis in her tracks. As it dissipated, Naruto was seen in a new form. He was now in his creativity state. But that wasn't all. Behind Naruto was a huge clock, which Naruto names Afghan, and in each hand there was a flintlock pistol. And a musket. All three accessories were the same aqua color. Everyone was speechless at what they saw while Naruto smiled. Reaper. Surprised. Naruto just widened his proud smile. Menma. What do you mean? Reaper. What I mean is that this form is almost impossible to acquire since it makes you, literally, in the past, present, and future. That shocked those who didn't know. Without waiting another second, Naruto starts firing, causing Artemis to block with her gauntlet and lightning. Naruto rolls, dodging Artemis's electrical attacks while continuing to fire. Naruto. I must send her far away from Snowden, and fast. Naruto pulls away as the clock follows him on his back. Naruto. Aleph. An energy flows from the number eye on the clock to the gun, loading the bullet. Everyone was intrigued by the bullet and even more so by Aleph, but Naruto was hoping his plan would work. Naruto instantly points the gun at his head to shoot himself. That left everyone speechless. Artemis saw that as if it were something stupid, but Naruto disappears and reappears next to her, kicking her. That shocked everyone because they weren't expecting that. Naruto. A left bullet gives the target a speed boost. That surprised everyone even more. Charging chakra into the bullets, Naruto begins firing fire release bullets. Against Artemis, who was protected by the gauntlet. Naruto. Bet. An energy from number 2 comes out to enter the musket, loading the bullet. Naruto. Bullet bet gives the target a considerable speed reduction. Everyone nods in surprise. As he continued firing, Naruto looked for the right moment to fire the bet bullet behind a Kaiten bullet. Everyone nodded in agreement as that was a good decision. Artemis manages to destroy the Kaiten bullet with a lightning bolt but is hit directly by the bet bullet. This makes Artemis so angry that she charges at Naruto. But then she realizes something. Her speed has been greatly reduced. Artemis. Stopping what? Naruto just watched with a smile before starting to run and attack Artemis, who tried to block the attacks, but a reduced speed made it difficult for her to block them. They smiled as they watched Naruto's display of skills. While Naruto continued punching and firing, he was preparing an elemental bullet. With a rigid stance, Artemis generated a shockwave that pushed Naruto back, who had already planned this and more, seeing how Artemis lunged at him with murderous intent. Everyone paid close attention, eager to see Naruto's plan unfold. Naruto quickly points his gun at him to fire Vuitton bullets. At point-blank range, causing Artemis to back away a little due to the surprise and the shots that were hitting her. Everyone watched with amazement and admiration. Artemis began to slowly back away, while Naruto continued firing and raised his musket. Naruto. Zain. The number VI on the clock glows, then Naruto loads the bullet. And, still firing, Naruto points his musket at Artemis to fire, causing the former goddess to be paralyzed by the effect of the Zain bullet. Naruto. Zain bullet gives the target temporary paralysis. They all nod, knowing that that bullet would be one of the hardest to avoid. Seeing that, Naruto raises his gun. Naruto. Het. That loads bullet V. He aimed the gun at her head and fired. The effect was immediate and a temporary clone of Naruto emerged from the ground, staring seriously at Artemis. Naruto. And the het bullet gives the target a temporary clone, so that it's safer to be 1 second in the future. Everyone nodded while those from the Underverse took notes for later. The two clones looked at each other, nodded, and pointed their weapons at Artemis. They instantly began firing, with Naruto using wind-release bullets. And the clone ball is Anmeton. And thanks to the effect being activated, Artemis was taking the full force of the shots. That's when they realized that was Naruto's plan. Seeing that the effect was ending, Naruto approached Artemis to point the gun at her head, charging a lightning bullet. And fire, sending Artemis flying and electrocuting her despite her having the gauntlet. Everyone watched attentively to see what would happen next. Naruto decides to deactivate his creativity state as he was getting a little tired despite being very powerful. Everyone nods. It was better to conserve energy. Artemis gets up in pain and anger, but has to generate an electricity shield with a gauntlet since Naruto threw a fire blast at her using lighter, the sole armament of paranoia. As the flames subsided, Artemis lowered her arm, but Naruto, using frying pan, sole armament of kindness. He hits her hard with the frying pan, leaving her somewhat stunned and sending her flying. The blaze surprised everyone, but they also winced in pain at the sight of the latter. Naruto just starts running towards where the traitorous goddess had fallen. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 4. Everyone could be seen eating a little while they waited for the new episode. Naruto was also eating, but he was thinking about where in the underground the fight would take place. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 4. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. It looked like a dark place with fluorescent colored plants and rivers. That place was known as Waterfall. Upon seeing Waterfall, everyone admitted it was a beautiful place, while Naruto wore a nostalgic smile. Suddenly, something falls into the river, creating a loud splash. Artemis gets up, completely soaked, while Naruto appears in a nearby ravine, looking at her seriously. Apollo. The Lord of the Night. That amused everyone. Upon seeing him, Artemis began to get annoyed. She wanted to kill Naruto, but the Uzumaki was too good, and that bothered her. Naruto just smiled somewhat arrogantly at Artemis when he saw her like that. He loved seeing Artemis lose her temper, and of course he would prevent the former goddess from doing anything stupid. Artemis draws Poseidon's trident. To launch himself at Naruto in anger, wanting to finish him off once and for all. Seeing his trident used by a traitor for evil, Poseidon became extremely angry. Seeing this, Naruto summons Kanshu and Bakuya to begin blocking, repelling, and counter-attacking Artemis's attacks. In mid-air, they begin attacking each other, generating sparks as they plummet into the water. Upon hitting the water, they move apart, then dive again, clashing weapons and generating even more sparks. Everyone was on the edge of their seats watching the fight. Naruto. Trace over edge. Before Artemis's eyes, the married swords changed shape. Then to avoid an attack from Naruto that came very close to hitting him. Mito. Noticing something married swords. Naruto. Yes, Kanshu and Bakuya are known as the married swords, I'll tell you why later. Everyone nods to continue watching the fight. Artemis growled angrily and attacked again, this time unleashing water from her trident. Naruto began spinning his swords, blocking and countering Artemis's water attacks. Naruto. Trace altar. Naruto leaps away, then his swords transform into their altar form. Then join them by the handle. And launch a direct attack against Artemis. Everyone was surprised by the trace altar. They had to admit that the new look was great. Naruto began spinning his sword, attacking Artemis, who responded by doing the same with her trident. As they moved through the water, they clashed, generating sparks. Using his abilities, Naruto began spinning the swords, creating a circle that was soon surrounded by water, followed by a circular slash at Artemis, who raised her trident into a shield. The ability surprised everyone and made them want to know, well, if Naruto would teach them. Artemis. I'm fed up with you. With that, the traitorous goddess pulls out Zeus's lightning bolt. They begin unleashing a massive electrical storm that covered all of Waterfall. Zeus. Heard my master Ray. Everyone watched with curiosity as the Olympian gods kept in mind that Artemis would have to die, one way or another. Seeing this, Naruto emerges from the water and begins dodging the lightning bolts. With great skill, Naruto starts running towards Artemis, dodging every strike. When he's face to face with Artemis, he launches an attack, forcing the treacherous goddess to dodge and block, as the attacks are swift. They continue like this until, taking advantage of a moment of carelessness on Artemis's part, Naruto manages to make her lose control of Zeus's lightning bolt. Zeus smiled gratefully at Naruto, who nodded slightly. Artemis. Angry grrr, you bastard. With that, he attacks, but Naruto separates the swords to continue attacking, an action copied by the former goddess. Sparks flew again, but this time more frequently and rapidly. Naruto manages to back away, crawling through the water, and leaps out as Kanshu and Bakuya altar glowed. Everyone noticed the shine, but Naruto knew what it was. While in the sky, Naruto performs his soul trait knife attack technique. Causing Artemis to start blocking everything with her trident, but it was difficult for her because of the speed of the attacks. The technique surprised everyone, while those from the Underverse smiled a little since they had seen that technique in action. Using gravity, Naruto falls onto a small mountain some distance from Artemis. Naruto. Trace on. Rider Mume Tenkin. Using prana and chakra, Naruto summons the weapon in both his hands. The jump and use a technique. Moving like lightning to go against Artemis. Everyone was surprised to see the technique. It resembled the Flying Thunder God technique. Using the quick attack, the basic technique for the aerial Hurricane, Naruto began attacking Artemis from all sides, without giving her a chance to defend herself, in addition to trying to take away her trident. Menma. So that technique is the inspiration for the aerial Hurricane. Naruto nods while the rest watch in surprise at Naruto's attack speed. In a moment of carelessness, Artemisa, the former goddess, loses her trident and is then stabbed in the shoulder by the Uzumaki. That made everyone smile. Sensing this, Artemis grows even angrier and punches Naruto in the face, sending him stumbling backward. Without a word, she draws the Apollo bow. It takes some fiery arrows. And frosts. And load them onto the bow. When Apollo saw his bow being used, he was shocked and astonished. Artemis. With a malicious smile, feel happy little brother, your bow will help me win, and thus have dominion over the entire multiverse. Apollo only shed a few tears. He always wanted to hear Artemis call him little brother, but not like this. But that, he points to the sky to shoot the arrows. Artemis. Rain of arrows. But that, a rain of arrows begins. Which began to fall causing damage and making Naruto start dodging everything as best he could. Apollo simply looked away. He didn't want to see that technique being used by his weapon. The others just watched with pity, knowing that Artemis was his sister and that he had always loved her. Seeing how Naruto was almost in trouble, Artemisa began to laugh madly and evilly while Naruto made Mume Tenkan disappear. Naruto. Dodging the arrows trace on. Assassin Dirk. Without Artemis noticing, and very discreetly, the weapon appears in Naruto's hand. Who takes it firmly to infuse it with some soul magic. The knife caught everyone's attention, but they focused on what Naruto was planning. Naruto continued dodging the rain of arrows, then found an opening and attacked. The Artemis who could not dodge the attack as she was still laughing madly and maliciously. That made those who hated Artemis smile. Artemis rises from the ground with a hateful look and draws the sword of Apollo. And launch himself at Naruto. Apollo. That's enough, please. Apollo felt enormous pain seeing his sister be a complete deranged and genocidal maniac. Naruto began dodging, repelling, and counterattacking Artemis's attacks with Dirk while preparing to use a weapon that he knew would shock Artemis. That confused everyone who was paying attention. Finding the opening, Naruto leaps away. Naruto. Trace on. Saber Excalibur. With that, and before Artemis's astonished gaze, a sword appears in Naruto's hands. It was the legendary sword Excalibur. Everyone was surprised to see Excalibur, but even more so those who knew the weapon. Artemis was stunned by what she saw. The legendary sword Excalibur was in Naruto's hands. But little by little, her gaze shifted to one of rage, anger, and hatred toward Naruto, since the Uzumaki could wield Excalibur, while she had to settle for a replica of the sword. The Olympian gods were surprised to learn that Artemis had a replica of Excalibur, but at least they were relieved that it was a replica and not the original. Artemis. Evil. Ill-born. Artemis lunged at Naruto, who waited on guard. They began attacking each other, sparks flying from the clash of their weapons. The more they attacked, the more destruction they caused, before pausing to brace themselves, staring into each other's eyes. Everyone was amazed by the battle as they felt the power emanating from Excalibur. Naruto began to look around, noticing the echo flowers. So he walked away quickly. He called them all the echo flowers, while Naruto smiled a little, knowing what he did with those flowers. Naruto. When we get back, I'll go underground and bring back some echo flowers. Naruto. Honiton shurikens to Flores. The flower petals separate to begin forming shurikens. And fly off against Artemis who put up the sword of Apollo as a defense, but some managed to hurt her. Everyone, especially the children, was fascinated by the flower shurikens. They were beautiful. Naruto. A fact about that jutsu, depending on which flower is used, the shape and appearance of the shuriken will vary. Everyone nodded, while those who knew about botany were excited to know what shurikens made from different flowers would look like. Then Naruto appears beside him, performing a technique. Naruto. Jubi Rasengan. But the technique already mastered in his hand. Naruto punches Artemis in the abdomen, sending her flying to another location. Everyone, especially Akari, was surprised to see a technique using Jubi Chakra. Upon seeing that, Naruto starts running towards where Artemis was to continue the fight. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in silence as Apollo just waited for Naruto to recover his weapons. He knew beforehand that Artemis would be eliminated no matter what. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 5. Everyone was still sitting, waiting for the new chapter, and already had the story of Kanshu and Bakuya in mind after Naruto told it to them. Aphrodite. It's a very sad story. Everyone nods in agreement that Kanshu and Bakuya's story was sad. Just then, the screen lights up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 5. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. It was a place full of rocks and lava. The place was Hotland. Everyone was stunned when they saw Hotland, while Son Goku looked at the place with interest. Suddenly, something crashes into a rock wall. The projectile is none other than Artemis herself. A short distance away, Naruto appears and makes Excalibur vanish. Artemis emerges from the hole, furious and covered in a trickle of golden blood. "Artemis. Growling, you wretch." With that, he makes his fake Excalibur appear. To launch himself against Naruto. Upon seeing the fake Excalibur, everyone was surprised, but the sensors could sense the negativity emanating from that weapon. Naruto leaps high into the air, dodging Artemis's attack, who destroys the wall with her slash. Naruto lands on the ground and conjures a portal beside him. And reach in. After searching for a bit, he pulls out a gun. It was his sword E. Upon seeing the sword E, everyone paid some attention, while the Olympian gods, especially Zeus, knew whose weapon it was. Gilgamesh. Holding his weapon, Naruto positioned it to block an attack from Artemis. They both strained, pushing their weapons against each other, their gazes filled with seriousness Naruto's and hatred Artemis's. They gave each other a small push to create distance, crawling back a little. "Hitomi. Do you want me to improve it a little?" That caught everyone's attention, but Naruto and Hitomi knew what the other Hitomi meant. Naruto understood what Hitomi meant, so he smiled slightly and nodded discreetly. Instantly, he began to be surrounded by Biju Chakra, increasing her strength, stamina, and power. Everyone felt the increase in E's stats and was surprised. With that, they both launched themselves again, unleashing a flurry of intense slashes that caused some destruction. Artemis threw a slash, but Naruto dodged it by crawling on his knees. Apollo. I'm used like Chicharito. Some didn't know Chicharito, but those who did were having fun. While on the ground, Naruto opens a golden portal to summon another sword. Iridane's Leaf. The Olympian gods recognized Dane's Leaf, and now they knew where the weapon had been all this time. With her weapon in hand, and already surrounded by Biju Chakra, Naruto spins on the ground to attack Artemis with her secondary weapon. Artemis barely manages to dodge, receiving a small cut on her leg. Enraged, Artemis attacks Naruto, who begins dodging and counterattacking, generating sparks. Seeing that she is losing ground, Artemis summons Anaclosmos to attack Naruto, who dodges the downward attack. Upon seeing Anaclosmos, all the Olympian gods fell silent, knowing to whom that weapon belonged. Zoe Nightshade, former lieutenant of Artemis and murdered by the aforementioned to obtain the weapon. Naruto knew who that sword belonged to, and although he didn't care about the girl, he knew he had to get it back. It shouldn't be in the hands of a crazy woman. Hephaestus. Indeed, that weapon must be in another place and protected. Dodging another attack backward, Naruto creates a portal in the ground from which Vajra emerges. The sword shot into the sky, causing Artemis to dodge by sheer luck, but she lost Anaclosmos. Artemis tried to retrieve Anaclosmos, but Naruto created a portal beneath the sword, saving it from Artemis. The Olympian gods gave their approval to Naruto upon seeing that tactic, while the rest, except for Naruto and Hitomi, were confused since they did not know which girl they were talking about, but they assumed that Anaclosmos was very important. Artemis was in shock watching this, but little by little she began to tremble with rage, glaring at Naruto with hatred. With her Excalibur, the traitorous goddess lunged at Naruto, who charged with his swords, initiating a clash of weapons that generated several sparks. They both moved apart, only to lunge again and attack each other with greater intensity, causing even more destruction. Everyone just watched as the fight started to get more intense. Suddenly, Naruto disappears, dodging an attack from Artemis. On the roof of Hotland, Naruto leaps to the ground, preparing himself. Naruto. Jotun Lava Dragon. With that, he spins as something cold and cool emerges from the lava. As he recovers, Naruto moves his arms toward Artemis, the lava dragon now formed. Which moves directly towards the former goddess who put her Excalibur in defense mode. Everyone was shocked by the lava dragon. Artemis began to withstand the attack, slowly retreating as her skin burned slightly. When it ended, Naruto fell against a wall, noticing the smoke billowing from it. Suddenly, the smoke vanished, revealing Artemis charging a dark energy attack. Well, he had a hateful look on his face. The sensors, except for Naruto, began to tremble from the intense negativity emanating from Artemis's technique. The tailed beasts and Naruto were grave, as they could sense the negative power emanating from that technique. Seeing that, Naruto gets serious and activates his Geister Racing Blaster. They begin charging their attack. Artemis. Excalibur. With that, he launches a powerful slash against Naruto, who began to return the attack with the firing of his Geister Racing Blaster. Everyone was on the edge of their seats as they watched the clash of techniques. Both of them were using their shots as Naruto pulled Houtenjeki out of a portal. To prepare. Everyone was intrigued by the tactic used by Naruto. After continuing to attack with their techniques, a sphere is generated which explodes, sending them both flying. Naruto recovers and launches himself at Artemis again, who was recovering slightly. Artemis gets up but receives a stab wound to the shoulder that makes her scream in pain. Some people winced at the sight. Portals appear from the ground, from which chains emerge that trap Artemis by her arms, neck, and legs. These chains were Enkidu. Apollo. For us, I am sick. That confused everyone, but those who did understand still felt sickened by their thinking. Upon seeing this, Artemis begins to strain, trying to free herself. Artemis. Growling with hatred, let me go, you bastard. Naruto looked at her seriously as he prepared a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto. I don't think so. With his soul magic Rasengan. Naruto punches Artemis in the abdomen, sending her flying into the sky. Everyone was intrigued by Naruto's soul magic Rasengan. It looked somewhat similar to Betty's soul magic Rasengan, only instead of pink it was silver gray. Naruto. I'm pretty sure you know this. Still in the air, Artemis sees something that leaves her in shock. In front of her, besides being surrounded, was the Gate of Babylon in its full splendor. Everyone was speechless when they saw Gate of Babylon in all its glory. Naruto. Fuego. Several weapons appear with the portals, which began to strike against Artemis, who began to receive scrapes, cuts, stab wounds and more, causing the former goddess to scream in pain. Everyone felt a chill at the thought of them in the middle of that attack. Tenten, however, was struck by all the weapons used to attack Artemis with Gate of Babylon. As the attack ends, Artemisa begins to fall, but Naruto appears beside her, generating another Rasengan. Naruto. We're not finished, Artemis. Jotun Rasengan. With the lava element Rasengan in his hand. Naruto strikes the former goddess, sending her flying far away thanks to the lava explosion. Nobody said anything about the new elemental Rasengan. They were still processing the Gate of Babylon thing. Naruto lands on his feet on a rock in Hotland while smoke comes out of his hand, healing the lava burn. Naruto. Thank you. Hitomi. No problem. Naruto just starts running at full speed towards a place he knew well, where he had already thrown Artemis. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in silence, wondering where the fight would continue, with Naruto already having deduced which place they were talking about. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 6. Everyone could be seen sitting, waiting for the next part of the fight, wondering where it would continue. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 6. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention to continue watching the fight. It looked like a spacious yellow place with pillars. This place was known as the last corridor. Everyone paid attention when they saw the last runner. Meanwhile, Azrael and those from the Underverse smiled with a touch of nostalgia. Suddenly, something crashes to the ground and rolls down, revealing itself to be Artemis. Just then, Naruto arrives and starts skidding across the slippery ground. Apollo. Naruto laughed a little. Artemisa gets up to see how Naruto stood in front of her. Naruto. Looking around, this place is beautiful, isn't it? Artemis stood up looking at Naruto as if he were an idiot. Everyone was confused when they saw Naruto talking to Artemis. Reaper. He's going to say it. Chara. Yes, he's going to say it. Everyone looked confused except for those from the Underverse and Azrael. Naruto just smiled a little because he wanted to say it. Naruto. It's a beautiful day, the birds are singing and the flowers are blooming on days like these, people like you. That activates his judge's eye. While putting on a creepy smile. Naruto. They should burn in hell. With that, Naruto pulls out toy knife, weapon of the soul of patience. Butcher knife, weapon of the soul of wrath. To be on guard. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the scene, feeling a chill run down their spines. Everyone who recognized that tone opened their eyes in shock. Azrael. Many didn't understand him, but others just listened to the tone with a little fear. Something about that tone made them afraid. Naruto began attacking with energy slashes which he launched against Artemis, who began to dodge as best she could. Artemis. What's wrong with her? I'm the one who started the fight. Everyone nodded while Naruto just smiled innocently. But then he sets that aside to launch himself at Naruto, drawing the fork of Hades. And deliver a thrust. Hades became angry when he saw Artemis using his pitchfork. Naruto uses his knives to block the attack, then makes an X displaying red and light blue energy. Charging his aura into his butcher knife, Naruto unleashes his calling cord of wrath. Which forced Artemis to defend herself with the gallows. Everyone watched Naruto's attack with fascination. At full speed, Naruto lunges at Artemis, unleashing a flurry of slashes that the former goddess struggles to block. As they move, energy clashes erupt, while Naruto's judge eye remains activated. Everyone was on the edge of their seats watching the fight, while those who knew Naruto were watching to see what he would do, since he still had his judge's eye activated. Even as Naruto attacks himself, he begins to summon bones. They began to move all over the place, making it difficult for Artemis to move. They separated, staring at each other, and then launched themselves at one another, their weapons clashing and sending sparks flying and causing some damage. As they continued attacking, they dodged the bones that moved horizontally, vertically, or in an X pattern as they spun around. Everyone saw the bones moving, while some felt a little scared for being in the middle of that combo. In a moment of carelessness, Artemis trips, which Naruto takes advantage of, slashing her with each knife and making an X on her torso. Many won that battle. Artemis groans in pain, but then sees Naruto and angrily throws a kick, sending him flying. Artemis was about to recover when Naruto creates a rope of patience from his toy knife. They tie her up and start spinning, causing Artemis to crash into the pillars, destroying them. Seeing the opportunity, Naruto releases Artemis, sending the former goddess flying straight into a wall of blue bones. Passing through them, but Artemis takes damage while moving. Upon seeing that, many made faces of pain, while others simply watched the movements attentively. The traitorous goddess falls to the ground in pain, but then angrily sees Naruto, takes out a helmet, and puts it on. The helmet was the Helm of Darkness. Upon seeing that, Hades was already enraged at seeing Artemis using his helmet. Hades. Furious, okay, this is personal now, I'm going to kill her. Artemis becomes translucent and runs towards the Uzumaki who got into a fighting stance, knowing the helmet's ability. Those who were unaware of the Helm of Darkness's ability were surprised. While Naruto was aware of this, Artemis was hidden there, waiting to attack. Using his instincts, Naruto dodged and attacked the air, creating the sounds of clashing weapons and sparks. Naruto attacked the air again, causing more clashing weapons. And so Naruto continued attacking the air, generating even more clashing weapons. Everyone felt some tension as Naruto was going into the fight blind, but they had faith in him. Naruto. It seems he knows how to use the Helm of Darkness, but I have a special weapon. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, but those from the Underverse, Azriel and Betty, knew what weapon he was talking about. Naruto leaps to make his knives disappear. With that, he summons Sword, the weapon of the soul of will. To be on guard, feeling everything around him. Now everyone else knew what weapon Naruto was talking about thinking about. Sensing something moving towards him, Naruto smiles and uses willpower soul magic. Naruto. Great vortex of will. Twisting his body, Naruto begins to spin, generating a large green vortex. Which began to wreak havoc but also revealed a silhouette of the same color. When it stopped, Naruto saw Artemis, now visible, fly off into a pillar. Everyone was shocked when they saw the technique. It looked powerful. Without waiting for any other moment, Naruto summons Real Knife, the weapon of the soul of determination. They begin launching a series of red attacks. Which hit Artemis, causing an explosion. Those who knew about the soul of determination were happy to see that technique. It was basic but powerful. Artemis rose, but her anger slowly grew as she realized she had been overpowered by Naruto. With her black sclera, Artemis let out a powerful scream, unleashing a torrent of darkness and launching herself at Naruto with the pitchfork filled with darkness. Many, including the censors, froze upon sensing the evil emanating from Artemis. Meanwhile, the rest watched the scene with serious expressions. Upon seeing this, Naruto summons Lance, the weapon of the soul of purity. They both lunged at Artemis. The clash of their weapons generated a shockwave, and they attacked each other again, creating a barrage of sparks between the white and black blades. They separated, only to launch themselves at one another once more, causing tremors to ripple through the area, cracking pillars, shattering the ground, and more. They separated, but Artemis heard something. Everyone was surprised by the fight they were witnessing. When he turns around, he sees some Geister blasters. Aiming at her, then firing. Artemis gets up covered in dust and scrapes, her eyes filled with hatred as she feels outdone by someone inferior, in her opinion. Upon hearing the thought, chaos became serious. That thought was worthy of death. Fueled by rage and hatred, Artemis launched herself at Naruto with renewed intensity, forcing the Uzumaki to dodge and counterattack with Lance. Gradually, both increased the intensity of their attacks, their gazes filled with seriousness and hatred. Suddenly, the former goddess began to generate a massive sphere of hatred and darkness. While watching Naruto with the same emotions. Many swallowed hard when they felt the power of Artemis's technique. Artemis. Die. He was about to launch the sphere, but he was shocked to see something Naruto had in his hand. It was a soul magic Rasen Shuriken. Everyone just stared at the Rasen Shuriken with fascination. It was beautiful. But what had shocked her was the color of the technique. It was platinum gray, its old color. That surprised everyone, but then they saw the Olympian gods and Naruto. Athena. Sigh when Artemis began her killing spree, her power color started to change from silver to black. Naruto. That indicated that her power began to corrupt. Everyone nods now, knowing Artemis's expression. Naruto. Serio Rasen Shuriken de Magia de Alma. With that, she launched the Rasen Shuriken at the sphere of hatred, generating a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, Artemis stood holding her arm, which had been injured by the blast. Many winced in pain. They didn't want to feel that explosion. Orange bones are sticking out of the ground. These attacks pierce Artemis's abdomen, sending her crashing to the ceiling and knocking her out of the room. Naruto simply snaps his fingers and vanishes. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence and wanting to know what happens next. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 7. Everyone could be seen waiting for the new chapter, knowing that the fight would continue outside the underground. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 7. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. Konoha could be seen completely destroyed. Then Artemis emerges from the ground, followed by Naruto who, upon reaching the former goddess, grabs her using the strings of patience, spins her around, and throws her to the ground. Everyone was surprised to see Konoha, but they put that aside when they saw what Naruto did to Artemis. Artemis stood up covered in dust and anger as she watched Naruto land on his feet. Naruto. Konoha just as it was millennia ago. Naruto turned to see Artemis, who had a weapon ready and was looking at them angrily. The weapon was Stormbreaker. Upon seeing Stormbreaker, the Olympian gods opened their eyes in shock. Was Artemis so crazy and power-hungry that she was capable of killing Thor? Now, without a doubt, Artemis was a danger. Naruto knew whose weapon that was, so he drew a katana. It was Volcomord Fjordrake, a berserker-type weapon belonging to his friend's servant Jean Darkalter, or Jalter. Everyone was struck by Volcomord Fjordrake. It looked like a simple katana. They looked into each other's eyes and then vanished. They reappeared facing each other, their weapons clashing and causing immense destruction as they were far more powerful. Everyone who didn't know the power of both weapons was surprised. They both moved away, only to lunge at each other again, brandishing their weapons once more. They began attacking each other with their weapons, generating tremors, small purple-black flames, and lightning. Naruto. So she killed Thor and took Stormbreaker. I have to stop her once and for all. The Olympian gods nodded, while the others thought Thor was another god. Using Trace, Naruto surrounds Volcomord Fjordrake with prana to increase the weapon's strength and damage considerably. Everyone watched that closely. As Naruto moves away, he gets into a fighting stance to prepare his technique with that weapon. Naruto. Massacring Dragon. Suddenly, Naruto uses Jalter's berserker ability. Causing too much damage to Artemis, who recoiled spitting golden blood. Everyone was shocked to see Massacring Dragon in action. Lenny. I'm scared, dude. Artemis gets back up to forcefully bring Stormbreaker down, causing a huge lightning bolt to fall from the sky, which went straight towards Naruto. Raiden users were surprised, as were those who weren't ninjas. Some children were even afraid of the technique. With great precision, Naruto dodges the attack while storing Volcomord Fjordrake. Many were confused when they saw Naruto store Volcomord Fjordrake. Naruto. So that's how you want to play? Naruto pulls out a flag. Legrandment du Haine. That left everyone stunned, since they realized it was a flag. When they saw Naruto, they noticed he was looking at the flag with nostalgia. Nobody said anything. They just watched the screen intently. Upon seeing the flag, Artemis begins to laugh loudly and arrogantly. Artemis. Ha 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 ha, a stupid flag. That's hilarious. Artemis started laughing harder, thinking that the flag was just that, a flag. Upon hearing that, Naruto became enraged as he unleashed his divine power with murderous intent, frightening many. Now more than ever, they knew that flag was important to him. Naruto was angry to see that the former goddess was mocking the relic he had acquired from Jalter. Now everyone knew why that flag was important to Naruto. It belonged to Jalter. With anger and determination, Naruto grips Legrandment du Haine with both hands and begins to spin it. Naruto. I'll show you the true power of Legrandment du Haine. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. While still turning the flag, Naruto begins to imbue it with prana to launch it, revealing it in all its splendor. Naruto. Roar, my fury. When the flag is lowered from the sky, the attack begins. Towards Artemis who, continuing to mock, did not realize it until the attack hit her directly. That left everyone speechless. Without a doubt, Legrandment du Haine was incredible. Artemis began to rise with difficulty as she felt anger, fury, and hatred build throughout her being. Turning Stormbreaker into its hammer form, Artemis unleashed Artemis's hammer. The variant of Thor's hammer, launching the powerful attack against Naruto who, quickly, takes out the Pucelle. And put him in a defensive position, enduring the attack as best he could. Everyone was surprised by the clash of weapons and power, while the gods only looked at Artemis with seriousness. Naruto. I've never faced Thor so I don't know how powerful the attack is, I must admit it's powerful. Successfully repelling the attack, Naruto launched himself at Artemis, wielding La Pucelle, while the former goddess retrieved Stormbreaker. Their weapons clashed, generating a powerful wind wave before they separated and launched their attacks again. Sparks, slashes, metal clashing, and more erupted as they moved, creating small craters and further destruction. Everyone was on the edge of their seats watching the fight. They both move away so Naruto can quickly prepare an attack from La Pucelle. Naruto. Tura's Realta. Raising his sword, Naruto executes the technique intensely. Which manages to hit Artemis, who tried to cover herself as best she could. Everyone was amazed by the technique when Aphrodite remembered the owner of those techniques. Aphrodite. How could I not have noticed? They belonged to Joan of Arc. Finishing the technique, Artemis is badly injured but desperately launches herself at Naruto to perform the Jared Artemis's axe. Which was aimed directly at the Uzumaki's head, who dodged in time. That made many people breathe a sigh of relief as they saw that the technique was dangerous. Seeing the lack of distance, Naruto executes the Mortalis Stella. Which directly attacks the traitorous goddess. Now everyone was surprised by Naruto's technique. Artemisa falls badly injured while Naruto grabs her hair to spin her around and throw her far away. Naruto. I can't believe we're going to fight on Olympus, but whatever. With that, he disappeared, implying that he had teleported there. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in silence, but the Olympian gods wondered why when they remembered something. There on Olympus are divine weapons that can help Naruto win. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 8. Everyone was waiting for the new episode while Naruto thought about how he could obtain the sword of the gods on Mount Olympus. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 8. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. The temple made of gold could be seen floating on a cloud. The place was Mount Olympus. Everyone was surprised and amazed to see Olympus while the Olympian gods looked at the place with a small smile. Then something crashes inside him, raising a large cloud of smoke. As Artemis fires, she gets up, feeling her energy begin to return. Artemis. With malice and arrogance, haha, he was an idiot to bring me here, I'm recovering. That alarmed many, while the Olympian gods felt hopeful upon seeing Naruto there. Then Naruto arrives with a serious and bored expression. Naruto. I knew it wasn't a good idea, pulls out a tube from the side, but they asked me to continue here. That activates the tube, revealing it to be the sword of the gods. Then to brandish it a little. Zeus remembered his son Perseus and how he had given him that sword. The rest just stared at the sword with curiosity. Artemis simply smiled arrogantly as she drew the blade of Olympus. Then be on guard. The gods only looked at that sword with concern, but they had faith that Naruto would solve it. They looked ready to attack each other. Standing over the old bonfire, they clashed weapons, generating sparks, before moving away from one another. Naruto. Celestial bronze, it's the material from which the weapons of the gods are made. The sword of the gods and the sword of Olympus are examples of them currently. I must end this and quickly. All the mortals and other beings who were unaware of the Olympian gods were surprised to see the group of deities. They nodded in agreement as Naruto wondered if it would be possible to recreate the celestial bronze. Breaking apart, Naruto gathers momentum to launch himself at Artemis again, who mirrors the action. Their weapons clash and they begin to move, exchanging blows. Artemis throws a kick, which Naruto dodges, countering with a sword strike that forces Artemis to raise her sword in a defensive stance. The former goddess staggers back slightly as Naruto rises, maneuvering his sword. Everyone watched the fight on the edge of their seats, believing that Naruto would win. Using his teleportation, Naruto begins attacking Artemis from all angles, not giving her much time to counterattack as she is on the defensive. Ares. That ability is very good. Everyone nods in approval at the teleportation ability. Artemis continued blocking the attacks as best she could while moving around a little. Artemis. Medusolope Demeter. Artemis begins launching attacks in all directions. Causing Naruto to lose control a little and forcing him to dodge and or block attacks. Poseidon growls angrily as he watches Artemis use her technique. As Naruto walks away, he starts talking a little with Akumu. Naruto. We have to finish this up there, Akumu, fuse with the sword. Akumu emerges from a hiding place in Naruto's clothes and merges with the sword of the gods. Causing Naruto to get back on guard. Everyone paid attention because they knew Naruto was serious. They met each other's gaze and lunged once more, brandishing their weapons. Their swords clashed, creating a tremor. That surprised and startled everyone. They clashed, staring into each other's eyes, Artemis with hatred and Naruto with determination. They separated, only to attack again, unleashing slashes that sent sparks flying. Artemis gradually increased the power of her attacks, trying to kill Naruto and cause even more destruction. Seeing this, Naruto began to intensify his own attacks, matching Artemis's strength. That started to make everyone who was watching the screen more closely even more nervous. The slash from Artemis was about to hit him in the neck, but Naruto rolls away to point his sword at Artemis. Naruto. Hinata in Floral Canyon. A great amount of energy is charged from the tip of his sword and then shot out. Against Artemis, who put her sword in a blocking pose while she recoiled from the power of the attack. That surprised everyone, while Demeter and those who were, in part, linked to nature, saw that with stars in their eyes. When Artemis finished, she looked at the place where Naruto should have been, noticing he wasn't there. Seeing this, Artemis began searching everywhere for Naruto, knowing it was a tactic. Everyone knew that was true, so they paid attention. Then she felt an energy that left her in shock, turning around to see Naruto, who was in the air, holding a technique in his hand that unconsciously generated air. Naruto. Sukuna Rasen Shuriken. But that said, he launches the Rasen Shuriken. Against Artemis, who received the full force of the attack, which generated a dome of lunar energy. Everyone, including the Olympian gods, was shocked to see that. Apollo. Naruto, how is that possible? Naruto. I just created the Tsukuten moon release, and that's how I managed to do that. Everyone fell silent again as they admired the Rasen Shuriken. Naruto falls to the ground, watching the smoke billowing from the Rasen Shuriken's impact. Then, a great tornado of darkness appears. The smoke dissipated forcefully. From the tornado emerged Artemis, her gaze filled with hatred, anger, fury, rage, jealousy, and other negative emotions as she watched Naruto steal her power from the moon. That scared many people, while Naruto remained very serious. Artemis. I'll kill you, 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 I'll kill you. Filled with anger and with a new form. Artemis lunged at Naruto, brandishing her sword. Naruto waited patiently, then dodged and slashed Artemis, striking her squarely. Artemis growled, attempting to retaliate, but Naruto ducked and headbutted her chin, then stood up. Seeing the blow caused small grimaces of pain as Neji and Sasuke unconsciously touched their chins. Artemis backs away, but Naruto punches her in the face, forcing her back further. Artemis recovers, gathering energy in her fist to use a technique she stole from Zeus. Artemis. Preparing meteor jab. With that, he begins to throw several punches. Which Naruto began to block thanks to Akumu having become a shield. Having separated from the sword. Zeus was only saddened to see his daughter being a danger, while wondering if this was her punishment for all the evil she had done, although he was sure that it was. Akumu merges with the sword once more, causing Naruto to summon a tentacle. Which ties Artemis by the waist and throws her into the sky, out of the atmosphere and exosphere. The last part startled everyone, while Naruto had a nervous smile as he understood his other self's plan. Naruto saw that as Akumu separated from the sword. Naruto. Sees Akumu, this fight will end there, in space I think it's time for us to become one again. Akumu knew what his friend meant, so he nodded. That confused everyone, while Betty understood instantly since she did the same thing. Upon seeing that, Naruto summons a spear. Haravura Akumu. Naruto. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Akumu lets out a squeal, implying that he too was grateful to have accompanied Naruto. With precision, Naruto fuses Akumu with a spear to stab himself, initiating the fusion. Everyone except Naruto and Betty jumped as Akumu perched on Naruto's shoulder to pet him. After a few seconds, Naruto opens his eyes to look at the sky. Naruto. It's time to end this. Generating tentacles from his arms, Naruto begins to back away, then shoots out into the exosphere to continue his fight against Artemis. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in silence as Naruto, Betty, and Akumu joined in a small hug. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 1. Everyone was waiting for the new episode, and they were a little nervous because now the fight would be in space, freaking space. Then, before they could go into more detail, the screen lit up, catching everyone's attention. Final confrontation. Naruto vs Artemis Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone sighs with relief knowing it will be the final battle, but they still pay attention. Naruto could be seen flying at full speed towards the exosphere. Naruto. Alright, it's time to finish this. Hitomi, would you like to combine Onmon Senjutsu with your chakra? Hitomi. It's a combination that could have catastrophic results, but I'm with you, let's finish off that bitch. Naruto smiled, then a black and gold explosion surrounded him. Now he was in his Onmon Senjutsu state. No one said anything as they were more focused on wanting to know what would happen, although they admitted that the Onmon Senjutsu exuded a lot of power. With that, he begins to be surrounded by Biju Kyuubi chakra to use more strength and go much higher. In space. You could see outer space. In which Artemis was seen floating, looking around. Those who had never seen space were amazed by the view of Earth. Then a golden black trail appears from the ground and then Naruto is shown floating above some small asteroids. Artemis. Artemis is surprised not to hear his voice. That surprised everyone who didn't know what was happening, but then they deduced that there was no gravity or oxygen in space. No oxygen. That made everyone who discovered that wide-eyed in shock at the thought. Naruto just slapped his face when he realized Artemis had forgotten that there was no gravity and no oxygen in space, and therefore no sound. Of course, Artemis, being a deity, didn't need oxygen, and Naruto, using Senjutsu and possessing the Biju chakra, wasn't as affected. Everyone understood the last thing. They were still blank when they learned that the fight would be in space. Then they feel ice begin to form around their bodies. Yang. But what? Naruto. It's space, there's no gravity or oxygen, it's an infinite void. That sent a chill down the spines of those who didn't know that. Artemis tried to leave, but Naruto knocked her down by kicking an asteroid. Artemis glared at him and drew the scythe of Cronus. Causing Naruto to draw scythe, weapon of the soul of vengeance. And thus both put on guard. Ares. The final battle is about to begin. Everyone is watching to see the outcome of the fight. Upon hearing the song, everyone was surprised, but especially those who understood English. Apollo. Endless possibility, infinite possibility. Everyone was stunned to learn the meaning. Infinite possibility. Using zero gravity, they both launch themselves to attack each other, but when their weapons collide, they both spin and shots fly out in other directions. Hitomi. Question, did you know this would happen? Naruto. Yep, but I thought I could handle it a little, I was wrong. Everyone had forgotten the song a little, so they decided to continue watching with the theme song Endless Possibility playing in the background. Naruto sees Artemis launch an attack against him, so he dodges the slash using a small meteorite as a boost. Naruto takes a small meteorite in his hand to use another and launch himself at Artemis. Naruto. Insekiten Rasengan. Then the meteorite explodes a little, generating the Rasengan. With which Naruto hits Artemis on the shoulder. Apollo. A Rasengan made of meteorite, nice M. Everyone nodded as they watched the fight. The former goddess was propelled forward slightly, silently growling in pain, before launching herself at the Uzumaki. Naruto did the same, their weapons clashing. Although they were in zero gravity, they could maintain a rhythm for a while, though it gradually became difficult due to the freezing temperatures. Athena. Freezing is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Eddie. Don't worry, I know Naruto will get through this. Everyone knew he was telling the truth. He had done it before with millennia of experience, he could do it now. They separated, only to launch themselves at each other again. Using the small meteorites in space, Naruto began kicking and striking them with scythe against Artemis, who spun the scythe of Kronos, destroying the meteorite attacks. That amused everyone a little, but they kept watching. Naruto moves away very quickly using the lack of gravity. Naruto. I have to admit this is fun, Hitomi. Believe it or not, I'm having fun with this too, but we have to finish this. Naruto nodded, feeling as if he was still freezing despite having Onmon Senjutsu and the Biju chakra. Naruto just nods. Zero gravity was fun, and he says this from experience as Max Steel. Artemis rejoins the group and then launches a shadow pulse. Against Naruto, who began to spin his scythe blocking the attack but was dragged away by the shock of the technique. That caused a slight grimace on everyone's faces, but they continued watching. Apollo. Thoughtful, now that I think about it, that technique had the same name as a Pokemon technique. On the moon. Naruto ends up crashing into the moon to get back on his feet, trying to hold onto the equipment. Naruto. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Naruto dodged an attack from Artemis, who tried to strike him with her scythe. They both moved away, maintaining their distance, but both could see their bodies filling with ice as they felt their breathing become heavy. Athena. Her breathing. Apollo. Her lungs are freezing. That caused shock to many and a great deal of concern for Naruto. They met, ready to clash once more with their scythes. Face to face, they began launching attacks while moving about, avoiding being blown away by the lack of gravity. Artemis, using her dark powers, unleashed a Shadow Claw attack. Causing Naruto to dodge it, seeing some fragments of the moon floating in space. Everyone was very attentive to the fight as Apollo increasingly confirmed that Artemis's attacks were inspired by Pokemon. Naruto, using zero gravity, begins to jump, dodging the constant attacks of Artemis, who was still using the Shadow Claw. Eddie. I told you, Naruto will get out of this, he always manages to get out of his problems by using everything to his advantage. Although everyone heard that there was a tone of concern in her voice. Seeing this, Artemis grew even angrier and began relentlessly attacking Naruto, who dodged her attacks, trying not to be thrown off course. Noticing the large amount of moon dust that had been generated, Naruto began to float using the debris while preparing a technique. Naruto. Ninaten Techno Arms. With that, his arms begin to form mechanical arms. And then, in the shape of a fist, crush Artemis like a sandwich. That surprised everyone as Naruto remembered his friend from another dimension, Rex Salazar. Hitomi. I'm still wondering how you remembered Salazar, Naruto. Well, spending millennia between resets helped me have a good memory. Hitomi nods as Naruto falls to the moon's surface. Mito. Who is Salazar? Naruto. He's a friend I made in another dimension when I was Ben 10. Olivia. I confirm. That caused even more intrigue among everyone. At that moment, Hitomi and Naruto felt a disturbance, so they prepared themselves, but they couldn't do anything because the world had turned negative. Zeus recognized that technique and there was no turning back, he was going to eliminate Artemis as soon as possible. Artemis stood while energy charged in her fist. Artemis. Artemis was annoyed that her voice hadn't been heard, but she dismissed it, certain that this attack would win her the day. With that in mind, Artemis unleashed the Tokyo Koruken. Launching himself with a speed that surpasses time against Naruto to connect with a blow generating a large cloud of moon dust. Everyone was shocked to see the scene, while Zeus was very angry watching it. As the lunar dust dissipated, Artemis was shocked at how Naruto had managed to create a shield of determination. Stopping his attack, although the shield showed cracks. Ball. Naruto laughed nervously. The shield falls as Naruto tries to catch his breath, but it is very difficult. His lungs are beginning to freeze, although this is slowed down by the Onmam Senjutsu and the Biju chakra. That caused everyone to return to their trance of worry, while Naruto remained serious. Generating another techno arm, Naruto strikes Artemis with force, sending her flying even further thanks to the zero gravity. Apollo. Fly, fly, you don't need luggage, fly. Naruto laughed loudly when he heard the joke. As he watched her walk away, Naruto fell to one knee while spitting out drops of blood which, upon leaving the Biju chakra cloak, froze. Naruto winced in pain. He knew that many times his ideas led him to hurt himself, but that was better than others suffering, physically of course. Naruto. This is dragging on and my body can't take any more, Hitomi. I've noticed, your body is weakening from the space. Naruto looks ahead and struggles to his feet. Naruto. Let's end this, Hitomi. Together. Naruto smiles slightly. Naruto. Yes, together. Inside the seal, Hitomi smiles as she strikes a pose and sends out more chakra. Naruto smiled at Hitomi, who smiled back. Hitomi. We started this journey together. Naruto. And we'll finish it together. Everyone was silent. That scene was truly epic. I'll say to you, spectators, from the cockpit. Naruto began to feel his strength increasing, so he pushed his Onmam Senjutsu further and started running towards Artemis. Reaching the edge of the moon, Naruto leaped high into the air, then chakra surrounded him, transforming him into a new form. He was in his Kyuubi avatar. Ari was amazed by her parents' combined display of power. Upon seeing that, a wolf of darkness, who was actually Artemis, launches herself at the Kyuubi, causing them both to collide. Akari got angry when she saw Artemisa using a wolf form to fight. The two beings were attacking each other as they moved through space. They collided with an asteroid belt, using it to stabilize themselves and launch each other into the void. They began to scratch, claw, swipe, bite, and charge at each other, trying to pull the other away into the abyss. Everyone was on the edge of their seats watching the fight. Artemis launches herself while using her technique in that way, bite. They hit Naruto directly, who growls along with Hitomi since they both felt it. Hitomi and Naruto winced at the phantom pain their counterparts had experienced. Of course, that had worried their daughter. Increasing the force of her bite, Artemis turns to throw Naruto against some asteroids, causing damage to both of them. Naruto. Damn, Hitomi. That hurts. Then they both saw Artemis carrying a shadow ball. Heading towards them, causing them both to combine their forces to generate a Bijidama. Against Artemis. The Bijs were surprised to see that they would use a Bijidama in space, and now wondered if they could do it too. Both opponents launched their techniques, which clashed, but both pushed forward to win. Naruto began to exert more force, preparing to unleash a shout. Which was not heard but caused the Bijidama's power to increase. Betty knew what that scream and facial expression meant, since she had used it herself once. Meanwhile, those who had seen it before shuddered at the sight of that face again. In the middle of the space, a great explosion of light erupted, blinding them both. As the light dissipated, Artemis saw that Naruto had moved, but she sensed something behind her. Turning around, she saw that Naruto, with Hitomi's help, was performing one of his most powerful techniques. Naruto Hitomi. Rakuto.Cho Adama Rasen Shuriken. Having both Rasen Shurikens in their hands. Naruto moves quickly thanks to zero gravity to throw them point blank at Artemis, who receives them head-on, causing her a lot of damage. The technique left everyone stunned, as they had never thought they would see such an incredible and destructive technique, although they should have expected it, knowing who they were and who they were fighting against. The Titan falls onto some asteroids while Naruto breathes heavily, his lungs already 50% frozen. Upon learning the percentage of Naruto's freezing condition, everyone shuddered and became worried. Hitomi. We need to finish this quickly, Naruto. I know, but I have a plan. Use that last Rasen Shuriken. Hitomi's eyes widened in shock upon hearing that. Hitomi's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the Rasen Shuriken and knew it was one of Naruto's most powerful weapons. Seeing Artemis's reaction, everyone began to feel a pang of fear upon realizing what Rasen Shuriken truly was. Hitomi. But that's dangerous. Naruto. I know, but it's the last thing we have left to use. Hitomi was silent as she thought about what Naruto had said. Hitomi. Together. Naruto smiled slightly as the Kyuubi avatar dissipates, revealing Naruto with a new appearance. He was in a fusion of his Onmon Senjutsu and Baryon mode, the Onmon Senjutsu Baryon mode. Ari. Worried mom, dad. The scream surprised everyone, especially when they saw the tailed beasts looking worried. Then they looked at Himawari and Boruto, who were also concerned. It seemed only they knew the risks of that technique. Naruto raises his hand to begin generating a Rasengan. Naruto. Tyoten Rasengan is required. Around the Rasengan, another 8 Rasengans began to appear. Naruto. Seguido de Iso Rasengans de los Elementos Sujin, Kanbashi, Tachi, Kisei, Makisei, Desei, Tenasei y Nepichin as Su el Redditor. The Rasengans began to spin slowly until they formed a disc with normal but rapid speed. In Naruto's hand was the most powerful Rasen Shuriken he had ever possessed. Ira el Kumaya's Rasen Shuriken de Sistema Solar. Seeing and hearing the preparation of the Rasen Shuriken and seeing the result as well as its name, everyone was left speechless. Para. Lady Chaos, do you think you can withstand that attack? Chaos. I'm not so sure. That made the gods swallow hard, and now they were grateful that Aphrodite had convinced them to be allies of Naruto. With the technique in his hand, Naruto launched himself at Artemis. Artemis was floating, trying to heal herself, but all her wounds had already healed from the freezing. The former goddess turned, but saw Naruto striking her with his Rasen Shuriken. Artemis began to sense an overwhelming force and tried to stop the attack. Seeing this, Naruto increased his power as he was surrounded by the colors of all his soul features. That made everyone jump out of their seats. It was now or never. Little by little, Naruto began to gain ground even as Artemis tried to stop the attack. Artemis. With resentment, hatred, fury, anger, rage, irritation, and frustration. Naruto may not have heard her, but he read Artemis's lips, knowing what she meant. With even more force, Naruto pushed his technique further and an explosion of light erupted in the middle of space. With that, the screen went black along with the music and then everyone started celebrating. Naruto had won. Naruto just smiled, knowing that all his pain hadn't been in vain. Naruto's decision. Everyone could be seen celebrating Naruto's victory. Naruto was relieved and happy to know he had accomplished his goal. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto's decision. Upon reading the title, everyone was confused, but Naruto understood instantly. It would be his decision whether to continue living or go to the afterlife to rest in peace. Naruto. On one hand, I want to do it, sees his acquaintances, but on the other hand. With that, he turns his gaze back to the screen. Naruto could be seen. Floating in a void with half of his left arm somewhat burned by the solar system Rasen Shuriken, it was indeed the most powerful Rasen Shuriken he had ever made. The emptiness silenced those who had seen the story from the beginning, it was the same emptiness as at the start. Naruto stood up to look around. Naruto. Here again. That's right. When Naruto turned around, he saw Kami, Shinigami and Amaterasu standing in front of him. Naruto. Lady Kami, Shinigami, Lord Amaterasu. Shinigami. Hello, young Naruto. Naruto. Am I dead? Amaterasu. Not exactly. That confused Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. That confused everyone as they watched Naruto calmly making his decision. Amaterasu. You are hanging on a very thin thread that defines whether you go to heaven or return. This surprised Naruto, who saw some doors appear. Behind the deities. Naruto stared at the door in shock, years, decades, centuries, millennia waiting to see those doors, the doors to heaven. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the doors and learning what they represented. Everyone except Naruto. The gates to heaven. Everyone saw Naruto, who was thoughtful, it seemed he was making a decision. Kami. Little Naruto, you have lived for millennia because of Artemis's curse, you have fought, you have suffered, and you fulfilled the power to end the suffering of the world and save it, we believe it is time for you to rest in peace. Naruto was just kneeling silently watching the sunsets. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Nobody said anything. Now it was a very important decision for Naruto. Unconsciously, Naruto gets up and slowly starts to approach the doors, touching them and opening them a little. Naruto. Years waiting for this moment. Naruto opens the door wider, seeing what's behind it. They were stairs that led to heaven itself. Hitomi. It's beautiful. Despite the whisper, everyone heard her and nodded, although it was clear that many were pained to see this, since they understood that Naruto had made his decision. El Noir stood silently looking around as small tears began to well up in his eyes. Naruto. Is this real? Amaterasu. That's right, young Naruto, this is real. Now you can rest in peace. Naruto just stared at the sky as he slowly began to walk. Naruto's allies lowered their gaze, accepting that fate. He was about to enter, but Naruto is one step away from taking the first step to the sky. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's allies, who looked up. Noir glances back, noticing the darkness and how the deities are still there, watching him. Then he turns to look at the place he has always longed to go. Naruto. Ever since this started, I've wanted to go to heaven and rest in peace. Naruto begins to remember everything he has experienced. Naruto. I always suffered betrayal, sadness, the desire for revenge, resentment, loneliness, frustration, despair, many things. But those words, Naruto remembered all the moments he suffered because of his curse. Everyone sadly witnessed the negative memories that Naruto had to endure. Naruto. But I also had happy, joyful moments that filled me with joy and improved my day. Start remembering the positive moments you experienced. Everyone watched the scene with different reactions. Naruto. My life wasn't all roses, and I knew it. I had to suffer to live and live to suffer. I tried not to get involved to avoid pain, but I ended up hurting myself. Naruto reaches his hands towards the doors. Naruto. During this journey I lost a lot, but in this last reset I recovered it and gained more than I lost. With a small smile, Naruto slowly began to close the doors. Naruto. My wish was always to rest in peace and stop suffering, but here, without knowing it, I achieved it, I managed to rest, I managed to find peace, and I managed to recover what I lost. Naruto completely closes the doors to turn and look at the deities. Everyone's eyes widened at that sight. Naruto could have finally rested in peace, but no, he had decided to stay. Naruto. Smiling slightly, yes, I've made my decision. Naruto looked at the screen and made his decision. He was going to stay. Naruto. I'm sorry but I'm not going to leave. I've already recovered what I lost and I'm not going to give it up. I waited many millennia for this, but now I won't anymore since I was able to achieve it, I was able to achieve my peace. Ami, Shinigami and Amaterasu smiled slightly as they watched Naruto walk away from the door. Naruto. I will return and fulfill what I said. Shinigami. If so, here you go, young Naruto. With that, Shinigami gives Naruto the soul of Artemis. Which is taken by the Celestial. Everyone saw Artemis's soul, Naruto would achieve his goal, and Naruto's allies were happy to know that Naruto was going to stay. Naruto. Thank you. Naruto saves his soul to begin walking. Amaterasu. Forgive my boldness, but we've all wondered, why was he cursed? Naruto remained silent. It no longer mattered to keep it to himself, after all, he had already achieved his goal. To get rid of Artemis. That caught everyone's attention since they had been wondering about it since the story began. Naruto. Noticing the tension, just watch. Everyone is paying attention because Naruto on the screen would say so. Naruto. Just to save someone who was manipulated by Artemis. Kami. And that would be. Naruto laughs a little with some irony as he looks at the deities. Naruto. She was someone very well known and who could have made a difference by knowing the truth behind Artemis's mask. She was Zo Belladonna. The deities opened their eyes in shock upon hearing that name. It was no secret that Zo was Artemis's loyal lieutenant and deeply committed to her ideals. If it was true that Naruto was able to make her see the truth, that would make a huge difference for the future. The Olympian gods gasped in shock upon learning who Naruto had saved. The rest were astonished to discover that Naruto had saved an ally of Artemis. Apollo. Now I understand why Artemis killed Zo, she said she was a traitor, but no, she was someone Naruto saved. The Olympian gods nod in agreement as they were present at that time. But that said, Naruto opens a portal. To then enter and fulfill its final objective, the unification of the resets. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone silent but relieved to know that Naruto would stay with them. Naruto Information Part 8. Everyone was still celebrating Artemis's defeat. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto Information Part 8. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised to see that they would be posting the information again, but they put it aside to pay attention. Here's some more information about Naruto Noir Dreamer. Special Eyes of Ambition. They all just saw how Naruto only used one type of eyes, which made them realize once again that Noir was very powerful. States mode Senjutsu Super Mega Mode Creativity State Onmum Senjutsu Baryon Mode. Hitomi felt a little nervous when reading the last one. One of the things she wanted to avoid was Baryon Mode, and here was a combination of that mode with Onmum Senjutsu. Special Weapon Star Staff Lapucelle Shogun Spear Ascalon Staff of the Six Paths Danes Leaf Vajrahouten Jeki and Kidu Gate of Babylon Weapons Volkermerd Fuerdrake Legrandment Duhane. Everyone saw the weapons and realized there were many of them. Cartas Clo the Shadow. Armas de las Clases Kanshu y Bakuya, Archer, Mume Anakin, Berserker, Yumi, Archer, Kanshu y Bakuya Overedge Kanshu y Bakuya Alter Mume Tenkin, Rider, Dirk, Assassin, Excalibur, Saber. Menma and Mito had paid closer attention since they saw that some weapons that their other selves would use were there or their classes were there. Extras Lighter, Soul of Paranoia, Jinmoku no Kama, Commandment of Reticence, Shinjitsu no Kane, Commandment of Truth, I no Hikari no Maru, Commandment of Love, Junsui no Okeori, Commandment of Purity, Hand Sword Hair Sword Spiked Ball Dragon Heads Kagyun, Kakujurin Kaku, Ultimate Kagyun Bow of the Six Paths Scythe of the Six Paths Cane, Soul of Creativity, Flintlock Pistol, Creativity State, Musket, Creativity State, Normal Bone Sword of the Gods. Many people swallowed hard when they saw the Naruto extras. Affiliations Lilith Noir Ouroboros Azrael Dreamer Chaos, probably, Gimme, Kwami of Reality, probably, Kami Shinigami Amaterasu. But the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence, especially Chaos, who saw its appearance there. The Last Crossroads Part 1. Everyone was still silent, recalling the previous information. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised, as it would be the final crossroads Naruto would face. The Noir listened intently, eager to know what he would do to activate the portal. A month had passed since Naruto had returned from the void and come back to his own time. Upon arriving, he had seen how everyone had fought bravely, and as thanks for holding back Artemis's forces, he rewarded them with whatever they desired, but without exceeding certain limits, such as reviving the dead, healing them, repairing the damage Artemis had caused, and providing some monetary compensation to help them. The last part surprised everyone as Naruto nodded, implying that he would do that. He is very noble. It seems that despite all his suffering, Naruto still possessed his nobility. Also, when he arrived in Yuzu, everyone welcomed him with joy, making Naruto happy. Naruto smiled happily. Naruto spent the rest of the month relaxing, but also preparing everything for his final crossroads. Nobody said anything since they expected that from Naruto. But now let's go to the present. Currently, Naruto could be seen in his office doing paperwork with his clones. He had returned 3 days ago and had to finish the paperwork. Luckily, he was making time for his family, which was growing since some, if not all, were pregnant. Naruto sighed in relief about the paperwork, but then everyone fell silent upon learning the latest news. Zeus. It seems that Naruto doesn't waste any time. Naruto blushed a little, while those who had feelings for him blushed intensely. Naruto. Finishing signing and that's it, I'm done with the paperwork. Congratulations, Naruto. Looking ahead, Naruto sees the Kwamis. Vicky, Ladybug, Plag, Cat, Naru, Butterfly, Waze, Turtle, Trix, Fox, Pollen, Bee, Duusu, Peacock, Mullo, Mouse, Stromp, Ox, Rower, Tiger, Fluff, Rabbit, Long, Dragon, Sass, Snake, Kalki, Horse, Ziggy, Goat, Shapu, Monkey, Uriko, Rooster, Bark, Dog, and Izzy, Pig. Upon seeing the Kwamis, everyone pays attention to all the creatures. Naruto. Thanks Daisy, the truth is that I was a little afraid that it would happen like in the other resets, where it forced me to stay in the office all day. Naruto nods. Flag. Eating cheese but it didn't happen so relax. Naruto nods in response to what the Kwami of Destruction said, then makes all his clones disappear. Vicky. So tell me, Naruto, is that last crossroads really true? Naruto. Yes, it's true. The resets are about to be unified and I know where the temples are. Duusu, and where are they? Everyone was also wondering where the temples were located. Naruto. Logically, in the old resets, but the first one, which is in this reset, is located in Konoha. Sass. Konoha. Naruto. That's right, the temples are in isolated and somewhat difficult to access locations. Everyone nodded, somewhat surprised, as Naruto pulled something out. It was a map he had created using knowledge acquired from past resets. Naruto paid attention to the map to start thinking about what was needed to create it. Naruto. Annoying the map with this I'll be able to reach the temples. The Kwamis nodded as Naruto stood up to leave. Time skip. The bullhead could be seen. Landing near the remains of where Konoha once stood. Those who came from Remnant were surprised to see the bullhead, while the rest were intrigued, though they didn't deny that they were surprised. The doors open and then Naruto, Chara, Cross, Frisk and Betty come out from inside. Those involved who were with Naruto paid attention. Betty. Well, we've arrived in Konoha. Sees Naruto, are you sure the temple is here? Naruto. Yes, Mom, the temple is here. With that, they began walking towards Konoha. Upon arriving, they saw all the destruction left by the invasion, but they noticed a structure that hadn't been there before. The structure was a temple. Everyone paid attention to the temple. It looked old, but conveyed the power of the reset. Upon seeing the temple, everyone began to venture inside, noticing that the corridor was dark, barely illuminated by torches. Some swallowed hard as they felt intimidated by the place. They walked until they saw something that, as they approached, they saw clearly. It was a pedestal. Everyone looked at the pedestal with curiosity, noticing the hole in it. Everyone looked at the pedestal while Naruto made a mental note of what the pedestals looked like. Naruto takes the gem from the last reset. To put it on the pedestal. Reaper. So this is what the crystals with power look like? Naruto. I have a feeling they'll be different colors. Instantly the gem began to emit a small glow, then started to float, spin a little, and stop, increasing its brightness a little more, revealing that it was already active. Cross. Wow, was that all? Naruto. No, there's still more to come. With that, Naruto summoned 7 human souls. To make them float by making them surround the gem. Everyone paid attention because they all saw what was going to happen. They were already used to seeing the human souls. Instantly, the souls began to alter their forms, acquiring the appearance of 7 emeralds. Determination. Patience. Courage. Integrity. Perseverance. Justice and kindness. Everyone was surprised by what happened to the human souls. Upon seeing the emeralds, everyone was surprised, while Naruto had an excited smile, seeing that his plan and calculations had worked. Chara. Wow, it works. Naruto. Smiling, yeah, it works. Then everyone sees Naruto approaching. Frisk. Well, good luck, Naruto. Naruto. Thanks, guys. Cross. And come back soon, because Reaper is waiting for you, since he's pregnant. Naruto nods with a nervous smile. Naruto spat out the water he was drinking, while Reaper blushed intensely upon learning that she was pregnant with Naruto's child. With that in mind, he approaches a wall to open a multicolored portal. And see his friends. They nod, prompting Naruto to nod as well before entering. He won't be going in with his appearance from that reset. He'll be in his normal appearance. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone wanting to know what the final crossroads of Naruto Noir Dreamer would be like. The Last Crossroads Part 2. Everyone could be seen sitting and waiting for the new episode and Naruto's next adventure, even though they thought it would be the last. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but then lights suddenly appear, surprising everyone since they weren't expecting that. When the lights fade, 2 robots and a metal dinosaur are revealed, all looking around. Naruto. And Uzi. Upon hearing the scream, they both turned to look at Naruto, as a beam of light gave them the information. And Uzi. D. Naruto nodded, amused, as the drones approached to reunite. With that done, everyone sat down to watch the screen, while the sentinel sat next to Naruto. Murder drones. Naruto was seen walking through an old camp. While looking at the map he had created. Uzi. Camp 98.7. Naruto. Yeah, where you started the worker drone massacre. Uzi. Annoyed, screw you. Naruto and N laughed a little while the others now knew where the "buck you" that Naruto said had come from. Naruto. Looking at the map, the temple that's nearby, I'm glad to know the air here doesn't affect me anymore. Naruto nods with a small smile. Naruto continued walking, following the map and dodging a few small obstacles. He spotted worker drone's arm and grabbed it, noticing that it was still dripping with oil. That caught the attention of everyone who now understood about the massacre that Uzi committed. Leaving his arm on the ground, Naruto continued walking when he heard something. Look, Uzi, what do you think this is? Well, it looks like some kind of end temple. Naruto stops abruptly to look at some figures he recognized well. They were serial designation N and Uzi Doorman, or just N and Uzi. N. Cheerfully, look Uzi, we've appeared. Uzi. I can see that, N. Naruto smiled slightly at the sight of the action of the one he considers his brother. Naruto. How many times have I changed in this time? Putting that aside, Naruto transforms into the worker drone form of his avatar V. They begin walking slowly towards the duo. Uzi was about to tease him a little, but Akumu appeared, growling at her. She didn't do anything else, but she looked at Akumu with anger and curiosity. The rest of them just watched Naruto's worker drone form, which was V. V saw Uzi and N looking at the temple. But ignored the structure to walk towards the drones. Everyone looked at the temple, noticing that the only difference was that it now had a symbol which Naruto and the drones recognized. N. Do you think we should go in? Uzi. I don't know, NV. Smiling slightly, you can go in, but be careful. N. Smiling, thanks for the advice, V. But both drones remained static to turn around and look behind them, seeing V smiling as he sucked on an arm, taking the oil. Many found it a little disturbing to see Naruto V sucking on the arm of a worker drone when he or she is of the same species. And Uzi. In shock, V. V. No, the Queen of England. N ran towards V to pick her up and hug her, causing the worker drone to hug her back. Myth. Jokingly, we have to take care of her, she's still little. That caused everyone to laugh, but mostly Uzi, while Naruto was somewhat annoyed. Uzi. Wow, I'm surprised you're alive, but how are you a worker drone? V breaks away from N's embrace to look at Uzi. V. It'll be a very long story. Uzi. We'll have time. 3 hours later. Everyone was surprised to see how long it took V to explain everything to Uzi and N. Urea. Now that I think about it, how long have we been here? That left those who had seen the story from the beginning speechless. They didn't know how long they had been there, and Naruto had been so absorbed in the story, analyzing everything, that he hadn't noticed. V was seen sitting next to a sentinel. Who had tried to attack them, but the worker drone had tamed him. V. Looking at the sentinel, I'm the bucking boss. The sentinel only grunted, but Naruto had created some oil with a burriton to give to the sentinel, who began to eat it. Uzi. Watching the scene, wow, it's like those ninja anime I used to watch. Naruto. This last reset is literally a ninja world. That excited Uzi even more, who was viewed with grace and tenderness by N. V turns his gaze back to N and Uzi, who were loading and processing the information V gave them. Apollo. They are both at a moment like. That made many laugh, while Uzi and N were somewhat embarrassed. N. Coming to this, wow, is amazing. Uzi. Coming to, I have to admit, resets, reincarnations, curses, wow. V. Yeah, and you have no idea how messed up it feels. Uzi. I understand. At that moment, V gets up to mount the sentinel, who also gets up. Apollo. Now he has his own target practice. Naruto chuckled a little while the sentinel just kept eating the oil. Uzi. Is it necessary? V. What? I tamed him, now he's mine, I even gave him a name, he's called Sparky. The sentinel seemed to react upon hearing that name. Naruto. Sparky, okay, that's what it will be called now. The sentinel, now Sparky, just watched attentively. It seemed he liked the name. N. Cheerfully petting Sparky, well, I like the name. V. And just wait until the resets work, because I'll introduce you to Zwei, he's my dog, he's a corgi. N's eyes lit up when she heard that she could see V's dog. N's eyes also lit up when she heard that. Waff waff. Upon hearing that, N looked down at Zwei. N was so excited that she picked him up and petted him, not noticing that the dog was watching her hand intently. Everyone saw this, knowing what Zwei ate. Blake. I'm going to tell him. Yang. Don't even think about it. V. Okay, let's go in. With that, Uzi and N sprout their wings and begin to fly, while Sparky runs with V riding on him. Upon reaching the pedestal, V gets off Sparky to approach. N. Wait, V pulls out his gun, we don't know if there's any danger. V. N. Calm down, there's no danger. N looked at him with some concern, but nodded to put away his weapon. Naruto. Thank you for your care, but it's not necessary. N nodded sadly as he continued to stroke Zwei. Upon seeing this, V approaches to retrieve the gem. And place it in the pedestal's recess. The gem began to float, spinning before coming to a stop and releasing more brilliance. Everyone looked at the gem carefully, noticing that it was a different color. Instantly the world began to shake, making people hold on to whatever they could. That surprised everyone while Naruto tried to figure out what was happening. Uzi. What the heck is going on? V. The reset is preparing for the fusion thanks to the gem. Now everyone understood the reason, while Naruto smiled a little, having deduced that. After a few seconds the tremor stops, allowing everyone to get back on their feet. N. Relieved it's over. V. Yes, it's over. Approaches a wall, sorry guys, but I have to continue with my mission. Don't worry, we'll see each other after the unification. N. Sure, V, see you. Uzi. Goodbye. V nods, then tells Sparky to stay for a while. With that, he opens the portal to enter. Everyone is paying attention to see what's happening during the RWBY reset since they saw that the screen is still on. RWBY. The menagerie desert could be seen. Where Naruto was seen running at full speed using a little of his semblance. Blake, Kali, and Gear were surprised to learn that the temple would be located on Menagerie, the island they came from. Naruto had crescent rose in his hand in case any Grims appeared. Uzi was struck by crescent rows. And as if they had been summoned by blind worms. And Centaur. They had appeared from the sand. Uzi. In shock, holy shit, what are those things? Naruto. They're Grims, soulless creatures of darkness with only one goal. To kill. That made N swallow hard, while Uzi just remained silent. Upon seeing them, Naruto activates crescent rows inside the mode to begin attacking all the Grims that were going to attack them. Uzi put aside his surprise to look with surprise and excitement at crescent rows. Using his semblance, he moved at full speed, dodging attacks, and with his scythe he cut off their heads. Having killed them all, Naruto watched as several sentinels. They began to appear. Naruto. Damn. Many. Yes, damn. Naruto began attacking all the sentinels, then went up to the sky preparing a technique. Naruto. I'll use my semblance to enhance this technique, but I'm pretty sure it will be in its original form, since I haven't updated it to use it in my current form, Aura and Semblance Rasen Shuriken. With the Rasen Shuriken in hand. Naruto visualizes his objectives before launching the technique against the sentinels. Everyone found Naruto's technique using Aura and Semblance interesting, while those from the RWBY reset felt a sense of deja vu when they remembered how Naruto Ruby had finished off several Grims with that technique. When all the petals collided, which were reinforced by Aura, they began to spin at full speed, creating a dome that damaged and mutilated the Grims, turning them into black dust. That surprised and startled everyone. That technique was indeed devastating, just like its original form. Although others thought the technique was brilliant. Naruto falls to the ground but uses his semblance to run again. After several minutes, he reaches the temple. He enters with more peace of mind. Now everyone could see how the temple was different, besides bearing the emblem of Naruto being ruby. After a few minutes, he reaches the pedestal to take out the gem. And insert it into the hole. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, releasing a glow. Now they saw how the second gem was in position. The world began to tremble as Naruto stood calmly. When it was over, Naruto sighed, walked to a wall, opened the portal, and stepped through to the next reset. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone watching as Naruto went through the portal at the next reset. The Last Crossroads Part 3. Everyone could be seen eating a little while they waited for the new chapter of Naruto's latest adventure. Suddenly, the screen lit up, catching everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Part 3. Everyone is paying attention to watch the new episode. Dragon Ball. The planet Darden could be seen from the sky. Where the population could also be seen moving about. Everyone found planet Darden curious, but they decided to keep watching. Elsewhere. Through the shadows and among the crowd, Naruto could be seen with his hood up, walking unrecognized since he had changed the color of his clothes to avoid attracting attention. Everyone saw that, while a few felt chills imagining Naruto like that, but as a villain. Naruto. Okay, from what I saw on the map a few minutes ago, I'm close to the temple. Naruto continued walking until he reached an alley and entered. As he walked, he looked around and then began climbing the walls using Parker. Apollo. Parker plus ninja skills. Athena. That's a dangerous combination. Ares. But awesome. Everyone nods in agreement while some are already planning to ask Naruto to teach them some Parker. Upon reaching the rooftop, Naruto begins searching peripherally until he manages to spot the temple. This caused Naruto to start running across the rooftops. Upon reaching some nearby rooftops, Naruto could see several police officers surrounding the area. That annoyed Naruto a little, but he was sure his other self had a plan. Naruto. I don't feel like fighting right now. Maybe I did during the RWBY reset, but that was because of the Grims, and honestly, I want to finish this quickly. Using teleportation. Naruto disappears to reappear inside the temple. The teleportation surprised many, but the ninjas saw it as similar to Shunshin, only without attracting attention. Upon entering the temple corridors, Naruto began to move cautiously, concealing himself behind the beams. Gradually, Naruto reached a beam near the pedestal, but noticed two police officers questioning the object. Seeing this, Naruto unleashed his Kai-Eye. Launching an invisible Kai wave, sending both police officers flying. The Kai-Eye surprised many, and others wanted to learn it to avoid being seen on an infiltration mission. Using his great speed, Naruto moves behind both police officers who were getting up to knock them out by hitting them on the back of the neck. Naruto. Bored, I don't feel like fighting. Naruto nods, understanding his other self. Sometimes he didn't feel like fighting either. But that said, he approaches the pedestal to take out the gem. And insert it into the hole. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, glowing slightly. At that moment, the world and the entire reset began to shake, alerting everyone, while Naruto remained calm. As it was over, Naruto was about to leave when he heard several footsteps approaching. The footsteps made Naruto grunt a little, but he didn't say anything and kept watching. Naruto. Sigh, I'm seriously bored, I really don't feel like fighting anymore, but I have to finish this. Naruto struck a pose as he watched the police approach. Naruto recognized the pose and smiled slightly upon seeing one of his favorite techniques. Naruto. I'm sorry Kamehameha. With that, he releases all his Kai in one attack, hitting all the police officers hard. That startled everyone, while Naruto remained calm, knowing that his other self wouldn't kill the police officers. At the end, Naruto sees the police officers lying on the ground, badly injured. Kaneko. I thought you were going to kill them. Naruto. Nope. Thankful that his hood was still up and concealing his identity, Naruto approaches a wall to open the portal and retreat. Power Rangers. Knowing that the next reset would be, many remembered the background song. For many it was still the best, but others said that Endless Possibility was better. Naruto could be seen walking through a completely red area with a river that he knew was very lethal to humans. Yes, Naruto was at the Sanzu River. Athena. That place. Naruto. It's best not to try taking any mortal, demigod, or anything like that place. It's very dangerous for any human who enters. Of course, they could manage with the proper protection. Reaper. What danger level would you give it? Naruto. I think it would be class SSSSS. That was a hard pill to swallow for those who understood that level. What's a human doing here? Naruto turns around to see a being with a slight octopus-like appearance. It was Octaru, Xandred's former assistant. Naruto felt like he would get a headache from hearing that while the rest watched the octopus with curiosity. Naruto. Well, if it isn't Octaru. Octaru. It seems you know me, but I'm still surprised you're here alive. Naruto just laughed a little before striking a pose. Octaru. What are you doing? Naruto. This. Without saying anything, he disappears only to reappear behind Octaru, ripping out his soul and burning it. Octaru. Vanishing into dust. Seeing that, Naruto sighs and continues walking. Nobody said anything about what they saw, while they began to feel some irritation upon hearing the After a while he arrives at the temple. To begin exploring it, Naruto continued walking until he reached the pedestal. Upon seeing it, Naruto removed the gem. To insert it into the hole. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, releasing a glow. Everyone saw that a new reset was ready for unification. The reset began to shake while Naruto remained calm. With that done, Naruto was about to open the portal when he stopped to look outside. Naruto. I could use it for some studies. With that, he runs off. After a few minutes, he returns with a bottle containing a semi-transparent red liquid. It was water from the Sanzu River. That made everyone go blank, while Naruto slapped his face at what his other self had done. Storing the bottle in a Naruto storage scroll opens the portal to enter. With that, the screen went dark as they watched Naruto, who still couldn't believe what his other self had done. The Last Crossroads Part 4. Everyone could be seen waiting for the new episode while Naruto watched the screen. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Part 4. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but before it begins, some lights appear. When they dissipate, 2 women, 3 men, and a robot are revealed. Uzi. Surprised, holy shit, it's a big robot. This caught the attention of the newcomers, who received the information like a flash of light. This left the new group in shock, and they saw Naruto looking at them with a smile. They smiled a little and then went to sit down. Max Steel. Naruto could be seen riding a motorcycle. In the direction where the temple was located according to the map. Yang. Question, how many types of motorcycles do they have? I like them. Naruto. A good number, I don't know how many vehicles I've used yet so I don't know. Yang nods as the rest wonder what vehicles Naruto has used in all his resets. Naruto. Okay, the temple is nearby. He keeps driving around doing wheelies for fun. Birdo. Amused he's never changed. Jed and Ferris nodded while Saturo only confirmed a little with a small recording. After a while it stops, arriving at a junkyard. Where, according to the map, the temple was located. Naruto. Okay, here it is. With that, he resumed driving down to the junkyard and continued on his way, dodging the piles of rusted metal. Suddenly, something fell in front of him, making him stop abruptly. Upon seeing what caused it, Naruto was surprised to discover it was a robot. And a woman. The robot was Saturo and the female Jet Ferris. Apollo. With little sarcasm, what a welcome. Jet. Pointing a gun at Naruto. Alright kid, I don't know how you got N-Tech technology, but I suggest you return that motorcycle now. Naruto was just calm as he watched his companions when he became Max Steel. Saturo. Wait Jet, analyzes Naruto. This kid has the same DNA as Max Steel. This shocked Jet, who saw the robot as Naruto got off the motorcycle. Naruto. This is very difficult to explain, but please listen. They both looked at Naruto, who only let out a small, somewhat defeated sigh. 3 hours later. Now Naruto could be seen in his Max Steel form. Watching Jet and Saturo, who were analyzing what Max had told them. Those who had seen a bit of Naruto and his Max Steel form were struck by the white suit he wore. Saturo. Max Steel, that is very complicated. Max. I understand, buddy. You have no idea how hard this has been for me. Jet. Well, given the situation, it's understandable. So, you've come to inquire about that temple. Max. That's right. I've come to see the temple and insert the gem. Jet. Well, you'll have to give a lot more explanations. Stands up, Birdo and my dad are here. Max just remained silent, cursing his luck. Jet smiled a little with amusement, while Naruto felt some pity for his other self. But that, he gets on the motorcycle, Jet hopping on behind him, and they start driving while Saturo follows them, flying with his wings. After several minutes, they both arrive at the place, seeing the temple. Which had a ship next to it. From which 2 people emerged. Apollo. Whistle, the ship looks great. The humans of N-Tech were flattered by what the god said. Upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle, both turn around, revealing themselves to be Roberto Martinez, alias Birdo. Why Forge Ferris? Max's former colleague and boss. Out of habit, Shikamaru saw Birdo. He still remembered the bad things he had done and was also jealous that Birdo was friends with Naruto. Ferris. Jet, Saturo, you've finally arrived, where is Steel? Upon hearing that, Birdo turns around, surprised to see Max. Birdo. Max, but how? Max. Looking at the temple, it's a very long story. Birdo saw how Max was intently looking at the temple. Birdo. Max, I don't think it's safe to go into that temple. Max. Don't worry, brother. I'm actually looking for these temples, but before going in, you should know the history. Saturo. Understood, Max Steel. With that, he began replaying the conversation they'd had 3 hours earlier. When it ended, Birdo and Ferris were silently watching Max. If he was right in front of them, that meant it was true. Birdo. It's a lot to process. Ferris nodded as he looked at Max, who was still looking at the temple with some impatience. Hitomi. Her impatience is understandable, all the resets, fights, that crossroads, it was to be expected. Everyone nodded as Naruto admitted that, although he was very patient, he too got impatient. Ferris. So Max, the temples aren't dangerous and are, in a way, linked to your power. Max. That's right, Mr. Ferris. But that said, they all entered the temple. As they walked, they all looked inside. Jet. Wow Max, I have to say that your temples are awesome inside. Max. Haha, I wouldn't call them my temples, but I have to admit the hallways are cool. Naruto nods in agreement with his other self. After a few seconds, they reach the pedestal. Upon seeing it, Max takes out the gem. To insert it into the hole. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, releasing a glow. Max. Here he comes. That confused the 4 of them, but then the reset started to shake, causing everyone except Max to try to maintain their balance. The newcomers may have been surprised, but thanks to the information they learned that this was normal. At the end, the 4 of them saw Max, who started walking towards a wall. Max. I'm sorry our reunion is short, but I have to finish my mission. Ferris. I understand, Steel. Max. Thank you, Mr. Ferris. By the way, congratulations, Birdo and Jet. They both blushed a little when they saw that Max had noticed they were together. Naruto. Congratulations guys too. Jet and Birdo nod with a small smile. Without further ado, Max opens the portal to enter. Then, 10. Naruto could be seen walking through a place full of trees. It was Yellowstone National Park. Seeing that, the last 2 members of the alien trio paid attention along with Naruto. Naruto was walking while looking at the map. Naruto. I'm close, I can feel it, although my anodide energy is screaming at me that something will happen, many things are happening at this crossroads. Naruto nods. After a while he arrives at the temple. Looking at it closely, noticing the Omnitrix symbol. That caught the attention of Naruto and those who were watching that reset. Naruto began walking deeper into the temple. Upon reaching the pedestal, he saw 2 people looking at the small structure. Naruto recognized them instantly. They were Gwendolyn Tennyson and Kevin Ethan Levin, her cousin and friend being Ben Tennyson. Kevin. Finally, our debut. Gwen nods with a small smile at what her boyfriend said. Naruto just stood there still while he watched them both investigate the pedestal. Kevin, so what do you say, Gwen? Did you find anything? Gwen. Well, this pedestal gives off a lot of energy, but it seems to be blocked. Naruto. The gem is required to activate the temple, I'm sure of that. They all nodded as they shared the same thought. Naruto only began to slowly approach the duo while changing into his Ben form. Because I knew it would be a reunion. Gwen shed a few tears upon seeing her cousin's appearance. Kevin. Do you think we should destroy it? Ben. No. They were both paralyzed with shock as Ben walked between them towards the pedestal. Gwen. In shock be Ben. Ben turns his head to look at both of them, who were staring at him in shock. Ben. Hi Gwen and Kevin. Gwen started crying and hugged her cousin, while Kevin just moved a little closer to join the hug. Naruto approaches Gwen, transforming into Ben. Upon seeing him, Gwen rushes to hug him, crying. No one says anything, as many others have had the same reaction. Time skip. Naruto, Kevin and Gwen were seen sitting on the floor with the pedestal behind them. Gwen. So that's what happened to you? Ben. Yes, that's what happened to me. Kevin. Wow, Tennyson, what about Olivia? Ben. She's stuck in the last reset. I'm just traveling between the other resets to unify them later. Gwen. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Ben. Yes, but I have what it takes to do it. Gwen nods as the alien trio gets up. The alien trio smiled a little upon hearing their team's name again. With that, Ben approaches the pedestal to take out the gem. And insert it into the hole. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. At that moment, the reset began to shake, causing Gwen and Kevin to try to hold on while Ben remained calm. When it stopped, Ben approached a wall to open the portal. Ben. It was great seeing you guys again, but I have to go. Gwen, I understand Ben. I hope we meet again. Ben nods, approaches Gwen, and gives her a hug, then shakes Kevin's hand. Kevin. Logrolo Tennyson. Ben nods and then enters the portal. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone waiting for the next chapter and the continuation. The Last Crossroads Part 5. Everyone could be seen talking amongst themselves while Naruto was passing the time with his friends, showing each of them their avatar. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Part 5. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention. But before it begins, a light appears, revealing a girl standing with her arms crossed, a flying bison, and a flying lemur. Naruto. Standing up smiling Toph, Appa, Momo. Toph. Hello light feet. Naruto's eye twitched, but he sighed, accepting that this was just how his friend was. Meanwhile, everyone else was in shock, watching Toph remember who she was. Without further ado, the girl went to sit down as a pair of glasses suddenly appeared on her face, surprising her. Toph. Wow, I can see. Naruto smiled slightly as everyone watched Appa and Momo go to rest. Of course, before they started, the newcomers received the information via lightning bolt. Avatar. The Siwang Desert could be seen. In which Naruto was seen running using his semblance, leaving small trails of fire and sand. Toph. The Siwang Desert, the perfect place for that temple. Naruto nods in agreement with his friend. After a while he finally arrived at the temple. They stop and begin to approach at a brisk pace. Well, you've arrived, light feet. Naruto stops abruptly to see a girl outside the temple leaning against a wall. The girl moves away from the wall and begins to walk, revealing her appearance. It was Toph Bifrong, the earthbender. Toph. And the best earthbender has arrived. Naruto. Toph. Hi Lightfoot. Naruto. Slightly annoyed, when are you going to stop calling me that? Toph. Never, he. Naruto sighs, then realizes something. Naruto. Wait a minute, how come you're not surprised that I have this body? Toph. Shrugging disinterestedly, I had a feeling. Naruto nods, knowing Toph beforehand. Toph nodded disinterestedly as she began to drink a smoothie she had conjured up. Without saying another word, they both entered the temple in the direction of the pedestal. Naruto. What happened after, well, that. Toph. We went our separate ways. Katara and Sokka returned to the Water Tribe, Zuko went back to the Fire Nation to rule it better than Ozai, and me, well, I stayed with Momo and Appa traveling the world. I sometimes go to the Earth Kingdom to visit my family, though it's only for short periods, and I hardly ever do it anymore. Naruto. I understand. Upon hearing Naruto's words, he became a little sad because Team Avatar had separated, but he understood. Upon reaching the pedestal, they saw that a flying bison was surrounding them. And a flying lemur. They were Appa and Momo, respectively. Now everyone knew who Appa was and who Momo was. Sensing Toph's presence, they both looked at her, then at Naruto as if they were analyzing him. After a few seconds, they both rushed to Naruto to hug him upon recognizing him. Naruto smiled happily and returned the hug, while Toph watched with a small smile. Naruto smiled a little as he watched his other self reunite with Appa and Momo. After the brief reunion, Naruto separates to approach the pedestal and retrieve the gem. And insert it into the hole. Instantly, the gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. The reset immediately began to shake, but the group remained calm. After a few seconds, everything stopped shaking. Menma. This is the first time I've seen anyone other than Naruto so calm. Toph. That's me, very calm. Naruto. I agree. Off. It was fun. Naruto smiles slightly, then approaches a wall and opens the portal. Naruto. Sees the trio stay here, I'm saying this for your protection. Toph. Crosses her arms. I don't need protection, but thanks for your consideration anyway. Naruto nods to Pet Appa and Momo. Naruto. See you later. They both let out noises of acceptance, and then Naruto enters the portal. Now Toph relaxed a little, seeing that her screen time had passed. Miraculous ladybug. Naruto could be seen sitting on the edge of a building in Shanghai. Looking at the map, searching for the location of the temple. Olivia. Shanghai, a great place, I still remember when we beat that alien. Naruto nodded with a small smile as Toph looked at the city with interest. Naruto. I'm close, but I need to be quick, concentrates, I'm detecting all those traitors. Upon hearing that, Naruto becomes serious. Without saying a word, Naruto takes out his storage scroll and goes behind a small structure. He then emerges wearing new clothes. Only consider the clothing, excluding the band. They begin walking in the direction of the temple's location. Many whistles sounded as Naruto felt a little embarrassed. 10 minutes later. Naruto was seen leaving the building and starting to walk while looking at a phone, which was actually the map hidden by a Genjutsu. Naruto. It had been a while since he'd worn this type of clothing. Without thinking twice, Naruto continued walking through the streets of Shanghai. At one point, Naruto stopped to look at two adults he recognized in the distance. They were Tom Dupain and Sabine Cheng, her parents in that reset when she was Marinette. Naruto didn't pay attention to the screen since he no longer cared about what happened to his former parents as Marinette. But he also saw that the adults had aged too much. They no longer seemed the same. Their warmth was almost non-existent. They exuded an air of regret. Naruto just watched them in silence. He no longer felt empathy for them, having overcome the pain and betrayal, so he decided to continue on his way to the temple. They were going to say something, but upon learning the latest news, no one said anything. Upon arriving, he saw the temple. But she also noticed that people were taking pictures of her as if she were a tourist attraction. 1. Look, Mom, it has ladybug symbol. 2. Yes, son, poor girl, she was betrayed in the worst way, and now she's gone. 3. If I remember correctly, her name was Marinette. 2. That's right, dear. Wow, a 15-year-old girl having such a big role only to be betrayed, it's very sad. With that, the family left, leaving Naruto in silence, who smiled a little knowing that the citizens were pleased with what he did. Naruto. I think I'll give them a little surprise. With that, he begins to slowly walk away without making a sound or attracting attention. Everyone was intrigued by the brief conversation, while Naruto smiled slightly, already knowing what his other self would do. Time skip. Everyone was looking at the temple when they noticed something that surprised them. A yo-yo had tied itself to a post. Then a blue-haired girl dressed as a ladybug appeared. You're a ladybug. Ladybug. Waving hello people of Shanghai. It's a good thing I created an artificial miraculous for this. Naruto chuckled a little as he admitted it was a good idea. Meanwhile, everyone else was a bit surprised, while Toph already had something to tease Naruto about. Upon seeing her, everyone began to celebrate as they approached to interview her, take photos, etc. Reporter 1. Miss Ladybug, where have you been all this time? Ladybug. Unfortunately, my whereabouts are confidential. Reporter 2. Why have you returned? Ladybug. It has to do with the temple. Reporter 3. Can you tell us what the purpose of the temples is? Ladybug. I can only say that it will be beneficial for everyone. Without further ado, Ladybug begins to enter the temple, making everyone want to see, but the police wouldn't let her. Naruto. The police finally did something right, no offense. Nobody said anything and they just watched as those who came from resets with technological advancement nodded. Inside the temple. Ladybug was seen walking down the hallway in that direction. Upon arriving, the heroine took out the gem. To insert it into the slot. Instantly, the gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. Suddenly, the reset began to tremble. Outside the temple. Everyone was trying to stay on their feet. Pointing upwards, look. Everyone turned to look up to see a red light coming from the temple, which went to the sky and began to spread. That surprised everyone since they hadn't seen it before. They had to admit it looked cool. As the tremor subsided, it was also over for everyone as they watched Ladybug emerge from the temple. Ladybug. Don't worry, this is normal, I'll take my leave, see you later. With that, he throws the yo-yo to retreat, leaving everyone watching where the heroine went. On Ladybug. She would jump across buildings, then open a portal and fall into it. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence who decided to start relaxing a little. The Last Crossroads Part 6. Everyone could be seen resting or stretching after sitting for several hours. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Part 6. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but before it began, lights appeared. When they dissipated, both Naruto and Hawk stared in shock at the group. They had no time to react before the group was transported to their seats as they received the information. Boku no Hero Academy. You could see Island. Where everyone was working except for someone who was out in the city. Upon seeing the place, the BNHA characters paid attention since it was their universe. Elsewhere, Naruto could be seen jumping across the rooftops, using his hood to hide his identity and expressing gratitude for being fast. Naruto. Well, hopefully nothing will happen in this reset, everyone is very focused on their work. Without thinking twice, and still moving, Naruto takes out his map to find the temple. Naruto. Fortunately he's far away and they haven't detected him. Without saying anything else, he starts to move faster. And he, the captain, is just as fast. Those who came with him nodded while Naruto smiled slightly. Naruto. I'm going to use that. Noticing that no one was around, Naruto came out to do a spin dash. And jump from one side to the other, getting closer to the temple faster. Everyone was surprised by the spin dash, while Apollo couldn't help but think of Sonic. After a few seconds, Naruto falls to his feet to look at the temple. And begin to delve deeper. The temple caught the attention of the newcomers, who wondered what their reset would be like. Naruto was calmly walking until he noticed the pedestal. Naruto. MPH, I knew it, there wouldn't be much movement and I only needed the spin dash to get there quickly. Without saying anything else, Naruto reaches the pedestal to retrieve the gem. And insert it into the hole. Instantly, the gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. The reset began to tremble, but Naruto remained calm. Finally, Naruto went to a wall to open the portal and step inside. Everyone paid attention to where Naruto's new destination would be, but of course Merlin's attention had been drawn to the gem. Highschool DXD. Naruto could be seen using his demon wings as he flew over the underworld. He was searching for the temple with his eyes, as his map was running out of power. Upon seeing that, the DXD Reset team paid attention, as it was their place of origin. Naruto. Well, it's great that there aren't any extra obstacles. With that, he continued flying until he managed to spot the temple. Causing him to approach rapidly. Upon reaching it, he manages to stop completely, landing on his feet. When Naruto looks up, he sees the temple but senses an energy emanating from it, so he quickly hides, concealing both his energy and his scent. That caught the attention of everyone who was paying attention. He was somewhat surprised to see who had arrived, as it was a group of 5 girls. They were Ria's Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Zenobia Corda, Asia Argento, and Irina Shido. Upon seeing them, Naruto began to feel intense anger, his eyes shifting to the rage trait as he remembered how the 5 of them had killed Ravel and Kaneko. At the same time, the same thing was happening in the room, while Ravel and Kaneko just stared at the screen seriously while Gasper tried to calm Naruto down. Rias. I told you that this temple belongs to our beloved Issei-kun, his love for us created it. The girls nodded in agreement, but Naruto had a disgusted look on his face. Naruto. Disgusted, how unpleasant to hear and see this. Naruto nods with a look of disgust. Knowing he had no other choice, Naruto waited until the girls left, which he was grateful for after almost an hour. Apollo. They seem like crazy people. Naruto. Gasper. Ravel. Kaneko. They are crazy people. Without waiting any longer, Naruto quickly enters the temple using his semblance. Upon reaching the pedestal, Naruto removes the gem. Then he inserted it into the hole. Instantly, the gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. The reset then began to tremble. As it ended, Naruto was about to leave, but he sensed some presences. Naruto. I'm not worried, I'll leave quickly, besides, no one will be able to remove the gem even with a lot of effort. Without saying anything else, he opens the portal to enter just in time for everyone to arrive and see the portal close. That made many sigh with relief, but especially Naruto fans and those from the DXD Reset. Nanatsu no Taizai. Naruto was walking through a completely destroyed kingdom. It was the kingdom of Danifer. Elizabeth. Smiling now, it's our reset. Those who were with her nodded in agreement. Naruto. With regret, the kingdom of Danifer. With that, he continued walking while looking with sorrow and sadness at the ancient kingdom. Captain. Naruto froze upon hearing that voice. Turning around, they found themselves face to face with a group of people. Ignore Meliodas, Escanor, and Hawk. They were Ban the Fox of Greed, Gother the Goat of Lust, Merlin the Boar of Gluttony, Diana the Serpent of Envy, King the Bear of Sloth, and Elizabeth Lyons. And smiling, our time to shine has arrived. Naruto remained silent as he transformed into his Meliodas form. With tears falling from her eyes. Those who had come back from their reset smiled when they saw Meliodas again. The group smiled as they went to hug Meliodas, who was crying tears of joy at seeing them again, and this time it wasn't a hallucination. Diana. Captain, it's good to see you again. What's happening and what is that structure? Meliodas turns to look at the temple, which was somewhat far away, before seeing the group. Meliodas. A very long story. 3 hours later. The group could be seen sitting with Meliodas finishing telling the whole story. King. Yes, it was long. The others nodded. Merlin. Wow, Captain, that's surprising, and I'm a little interested in investigating everything you said. Meliodas looked at her seriously and sighed in frustration. Naruto had the same reaction as his other self. Meliodas. Let's just go to the temple. Everyone nods and they begin walking. Upon reaching the Diana structure, with Merlin's help, it shrinks so they can all enter the temple. That surprised everyone who didn't know that, as they thought the room had made her shrink. They all continued walking until they reached the pedestal. With that in front of him, Meliodas took out the gem to insert it into the hole. Instantly the gem began to float and spin, then stopped, releasing a glow. Meliodas. Here comes the shock. But that said, the reset began to shake, causing the rest of the group to lose their balance for a moment, but they quickly regained it. After a few seconds, the shaking stopped, prompting Meliodas to go to a door and open the portal. Meliodas. Sorry for the short reunion, but I promise we'll make up for lost time when everything is sorted out. Everyone nods, making Meliodas smile slightly. With that done, Meliodas steps into the portal. With that, the screen turns off, allowing everyone to enjoy a little more relaxation. The Last Crossroads Part 7. Everyone could be seen resting a bit after what they had just witnessed, so many resets and so many temples, it was almost too much. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Part 7. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention to find out which resets would be visited. The No King. Naruto could be seen walking through a very wooded area. It was a prehistoric forest. Olivia. According to my analysis, surprised that forest dates back to the age of the dinosaurs. Those who knew about it were very surprised, while the rest were somewhat surprised. They knew they were dinosaurs, but didn't know how long they had existed. Naruto. A prehistoric forest, I think they'll like it. With that, he pulls out his scroll wheel to start taking pictures of everyone, avoiding using the flash. That thrilled dinosaur fans as robots did the same thing, but with their camera eyes. At one point he manages to see an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. So he decides to take a picture of her without attracting her attention. Olivia. Excited a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The rest watched her with a small smile. Using his semblance, Naruto moves through the vegetation until he reaches a lake where there were several dinosaurs. And he starts taking several photos of them. Naruto. Smiling a little, Olivia is going to love these photos. Olivia. I agree. He set that aside to pull out the map, which had already reloaded, and open it to begin searching for the temple's location. Once he had the location, Naruto jumped up to use his semblance and quickly traveled to the position. Now more than ever, he had to avoid attracting the dinosaur's attention. Naruto nods in approval of what his other self has done. After several minutes, Naruto arrives at the temple. To venture in, grateful that the dinosaurs didn't enter because of their instincts. The last thing caught everyone's attention, but especially those who were close to the animals. Upon reaching the pedestal, Naruto takes out the gem to insert it into the hole. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. Instantly, the reset began to shake as Naruto could hear some dinosaurs going berserk. Apollo. That was to be expected. Naruto waited until the dinosaurs calmed down, then opened the portal and left. The amazing digital circus. It looked like a colorful place, full of sweets. The Candy Canyon Kingdom. Agatha's Candy Canyon Kingdom. Zubul found it a little strange since she hadn't gone on that adventure. Then you see a candy truck traveling throughout the kingdom towards a specific place. Jack smiled as he remembered the good times in that truck, while the rest, who didn't know, were somewhat curious. Inside, Naruto could be seen driving the truck while eating a few sweets because he had gotten hungry. Naruto. Eating the sweets I have to give Jax credit, the sweets here are very delicious. Jax. I told you so. Naruto rolled his eyes a little, but on the other hand he was also curious about what those sweets tasted like. He continued eating while driving. After all, he'd done it before and was experienced. After finishing the sweet, Naruto activated the map to pinpoint the temple's location. Naruto. Driving okay, I'm almost there. He continued driving until he reached the location. When he turned off the truck, Naruto saw the temple. To get out of the vehicle. Upon seeing the Naruto logo, he frowned slightly, as it was the logo of Kane aka Artemis. Everyone, especially Naruto and the digital circus members, frowned upon seeing the symbol on the temple. Naruto. Sigh, we just have to go in and leave the gem. Without thinking of anything else, Naruto enters the temple and walks down the corridor. After a while, he reaches the pedestal and takes out the gem. And insert it into the hole. The gem began to float while spinning, then stopped, emitting a glow. Naruto. Now that I see it, the gem has the same colors as Pomni's outfit. Engel. That's right. Everyone paid a little more attention and admitted that it was true, the gem had the same colors as Pomni. Suddenly, the reset began to shake, causing Naruto to stand calmly. When the shaking stopped, Naruto went to a wall to open the portal and enter. Sakura card captor. You could see the city of Hong Kong. Where, on one of the roofs, Naruto was sitting looking at the place, recognizing it. Hero. Surprised it's Hong Kong. Those who had been there were also surprised, but then they put it aside as they remembered the temples appear anywhere. Naruto. Hong Kong. Naruto sighs, knowing who he'll likely encounter in that reset. Without waiting, he begins moving quickly across the rooftops toward the temple, using his map. Naruto. Okay, here you are. Without saying anything else, he uses his semblance to begin moving at a higher speed. Menma. We've said it many times, but it seems that Naruto really loves using his semblance. Everyone nodded as Naruto chuckled a little. After several minutes, Naruto arrives at a building overlooking the temple. He lands on the ground, then leaps high into the structure, descending slowly thanks to his wings. Once on the ground, Naruto begins to enter the structure. This structure has Sakura's power. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto stops, becomes serious, and walks further. Naruto and those who came from that reset had the same reaction as they recognized the voice. Standing at a safe distance, Naruto sees the boy who was looking at the pedestal and recognizes him instantly. It was Sharon Lee, or, by his Chinese name, Saiyaran Lee. Hero. Angrily, that brat. Tomoyo. Growling Lee. Naruto frowned when he saw Sharon. In a fit of anger and wanting to scare her half to death, Naruto transforms into Sakura. To get closer to the traitor. Those who hadn't seen that were surprised. On the other hand, Tomoyo was crying a little because she was going to give Sakura the outfit she was wearing. Sakura. Well, look who I've run into. Upon hearing the voice, Sharon turns around with an expression of astonishment, confusion, and fear. Sharon. Saw Sakura. Sakura. Smiling sweetly, hello Saiyaran. Sharon stepped back a little, somewhat frightened, but Sakura approached at surprising speed to grab his face. Sakura. Listen carefully Saiyaran Lee, get out of here or you will die. Sharon was terrified as Sakura glared at him. Seeing that Sharon wasn't going to back down, Sakura transformed into her dark form. To further increase the pressure of his gaze. Many swallowed hard at the threat but were then surprised to see the girl transform into her dark form. Naruto just grimaced, as he didn't like that form. Now Sharon was truly terrified, so he ran away from Sakura, who watched him with a serious expression. Seeing this, Sakura sighed and transformed back into Naruto, having realized that Sharon was gone. Naruto. I hate that transformation. Ino. Confused, I don't understand why she doesn't like it, it looks good. And what was the reason? Well, he was using a bit of the moon's power in its corrupted state. He once used it in his Sakura form and unfortunately almost caused a lot of chaos. Ino. Oh. The rest just watched the shape with some seriousness, while Tomoyo and Kiro remembered that event with some fear. Leaving that aside, Naruto takes out the gem. To insert it into the hole. Instantly, the gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. The reset then began to shake as Naruto watched the gem. Finally, Naruto went to a wall to open the portal and enter. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone in silence and now knowing that there was some transformation that Naruto detests. The Last Crossroads Part 8. Everyone could be seen sitting and waiting for the new episode, talking amongst themselves. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Part 8. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but before continuing, some lights appear and then reveal a group they recognize as demon hunters. Tsunemi. What the hell? Naruto wore a small smile as lightning struck the heads of the new recruits. They were all surprised, but then they were sent back to their respective places. The Love Rue. The city of Seinen could be seen. In which Naruto was seen with his hood up eating a hot dog. He had a craving for one. The newcomers were surprised by the city, while the rest focused on what Naruto would do next. Naruto sits down to take out a phone and starts checking it, revealing it to actually be the map. Naruto. It's not far, only 10 blocks away. Good thing I hid that motorcycle and sent a clone to make some adjustments to it. Upon hearing about the motorcycle, Yang paid attention. After finishing his hot dog, Naruto gets up and starts walking towards a place. After a few minutes, he arrives to find 3 clones surrounding his vehicle. It was a motorcycle which he named Dark Rider. Yang. Whistle, that motorcycle is very good. Many agreed with him, while the newcomers viewed it with curiosity. Clone 1. Ready, boss. Naruto nods as the clones disappear. Inosuke. What the hell? The demon slayers were also surprised, but Tenjin was curious. Naruto gets on the motorcycle and starts driving towards the temple. Naruto. I already missed Dark Rider now that I think about it, how many vehicles have I had in all the resets? I'll check later. Many also had that question of how many vehicles Naruto has had, hoping there would be a chapter where he shows them, although they doubted it. Leaving that aside, Naruto continued driving through the streets toward the temple. After several minutes, Naruto arrived at the temple. The stop, adjusting Dark Rider against a wall. The temple caught the attention of the newcomers, while the rest didn't pay as much attention, since they had already seen the temples before. Naruto stopped, looking at the temple symbol, recognizing it as the symbol of his friend Lala Sadalin Deviluk, Lala Deviluk, or just Lala. The name caught everyone's attention as Naruto remembered that alien princess. Without another word, Noir enters the temple and begins walking down the corridor. After a few minutes, Naruto reaches the pedestal and retrieves the gem. And inserted into the hole. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. The reset began to tremble while Naruto remained calm. The result surprised the newcomers, while the rest remained calm. At the end, Naruto goes to a wall to open the portal and enter. Tokyo Ghoul. Naruto could be seen on a boat going to Ru Island. Because the map had detected the temple there. The island caught everyone's attention as Naruto reminisced about a mission he had when he was Haze. Upon arriving at the island, Naruto gets off to start using the Kuromuchi, beginning to go through the trees in the style of Spider-Man. Kuromuchi surprised the newcomers, while those from the BNHA reboot saw it as somewhat normal. Naruto was calmly using the black whip, heading towards the temple but in his mind. Naruto. Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can, spins a web any size, catches thieves just like flies, look out, here come the Spider-Man. That made many laugh while Naruto was a little embarrassed. The Tomy. The funny thing is that he is capable of doing it. That amused everyone even more. After a while he arrives at a large tree from which the temple could be seen. Naruto. Well, there's the temple, I always wanted to do this. With that, he takes flight to launch himself into making some moves. To get much further and directly to the temple. Apollo. At that moment, he must feel like Spider-Man. Naruto. With the black whip, I always feel like Spider-Man. Apollo nods with a small, amused smile. Falling with pure Spider-Man style. Naruto sees the temple. They start logging in. No one said anything anymore, since they now knew what Naruto felt when using Kuromuchi. Naruto was walking down the hallway enjoying having done what he always wanted, using the Kuromuchi and moving like Spider-Man. Naruto smiled a little when he heard that. Leaving that aside, Naruto reaches the pedestal to retrieve the gem. And insert it into the hole. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. The reset began to tremble as Naruto remained calm and somewhat relieved to have done what he had always wanted. When it was over, Naruto went to a wall to open the portal and enter. Kimetsu no Yaiba. Nadagumo Mountain could be seen. In which Naruto was seen running and jumping through the trees in the direction of the temple. Nobody said anything about the previous scene since they were now watching the new reset, especially those from Nai. Naruto. Okay, this is the second to last temple according to the map, I have to be quick. But that said, he increased his speed. He sensed some presences and turned to look to the side. Upon seeing who they were, he was surprised to find it was Team Kamaboko, made up of Kanouts Iori, Inosuke Hashibira, Zenitsu Agatsuma, Nezuko Kamado, and Tanjiro Kamado, the leader. Tsunemi Shinazagawa and Gyu Tomioka. People very familiar to him when he was Ringoku. Inosuke. Hahaha, we finally show up. Those who came with him nodded, while the rest looked at Inosuke with some curiosity. Naruto momentarily lost control, but he put that aside when he saw everyone heading towards the temple, so he decided to follow them. That caught everyone's attention while Hitomi was trying to understand Naruto. It had happened to them once before. After several minutes everyone arrives at the temple. But they also saw a man standing there. He was his best friend when he was Ringoku, Tenjin Uzui. Tenjin. The king of festivities has arrived. That confused many, but those who knew him were already used to him. Upon seeing them, Naruto almost lost all concentration but remained calm to avoid the conversation. Tomioka. Tenjin, have you investigated the building yet? Tenjin. No, not yet. I was waiting for them. Tanjiro. Breathes it has Lord Ringoku sent. This surprised everyone, while Team Kamaboko looked somewhat sad. Inosuke. Annoyed, let's stop with the mushy stuff and go inside to see what this thing is all about. Despite the somewhat annoyed shout, everyone nodded in agreement with what Inosuke, Aka the king of the mountain, had said. The conversation had left many speechless, as they wanted to hear everything. Can I accompany you? Upon hearing that, everyone freezes. Zenitsu Tanjiro. In shock that voice. That smell. When they turned around, they saw Rengoku. She emerged from among the trees with a smile that showed nostalgia. Naruto smiled slightly at the scene, while the Nai members remained silent. Tanjiro. Mr. Rengoku. Rengoku. Smiling slightly, hello, young Kamado. None of them could stand it any longer and they rushed to hug him, which made Rengoku laugh a little. Tsunemi. But how the hell is it possible that you're alive? Rengoku. It's a very long story. Kanao. We have plenty of time. Rengoku nods and sits down, followed by the others. 3.5 hours later. Many were surprised to see that it took much longer to explain everything. Everyone could be seen eating some of the food Rengoku had while they finished processing everything the former flame pillar had said. Nezuko. That is very difficult to process. Rengoku. It's understandable, little one, and I'm glad you can speak again. Nezuko smiles in gratitude. Naruto nodded as Nezuko smiled. Tenjin. I'd say that's a bad joke, but here you are alive, Inosuke. And not like a donut. Zenitsu. Annoyed Inosuke. Rengoku laughs at that, but then gets up. Naruto laughs as the rest understand what Inosuke said. Naruto Rengoku had been pierced. Tsunemi. So what now? Rengoku. I have to go to the temple to leave the gem. Kanao. Well, we came to find out about the temple, but now thanks to you we know what it was for. Rengoku nods, then the rest stand up and head towards the pedestal. As they pass through the temple, everyone except Rengoku looks curiously down the corridor. After a few moments, they reach the pedestal. Tenjin. The pedestal. Rengoku. That's right. But that said, take out the gem. To insert it into the hole. To everyone's surprise, they saw the gem begin to float and spin before stopping, emitting a glow. At that moment, the reset began to shake, causing everyone except Rengoku to try to hold on. Finally, Rengoku went to a wall to open the portal, further surprising everyone else. Rengoku. Don't worry, it will all end. I'm going to the last temple and we'll meet again. Everyone nods, then Rengoku enters the portal. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone knowing one thing. The next part should be the last. The Last Crossroads Part 1. Everyone could be seen stretching while playing board games, eating, or chatting. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Last Crossroads Final Part. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, as it would be the last part. Sword Art Online. Naruto could be seen walking on the 24th floor. Searching for the last temple with the help of his map. Many people loved seeing the 24th floor in its entirety. Naruto. Good, the temple is getting closer and soon all the resets will be unified. That filled him with emotion. All his suffering was over, but he wanted everyone to experience what he had lived through, to know that his entire journey was not in vain. Naruto smiled at the sight while the rest just stared at the screen. Leaving that aside, Naruto takes out his imp wings to start flying, searching his map for the temple. In this reset, he wouldn't use his semblance to avoid problems. Naruto. Raising a thumbs up, good choice, other me. Naruto began to fly, enjoying the place. It was one of the few resets he truly loved living in, despite his impending death, which he would never reveal. Naruto. I confirm. Now everyone wanted to know what that complete reset was like. After a while he finds the temple. To get down, you'll be facing the structure. Before entering, open its menu, which will display something. But he sets it aside to move some things around, go to his contacts, and check everything in detail. The menu caught everyone's attention while Naruto just calmly watched the scene. Naruto. There's no one here, I'm going to do it. Without saying a word, he began to enter the temple. He walked down the corridor feeling some anxiety, as it was the last temple. Tsunade. It's understandable with everything that happened. They all nodded, knowing it was true. Naruto manages to swallow his anxiety, especially when he sees that he has already reached the pedestal. With renewed determination, Naruto pulls out the gem. To insert it into the hole. Naruto. The last. Naruto. Nod slightly, the last one. The gem began to float and spin, then stopped, emitting a glow. Instantly, the reset began to tremble as Naruto stood serious, ready for the final move toward unification. Everyone paid attention because they wanted to know the next move. When the tremor ends, Naruto goes to a wall to open the portal and enter. The last reset. Inside the temple, a portal opened and Naruto emerged from it. Naruto. Finally back. Yes, finally. Upon hearing that, Naruto turns to look at a girl who was eating ramen while sitting on the floor. Ira flower fell Kushina Uzumaki, oh flower Kushina. That shocked everyone who knew Kushina, while those from the Underverse just watched their colleague eating ramen. Now they were craving it. Naruto. Flower. Flower, eating hello classic. The nickname confused everyone except those in the Underverse. Naruto. What are you doing here? Flower. Eating. I came to bring you something, but I was told you were here, so I decided to wait. Naruto. How long was I gone? Flower. Eating 3 days. Naruto lets out a whistle of surprise. Naruto. Yeah, that was a lot. Flower. Yeah. They both looked at each other while Flower continued eating her ramen. Samui. It's a normal conversation. Reaper. It's just that girl is one of the few Kushinas we can tolerate. After finishing the ramen, Flower gets up to approach Naruto. Flower. Are you sure about this? Naruto. Absolutely. Flower nods to give Naruto space, who then draws out Artemis's soul. Seeing that, everyone pays attention. Naruto. Oi, Achiranirian Rumired, ed Enedro Ambla Atparak, Rasu at Grenia Rap Ala Casafinuan, ed Sol Sajitnus a teaser, Noclarid op ed Salates Samla Sanima, ud Aknes ed Retrivnokana Adan ad Nasirapus na Aladan, ud Eskniad av Esknat Udid Arap Udid Agnamudo Akatni, Ho Samig Ut Sin na Sol Medas a teaser, Nadnapsur Imodimal Yu Esnina Rap Ratnaj Sodit So Sodnam, S Sol Enedro Northeast Urban led Yer ad Sol Uas. Instantly, in every reset, the gems began to glow as a great light emanated from them, surrounding all the resets. The soul began to disintegrate, and from it erupted a great scream of rage, hatred, anger, fury, resentment, and unbearable pain. The entire world and every reset began to tremble as cracks appeared in the skies, absorbing everything. Naruto. Raising his soul Iknukafinu ima adadeknok ridop larop. Everyone began to glow as Naruto transformed into his King of the AU's form. The scene left everyone speechless as they didn't understand the words but were surprised by what was happening. In space. Several transparent spheres could be seen colliding with each other as they joined together, generating a huge brightness. That sent a huge chill through everyone. As it dissipated, a completely new planet was revealed. The unification had been a success. Everyone was speechless. It had worked. Naruto, on the other hand, was crying tears of joy. His plan had worked. Time skip. An hour had passed, and now the bullhead was seen arriving in Yuzu, where everyone was waiting for Naruto. The aircraft landed, and Naruto emerged. Noir simply smiled as he spotted a pterodactyl. The pass over the village being seen by everyone. Naruto. It worked. Naruto just puts on a happy smile. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in silence, staring at Naruto who had a huge smile on his face. Money. Everyone could be seen relaxing while Naruto was studying some papers, looking at the new problem that was coming. The governments. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Money. Upon reading the title, everyone was confused, while Naruto had in mind what would happen. Apollo. I feel like we're already in the final stretch of this story. Everyone nodded as they listened attentively. It has been exactly 6 months since the resets were unified, and in all that time a few things happened. Everyone is paying attention. First, Naruto, who was already expecting it, began talking to all the governments about the event, revealing some things like his celestial status, which caused a stir, but they managed to avoid any disaster. Hiruzen. That was to be expected, Naruto-kun. Naruto. I know, I just wish this would be a little easier. During all that time some people began to move from one place to another, wanting to start a new life or get to know new places. Many nodded in agreement, as it was logical. Naruto had decided to free the last of Konoha who had left or stayed in Yuzu to restart their lives. That gave a little hope to the few remaining people of Konoha. Noir had decided to leave Uzushio by moving to a small nearby mountain and leaving his position to Tsunade. Of course he blackmailed her with some liquors and the secret to beating the paperwork. Tsunade grunted upon hearing that but was relieved to know she had the secret to overcoming the paperwork. Meanwhile, Naruto and his future family knew this was for the best to avoid certain problems. Naruto also traveled a bit around the world, reuniting with some old acquaintances and some traders who knew that they were no longer rivals for Naruto. Even Zeno-sama knew it, but both continued their friendship. Naruto smiled upon hearing that he would still have his friendship with Zeno-sama, or Little Zen as he calls him. Of course, there were those who wanted to get several women involved with Naruto, but clearly the Noir's partner's lovers avoided that. They even went so far as to threaten death, and that was because of the pregnancy hormones. Naruto chuckled a little upon hearing that, while his partner's lovers blushed slightly. Clearly, Noir didn't neglect training either, and he trained some of his children in order to protect them. Naruto gave a thumbs up to what his other self was doing. Currently, Naruto's house was visible, which he transported thanks to Fukinjutsu, where he was in his living room checking some accounts. Naruto. Okay, this goes here and this goes here. You may not believe it, but spending so much time means you have to check your money every so often. Many? I confirm. Naruto acknowledged that he always had to deal with that, especially when he was on Team RWBY. Naruto. The rupee system that Menma told me about doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I'd have to look into it further, since I'd have to talk to some town that wants it. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto and Menma, who became interested in that economic system. Naruto put down the papers to look up and sigh. His partner's lovers were resting while his children were outside playing or in the library reading. "Hello, Dad." Naruto turns to the left, looking at the person responsible for the greeting. Naruto. "Hello, Lilith." Lilith. It had been a while since she had appeared. Naruto nods with a small smile. "Lilith. What are you doing?" Naruto. "Well, checking some accounts to see how much money we have." Lilith nods, then looks around in various directions. Lilith. "Hey Dad, I found something downstairs." Naruto raises an eyebrow, gets up, and walks, guided by the small half-dragon. After going downstairs and turning on the light, they both reach a wall and notice a circular door. Making Lilith see her father. Naruto. "Wow, you found the safe." Naruto. "A safe that size means we'd have a lot of money." Ari. "If that's the case, why do the math?" Naruto. "To be sure, daughter." Ari nods. Lilith. "What's in there?" Naruto. "Our money and money I got from the resets." Lilith. "Can I see it?" Naruto thought about it, nodded, and walked to the door. After all, he wouldn't use that money anymore, or maybe not for the time being. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention because they wanted to know what the money from the other resets was like. Naruto. "MUs don't cheat." Lilith turned around as she heard her father pressing some buttons and then clicking. Naruto. "Ready." Naruto chuckled a little at the scene, while the rest understood why the code wasn't displayed. With that, Lilith turned around and found her father opening the door. Inside, Lilith found a large amount of gold coins. Which surprised her a little. Many gasped in surprise at so much gold, while those interested now looked at Naruto with even more desire to have him for themselves, especially Temari. Seeing the path, they both began to walk along it. Lilith stopped to pick up a coin. And examine her while being observed by her father. Naruto. "That's a gold, it's the currency of the underground and the underverse, the coin is made of pure gold, so it can be exchanged for more accessible money." Many were surprised to see those from the underverse who nodded, confirming that this was their currency. Lilith. "So there's a lot of gold here?" Naruto. "Actually, this room is made entirely of gold." Many choked up when they heard that. Naruto. "Dude, how many golds did you earn on your missions?" Naruto. Thoughtful. I don't remember exactly, I think a rank D mission gave me between 500 and 1000 golds. That almost gave many people a heart attack." Lilith. I see, and what about the money from the other resets?" Naruto chuckled a little at his daughter's curiosity. He knew perfectly well that she was just curious. Naruto also laughed a little. Without saying a word, they both started walking along the path in one direction. After about 5 minutes, they reached a section where there were some sacks, which Naruto took and sat down on the ground, followed by his daughter. Naruto. "Your brothers had already seen this, and you were the only one missing, but that was to be expected since you're not interested in many things." Lilith nods, as it was true. Now everyone is paying attention to see all the money Naruto accumulated during the resets. After that short conversation, Naruto opens a bag to take out some bills. And show them to Lilith. Naruto. "These are called dollars, they're the currency I got in the Max Steel and Ben 10 resets, and if you're wondering how I know, well, the map told me." Lilith nods as Naruto puts the bills away. Those who were unfamiliar with the dollar paid attention. Then War takes some bills out of another bag. And coins. To see his daughter. Naruto. "These are euros, it's the money of France which I got in the miraculous reset." Lilith nods as Naruto puts away the bills and coins. Tsunade. "So money can be only bills, only coins, or a mix?" Naruto nods. Then he takes out some cards. To show them to her daughter. Naruto. "These are lean, it's the tax currency from the RWBY reset. I plan to use them as the basis for a new type of money, but Menma's option is also good." Lilith nodded in understanding as Naruto put away the cards. Many were confused by the cards but said nothing, while those who understood about the tax were surprised. Weiss. "Money using the lean as a base. That's not a bad idea." Naruto. "Thanks." Then Naruto takes out some silver and gold coins. To show them to her daughter. Naruto. "I got these coins during the Nanatsu no Taizai reset." Lilith. "Why aren't they with the other coins?" Everyone had thought about that too. Naruto. "Because these coins are from another reset, plus I don't like mixing different types of coins, and all those coins are gold." Lilith nodded in understanding as Naruto put the coins away. Everyone nodded, understanding Naruto's reason, and it was a very good one. Then War takes out 3 rather strange coins from about 3 sacks, one from each sack, which were made of bronze, blue, and silver. but she shows to her daughter. Naruto. These are Water Tribe pieces, Earth Kingdom copper pieces, and Fire Nation silver pieces. I got them in the Avatar reset. Lilith nods as she looks at the pieces with some curiosity. Off. Amused, I knew it was true that you kept that money. Naruto laughed a little because it was true. Noir keeps the pieces and then takes some bills out of another bag. Which depicts Lilith. Naruto. These are Rim, you already know them since they are the currency here. Lilith nods as she watches Naruto put the bills away. Nobody said anything since they had been shown the Rim during breaks. Then Noir takes out some coins. To show them to the girl. Naruto. This is the Sen, I got these coins in the Kimetsu no Yaiba reset when I was a demon hunter. Lilith nods as she looks at the coins which were kept by her father. Nezuko. Now that I think about it, looks at her brother. How much did demon slayers earn? Tanjiro. I don't remember. I stopped trying to count after the third mission. Nezuko nods while the rest now want to know how much the demon slayers earn. Then Naruto takes some small green crystals out of another bag. Which he shows to his daughter. Naruto. This is a Taiten, it's the alien coin I got in the Ben 10 reset. Everyone was drawn to the Taiten, while Lilith was also intently looking at the Taiten that her father had given her. Lilith picks up a typhoon to look at it with more curiosity and attention. Naruto. You can keep it, I have no problem with that. Lilith. Thank you. With that, he puts the Taiten in his clothes while Naruto moves to another bag. The same scene had happened in the living room. Then he takes out more bills from that bag. And coins. Which he shows to his daughter. Naruto. These are yen, and I got them in several resets. Lilith. Which resets, Dad? Everyone paid attention, while those using yen had small, nervous smiles. Naruto. Well, those are the Power Rangers, Boku no Hero Academia, High School DXD, Dino King, Sakura Card Captor, To Love Ru and Tokyo Ghoul reboots. Lilith was surprised by what she had heard. It seemed that yen was the money she had the most of. Everyone was equally surprised, while the yen users felt a little uncomfortable under everyone's stares. Naruto puts the bills and coins away, then takes another bag and opens it. And show the interior to her daughter. Naruto. These are eared, they're the currency in Alo, and I got them in the Sword Art Online reset. Lilith. They have a good design. Everyone nodded in agreement with what the little dragon said. Naruto. Yes, I thought about that too. Naruto simply closes the bag to put it somewhere else. Then he picks up the last bag, opens it, and takes out some bills. Which he shows to his daughter. Naruto. And these are the Zeni, they are the currency of the Dragon Ball reset. And now everyone knew what types of money Naruto had to use in the different resets. Lilith. Are these all of them? Naruto. Yep, they're all the types of coins I got in the old resets. Lilith. And there weren't any coins in the other resets. That caught everyone's attention. Naruto. No, in the Amazing Digital Circus reboot there was no money, and in the Murder Drones reboot they paid us with stupid pens. Lilith. How stupid is that? Naruto. Putting away the bags I know, but our old boss was crazy about those pens. Lilith nods. Anuzi. I confirm. That caused discomfort for everyone, since paying with pens. How absurd. Naruto. Well, let's get out of here, I have to finish checking those accounts. Lilith nods for them both to leave the enormous safe. Lilith. Now that I think about it, Dad, sees Naruto, don't you have the coin that Mom Hestia was talking about? Upon hearing Lilith call her mom, Hestia felt a great wave of happiness that made her shed a small tear. Naruto. The drachmas. Lilith nods. Naruto. Of course I have one. With that, he takes some gold and silver drachmas out of his pocket. To show them to his daughter. The new coins caught everyone's attention except Naruto and the Olympian gods, since they already knew about them. Naruto. These are drachmas. The silver ones are of lesser value, and the gold ones are of greater value. Lilith. What's each one used for? Naruto. I'm not entirely sure since I haven't had time to analyze them, but what I do know is that the gold ones are used to ask the gods for small favors and or to pay Charon. Lilith. Who's Charon? Naruto. I'll tell you later. Lilith nods, and they both leave to go about their business. With that, the screen turns off, leaving many now wanting to have drachmas for an emergency. It wouldn't be all the time, but it wouldn't hurt to have some coins. Vehicles Part 1. Everyone could still be seen thinking about the different types of money Naruto had collected during all his resets. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Vehicles Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone became curious and paid attention. 1 month had passed, and now Kaede, the son of Naruto and Kaneko, could be seen eating cereal for breakfast while watching a little television. Along with his brothers who were also having breakfast. Those without advanced technology were struck by the screen. Lilith. What are we watching? Ari. I don't know, asked Kaede. Lilith. What are we watching, Kaid? Kaid. No idea, I just put the channel on for no reason. Naruto. The most normal conversation he. The children continued eating when Hitomi arrived, her 7-month pregnancy becoming noticeable. Out of habit, Hitomi touches her belly, thinking about her second child. Meanwhile, the other Bidge saw Hitomi's belly on the screen. Hitomi. Good morning, children. Ari. Hi, Mom, would you like me to make you something? Hitomi. Please. Ari gets up to start making him a quick breakfast. Hitomi. And her father? Eri. Thoughtful. I think I saw him go downstairs, but I don't think he went to the safe. Hitomi. Sigh. I think I know where her father went. The conversation made them understand the title now. Ari. Arriving with breakfast, and is it something to get angry about? Hitomi. Not really, but it is a little frustrating, although I understand, she's preparing that to store them. The children looked at each other with curiosity and confusion while Hitomi ate breakfast. Jax. Now I want to see all the vehicles the kid has. They all nodded since they were in the same situation as him. Time skip. The children could be seen standing in front of a door which led to the place Hitomi had told them about. Naruto. Ready? Baruko. Yes, Ani-chan. Naruto almost cried with joy when he heard his twin little sister call him that. Naruto also felt joy upon hearing that. Without further ado, the group of 10 children opened the door and began walking down the hallway, but not before Ryu closed it behind them. As they walked, they grew a little nervous about what their father would do when he saw them there. Naruto. I wouldn't get angry, but I would be curious. Everyone calms down and leaves the hallway, finding themselves in a huge space. Which surprised them because of its size. Everyone was equally surprised when they saw the place. The children entered the garage and looked at the enormous space with surprise. Ellen. Hey, look. Upon hearing that, everyone goes with her to find a space where a sign said hoverboard. Everyone was confused by the hoverboard thing, but Naruto, Kevin, Gwen, and Olivia knew what it was. Eri. Hoverboard. Ari. It's a flying skateboard in Spanish. Eri nods as Ichigo approaches to pull out a hoverboard V1. Then start checking it. Apollo. Simple but good design. Out of curiosity, Ichigo drops it, leaving the skateboard suspended in the air. That surprised everyone a little, while those who knew him had a small smile on their faces. The children were surprised to see the hoverboard V2s come out. Hoverboard V3. And the hoverboard X321. The last one being the one that caught their attention the most. Everyone noticed it, but they all admitted they looked good. The children looked at the boards, but then they looked at each other. Ellen. Does anyone know how to use these things? They all looked at her to see her and denied. Ellen. Damn, should we use them? Everyone looks at the hoverboards and nods. Eri. But how will we divide ourselves? Everyone started thinking when Boruto bumped his fist against his palm. Boruto. I know how, Ari and I in the cafe, Ellen and Eri in the green and black one, Kaid and Ryu in the green and white one, Baruko, Hima and Ichigo in the square, Lilith will most likely use her wings. Lilith. Indeed. The children look at each other, then look at their only older brother and nod. Naruto chuckled a little at that. His children were indeed adventurous, a bit like him. But that said, they climb onto the hoverboards and, after some trial and error, begin to glide through the air. That surprised everyone, while the young people were excited to have one. They were going normally, but once they found their rhythm they started to have fun and do pirouettes, followed by Lilith, who had her dragon wings. Ahem. Upon hearing that, everyone stopped abruptly to look at Naruto, who was wearing a mechanic's outfit, standing there watching the children. Many gave Naruto a thumbs up for his outfit, while others blushed slightly, especially the noir couples. Naruto. A little scared old man. Naruto. Can you tell me what you're doing? Boruto. Nervous. Well. Naruto sighs and chuckles a little. Naruto. I'm not angry, the truth is that seeing them like this reminds me of the first time I rode a hoverboard. Naruto nods in response to what his other self said. The children sigh with relief when they see that their father wasn't angry, but then Ari notices something. Ari. Dad, what's that about? Naruto turns to look at a helicopter. That was there. Naruto. Oh, it's the Stormfire helicopter. Naruto had called everyone the Stormfire helicopter. The children get off the hoverboards to approach the helicopter. Baruko. It looks great. Naruto. I know, it was kind of difficult, but I managed to keep the helicopter. Kaid. Curious, do you have any other vehicles? Naruto. Of course I do, although most of them are from when I was Max Steel, but they're just minor details. Himawari. Can we see them? Naruto. Actually, I was planning to, so follow me. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention to see all the vehicles that Naruto owns. The children begin to follow Naruto to see the other vehicles, surprised by the number of them. Ryu. How many are there? Naruto. I think about 40, including the hoverboards. That surprised everyone even more. There were quite a few of them. They nodded in surprise as they headed to the section labeled automobile. Once there, Naruto showed them the first car. Naruto. This is my secret attack car. Boruto. It has a nice style and design. Naruto. I know, plus it is hidden missiles. That surprised the children. Everyone nods, but they are surprised by the mention of the missiles. Then they move on to the next car. Naruto. This is the Cyber Racer car, it's a high-speed car. Everyone liked the Cyber Racer. The children nod to move to the next car. Naruto. This is the DX Mark 10 car, it's a car built by Kevin for me when I was Ben Tennyson. Kevin. Wow, I thought it was destroyed. Naruto. Luckily, I was able to repair it with Ultra T. Kevin nods. Ari. What are its functions? Naruto. I don't know, there are many. Naruto. I confirm. They nod to go to the next car. Naruto. This is the jump and attack car. As its name suggests, this car can jump and also has a chain to hold onto something. Everyone liked the vehicle, but they were surprised by the jump. All the children nod and then move on to the next car. Naruto. This is the Turbo Cross car, it's a car that's also a jet, it can reach 267 km per hour in car mode and go to Mach 3 in jet mode. The children were amazed by how fast the Turbo Cross can go. Everyone was just as surprised as the children on the screen. The Turbo Cross seemed to be the fastest of them all. Naruto. Okay, now let's go to the trucks. The children nod to follow Naruto as he heads to the truck section. Naruto. Thoughtful. I think I only used 2 trucks. Naruto. There are only 2 trucks here, which I got in Candy Cannon Kingdom. Now Naruto has confirmed that. The children nod to watch their father, who shows them the first truck. Naruto. This is a cargo truck, it's more suitable for liquids and slime types. Omni. The truck where we met Gumagu. Naruto nods while the rest watch the truck with attention and curiosity. The children nod to watch the second truck. Naruto. And this is the combat truck they gave us in Candy Cannon Kingdom. Jax. And that's our truck. The group nods when they hear their stomachs rumble. Naruto. How about we eat and then I'll show you the latest vehicles. The children agree so that everyone can go to the garage kitchen. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone wanting to see the other vehicles in Naruto. Vehicles Part 2. Everyone can be seen snacking on some treats while waiting for the other part of the vehicles that Naruto has owned. Then the screen lights up, catching everyone's attention. Vehicles Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention. The kitchen could be seen. In which Naruto, Ellen, Eri, Kayet, Ryu, Baruko, Ari, Himawari, Boruto, Ichigo and Lilith were eating a quick snack. Everyone liked the kitchen in the garage without knowing it was the small one. Lilith. This sandwich is good. Ari. Of course, because it's made with tuna. Ichigo. That's right, you should lay off the tuna a bit, you sound like Aunt Blake with her tuna obsession. Naruto. Well, not that much, Yang's already dealing with that so she's not so obsessed with tuna anymore, but yeah Lilith, you should lay off the tuna. Lilith. MMPH, okay. The rest of the children had funny smiles. Naruto laughed a little while the rest watched Blake, who blushed slightly from embarrassment, especially when she saw her other teammates giving her mocking smiles. After a while they finish eating and get up. Naruto. Would you like to continue the tour? The children nod excitedly and then begin to walk. Naruto. Okay, now let's move on to the motorcycle section, of which there are many, actually. The children nod to reach the motorcycle section, noticing that there were quite a few motorcycles in it. Everyone is paying attention to see the next vehicles in Naruto. Having seen that, Naruto shows them the first motorcycle. Naruto. This is my stunt bike, as its name says it allows me to do stunts, achieving 360 degrees turns with a maximum speed of 100 km per hour. Boruto. One of his favorite motorcycles. Naruto smiled a little when he heard that. The children nod as they move on to the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is the Chronocycle, yes, that's its name, it has a good speed as well as having the ability to travel through time, serious and no, I'm not going to lend it to you, it's not a toy. The children nodded with a small pout, but they understood their father's reasons. Everyone was surprised to see that the motorcycle was capable of time travel. Naruto. Serious, I won't give it to anyone. Nobody said anything since it was for the best. Then they move on to the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is my Dark Rider motorcycle, it's my motorcycle from when I was Kanjiki no Yami, it's a simple motorcycle, but with tires that have good friction. Naruto. Smiling slightly the powerful Dark Rider. Some people found it amusing but said nothing. The children nod, then look at the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is the Moro Fire Runner. This motorcycle is special because it was designed for fire environments as it is not flammable and can reach 80 km per hour. The children nod in surprise at a fireproof motorcycle. Everyone except those from N-Tech was surprised to see the fireproof motorcycle. Then they move on to the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is HVB Rhino, she needs no introduction since you already know her. Birdo. That vehicle still catches my eye. Paris nods as he too is drawn to the HVB Rhino. The children nod to watch the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is the Quad Extreme motorcycle. This is a 4x4 motorcycle designed for mountainous places, it can reach 70 km per hour. Birdo. And that's another one of his favorite motorcycles. Naruto said nothing because it was true. The children nod in surprise before moving on to the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is the rocket bike. This bike is more of an attack bike since it has 2 powerful projectiles. Himawari. It's pretty. Naruto. I know. Everyone liked the design of the rocket bike. It looked a bit futuristic. Then they move on to the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is the Slash Cycle motorcycle. This motorcycle can reach high speeds and also has blades on both the front and back. Boruto. Wow, powerful. Everyone was surprised to see that the motorcycle had blades for combat. Naruto smiles slightly before moving on to the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is my sub-motorcycle, it's an amphibious vehicle since it can also travel through water. Olivia. Wow, a jet ski. Everyone who didn't know about that motorcycle nodded in surprise. The children nod, then look at the next motorcycle. Naruto. You've already seen it and it's my supercharged motorcycle. Lilith. That's right, father, we've already seen it. Yang. We already know that one. Nobody said anything because that's how it was. Naruto nods, then they all go to the next motorcycle. Naruto. This is my speed tank motorcycle, it is characterized more by its speed and agility. Blake. Well, that vehicle does look agile. They all nod and then move on to the next motorcycle. Naruto. And this is my latest motorcycle, it's the Tennessee Speed, it's the base for the chronocycle only without the ability to travel through time. Everyone who didn't know about it saw the Tennessee Speed already knowing that it was the basis for the chronocycle. The children nod and then go to the section that said ship. Naruto. These are the ships I have used and own. Seeing that, everyone paid attention to find out which ships Naruto possessed, but the N-Tech team already knew which ones they were, so they didn't pay much attention. The children nod, paying no attention to the first ship. Naruto. This is a transformable amphibious ship, which means it can also go underwater. Weiss. Another vehicle that is also aquatic but now with aerial capabilities. Everyone nods. The children nod to move to the next ship. Naruto. This is the landing pod ship, this ship is where J, N and I arrived when I went to Cooper 9. The children nod in surprise at the size of the ship. N. Surprised wow, it's the ship we arrived on at Copper 9. That caught everyone's attention except Uzi's. Then they move on to the next ship. Naruto. This is my spy submarine ship, which means it can only be used underwater. Mito. And another water type question, are they all water type? Naruto. Yep, they all are. Mito nods, a little grateful. The children nod to watch the next ship. Ignore the Max Steel toy. Naruto. Now the last ship, my turbojet, and it's one of the fastest ships I own. Everyone looked at the turbojet with some curiosity, but said nothing. The children nod when Ryu thinks about something. Ryu. And you don't own any kind of airplane, Dad? Naruto. Nope, not those. Menma. That would be too much, no offense. Naruto nods in understanding. Even for him, having airplanes would be a lot. Ryu nods when Eri notices something. Eri? What's that, Dad? Upon hearing that, everyone notices some kind of motorcycles. That were somewhat far away. Naruto and the Underverse were surprised to see those motorcycles, while the rest were intrigued. Naruto. Oh, those are gliders, they're a kind of motorcycle that works on both land and air. They're new designs I made to show off in the Underverse, inspired by my own glider. Naruto points to the side so the children can't see the Naruto glider. Noticing that they were very similar. Now everyone knew what those motorcycles were and they were surprised because they had a good design. Reaper. They do have a better design than the previous one. Naruto. That's true, but the classic one is better since it was the first. Reaper. I agree with you there. Cross. I think I want my own glider now. Tara. I'll lend you mine, I hardly ever use it. Cross nodded with some excitement while the rest remained silent. Ari. Why yellow? Naruto. It was my old hair color. Menma. Is that how you choose? Naruto. No, the truth is they didn't have any in my color anymore and I settled for that one. A drop of sweat fell from everyone's eyes as those from the Underverse nodded with amusement. Ari nods as Naruto puts his things on the table. Naruto. I can call it a day for today, let's go back upstairs, come on kids. With that, everyone starts to leave the garage, turning off their lights. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone somewhat relieved. OP system. Everyone was seen eating after looking at all the vehicles Naruto owned. Noir was a little nervous since he was surrounded by people who wanted to see the vehicles. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. OP system. Upon reading the title, everyone remembered that it was Menma who created that system, so they paid attention. 5 months had passed since the previous chapter, and currently Naruto, Menma, and Mito were seen in a bullhead going to an unknown place. Everyone is paying attention, but strangely enough, Menma and Mito became somewhat nervous and anxious. Naruto was reading a book, but noticed how nervous and anxious his brother's husbands were. Naruto. Relax, nothing's going to happen to them. Mito. Excuse me, but try to understand us, there are children who were just born, they're just babies, aren't you worried? The mothers, plus the retired Kunoichi, understood that feeling. It wasn't easy. Naruto. I am, but I'm trying to stay calm. Menma. We understand, but, you know, being a mother isn't easy, and I still find it hard to say and admit it. Mito and Naruto laughed a little when they heard that. Mito and Naruto laugh a little while Menma blushes slightly. Menma. To Naruto, at some point you should experience pregnancy and motherhood. I mean, since you have your adaptation Kekkei Genkai, that means you can probably get pregnant too. Naruto. No thanks, I prefer to remain the seam rather than the yolk. Menma grumbled somewhat angrily upon hearing what her brother husband said. Naruto. I confirm, I'm not interested in that happening. On the other hand, Naruto's male partners viewed it with some suspicion. One day, the Noir would be the one being conceived, not them. Mito. So, where are we going? Naruto. Remember that village that asked for help to become an independent kingdom? Mito. Yes, I remember. We were at the meeting, and a small village became interested in my kingdom plans. Naruto. Well, I've been sending building materials and clones there to help them. The kingdom is almost finished, but there's one thing missing. Mito. Wow, that was fast. But what is it that's missing? Naruto. The monetary system. Mito made a small grimace. She knew what that was, but unfortunately she wasn't very good with numbers. They lost her when they combined letters and numbers in operations. She'd leave that to Naruto. Everyone was surprised by what they heard, well Mito was just like her other self. They lost her when they put numbers and letters into the equations. Mito. I understand that. So, we're going to create the monetary system there? Naruto. That's right, but this is where Menma comes in. Mito. Sees Menma really? Menma. That's right. What we're going to do is bring the monetary system I created, the rupees. He pulls a crystal out of his pants. To show it. That had caught everyone's attention, but seeing the rupee caught their attention even more. Menma. This is a crystal rupee, it has no value or anything, it only shows the shape of the coin. Myth approaches to examine the rupee. Mito. It has a good design, so the boxes we're bringing in the bullhead are Menma. That's right, they're rupees that we'll give to the kingdom so they can have their monetary system. Naruto. I've been analyzing everything, and the truth is that these rupees are a new acquisition. Mito nods, still looking at the glass. Many agreed that all of this had surprised them. Creating a monetary system was not easy. Mito. What are the amounts that will be used in rupees? Menma. Putting away the crystal you'll have to wait to see it until we arrive. Naruto. Looking out a window which isn't long. The two boys approached to see the kingdom. Noticing how big it was. Naruto. Welcome to Hyrule. Everyone was amazed by Hyrule while Naruto, Menma and Mito paid closer attention. Time skip. The bullhead was seen landing near the gates of Hyrule, then the airship's hatch opened and the brother-husband trio emerged. The boys were greeted by a man. And a girl. They were King Rome and his daughter Princess Zelda. The king and the princess attracted everyone's attention, but Naruto and the Olympian gods recognized the girl as the offspring of an elf. Rome. Extends his hand. It's a pleasure to see you again, Lord Naruto. The term startled Naruto. He hadn't expected that. Naruto. Shakes Rome's hand. The pleasure is all mine, King Rome. Pulls back from the handshake. I see you've managed to finish and familiarize yourselves with the kingdom. Rome. That's right, and it's all thanks to you. Looks at the two of them and I suppose these are your partners, aren't they? Mito. Indeed, I'm Mito Uzumaki of Noir Dreamer and this is Menma Bifrong of Noir Dreamer. The full names of Menma and Mito surprised everyone, but especially those mentioned. Menma. It's a pleasure. Rome. A pleasure, and this is my daughter Zelda. Zelda. Bowing. It's a pleasure to see you Lord Naruto, Lord Menma, and Lady Mito. Now the three of them were somewhat uncomfortable about it. They'll have to get used to it. Naruto Menma Mito. Nice to meet you. After the introductions, the group began walking towards the castle, greeted by all the inhabitants. After several minutes, they arrived at the castle, entered, and went to the conference room. Rome. Is it possible for my daughter to stay? It's so she can also know what we'll be talking about. Naruto. Only if she agrees. Zelda. Don't worry, I'll be fine here. Naruto nods, then the 5 of them sit around a table. Everyone pays attention when they see the meeting. Naruto. Alright, let's begin. As you may recall, a year ago you came to us seeking help to create a kingdom so your people could live in peace. Rome. Nodding slightly, that's right, Lord Naruto, and thank you again for your help. Naruto nods with a small smile as Rome looks at Mito. Rome. Thanks a lot for the plans, Lady Mito. Mito nods with a small smile, still grateful for having changed so long ago. Mito saw her future self. She had already changed, but it seems that even in the future, she is still grateful for that. Naruto. And as you know, they need a monetary system. Rome. Nodding slightly indeed, Lord Naruto. Naruto. Well then, allow Menma to explain the monetary system he created. Everyone, especially Menma, pays close attention, as this would be a very memorable moment. Rome nods, then Menma takes out some rupees of different colors, attracting the attention of the king and the princess. Menma. These are called rupees, it's the monetary system I'm offering you for the kingdom of Hyrule. Zelda picked up the crystal rupee to examine it closely and then looked at the other rupees. Rome. They're a good option, actually. Zelda. Shows the crystal rupee. Does this rupee also have value? Menma. Taking the rupee. Sorry, little one, but no, it doesn't have value. It's just to see what rupees look like. Menma decides to put the rupee in his pants and then turn his attention back to the meeting. Menma. So, would you like to know the value of each rupee? Rome. Okay. Menma began to make a mental note of what her other self would do. Menma nods to point to the green rupee. Menma. This rupee is the basic one and will have a value of 1, this will be the most common rupee. Rome nods, looking at the rupee, while Zelda looks at the others with curiosity. Naruto. La Rupia Basica. Menma leaves the green rupee and then takes the blue rupee. Menma. This rupee will have a value of 5. Because of the quantity of this type of rupee that were created, they are common. Zelda. Excuse me for interrupting, but why did you classify them as common and basic? Menma. Because of the monetary value. That's why they are divided into most common, common, uncommon, rare, and extremely rare. Zelda nods, now understanding the reason, while Rome watches this with great attention. The rupee caught everyone's attention, but upon hearing Menma's explanation, they all agreed, accepting that it was a good way to divide the currency. Meanwhile, Menma began to write everything down in a small notebook. Menma takes the golden rupee. Menma. This rupee will have a value of 10 and will also be a common one. Urea. Each color represents a quantity, now I wonder how much it will reach. They all had the same question. The king nods as Menma puts down that rupee to take the red rupee. Menma. This rupee will be worth 20 and will be uncommon. Zelda. It's pretty. Menma. Thank you. The children admitted that the rupee was beautiful. Naruto. Now we begin with the uncommon ones. Menma leaves the rupee to take the pink rupee. Menma. This rupee will have a value of 40, it will also be an uncommon one. Rome nods, looking at the rupees. He was becoming more and more convinced by the monetary system created by Menma. Menma. It seems that creating that isn't a bad idea. Now he was determined to create that monetary system. Menma leaves the rupee to take the purple rupee. Menma. This rupee will have a value of 50 and will also be uncommon. Mito. In my opinion, that's my favorite because of its light color. Mito nods in agreement with what her other self said. Everyone nodded as Menma put down the rupee to take the orange rupee. Menma. This rupee would have a value of 100 and will be a rare one. Tsunade. Now they're rare rupees. Everyone nods, paying attention to the screen. Rome nodded as Menma put down the rupee to pick up the silver rupee. Menma. This rupee would be worth 200, it will also be a rare one. Naruto only looked at the rupee with a little seriousness but decided to put it aside. He wouldn't live in the past. The same thing happened with Naruto in the room. Meanwhile, Menma was looking at the silver rupee intently. Menma leaves the rupee to take the celestial rupee. Menma. This rupee will have a value of 500 and will also be a rare one. Rome nodded as Zelda was fascinated by that rupee. She liked the color. Seeing Zelda's expression, many laughed tenderly. Menma leaves the rupee to take the cyan rupee. Menma. This is the last rupee and will be the most valuable with a total of 1000, in addition to being extremely rare. Everyone was surprised by the value of the last rupee. It was quite large. Rome nods, fascinated by the rupee monetary system that Menma had shown him. Rome. Your monetary system is incredible, Lord Menma, but I have a question, what will the percentage chance be of finding rupees? That caught everyone's attention. Menma. I'm glad you asked, the percentage is as follows. Green 100%. Blue and gold 80%. Red, pink and purple 60%. Orange, silver and light blue 10%. And cyan 5%. Athena. Yes, those are good percentages. I had to admit that Menma was very ingenious in creating the rupee monetary system. Rome began to think about the pros and cons of the rupee system that was in front of him. Rome. I accept. Menma smiles slightly as she shakes hands with Rome. Naruto. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, Menma has just created a new monetary system. Menma was definitely going to create that monetary system. Time skip. Naruto was now seen outside in front of King Rome, handing him the flag of Hyrule. Along with some documents. Naruto. I am pleased to inform you that the kingdom of Hyrule is now recognized as an independent kingdom. That surprised everyone, but they didn't say anything. Rome. Taking the flag. Thank you very much for your help, Lord Naruto. Naruto. No problem. Well, we'll be going now. Rome. Goodbye, and thanks again. Naruto nodded and then left, followed by Menma and Mito. Rome and Zelda watched as the bullhead left with the trio and then hung the flag on a pedestal. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone watching as the Hyrule flag is raised on the pedestal. Objects. Everyone could be seen sitting and eating while chatting amongst themselves. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Objects. Upon reading the title, everyone was confused, but they paid attention while Naruto formed a small idea. Naruto, who had a serious expression, was seen going down some stairs towards some dungeons. Naruto. I have to do this alone, I have to hide these things. This caused a slight discomfort among everyone, but Naruto remained silent, watching the scene. Naruto manages to reach the dungeons and begins walking deeper inside. After an hour, he arrives at a trophy room containing several empty pedestals. The place caught everyone's attention, so they paid attention. Without waiting, Naruto takes off his backpack, opens it, and reaches inside. After a few seconds, Naruto pulls out a box which, when opened, reveals a kind of helmet. He was the only quirk amplifier. The BNHA characters were surprised to see the object. The rest of the group just looked at it with some attention and curiosity. Naruto. It's a good thing I forced Dr. Shield to give me this, it's better in my hands. Without thinking twice, Naruto puts the object on the pedestal and places his hand on the same pedestal. Naruto. Garasutan. Armored glass dome. With that, a dome forms around the object, enclosing it. Naruto strikes the glass with the force of 500 men and sees that it doesn't break. Not even a crack forms. Naruto. Perfect. That's when everyone knew what Naruto was doing. He was securing those objects in a much safer place. Naruto goes to another pedestal to take a crucifix out of his backpack. And put it back in the same place. Uzi. Surprised to solve her cure. En was also surprised, while the rest were confused and curious. Naruto. Everyone, even the descendants, will have the antivirus in case another solver appears. You are no longer needed, but I will keep you as a memento. But that said, he creates the dome around the crucifix. Uzi and En were surprised, but also grateful to Naruto for doing that. After that, Naruto goes to another pedestal to retrieve the drug that destroys quirks. To leave it on the pedestal. Naruto. It's good that I destroyed the other samples, these being the last ones. That said, it creates a dome around the drug. Bakugo. It's better this way, Deku. All her classmates nodded in agreement. Eri, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable seeing the drugs, but her father calmed her down. After that, he goes to the next pedestal and takes out 7 orange spheres with stars. They were the Dragon Balls. Naruto. Dend, I know you didn't want to because you wanted to keep them safe, but they're better off with me. That creates the dome around the spheres. Nobody knew about those spheres, but Naruto nods in agreement with his other self. Then he heads to the next pedestal to retrieve the map of infinity. And leave it in the same small structure. Naruto. The council told me it was better for you to be with me. No one should enter the territory of the Celestial Sapiens. With that in mind, it creates the dome. Gwen and Kevin were surprised to see the map of infinity, but accepted that it was in better hands with Naruto. The rest just watched with some curiosity and attention. Naruto goes to the next pedestal to retrieve the elemental stones. And put it in the small structure. Naruto. I'm glad to see you girls again, it's best if you stay here. With that, he creates the dome around the elemental stones. Now the dinosaurs will not be imprisoned, and he was grateful that he had created a continent for them alone, although there were tourists to see them. The baby dinosaurs watched intently, happy to know they were no longer trapped in those rocks, much less in cards. Meanwhile, the rest of the dinosaurs observed the baby's reactions and were curious about the rocks. Putting that thought aside, Naruto goes to the next pedestal to take out a sword. But it wasn't just any sword, it was the relic of destruction. Raven. Surprised a relic. Those from the RWBY reset were also surprised, while the rest were curious. Naruto. No mortal, not even a deity, should have the relics. They'll be better off here. That creates the dome around the relic. That caught everyone's attention, especially the deities. Something told them it was better that way. Knowing that the relics together were a danger, he decided to separate them, also grateful that he had placed a seal on them with Genjutsu. That caught the attention of those who did the RWBY reset. Approaching 3 pedestals, Naruto pulls out the relic of choice. Relic of creation. And the relic of knowledge. To place each one on each pedestal and generate the domes. Summer. Surprised all the relics of the God Brothers in one place. His companions nodded, while the others were somewhat nervous. Something told them not to try to obtain those relics. With that, he goes to the next pedestal to take out a small cylindrical bottle containing black liquid. It was Trigger, a drug that amplifies quirks. Naruto. You are the last one left, and the research for your creation has already been destroyed, you will do no more harm. That leaves the jar on the pedestal to create a dome. The BNHA crew were more than relieved to see that. Those drugs will no longer do any harm. Naruto goes to the last pedestal to take out the last item in his backpack. The true Longinus. The DXD players opened their eyes in surprise. Naruto. The spear that can kill gods, you stay here. With that, he leaves the weapon on the pedestal to then generate the dome. The gods were surprised to learn what that spear was. Naruto steps back to look around and puts his hands on the ground. Naruto. Kukonigan Krakoni coating. From his hands came a metallic substance that began to cover absolutely the entire place, especially the pedestals. That surprised everyone, but especially those most advanced in technology. That metal was one of the most resistant. After finishing his work, Naruto gets up to dust his hands. Naruto. Okay, I'm done. But that said, he grabs his backpack and starts to leave, but not before closing the doors to the room. Once outside, Naruto takes the light bracelet out of his pocket. To see him remembering his adventure as Naruto. Noir smiles slightly as he puts it on and finally leaves. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence after learning about those objects. Visit to the camp. Everyone could be seen waiting for the new episode, doing things to pass the time. Then the screen lit up, catching everyone's attention. Visit to the camp. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised but paid attention. Before it began, lights appeared, revealing a girl, a centaur, and a skeleton. Seeing the skeleton, everyone in the Underverse jumped to their feet, ready to fight. Underverse. With anger ex-Geister. This surprised the others, who regarded the skeleton with some fear. But before they could do anything, those from the Underverse were forcibly seated, while the others were about to sit down, as beams of light struck them on the head, delivering the information. There was a large library. Where Naruto and his family were reading a little, they had decided to go for a while, although there were some who did not want to go, but went to pass the time and not be alone. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was somewhat confused, but Athena was enjoying seeing the library. Hitomi. Reading with annoyance, I still don't understand how they convinced me to do this. Hestia. Kindly because you didn't want to be alone. Hikari. Although you have to understand us, this feels a little humiliating for us. Hikari. Reading it doesn't bother me. That brought a drop of sweat to both Kyabas. The scene amused everyone, but especially the Bijks. Meanwhile, Naruto was reading a very dark red book. While her younger children looked inside a pink book. The one he possessed, the very dark red one, was the Grimoire of the Miraculous, and the pink one was the Sakura book. The books caught everyone's attention, but especially Athena's. Naruto was reading the Grimoire carefully. He had already learned it inside and out, but he was still reading it. That caused many people to break out in a sweat. Hestia. Approaching slightly, Naruto, can I ask you something? Naruto. I'm listening, Hestia. Hestia. Well, thanks to you combining the resets, Camp Half-Blood is back, and, well, would you like to come with me to visit it? That made everyone pay attention. Naruto glanced at her with some surprise but smiled slightly. Naruto. Okay, let's go on Saturday. Hestia nods with a smile, knowing that Naruto wanted to spend time with his family, she did too, and of course, that day was Monday. Hestia smiled with joy, while Naruto wore a small grin. Zou and Chiron, on the other hand, felt flattered to receive Hestia and, now knowing Naruto as well, Chiron even more so, and Zou a little. Time skip. It was Saturday and a portal opened, from which Naruto, Hestia, and a baby in the woman's arms emerged. Changed the woman to Hestia. It was his son, Bell Dreamer. The baby had been born with Naruto's white hair, representing V, and red eyes, symbolizing his determination. Upon seeing the baby, Hestia felt overjoyed and longed to hold Bell in her arms. Zeus, on the other hand, felt a touch paranoid, but quickly calmed down upon seeing his sister's happiness. They both walked a little way and came across an archway that had words in English on it. It was the entrance to Camp Mestizo. Chiron. Smiling, the entrance to Camp Half-Blood. The rest just looked at the camp entrance with curiosity. Hestia. Smiling, Camp Half-Blood, I've missed it. Naruto. It has a nice entrance. Bell saw the entrance to the camp and stretched out his little arms trying to go inside. Hestia chuckled a little at that, while Naruto had a small smile. Hestia chuckled softly while Naruto smiled slightly at what his son was doing. Naruto. Let's go inside. Hestia nods as they both go inside. As they do, Naruto pulls out the map of the cabins. They see it, noticing that there was still a cabin. The map caught everyone's attention, but they immediately noticed something. Artemis's cabin was still there. Naruto. Hestia, why is the Artemis cabin still there? Hestia. Cabin 8 remained there because someone is living in it and thanks to the fusion they were resurrected. That caught Naruto's attention and he wondered who his wife was talking about. Naruto. And I already know who it is. Everyone looked at Zou, who felt a little uncomfortable. After a while they reached the interior, noticing the enormous forest that surrounded it. Making Naruto look around. Naruto. It's beautiful. Naruto nodded in response to what his other self said. Hestia. Laughs a little. I knew you'd like it, I'm aware that you like nature, did you think we wouldn't notice that you built the house on a small mountain to be close to nature, but maintaining contact with the urban environment? Naruto only blushed a little upon hearing that, as it was true. He loves nature. That made everyone, especially Demeter, look at Naruto, who nodded with a slight blush of embarrassment. At that moment, the small family is surrounded by members of the camp. Everyone. Kneeling. It's a pleasure to see you, Lady Hestia, Lord Naruto. Naruto had to suppress a small grimace of discomfort. He was uncomfortable being called with the suffix Lord. Naruto nods, it bothered him. At that moment, a centaur with an air of experience approached them. It was Chiron, also known as the Trainer of Heroes. Chiron's title caught everyone's attention. Chiron, it's a pleasure to see you, Lady Hestia. Hestia. Kindly hello, Chiron, it's been a while. Chiron nods to look at Naruto and the baby. Chiron. I suppose you're Naruto, right? Naruto. Indeed. Chiron. Sees the baby. And who is this little one? Hestia. He's Bell Dreamer, he's my son with Naruto. That surprised everyone, but then Chiron smiled. Chiron. I see, congratulations to both of you. Hestia and Naruto nod when Hestia remembers something. Hestia. Is she awake yet? Chiron. Yes, she's awake, although I don't know how they'll react to seeing their companion. That confused them both, but Naruto felt that there was someone he didn't like at all. During the scene no one said anything, but hearing the last part put those in the Underverse on alert. 5 minutes later. The family was standing in front of Cabin 8. Ready to see who's waiting for them. Upon seeing Cabin 8, many were amazed, but they also wondered how a traitor could have such a beautiful cabin. Naruto. I have a bad feeling. That worried Hestia a little, but she sighed and knocked on the door. She had Bell asleep on her back, hanging from an elastic scarf. Upon seeing the scene, everyone pays attention. After a few seconds, a girl appears who surprises Naruto. Ignore the silver tiara. Here is Nightshade. Zou. Lady Hestia. At that moment Zou sees Naruto, causing their eyes to meet. Zou. Surprised Naruto. Naruto. Zou. Naruto. Well, that was to be expected, she was the only Artemis hunter I was able to save from a fate worse than death. That caught everyone's attention, but those from the Underverse were watching Zou very closely, who became a little nervous. Then someone comes out from behind Zou, making Naruto extremely surprised. It was X-Geister. Naruto. Angry X-Geister. Without thinking, Naruto generates a Miten in his right hand. Rasen Shuriken. And in his left hand a Hikaten Rasen Shuriken. To be on guard. That startled everyone except the Underverse, while X-Geister was already expecting it. That action surprised everyone, but X-Geister remained calm. X-Geister, hello Naruto. Naruto. With poison no hello here, what are you doing here? X-Geister. I understand your frustration, but I'm not in the mood to fight, especially since my time is limited. Naruto. Confused, what are you talking about? X-Geister. I'm just saying I have up to 1 year to train this girl. That surprised everyone, while Zou's eye twitched when she heard them call her girl. Zou. Annoyed, I'm not a child. X-Geister. Yes, you are. Zou clicked her tongue as Naruto dispelled his Rasen Shurikens, having failed to detect any lies. Those from the Underverse clicked their tongues because they wanted to attack ex-Geister. Naruto. Okay, but if you do something bad. El Noir Genera on Karaiten Chidori. They take a serious look. Naruto. This will be going through your chest, is that clear? Ex-Geister nods without flinching, causing the Noir to deactivate his Chidori. Many shuddered upon hearing Naruto's threat, while Raiden users watched the Chidori with curiosity. Naruto. Let's go somewhere else and let them rest, I still want to explore this place. Escha sat down to say goodbye to them both and leave with her husband. The duo simply watched the family leave, sighed, and went into the cabin. They needed to rest. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in silence and an awkward feeling as those from the Underverse continued to stare intently at ex-Geister. Search for the Children Part 1. Everyone could be seen chatting amongst themselves, relaxed and at ease. Zoe was a little nervous, feeling the unwavering gazes of those from the Underverse, especially Naruto's friends. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Search for the Children Part 1. The title was confusing and caught everyone's attention, but they paid attention. But before continuing, a light appears, revealing a drone. Uzi. Surprised and serious doll. That caught everyone's attention, but especially those who were already there, since now they saw the doll that Naruto had met in person. Doll. Uzi. This confused many, but others deduced that doll was speaking Russian. Doll only receives the information thanks to a lightning bolt, surprising her but sitting down. Naruto and his family were seen heading to a specific place. After several minutes, they arrived at a sort of daycare center. Where they go to the main building. And knock on the door. Upon seeing the place and the building, everyone paid attention but decided to keep watching. After a few seconds the door opens revealing a worker drone. It was Doll. Doll didn't say anything but was paying attention to the screen. Naruto. Waving at Doll. Doll. 0 at CB, Naruto. Then she sees all the babies in Naruto's arms. Doll. Let me guess, you want me to take care of them? Naruto. I'd say no, but we need the money right now and we're a little bored, so I'll accept. Naruto nods, and then they begin to place the babies on the ground, looking for a safe place. Naruto. Everything's normal for now. Menma. Wait, do you understand how he speaks? Naruto. Of course, he's Russian. That confused those who didn't know what it was. Then Hitomi notices something. Hitomi. And this? Everyone saw what Hitomi had in her hands. Naruto being the only one who knew about that. All. Son of Uzi and NL Hi-Ho to Uzi YN. Upon hearing that, N and Uzi were surprised and blushed deeply. Everyone except Naruto tilted their heads in confusion. They didn't understand what he said. Naruto. She said he is the son of Uzi and N. They nodded as Doll had an eye twitch. All. Molesta. I hate it when I'm not understood. Odio Qando no mi entienden. Fortunately, the room gave them the ability to understand each other, so Doll didn't get too angry. 5 minutes later. Naruto was seen standing in front of Doll, both of them at the reception desk. All. Viendo su computadora calculating the amount for the price of each child. That's 24 gold bitcoins. Calculando la cantidad por el precio de cada niño son 24 bitcoins dorados. Naruto nods and takes out the 24 golden bitcoins. They give them to Doll who received them. Bitcoin caught the attention of N, Uzi, and Doll. It seems that this will now be their monetary system. Naruto. Well Doll, see you in a few hours. Doll nodded as she watched Naruto leave. After a minute, Doll sighed and turned around, only to see Bell next to Nick Doorman, Uzi and N's son, both asleep together. Doll. Somewhat upset 0AB0L equals K5 and the others. That also alarmed everyone, but especially the parents. Doll then remembers that Naruto told him that the children were somewhat crazy. Apollo. Doll felt that her other self would suffer a little. This further upset Doll, who began running around looking for the children, leaving the 2 babies in the room with beds and cribs so they could continue sleeping. Athena. Nodding the safety of those babies comes first. The parents nodded in agreement. Doll began searching the entire house with some desperation as the children were now her responsibility. Crash. Upon hearing that, Doll goes to the kitchen to find Alyashni. On a shelf with a metal cookie jar. Upon seeing the baby there, Weiss felt like she was going to faint as she recognized her as her daughter. Doll. Worried and scared Alia. Alia falls on her back, but Doll quickly uses her absolute solver. Catching the baby as the jar broke. Weiss sighed in relief, while the rest could only see the Doll also possessed the solver. Upon hearing the noise, the baby begins to cry from fright, but Doll brings her closer to her to begin calming her down. Doll. Me siendo Alia shhhshh, calm down, everything's okay, shshshshsh, tranquila, todo está bien. After a few minutes, Alia falls asleep, making Doll sigh with relief. Naruto. You would make a good mother, doll. Doll only flinched slightly at the compliment. Deciding to clean up, Doll leaves the kitchen to find a Noir Bifrong in the hallway. Who was crawling in another direction. Menma pays more attention now that she knows that baby is hers. Seeing this, Doll uses the solver again, trapping the baby and pulling him towards her. Doll. Yes, they are naughty CK son revoltosos. Everyone nodded as Menma was relieved to see his son healthy. Without waiting, she goes to the room with beds and cribs to find Akane Uzumaki Noir. Sleeping in one of the beds. Mito felt a warmth upon seeing Akane, knowing she was her little princess. The others could only observe how Akane and Ashina resembled each other, perhaps because their parents were siblings. Deciding not to think too much about how Doll got on, she leaves the babies in the cribs to carefully pick up Akane and put her in another crib. Doll. Suspiro already 4 of 24, only 20 left. Yavan 4 to 24, Solo Fulton 20. Hades. I'm already feeling a little sorry for her. Doll only felt a small chill. Doll went to the kitchen to start collecting the cookies in a new jar to leave it on a shelf, but not before eating one. She was a drone, the dirt didn't affect her systems. The last thing caught everyone's attention as Doll summoned some metal cookies and ate them calmly. With that in mind, Doll left the kitchen to go to the last place she hadn't checked. The game room. Upon arriving, Doll breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ayan Noir and Vladi there. Baikonur Noir Otsutsuki. Playing with cubes with letters and numbers. Upon seeing Ayan and Koner, Gasper and Akari felt warmth in Gasper's case and a desire to protect their offspring in Akari's case. Doll. Why did I decide to work on this? Poor Kogi Trabajar Enesto. But then he remembers everything he did. Doll. Oh yeah, my actions oh Sirdo, Misachians. That confused those who didn't know their history, let alone the rest. Doll closes a small gate, leaving both children to continue playing there before going to look for the other babies. Many gave their approval. Before leaving, Doll passed by a mirror to see her reflection. She remembered how she had been revived along with her parents so they could have a new chance, but she had to clear her name as best she could. At least she had the support of Naruto and a little bit of Uzi. Demeter. It seems he committed crimes and wants to atone for them. Para. And he already has the support of some. On the other hand, Doll was wide-eyed upon hearing that her parents were alive. Doll. Well, Doll, we have to go get the rest of the kids. With that, she leaves the main building to continue the search for the babies. Upon reaching the garden. He quickly spotted Frisk Dreamer. Why Ice Cream Dreamer? Both playing in the arena section. Upon seeing the garden, many gave their approval. It looked wonderful. Meanwhile, Neo and Cory were surprised and touched to see their daughters. Lake. Surprised Ice Cream is a carbon copy of her mother. Everyone saw the baby, then Neo realized it was true. Yang. Wait, sees Cory, why did you give him your own name if he's a boy? Poor Frisk. Frisk is an unihex name, meaning it can be used for both men and women. That surprised the others even more, but they decided to keep watching. Seeing both babies about to eat sand, Doll lures them with the absolute solver towards her, leaving them in a safer section for them. Cory was very grateful for that, as was Neo, but he didn't show it. Doll. Don't eat the sand, it will hurt you no common la arena, less haradeno. The babies just laughed, making Doll sigh somewhat tiredly. Doll could already sense the tiredness of her other self. Doll then sees a small shadow moving on the ground. Turning around, she bumps into Gwendolyn Tennyson. Causing her to have another twitch in her eye. Everyone was surprised by the baby, while Olivia had a smile full of tenderness. Apollo. Is she? Naruto. An Necrophrygian, she was born when I was transformed into Big Chill, you could say she is the daughter of both of them. The nod, now understanding. No one noticed that Gwen had a huge smile on her face when she saw that the baby had her name on it. Spreading its wings. Doll flies into the sky, catching the baby who became intangible and fled in the process. The wings surprised everyone, but they were even more surprised by what Gwendolyn had done. That left Doll with a poker face, but thanks to his systems, he manages to spot the Necrophrygian baby and trap her with the solver, making the baby try to escape, but in the end she gives up. Naruto. Amused, sorry little one, but the game is over. That caused some laughter from everyone. Doll goes downstairs to leave the baby in the same place with her siblings, then goes to another place in search of the other children. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone still amused by the last bit. Search for the Children Part 2. Everyone was waiting for the new episode, while some felt a chill as they watched Doll sucking the oil from a worker drone's arm that she had summoned. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Search for the Children Part 2. Upon reading the title, everyone's attention is drawn, while Doll senses that her other self will no longer suffer so much. Before it begins, a light appears, revealing a worker drone. Uzi. Surprised Lizzie. The aforementioned woman sees it, but then a lightning bolt strikes her head, giving her the information. Lizzie? Wow. Without saying anything, he goes to his seat to sit down. Doll was seen running a little way towards a part of the daycare. After a while, she reached a small hill with a small pond. Where he managed to see the children. The pond caught everyone's attention, but they all admitted it was beautiful. Without saying anything, Doll approaches the pond where she saw Izuru Midoriya Uraraka. Near the pond, watching its reflection. Upon seeing the baby, Achako felt a warmth but was also somewhat afraid that the baby might fall into the pond. Doll slowly approaches the baby to pick him up and lift him. Doll. Don't get too close, baby, you might fall no tia cirques tanto pequeno, tipuid's car. The baby said nothing and just let himself be carried by the worker drone who, earlier, had brought a baby carrier to put on her back and put Izuru in it. Lizzie. I'm telling you, Doll, you'd be a good mother. Doll said nothing. Then a noise is heard nearby, making Doll turn around. There, Doll sees Kana Ouroboros Noir. Lying down, sleeping a little curled up. Upon seeing Kana, Office felt a warmth, while Lila felt the urge to protect the baby. Upon seeing her, Doll had a flashback. Flashback. Naruto. Don't worry about Kana, Doll. She spends most of her time sleeping. When she's hungry, she'll just come to where you are and hit your leg a little, so don't worry about her. End of flashback. Everyone was surprised, but especially the drones, who now knew who their natural enemy might be. All decided to leave Kana there knowing that the little one would be fine, plus she knows that the baby has electrical abilities and she is very weak to that. The drones nod. Putting that aside, Doll turns to look at the cave, noticing a small is emerging from it. Knowing who she was, Doll approaches to find Maxwell Tennyson. Playing with small stones which he set on fire. When everyone saw the Pyronite baby, Olivia smiled at her second child. Gwen, on the other hand, smiled because she knew whose name it was. Doll only uses the solver on the baby to retreat with Izuru on his back, Max floating with the solver and leaving Kana who was still sleeping peacefully. Doll nods now, knowing that Kana will be okay. Upon arriving with the rest of the babies, Doll leaves Izuru near his siblings and Max leaves him in a specific place for Pyronites. Doll. You were the easiest to catch, I like it ustedes fueron las más fáciles de atrapar, eso me gusta. Doll. I agree concuerdo. Leaving the babies there, Doll turns around and starts trotting toward another part of the nursery. In seconds, Doll had reached an orange tree. To find Kurama Dreamer Otsutsuki. Trying to climb the log. Doll reaches out to take it. Upon seeing Kurama, Ari smiled with joy and excitement at the prospect of having a little brother, while Hitomi wore a small smile. The rest simply gazed at the tree with some curiosity. Doll. Why do you want to climb a tree, boy? Porque quieres subir al árbol niño? When Doll looked up, she was terrified. On a branch, using her little hands to hold on, was Marinette Tsurugi. Hanging while moving her little feet. Upon seeing Marinette, Kagami felt warmth but also fear at seeing her daughter there. Naruto remained calm, but everyone could see he was nervous as well. Doll. Assistada Marinette, don't let go. Marinette, no te sueltes. Leaving Kurama in a safe place, Doll begins to climb the tree. Lizzie. A little nervous okay, even I know it's a bit risky. Upon reaching the tree, Doll began to walk with some difficulty as she approached the baby who continued to play happily. Doll. Come on, baby, don't do that because you might fall, please don't do that vamos pequena, no hagas eso que tipuid's car, por favor, no lo hagas. But the baby saw her and began to laugh and sway a little more, letting go. Kagami Naruto. Asustados Marinette. The others were also frightened when they saw the baby fall. Doll lets out a stifled scream as she uses the absolute solver on Marinette, stopping her before she hits the ground. Seeing that, everyone, especially Naruto, Kagami, and Doll, breathed a sigh of relief. The worker drone let out a sigh of relief as a strand of saliva fell into her visor. Turning around, she saw Chris Dreamer. Sleeping peacefully among the leaves as if they were a cradle. Upon seeing Chris Reaper, she was surprised to learn that she would have a daughter, but she also smiled very tenderly. She thought she wouldn't have the opportunity, and there she was. Doll sighed again as she gently picked up the baby and carried him down from the tree. With that, she brought the trio of babies back to their other siblings, who were all asleep. Doll. 6 more, 9 left 6 Maz, Fulton 9. Apollo. Wow, that's a lot. Aries. The kid doesn't waste any time. Zeus. And I have a feeling he won't stop. Naruto blushed slightly while his partners blushed even more. Using her radar, Doll detects that other babies are nearby, so she runs off in the direction of the green tree. Finding babies sleeping there. Everyone was surprised by the enormous tree, but ignored it because they wanted to see which babies they were. Seeing that they were sleeping on the ground and out of danger, Doll simply approached the children, recognizing them instantly. They were Naruto Akatsuki Dreamer, Penelope Dreamer, Y Sakura Dodauji Kinomoto. The three of them were sleeping curled up together in a ball. Upon seeing the three babies, Hikari, Pomni and Tomoyo felt an enormous warmth and tenderness, although this had surprised Hikari, but she did not dislike it. Seeing them there, doll just teleports away. And then reappear with a stroller for three babies. Everyone ignored the stroller, as everyone except those familiar with the solver had been surprised by the teleportation. They all turned to the absolute solver users, who nodded, implying that such an ability existed. Using the doll object, she begins to pick up the babies and place them in the stroller. Doll starts walking towards the babies, finding them sucking on some milk she left for them. Just then, the doorbell rings. Hearing this, Doll goes to the entrance to open the door, finding another drone. It was her friend Lizzie. Lizzie. Oh, look at that pretty drone. Everyone saw her as vain, but those who knew her were already used to her way of being. Lizzie. Allegra hola doll. Doll. Hello, Lizzie hole Lizzie. Que hace mi querida bestie. Doll grunted a little when she heard what Lizzie said, but she didn't say anything because that was just how she was. Doll. Well working, Naruto left his children with me so they could go out with their partners trabajando. Naruto me dejo sus hijos para salir con sus parejas Lizzie. Oh, entiendo puedo pasar. Doll simply steps aside, letting Lizzie enter, and then closes the door. Lizzie turns to the room with the beds and cribs to see Drone's pill, recognizing it as En and Uzi's son. Athena. Interested, so they're called drone pills. The drones nodded without saying another word, as they were still somewhat uneasy in Athena's presence. Lizzie. Do you want me to help you? Doll. Please, I need 6 babies. Lizzie. And did he pay you well? Doll simply nods, then both drones go to look for the other babies. With that, the screen goes black, leaving Lizzie wondering how much her friend charged to babysit, no, better yet, what her monetary system was. Search for the Children Part 3. Everyone was sitting waiting for the new episode while enjoying some food. Then the screen lit up, catching everyone's attention. Search for the Children Part 3. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but then some lights appear to reveal 4 drones. Uzi doll. Mama, Papa. Mom, Dad. The drones turned to look and then received the information. They were surprised and at the same time went to hug their respective daughters. With that reunion, they sat down as beams of light struck their heads, delivering the information and leaving them in shock. All and Lizzie were seen leaving the main building to find the babies still asleep. Lizzie. Entonces a don vamos ahora. Doll. Since there are already 2 of us and 2 buildings left, we will split up, you go to the farm, and I will go to the tavern como ya somos 2, y nos quedan 2 edificios nos dividiremos, 2 via la granja y yo la taberna Lizzie. Okay. With that, the 2 separate to go to their respective buildings. Eva and Alexei were intrigued by their daughter's work, but for the moment they put it aside to watch Doll's little adventure. Con Lizzie. She was walking while looking at her phone, then she arrived at the farm. Making him put his phone away for the time being. The farm caught Demeter's attention, while those who knew Lizzie were surprised to see her leave her phone behind. Lizzie enters the farm and finds several boxes full of crops. Lizzie. I still don't understand why they grow this so right, babies aren't drones. Lizzie nodded slightly. Then he starts walking around, looking everywhere for babies. That's when he sees Stanford Pine's Dreamer. Sucking on a tomato over a box full of them. Upon seeing Stanford, Oscar was surprised to find himself feeling an overwhelming urge to protect that baby. Lizzie. Thanks doll for helping me with this. With that in mind, he activates his absolute solver. To make Stanford levitate, who didn't want to stop sucking the tomato. Everyone, including the drones and Naruto, was surprised to see Lizzie with the absolute solver. Lizzie. I don't have it, but it seems I will in the future. Naruto. Then it seems I'll use the cure for the solver on you. Lizzie couldn't help but think about having a baby herself, but she put it aside to continue looking for babies. Lizzie had the same thought. In that place on a haystack he saw Shirayuki Noir Taoju. Sleeping like a kitten. Upon seeing Shirayuki Kaneko, Naruto was overjoyed and wanted Shirayuki right away. That last thought sent a slight shiver down Naruto's spine. Carefully, Lizzie takes Shirayuki and carries her away in her arm. Lizzie. Is there anyone else? Lizzie uses her radar to realize that there were no other babies on the farm. That was a little confusing since it seemed there weren't 3 babies there. With that in mind, Lizzie leaves to go to the other babies where, upon arriving, she leaves the 2 babies she had found. Crash. Lizzie jumped and ran back to where she had come from. That had startled everyone, but especially Lizzie and Doll's parents, as they recognized that the scream belonged to the Russian drone. Upon arriving, he saw that it was the tavern. Ignore the beer mug. They kick down the door and enter. Lizzie. What's wrong, doll? When they saw the tavern, it caught everyone's attention, but they ignored it to continue watching the screen. There she could see how the tavern was in a mess. Doll was holding Shiro and Waryuki over her. While on the floor the other babies were running around. Aku felt a great warmth upon seeing Shiro, while Doll frowned slightly. Doll, help me Lizzie. Aid him Lizzie. Lizzie snapped out of her daze and started running, trying to catch Doll, who did the same, leaving Shiro floating through the solver. Lizzie threw herself to the ground, trapping Summer Rose, Alia's twin sister, on top of her. They get up in time because another baby ran past her. Weiss was surprised and blushed upon learning she was having twins, while Summer was overjoyed to learn that a daughter of Naruto's would bear his name. Betty felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing this, but for the time being, she dismissed it. Doll arrives at her side with Zack Dreamer Uzumaki. In his hands, watching as the last baby, Tristan Lyons. He kept running. Upon seeing Zack and Tristan, Taiya and Elizabeth felt an enormous warmth, although Taiya was surprised to learn that she would have a child, and, apparently, it would be a fawn. Lizzie. That baby seems to be the most mischievous. Doll. Nodding slightly to BGB065BAO it seems so. Lizzie uses her solver to catch Tristan who was about to suck on a bottle of vinegar. Elizabeth had been startled by the last part but was glad to know that it could have been avoided. Seeing that, they both sighed with relief and left, taking the 4 babies with them. After a few minutes, they returned to the other babies, who were just waking up. Lizzie. Mission accomplished, the babies are safe. Doll. That's right. That pleased the babies' future parents. It seemed the doll would be a good choice. With that, they take the babies to the play area to leave them there playing, and also give milk to the babies who had not yet eaten. Talk talk talk. Upon hearing that, they both looked towards the entrance. When they opened the door, they found Alexei and Eva. Doll's parents. Alexei. It seems like we've already appeared Paris Kaya Parasimos. Eva. Aussie Paris Corrido. Everyone had overheard the conversation, and now they knew who Doll got the Russian stuff from. Alexei. How are you, punk? How's the work going? Doll. Tiresome Eva. I hope so, mom. Doll I hope so, mom. Nori. Smiling what a lovely conversation. Han nods while Uzi knew that his mother was just saying it for no reason. Without saying anything, Doll lets them pass to see Lizzie looking at her phone. Eva. Hi Lizzie. Lizzie. Putting the phone down for a bit. Hi Doll's mom. Doll. Can you put the phone down for a minute? Puids dir por un momento tu telefono. Lizzie. Perdon amiga. Doll just rolled her eyes. Doll. Would you like something to eat? Quirin comer algo. Both adults smiled slightly and nodded. Time skip. Doll, her parents and Lizzie were finishing their meal when the doorbell rang. Eva decided to answer it, so she opened the door and found Uzi and Uzi's parents. Nori why Khan? Nori. Cheerful we've arrived. Khan laughed a little while Uzi just had a small smile. Nori. Hi Eva. Eva. Hi Nori, what brings you here? We're here for Nick, Uzi's parents found out and wanted to come. Nori and Khan smiled with joy upon hearing that. Then Doll appears with Nick in her arms to hand him over to his parents. Uzi, thanks Doll. Doll just nods when they see Naruto and his partners arrive. Naruto. Amused it seems we agreed on a nice moment. Naruto nods in amusement. Doll only went to get the babies and then, using the solver, gave the babies to their respective parents. Naruto, thank you Doll. Doll simply nods. With that, they leave, leaving Doll relaxed, knowing her little adventure was over. With that, the screen turns off, leaving Doll more relaxed, knowing that her other self's adventure had ended. Jay and Tessa. Everyone could be seen taking a break from watching Doll's little adventure as she was spending time with her parents, a scene echoed by Uzi. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Jay and Tessa. Upon reading the title, Uzi and Naruto were shocked, but lights appeared to reveal a girl with a robotic arm, a murder drone, and a fairy. Ban. Elaine. Elaine. Sees Ban happy Ban. They leaned in to kiss while King was held back by Diane. Meanwhile, Tessa was overjoyed to see N, while Naruto had briefly entered his V form. Everyone sat down as the newcomers received the information, left in shock. Naruto could be seen driving a dragon glider. In the direction of a place. Reaper. His friends nodded. Those new gliders were great. After a few minutes, he arrives at his destination. It was the boar hat. Upon seeing the boar hat, Naruto smiled nostalgically, remembering all the events that had taken place in that tavern. Upon seeing his first and only tavern, Naruto leaves the hovercraft nearby to pay for it, get off, and enter the establishment. Once inside, he notices the tables. Which were occupied by several customers. Apollo. In a pleasant place. Many nodded as Naruto felt happy to hear that. War just starts walking to a distant table where a girl with a robotic arm was sitting. And a murder drone. They were Tessa James Elliott and serial designation J, or just Tessa and J. Tessa. And we've already made our debut. J. It seems so, boss. On the other hand, Naruto felt that Tessa was showing too much skin, but he also admired her arm. J. Wow, you're here. Tessa. J. Behave yourself. Naruto. Listen to her, J. Your situation is very delicate right now. J just huffs but decides to accept knowing that he had a lot to lose. The last thing caught J's attention. It seemed he was now backed into a corner. Upon seeing that, Naruto sits down in the empty seat. Would you like something? Upon hearing the voice, they turned to see Elaine, Ban's girlfriend. Who wore the boar hat uniform. Elaine. I've arrived. Ban nodded and embraced his beloved. Meanwhile, everyone else looked at Elaine's uniform with some curiosity. Naruto. Hi Elaine. Elaine. Hi Melee Naruto, nervous he, Naruto. Naruto just shakes his head with an amused smile. Naruto had the same reaction. Naruto. Never mind, just get me a Bernia beer, please. Tessa. Kindly I'd like a butterbeer. J. Sighs resignedly fine, I'll have a bottle of gasoline, please. Elaine. I understand. Anything to eat. Naruto. Bring us an apple pie, please. Elaine nods with a smile and floats away. Tsunade. Do you drink? Naruto. Sometimes, but Bernia's beer, wow, exquisite. Ban. I agree. That caught Tsunade's attention even more. J. I still can't believe those rocks are capable of doing all that. Tessa. Believe me, J, I thought about that too, but look on the bright side, there won't be so much pollution anymore. J. MMPH, I guess. Tessa. Stones. Naruto. They're probably talking about dust. For everyone, that was the most logical thing to do. Naruto. Okay, now let's start talking about the most important thing, looks at the murder drone your J. J just sighs and nods. Sooner or later this was bound to happen. That made everyone pay attention, especially J. Naruto. As you know, J, you've committed several murders of worker drones. This can be interpreted as a survival strategy, since they require oil to prevent overloading. J nods somewhat relieved at that. She preferred that they see it this way rather than it being worse. Naruto. But betrayal is something more serious, J, although you're lucky that mentioning sin doesn't create more danger. Tessa. What are you getting at? Naruto. That J is going to be on probation for 5 years. That surprised them both when Elaine arrived with the order. Everyone was surprised. Naruto had literally made it so that J, instead of locking up the murder drone, only had probation. Elaine. Here are your orders. Naruto, thank you Elaine. Elaine nods to give Naruto the Bernia beer. Tessa the butter beer. J the bottle of gasoline. And in the middle, the apple pie. Then to leave. The order caught everyone's attention, but especially Tessa's, who didn't know how good that butterbeer was. Naruto only took a piece of the cake to eat it, noticing the surprised looks of J and Tessa. Naruto. What? J. What do you mean, what? I thought it would be too much paperwork and a lot of frustration, plus several legal issues I don't want to talk about. Naruto. I understand, drinks beer, but I managed to make it quick. Tessa. And what's the line for? Naruto turns to look at his murder drone tail, which was charged with Anmiton. While moving somewhat lazily. The cue surprised everyone since they hadn't seen it come out. Naruto. Takes a slice of cake, let's just use it as a little precaution in case Jay doesn't want to cooperate. Tessa. At least it's not that Sankaton guy, right? Naruto, eating the piece, nods while Jay has a small shiver. He knew what that element was and knew that it was something much more painful for robots and/or drones. Naruto smiled slightly, while the robot sensed danger upon hearing about the Sankaton. Putting that aside, they continued drinking a little more while Tessa and Naruto ate the apple pie. Tessa. Now that I think about it, I've been thinking about something, and that is, how did you manage to revive me? Naruto remained silent, remembering how he found Tessa's skin with metallic residue from Sin, and then used that to revive the girl simply by building her a metal arm. Naruto. It's better if you don't know. Tessa nods, confused, not knowing why she felt a chill. Tessa. With a shiver, well, that's too bad for me. Everyone nods in agreement upon hearing the short procedure. Leaving that aside, they decided to continue drinking while eating the cake, talking a little more about J. Myth. Why keep talking about it? Naruto. To reinforce the reasons. Mito nods, now understanding. After a while, the three of them finish. Tessa pays with dollars, Jay with silver bitcoins. And Naruto with silver coins. Bitcoin caught everyone's attention, but especially Jay's. With that, the three of them leave the premises to get some fresh air. Naruto. Okay Jay, as you know you're in probation now. If they find out you're willing to change, they'll let you go free, but if not, you'll have to be locked up. Do we agree? Jay nods and then leaves with Tessa, who was sober enough to drive. Naruto. To Jay, we'll talk about that later. Jay nods, he would rather have what happened on the screen happen to him than have problems with the law. Naruto was also sober, so he got on his dragon glider and started driving back home. But the screen turns off, leaving everyone knowing that there would now be a small problem with Jay. End of the road. Everyone could be seen watching Naruto in his V form with a scarf. Then, Uzi, Doll, Lizzie, Nori, Yiva, Khan, and Alexei in front of Jay, who was seated. It was a small trial. So you accept all the terms for your parole, and then you can actually be free. Jay. Yes, I accept. Good, with that said, seals the paper you're on parole. Jay nods as the screen lights up, drawing everyone's attention and causing V to revert to his Naruto form. End of the road. The title confused everyone, but then some lights appeared to reveal a worker drone and a drone pill. It was Alice and Bo. Alice? What the hell? Then they were struck by beams of light, receiving the information and leaving them utterly astonished. Without saying a word, they sat still in shock. Naruto, 29, could be seen tending a small garden of blue spider lilies. Accompanied by 10-year-old Beatrice Noir. His daughter with Jay and Black Xiaolong Belladonna. Her nephew on her sister Yang's side and her friend Blake. Upon seeing Naruto, everyone was surprised as he had hardly changed despite the years. In another reaction, Jay and Naruto were astonished to learn they would end up together and have a daughter. Blake and Yang blushed deeply upon hearing they would have a son. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka family showed interest in the blue spider lily. Upon seeing Beatrice, Noir remembers that when he and Jay conceived her, he wanted to name her after his mother, Betty, while Jay wanted to give her a slightly more formal name, so they decided on Beatrice. It was something that agreed with them and that they both wanted. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto and Jay's. On the other hand, Betty was very happy to learn that she would have a granddaughter with her name, or something similar in this case. Putting that aside, Naruto decided to finish saying what he wanted to say. Naruto. And that's how your mother and I got together, and you know the rest. Beatrice. Wow, so a year after all that, you and mom started that relationship. Naruto. Indeed, even if you had seen the others, they were shocked, especially regarding Jay. Beatrice lets out a small laugh as Black smiles amusedly. Jay and Naruto exchanged a glance, knowing they'd be starting in a year. Meanwhile, Bo blushed slightly when he saw Beatrice. Naruto and Boruto didn't know why, but they felt like punching Bo. Black. You know what? Looks around, this place is beautiful. Everyone saw how the small place was surrounded by wisteria trees. Casting a beautiful purple shadow. Tsunade. It's beautiful. Everyone nods as Naruto marvels at the sight. Naruto. I know, Black, that's why I love nature. It creates such a beautiful atmosphere. Beatrice. I know, Dad, I love all of this too. Naruto was happy to learn that he would have a daughter who loved nature as much as he did. At that moment, Black notices something and approaches. Black. Hey man, can I take some of these? Naruto turns around to see that Black was pointing at a white dragon bush. Which was near other planted ones. Naruto. Sure, I know Blake likes tea so I have no problem. Black smiles gratefully as he begins to pick a few flowers and put them in his jacket. Blake was drawn to the white dragon bush because it was true, she liked tea just like her mother. After the trio finished, they began walking towards the house, enjoying the walk and the fresh air. They came to a moon peach tree. Take one for each person. And resume the walk while enjoying the fruit. Everyone saw how Momo, the flying lemur, started squealing, trying to get a moon peach. Momo. Are they really that good that the little one is acting like that? Off. I tried one and they're really good. Now everyone was interested in the Luna peach. Black. To his cousin, I still wonder how you can eat organic food. Beatrice. Don't overthink it, it's probably thanks to my dad's organic gene. Black. I see, that was kind of disturbing. Beatrice. Tell me about it, they had to explain it to me in simple terms. Naruto laughed somewhat nervously since both he and Jay had been making that theory and it had left his daughter a little disturbed. That amused everyone, while Naruto and Jay blushed a little with embarrassment, although Jay was still surprised to learn that she would have a daughter. Then they arrive at the house. Causing Naruto to drop on the ground a sack of blue spider lilies that he had filled with the flowers to make food. Everyone was speechless when they saw the new house. It was bigger than the old one. Naruto nodded, knowing that in the future he would have a large family and therefore would need a big house. Naruto. Do you want to stay for lunch? Black. Sorry, man, but I'm not hungry. Naruto nods as someone arrives, causing the three of them to look and find an 11-year-old boy. It was Bo, son of a worker drone named Alice. Alice. Wow Bo, you look good. Bo smiles at his new appearance and at his mother's compliment. Upon seeing Bo, the Redeed blushes slightly, causing Naruto and Black to become serious. Naruto Boruto. Tell your mom you're not coming back. That scared Bo, while the rest were on alert for what might happen. Bo. It's a pleasure, Mr. Naruto. Well, I'd like to ask your permission to go for a walk with your daughter. Beatrice blushed even more while Black and Naruto remained very serious. Naruto had an eye twitch when he saw that. Naruto. Okay, but be clear about something. With that, he pulls out his murder drone tail with Sankaton element. The point at the child who became somewhat nervous. Naruto. Very serious, I hear you did something bad to her and you won't tell anyone, okay? Naruto nods with great seriousness. J. Why does the tail look like that? Naruto. My theory is that it uses the colors of the elements I used to create the element. Everyone nodded, but they were still attentive as Naruto continued to look seriously at Bo. Bo nods somewhat fearfully, then he and Beatrice leave. Black. I'm watching them, dude. Naruto. Okay, kid. Black nodded and began to stealthily follow the couple. Naruto remained serious, then sighed, picked up his jacket and went inside. Naruto. Well, old man, that's how we'll know she's in good hands and protected. Naruto nods, just as seriously as his son. Then Jay slaps them both. Jay. Behave yourselves. They both clicked their tongues but didn't say or do anything, leaving everyone a little surprised. Time skip. It was night and Naruto was sitting in a tree looking at the stars. Suddenly, Naruto opened a portal from the Gate of Babylon to retrieve an acoustic guitar. And start fine-tuning it. Everyone was a little confused by the guitar while Naruto and Hitomi smiled a little. It had been a while since Noir had done that. Naruto. Tuning the guitar, it's been a while since I've done this. And it was true, since his curse began he had stopped playing the guitar. That caught everyone's attention, so they paid close attention. Putting that aside, Naruto finishes tuning the guitar to start playing it. When it was over, Naruto let out a sigh while smiling a little. How he missed that. Everyone was amazed by Naruto's guitar skills. Meanwhile, Hitomi and Naruto smiled as they listened to the melody. Then he sees Beatrice arriving, so he teleports away. Appearing in front of her. Everyone was surprised by that since they now knew that Naruto could teleport using soul magic. Naruto. Feigning seriousness, finally you arrive, young lady. Beatrice gets a little scared but then relaxes when she sees her father smiling. Naruto. You better go inside the bet house, dinner is ready. Beatrice smiles happily as she runs into the house. The scene brought smiles to many faces, but especially to Naruto, who now longed to see all his children. Meanwhile, Naruto's future partners felt a shiver run down their spines. Something told them they would experience both pleasure and a touch of pain during the encounter. Naruto started walking towards the house to go inside. But before closing the door, the Noir turned to look at the fourth wall and smiled. A smile he hadn't given since his curse began. Naruto. That's all folks. With that, he turns around to close the door. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone silent and surprised by the scene. But now they understood the title. The story had come to an end. Official information about Naruto Noir Dreamer. Everyone could be seen eating and chatting amongst themselves. Naruto and his future partners were still together, pondering what they had seen in their future. Suddenly, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Official information from Naruto Noir Dreamer. Upon reading the title, everyone was surprised as they thought the information they had seen previously was the only one, but they put it aside to pay attention. Here is the official information for Naruto Noir Dreamer. Name. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Engine Naruto Noir Dreamer. Imagine Naruto plus M Naruto. Reset numbers to Antiguo's Serial V designation, Serial V designation, Serial designation V, Ruby Rose, Rose Ruby, Son Goku, Jaden Shiba, Shiba Jaden, Max Steel, Steel Max, Benjamin Kirby Tennyson, Tennyson Benjamin Kirby, On, Marinette Dupain Cheng, Marinette, Izuku Midoriya Izuku, Issei Haidu Issei. Timed Misei, Meliodas, Maridasu Zodrake, Drake Zo, Sakura Kinomoto Sakura, Yami, Golden Darkness, Kanjiki no Yami, Ken Kaneki Ken, Kimjiro Ringoku Kyajirm, Ringoku Kimjirm Yuki Kano Yuki. The names had surprised everyone, but they had also made them dizzy, since there were too many names that Naruto had used. J. How come you haven't had any identity issues? Naruto. Believe me, I've wondered the same thing. Information. With October 10. That made many people make a mental note to celebrate Naruto's birthday. Immortal State. Naruto felt a little uncomfortable seeing that. Age 6 years, Part I, 13 years, Part 2, 16 to 17 years, Part 3, 29 years, Final Chapter, more than 300,000 years, psychologically. Naruto nods, knowing that was true. Soul traits: kindness, ambition, creativity, despair, determination, initial, hope, per medallion, heroism, integrity, anger, justice, youth, fear, initial, hate, patience, paranoia, perseverance, protection, purity, wisdom, courage, valor, vengeance, willpower. Reaper. Don Razgos. His friends laughed as Naruto rolled his eyes in amusement. The species celestial. The deities became somewhat uncomfortable with that. Genderb. Energies: aura, chakra, turbo energy, kai magic, soul magic, demon magic, mana, prana. Those who used those energies felt it when they saw it. Blood any. That caught everyone's attention. Tekei Jinkei adaptation. Fuljutsus and special eyes: Byakugan, eternal magicum, Rinnegan, eternal magicum, Sharingan, eternal magicum, Tensegan, absolute solver, eye, gula, eye, judges, eye, eyes of ambition, eyes of determination, eyes of integrity, eyes of wrath, eyes of fear, eyes of vengeance, silver eyes, Rinnegan, Sharingan, Tensegan. Nobody said anything because they already knew that. Classification: Jinchuriki, formerly, pillar, formerly, sen and sensor. That caught everyone's attention. Occupation: reset unifier, temporarily, Uzukage, formerly. Naruto chuckled a little when he saw that. Team 7 Deadly Sins Band: Diane, Escanor, Gother, Harlequin, Merlin, Alien Trio, Gwendolyn, Tennyson, Kevin, Ethan, Levin, Sleeping Knights, Clovis, June, location unknown, Meridanori, location unknown, Ran, Iko, Sayun and Siyun, location unknown, Talcon, location unknown, Teki, location unknown, Dismantling Drone Squadron, serial designation J, serial designation, and Team 7 Haku, Yuki, Menma, Bifrong, Mito, Uzumaki, Olivia, Tennyson, Sasuke, Uchiha, Sakura, Haruno, formerly. Team 7 The Underverse Reaper, Mito, Uzumaki, X Chara, Dreamer, Team Avatar, Appa, Katara, Momosaka, Toph, Zuko, Team D, Max Taylor, location unknown, Rex Owen, location unknown, Team Midoriya, Fumika, Tokoyami, Ichako, Urakame, Hatsum, location unknown, Power Rangers, Samurai, Antonio Garcia, location unknown, Emily, location unknown, Kevin, location unknown, Lauren Shiba, location unknown, Mia Watanabe, location unknown, Mike, location unknown, Team RWBY Blake. Belladonna Y Shni Yang Xiaolong, Team Steel, Site Roberto Pillars, Gyutomi Okajayame, Himejima Mitsuri, Kanroji Muchiro, Takedo Abanai, Iguro Sanemi, Shinazagawa, Shinobu Kacho, Tenjin Yuzui. Everyone was amazed by all the teams Naruto had been on. Meanwhile, Team 7 from the current reboot saw the members of Team 7 from the Underverse, who smiled. Clan Uzumaki War Dreamer. Nobody said anything because they already knew that. Family. Ari Otsutsuki Dreamer, daughter with Hitomi, Aiko Kano, sister being Yuuki, Akane Uzumaki Noir, daughter with Mito, Akari, wife, Akumu, fused, Alia Shni, daughter with Weiss, Amber Lightveil, adoptive aunt, Ashina Noir Bifrong, son with Menma, Ayan Noir Vladi, daughter with Gasper, Beatriz Noir, daughter with Jay, Bell Dreamer, son with Hestia, Betty Noir, adoptive mother, Blake Belladonna, sister-in-law, Baruko Bifrong Noir, daughter with Menma, Baruto Uzumaki Hyuga, son, Chime. Sister-in-law, Koner Noir Otsutsuki, son with Akari, Kor Frisk, wife, Dadara Namikaze, cousin, Demeter, sister-in-law, Elizabeth Lyons, wife, Ellen Noir, adopted daughter, Iri Midoriya, adopted daughter, Frisk Dreamer, child with Cory, Gasper Vladi, husband, Gilgamesh, ancestor, Gwendolyn Tennyson, cousin when Ben is real, Gwendolyn Tennyson, daughter with Olivia. Transformed into a Necrophrygian, Jayuki, brother-in-law, Hades, brother-in-law, Hakuyuki, wife, Hanabi Hyuga, sister-in-law, Hera, sister-in-law Hestia, wife, Hiyashi Hyuga, former father-in-law and another reset, daughter of Crow and Betty, younger adopted sister, daughter of Taeyang and Raven, younger half-sister, son of Crow and Winter, nephew, son of Taeyang and Summer, younger brother, Hikari, wife, Himawari Uzumaki Hyuga, daughter, Hinata Hyuga, ex-wife and another reset, Hitomi, wife. Ice Cream Dreamer, daughter with Neo, Ichika Kaneki, daughter with Taka, Isobu, brother-in-law, Itachi Uchiha, cousin, Izuru Midoriya Uraka, son with Ichako, Jay, wife, Jean Dark Alter Jalter, stepsister, Jiraiya, godfather, Kagami Tsurugi, wife, Kana Ouroboros Noir, daughter with Office, Karen Uzumaki, sister-in-law, Kaya Taoju Dreamer, son with Kaneko, Kaneko Taoju, wife, Kakuo, sister-in-law, Chris Dreamer, son with Reaper, Kurama Dreamer Otsutsuki, son with Hitomi, Kuroka Taoju. Sister-in-law, Kushina Uzumaki, former mother, Lauren Shiba, sister being Jaden, Lilith Noir Ouroboros, clone of Office adopted daughter, Marinette Tsurugi, daughter with Kagami, Matatabi, sister-in-law, Maxwell Tennyson, grandfather being Ben location unknown Maxwell Tennyson II, son with Olivia, Menma Bifrong, brother husband, Mikoto Uchiha, aunt, Minato Namikaze, former father, Mito Uzumaki, sister wife, Naruko Otsutsuki Dreamer, daughter with Hikari, Neapolitan, wife, Ichako. Uraraka, wife, Office Ouroboros, wife, Oscar Pines, husband, Penelope Dreamer, daughter with Pomni, wife, Poseidon, brother-in-law, Crow Branwen, adoptive uncle when she was Ruby, Ravel Phoenix, stepsister, Reaper Mito Uzumaki, wife, Roberto Martinez, stepbrother, Ryan War Uzumaki, son with Mito, Sabine Cheng, former mother when she was Marinette, Seiken, sister-in-law, Sakura Dodauji Kinomoto, daughter with Tomoyo, Samui Namikaze, aunt, Sasuke Uchiha, cousin, Satsuki Uchiha. Cousin, Shiryuki War Taoju, daughter with Kaneko, Shiron War Yuki, daughter with Haku, Shikaku, brother-in-law, Son Gok, brother-in-law, Stanford Pines Dreamer, son with Oscar, Summer Rose, mother being Ruby, Summer Rose 2, daughter with Weiss, Tiang Xiaolong, father being Ruby, Tei Uzumaki, wife, Tom Dupain, former father being Marinette, Tomoyo Dodauji, wife, Taka Kirishima, wife, Tristan Lyons, son with Elizabeth, Tsunade Senju, grandmother, Wai Shni, wife. Whitley Schnee, brother-in-law, Willow Schnee, mother-in-law, Winter Schnee, sister-in-law, Yang Xiaolong, half-sister, Zack Dreamer Uzumaki, son with Teiya, Zeus, brother-in-law. Chaos. Surprised okay, I have to admit, it's a very large family. Hitomi. Well, that was to be expected, Naruto always wanted a big family. Naruto laughed a little, embarrassed, because it was true. Nature of chakra. Anmeten Doten Ateratin Futen, main affinity, Gasutin Hikaten Katen Miten Raten Suiten Vubutin. Everyone was intrigued by Naruto's chakra nature, but especially by Futen Wind, his primary nature. Techniques. Hell Needles Akuadigan Water and Fire Spheromachization, Peacock Miraculous, Enchanted Amulet, Ladybug Miraculous, Imkai Art Race and Shuriken Assault Hunter, using Korok House, Pink Soul Magic Attack, Pink Soul Magic Triangular Attack, Ray Control Electric Attack, Raten, Ranten, Enaton, Supaton, Denkaton, Dakuraten, Koroiton, Kassiton, Kamineraton, Kurikaton, Dinkikasagan, Kafukagan. The Kishitan and Papur Raten Hakai Honigan Attack Inkutan Attack Kotigan Attack Mighten Attack Shidotan Attack Bullets of Justice Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flame Bijadama Race and Shuriken Cooperative Bijadama, with Hitomi, Rasengan Bomber of 7 Human Souls Rasengan Bomber of the 9 Bijas broadcast by Akam no and Soul Magic Chains, Calling Court of War Naraka Path King of Hell, Absolute Cancellation Cataclysm, Cat Miraculous, Chibaku Tensei Chidori Chishaka's an Abstraction. Armor Chishaka's in Rasengan Determination Cuts Counter Vanish Crimson Blaster Patience Rope Demeterican Vegetal Birth Dobutan Animal Translator Dobutan Phoenix Wings Desai Rasengan Doten Earth Spikes Dragon Shot Ito Tensei Kai Spheres Energichten Energy Chains Shield Turtle Miraculous Light Explosion Brave Explosion Elemental Explosion using the watery, the fiery, the earthy, the windy. And the thunder, Fire Fist Full Counter Futen Spring Cyclone Futen Great Gale Futen Racing Shuriken Biju Chakra, Futen Ultimate Racing Shuriken Futen Gav Futen Racing Shuriken Garasutan Armored Glass Dome, Geister Racing Blaster Ground Galdius, using Gideon, Gobi Rasengan, Gobi Chakra, Great Vortex of Will Garichas in Rasengan Hachibi Chakra, Hakai Honitan Flower Cannon Honitan Flower Shuriken Reset Unification Spell Helpless Henge Hikaten Racing Shuriken. Breads of Soul Magic Ichibi Rasengan, Chakra Ichibi, Infinity Obscurity Inkuten.ink Wall Inkuten Race and Shuriken and Sekatan Rasengan Izanami Jeratin Gravel Appearance Jikatan Magnetic Layer Jikatan Race and Shuriken Jintan Race and Shuriken Jubaku Ensa Jubi Rasengan Kaioken, Kamehaim Hakami, Chijiri Kasei Rasengan Katen Flame Wings Katen Flame Bomb Katen Flamethrower Katen Flame Blast Katen Race and Shuriken, Chakra 2 Blade, Kai I 6 Blade Kienzin Kanbashi Rasengan Kinsoten Metal Wall Kuchius No. Yucatan Snowflake Dragon Kukonigan Krakoni Coding Kumayawa Solar System Race and Shuriken Kumoten Cloud Dragon Karaitan Chidori Kuseritan Chains Flame of Wrath, The Fieries Flare Golden Flames of Senjutsu Rain of Knives, Soul of Patience, Long Ina Smasher Burrow, Rabbit Miraculous, Monoton Platform of Mana Dark Hands of Senjutsu Massacring Dragon, Only with Volkermerd Fjordrake, Mighten Race and Shuriken Makise Rasengan Mokutan Wood Clone Mokutan Wood Construction Mortal Stella, Only with Law. Yusel, Mujantan Rasengan, Nanabi Chakra, Ninatan Techno Arms Nepachan Rasengan, Nibi Chakra, Anyotan Creation Cement Wall Geister Blasters Wall Quick Attack Rabdophobia Rakiri Aura, and Semblance Racin, Shuriken Soul Magic Racin, Shuriken Racin Chidori Rasengan, Biju Chakra, Rasengan of 7 Human Souls Rasengan of Kindness Expansive, Rasengan of Determination Rasengan of Justice Multi Rasengan of Integrity Soul Rasengan Soul Magic. Rasengan of Hatred Rasengan of Patience Rope Rasengan of Perseverance Shockwave Rasengan Spikes of Perseverance Rasengan of Purity Rasengan of Courage Explosive Rasengan Red Wind Rasengan, with Menma, Rasengan Ringu Rasen Kure of Determination Revenge Counter Rakudo.cho Adama Rasen Shuriken, with Hitomi, Roar. By Fury, only with Legrandment du Hain, Rakubi Rasengan, Chakra Rakubi, Sanbi Rasengan, Chakra Sanbi, Santon Racing Shuriken Soundproof Seal Energy Seal, Gravity Seal, 11 Element Seal Suppression Seal 7 Souls Racing Shuriken Shin Bij Grayson Shuriken Shining Sword Attack Shinra Tensei Shuriken Slime Bullets Water Shunshin Suitin, Dark Shunshin Mighten Lightning Shunshin Raten, Lightning Shunshin Enatin, Integrity Saw Soul Trait Knife Attack Sujin Rasengan Suitin Water Appearance. Suitin Great Waves Suitin Racing Shuriken Sunitin Sand Appearance Supitin Spark Explosion Tyotin Little Sun Tyotin Rasengan Taju Clones of Shadow Teleportation Horse Miraculous Tensei Rasengan Tachi Rasengan Senjutsu Golden Whirlwind Trace On Assassin Dirk Trace On Berserker Mume Anakin Trace On Rider Mume Tenkin Trace On Saber Excalibur Tsukitin Racing Shuriken Turas Realta, only with La Pucelle, Wakusei Rasengan Worth Electro Ball Yanbi Rasengan, Yanbi Chakra, Yasutin Bumblebee Jotun Lava Dragon Jotun Rasengan Jotun Racing, Shuriken Youth at Stake Zusakin Electric Control. Everyone was surprised and speechless. There were too many techniques. Weapons tools. Pan, Peacock Miraculous, I know Hikari no Muru, Commandment of Love, Dragon Wings Imp Wings Murder Drone Wings Zombie Drone Wings Elemental Amplifier Ascalon Soul of Wisdom, Axe, Soul of Heroism, Star Staff Sacred Staff Ballet Shoes, Soul of Integrity, Aleph Bullet, Creativity State, Anmetan Bullet, Creativity State, Bet Bullet, Creativity State, Putin Bullet, Creativity State, Het Bullet, Creativity State, Katen Bullet, Creativity State, Raten Bullet, Creativity State, Bubutin Bullet. Creativity State, Zayn Bullet, Creativity State, Barracuda Blade Boosted Gear Biju Chakra Arms Brumi, temporarily, Bolzuka Super Bolzuka BURNT Pan, Soul of Kindness, Butcher Knife, Soul of Wrath, Black Box Coladbold 2 Cane, Soul of Creativity, Chastiful, temporarily, Jinmoku no Kama, Commandment of Reticence, Chakidm, formerly, Murder Drone Tail Korek House, temporarily, Crescent Rose 3.0 Crosier, Soul of Creativity, Crosier, Soul of Hope per Medallion, Crosier, Soul of Youth, Knife of Determination Giant Knife Normal Determination Hope, per Medallion, Perseverance Willpower Horatian Knives Dagger, Soul of Ambition, Dino Reader Double Attack Launcher Dividing Gear Ember Celica, temporarily, Empty Gun, Soul of Justice, Candy Shotgun Shield, Akumu, Shield, Turtle Miraculous, Shield of Kindness Shield of Determination Sword, Weapon Fusion with Akumu, Giant Broadsword Sword of the Gods, temporarily, Soul Magic Sword Willpower Determination Murder Drone. Sword Trunk Sword Double Nichiren Sword of Sound, temporarily, Nichiren Sword of Flame Floating Array, temporarily, Frying Pan, Soul of Kindness, Murder Drone Claws Gideon, temporarily, Spin Sword Earth Slicer Shark Sword Fire Smasher Forest Spear Hydro Bow Sky Fan Web Grenade Scythe, Akumu, Gundama's Staff of the Six Paths BM Scythe of the Six Paths Gun, Soul of Justice, Harbinger, temporarily, Runting Hunting Knife, Soul of Valor, Junsu Inar Kaori, Commandment of Purity, Kagyun Rinkaku Kakuja Ultimate Kanshu and Bakuya Normal Altar Overedge, Kunai Horatian Kunai Legrandment du Hain, La Pucelle Altar Lance, Soul of Purity, Lance of Fear, Shogun Lance Murder Drone Missile Launcher Lighter, Soul of Paranoia, Lost Vein Lucid Crescent Rose Chakra Hands Mace, Akumu, Milo and Akao, temporarily, Mirror, Soul of Creativity, Musket, Creativity State, Oz, Soul of Despair, Umbrella, Rabbit Miraculous, Flintlock Pistol, Creativity State, Glider BM. Pocket Watch, Soul of Creativity, Railgun, temporarily, Raijin no Ken Rila Knife, Soul of Determination, Red Ember Ritasai Horatian Sansetsuken, temporarily, Sickle, Soul of Despair, Scythe, Soul of Vengeance, Shield, Soul of Protection, Shinjitsu no Kane, Commandment of Truth, Sundered Rose, temporarily, Sword, Soul of Willpower, Tentacles, Akumu, the Shield the Sword Tough Glove, Soul of Courage, Toy Knife, Soul of Patience, Wand, Cat Miraculous, Volkermerd Fjordrake Wooden Spear, Soul of Purity, Wooden Sword, Soul of Willpower, Yo-Yo, Ladybug Miraculous, Yukamura Sumi's Afgil, Creativity State, Zekken. Everyone knew that Naruto possessed too many weapons, but now they saw that there were too many, and unfortunately they had not bothered to count them. Transformations. Kyuubi Avatar, with Hitomi's help, Balance Breaker with Kyuubi Chakra Mode, and SSJ God Blue Cardinal Crimson Promotion, Fang Blast Booster Solid Impact Booster Star Sonic Booster Dark Diabolos, Dragon God 7 Human Soul State Amabala State Avatar State Burning State Creativity State Divine State King of the AU State Shogun State Imkai State Feedback, with Olivia's help, Demon King Form Kyuubi Form, as Naruko, Seraphim Form Humongosaurus, with Olivia's help, Kurai Senjutsu on Membarian Senjutsu. Mode 6 Path Sage Mode Rakudo Senin Mode Samurai Mode Super Mega Samurai Super Samurai Tensugen Susanoo Shark Mode Turbo Mode Onmem Senjutsu Stone, with Olivia's help, Red Shogun Ranger SSJ God Blue Kaio Ken Tentum Senjutsu Transformation, with the Horse Miraculous Transformation, with the Rabbit Miraculous Transformation, with the Cat Miraculous Transformation, with the Cat and Ladybug Miraculous Transformation, with the Ladybug, Turtle. And Peacock Miraculous Ultra Instinct Selfish Doctrine. Naruto's transformations were making them somewhat nervous, while those helping him obtain transformation tokens smiled a little. Skills. Absolute Solver. This program and entity grants Naruto supernatural powers, allowing him to manipulate space-time. Destroy Shoot Edit Elemental Scanner Analysis Shield Spin Black Hole Null Boost Move Saw Time. The drones were somewhat uncomfortable with the Solver's abilities, but those that possessed it had a slight hope of possessing all the abilities shown. Rapture. Ability of the Soul of Ambition. That caught Ban's attention. Binding Arts. Allows Naruto to control different types of elements without the need for chakra. Waterbending, airbending, firebending, icebending, mineralbending, lightningbending, earthbending. Menma smiled a little since he also used the control arts. Boost. With Drake's help, Naruto increases his power indefinitely. The DXD guys smiled a little since they had seen that ability firsthand. Elemental Change. This ability allows Naruto to change the element of whatever he wants. He uses it most on his murder drone tail. That caught everyone's attention, but then they remembered Naruto's tail and just nodded. Create portals. Naruto can create portals to different places, resets, alternate universes, etc. Those from the Underverse smiled with pride since they also knew how to do that, well, except for the resets. Divide. With the help of the dividing gear, Naruto divides his opponent's power indefinitely. Naruto smiled slightly, remembering the times he used that. Bait of Babylon. With this, Naruto can create several portals, each containing weapons, objects, etc. These include Nameless Weapons Dane's Leafy and Kidu Hatenjeki Holy Grail Vajra. The last two descendants of Gilgamesh saw that, thinking and wondering if they could do that too. Bone Summoning. You can summon different types of bones, each with different abilities. Normal. These are simple bones. All other types of bones are created from these. Sharp. As the name suggests, these are sharp bones. Blue. They damage moving enemies. Purple. They deal critical damage. Orange. They damage stationary enemies. Red. They deal damage regardless of movement. They are more for torture. Those in the Underverse began to smile more at those options, though they also wanted to create more. The latter, for some reason, sent a huge chill through the rest. Summoning Geister Blasters. Naruto can summon Geister Blasters to fire and/or defend himself. There are several variations of the Geister Blaster, which are Normal Golden Ultimate Chibi, TATC. X-Geister smiled slightly as he watched him use his technique. Gitsism Bunshin. With the help of Lost Vein, Naruto can generate physical clones of himself. The 7 Deadly Sins smiled at that. Seismic Master. Allows Naruto to locate his enemies using ground vibrations. Menma and Toph just watched that with some attention. Maiden Power. As its name suggests, it is an ability of Naruto that allows him to control some powers of the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn and winter. Winter, Raven and Penny only had a few brief flashbacks when they saw that. Body Manipulation. This allows Naruto to transform parts of his body into anything he desires. These transformations include wings, spiky ball, dragon heads of hair blades, darkness-shaped hands, sword hands, giant hair fists. Naruto smiled when he saw that. Soul Manipulation. Allows Naruto to manipulate the souls of others. It also works with his own traits. Kindness, ambition, creativity, despair, determination, hope, per-medallion, heroism, integrity, anger, justice, youth, fear, hate, patience, paranoia, perseverance, protection, purity, wisdom, bravery, courage, vengeance, willpower. The Underverse just saw that as normal since they could do that too. Dark Matter Manipulation. As the name suggests, this demonic art allows Naruto to manipulate his dark matter, creating whatever he desires. Wings, claws. Sasuke only had a bad memory when he saw that section. Hands. Naruto can summon floating hands that can take on different traits. The hands can also change into a glove form when in his TATC form. No trait: kindness, ambition, creativity, determination, integrity, anger, justice, youth, fear, hatred, patience, perseverance, protection, purity, courage, willpower. X-Geister. He certainly has many abilities related to my powers. Hunter Mark. It is a mark that gives Naruto a power boost. The former demon hunters just watched that with a small smile. Multilingual Polyglot. Naruto is able to speak different languages. Nobody said anything because they already knew that. Transparent World. With this ability, Naruto can see through his enemies by seeing their organs and muscles. Once again, the former demon hunters smiled. Medical Ninjutsu. As the name suggests, it is a ninjutsu that allows Naruto to heal other people. Tsunade smiled with pride when she saw that her grandson also had that ability. Silver Eyes. Naruto's ability that allows him to generate a powerful light from his eyes that can destroy Grims. Summer just smiled with joy at seeing her son-daughter having the same ability as her. One for All. Allows Naruto to accumulate energy for later use. One for All also grants him other quirks, which are Smokescreen and Maku Fajin Hake Float Fight Black Whip Kuromuchi Gear Shift and Soku Hazard Sensor Kiki Kanchi. Those from BNHA had some memories of how Naruto used One for All. Petal Flame Burst. Allows Naruto to move at high speed, leaving a small trail of flame. In his Ruby Rose form, these are red petals. Everyone remembered how Naruto had almost always used his semblance. Polychromatism. Allows Naruto to summon all of his floating hands, 2 giant floating hands, and a huge Geister Blaster. X-Geister raised an eyebrow, another ability he had created, or rather Glitch Geister. Reset. It is a button that allows Naruto to reset the world depending on the amount of determination he puts in. Absolutely everyone from the Underverse became serious. They never used that button unless absolutely necessary. This clearly caught the attention of the others, who became somewhat nervous under the intense gaze of the Underverse. Breathing. This is a branch that Naruto can use to generate different types of attacks with various weapons. The branches are Flame Breathing, Sound Breathing, temporarily. Tenjin smiled as he watched his friend use his breathing technique. Telekinesis. With this ability, Naruto can levitate anything he wants. It is most effective when used with the soul of ambition. Nobody said anything about that. Teleportation. Naruto has the ability to teleport anywhere. He has several teleportation methods, which are powered by Kai Soul Magic. Teleportation caught the attention of everyone who didn't know how to use it. Trace On. This ability allows Naruto to create any weapon he desires. That caught the attention of Athena and Ares. Turbo Activated. Allows Naruto to enhance any vehicle or weapon using his turbo energy. It only works while in turbo mode. Birdo and Farah smiled, remembering those moments. Movements. Crochet. Naruto throws a side punch that is mainly aimed at the opponent's head or body. The first movement seemed simple to everyone, but they knew that if it was done right it would be powerful. Pura plus Uteru, movement using the Kuromuchi. Sai smiled tenderly as she saw that movement again. Igi 100p Sento Manchus at Smasu. Movement using the combination of One for All, Hake and Kuromuchi. Now everyone felt a chill as they remembered that movement and how powerful it was. Ice Flower. Together with Weiss, Naruto, in his Ruby form, fires ice bullets which are powered by the Shni Ice glyph. Weiss smiled, remembering that move together with Naruto Ruby. Mother's Reseteo. An 11-hit ability created by Naruto while he was Yuki Kano. That caught the attention of all the swordsmen and they wondered if it was possible to use Mother's Reseteo. Ladybug. Together with Blake, Naruto, in his Ruby form, attacks the enemy in a coordinated manner. Blake smiled slightly, remembering that move. LB Derebu. Movement using One for All, Hake and Hinsoku. Naruto smiled, remembering how that move had broken Shigaraki's Gastermid. Petal Burst Division. Allows Naruto, in his Ruby form, to split into 2 red whirlwinds. Nobody said anything since they remembered the movement. Super God Fist. A simple attack by Naruto with all his strength while in Ultra Instinct. Many touched their faces with the sole thought of not wanting to receive a blow. Roundhouse Kick. Naruto delivers spinning kicks to his opponent. Side Kick. Naruto throws a simple leg kick. So. Naruto performs a circular sweep with his arms. The movements had clearly caught the attention of Taijutsu users. They were simple but effective. Spin Dash. A move where Naruto curls into a ball to spin, creating a sphere. Reaper just smiled at that with nostalgia. They had used that technique a few times in their training and fights. Super Lightning Strike. Naruto's move as Jaden, where he slashes with his flaming spinning sword while in Super Samurai mode. Naruto smiled, remembering that very powerful attack he achieved with the black box. Swing. Naruto throws a long hook, rotating his fist to impact with the knuckles. Taransamisen. A move using the Hinsoku. It was the Taransamisen that made many feel chills, remembering that with each blow, the next one was stronger. Sop. Naruto throws a straight punch. Uppercut. Naruto throws a vertical punch with so much power that it can knock out the opponent. Vertical Square. A technique where Naruto throws 4 slashes forming a square. No one said or thought anything anymore as they remembered those movements. Interesting facts. Naruto is a big chocolate lover. In his past he would spend almost all day eating it, but when the reset started he stopped eating the sweet so often, although he still loves eating it. Everyone looked at Naruto, who blushed a little with embarrassment. Naruto. I admitted, I love chocolate. Nobody said anything. When Blake and Yang got married, Naruto changed his appearance to that of Ruby Rose in order to take the Team RWBY photo, a promise they made to each other. Blake and Yang blushed when they learned they were married, but smiled because of the promise they made to each other. After encountering the traitors, Naruto separates from some groups. Naruto nodded in agreement. Naruto is able to rip out the souls of his opponents, which makes him more dangerous and terrifying. Nobody said anything because they already knew that. Naruto's appearance doesn't change much during his growth. That was a subtle way of expressing his immortality. Everyone watched Naruto and then remembered the scenes, and it was true. Clearly, they all facepalmed, realizing their mistake. When Naruto married Jay, he created a new set of evil and mutation pieces to give the bishop to the murder drone while he kept the new king. Naruto was surprised to learn that another evil and mutation pieces game was made, but then he dismissed it as he saw the logic. Appearance. Naruto, age 6. 13-year-old Naruto. Naruto, 16 to 17 years old. Naruto, 29 years old. Naruto in chibi form. Naruto soul. Everyone saw Naruto's appearance and realized it was true. He hadn't changed much at all. Statistica's level. HP. Infinity ATK. Infinity Def. Infinity. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence with the official Naruto statistics. Everyone who thought about having a little fight against Naruto. Thinking. Final chapter. Everyone was seated when the screen lit up. Screen. That's it, it's time for you to go back. Everyone gets up to start stretching. Naruto. Well, it seems this is the end. Tara. It seems so. Screen. I would return you to your worlds, but don't worry, the temples and gems are already there, only the soul is missing. Everyone nods as they begin to glow and disappear. Epilogue. Everything had gone normally, as had everyone's return, including Artemis. Since the villains weren't there this time, Naruto's journey was much easier. Naruto and Artemis also fought, but this time, knowing how the fight would go, Naruto had the advantage and won. The unification was a success and everything else went smoothly. Naruto's journey had come to an end, and this time, although he did not rest in peace, he was able to find what he desired. To live in peace. Thanks for reacting to the last reset, see you next time, bye. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.